Chapter 421, Continental-class spaceship. The supercomputing center of the Marian civilization is located 500 meters underground. The geology here is the most stable place on the entire planet. The 500-meter deep lower level has long been transformed after the transformation of the Marian civilization. Indestructible. Even if the planet's surface changes, it will still not affect the safety of the supercomputing center. But the explosion of stars is beyond the range that supercomputing centers can withstand. The impact of stellar explosions is comprehensive. Not just on the surface of the planet. Some particles with very strong penetrating power, such as neutrinos, will directly penetrate the 500-meter thick protective layer and come directly to the supercomputing center, destroying all the electronic equipment here. In other words, when the planet rotates to a certain extent and loses the protection of the planet itself, it will be destroyed together with all the information that is very precious to Xiaoyu and Mo Lian's civilization. Xiaoyu will not consider Mo Lian Wenming's feelings, but Xiaoyu cannot allow himself to return empty-handed. There are less than 3 hours left. Xiaoyu's robot army has opened the entrance and rushed into the passage. The security measures in the passage are very complete, and various automatic defense weapons, as well as the soldiers of the Marian civilization, are faithfully performing their duties. However, the destruction of the star and the loss of the capital planet have already brought too great a mental impact to them. Facing these fierce armed robots, they have no advantage. The robot army marched forward with great success and rapid progress. Perhaps at this time, they should destroy the supercomputing center and not let Xiaoyu get what they can't get. Maybe they want to do this at this moment, but unfortunately, they can't. Xiaoyu knew very well that the supercomputing center did not have a self-destruct module. This setting actually makes sense. If it were Xiaoyu would not set the self-destruct module, because the status of the supercomputing center is too special and important. The normal operation of the entire Marian civilization depends on the support of the supercomputing center. Without the supercomputing center, the Marian civilization will fall into a mess. Who would be stupid enough to set up a self-destruct module for such an important thing? You must know that since it is a judgment program, there will be loopholes. After setting up the self-destruction module, what should I do if the enemy attacks me and uses the loophole to activate the self-destruction module and destroy the supercomputing center? As for being invaded by foreign enemies, will it harm the Marian civilization by occupying the supercomputing center? Think about it. Is it more likely that this will happen? Or is it more likely that the self-destruct module will be exploited? Besides, the supercomputing center is built on the capital planet. If the capital planet is captured, what does it matter if the supercomputing center self-destructs or not? This is the logical relationship. So Xiaoyu is not worried at all that Marian civilization will destroy his plan by destroying the supercomputing center. The robot troops dispersed into 4 groups and were advancing rapidly. In space, the violent energy from the destruction of stars has come into contact with Xiaoyu's stellar cannon as a shield. When building this stellar cannon, Xiaoyu considered the follow-up matters. At that time, Xiaoyu had the plan to borrow the stellar cannon to resist the stellar explosion. During the construction process, Xiaoyu also faithfully implemented it. This plan, Xiaoyu made a very targeted design for the energy released by star explosions. In the process of building the star cannon, hundreds of Xiaoyu's creations were used in the 4 protective covers alone. The design of the layered 4-layer protective cover, and the construction of a plan to terminate the energy supply before destruction. In other words, if the first layer of the 4-layer protective cover cannot withstand the energy from the star, and is about to be destroyed, Xiaoyu will immediately terminate the energy supply to it. Without the 4-dimensional protective cover of energy supply, it will naturally not explode. This eliminates the possibility of the explosion of the 4 protection cover causing damage to the main body. This is just one of the improvements. In addition, Xiaoyu also specially made modifications to the energy supply module, specifically increasing the power of the energy supply, the load capacity of the engine, various tachyon shields, energy shields, etc. As the cost goes up, the building will be as solid as it can be built. Xiaoyu used almost all his wisdom and ability to build this stellar cannon into the strongest shield he could ever build. The defensive capability of this stellar cannon against a supernova explosion is much stronger than that of a national-level spacecraft. Xiaoyu's millions of spaceships will rely on this shield to avoid this huge disaster. The stellar cannon is 7 billion kilometers away from the star. 7 billion kilometers doesn't just mean a number. This distance is far enough. Jupiter is about the same distance from the Sun. It takes several hours for light from the Sun to reach Jupiter. Even after crossing such a long distance, The anger displayed by this star was still terrifying. Xiao Yu saw that the star in the distance suddenly became extremely bright, and even the optical lenses in some instruments were burned out. You must know that under normal circumstances, its brightness is not even comparable to that of the moon. At this moment, the 4 protective covers on the stellar cannon fluctuated violently, and hundreds of thousands of engines started working at full power. A large amount of energy was poured into the reactor for free, converted into energy, and supplied for maintenance cover work. The first 4-layer protective cover only lasted less than 3 seconds. Xiao Yu decisively stopped the operation of these engines and started another set of backup engines. These engines have been severely damaged in these 3 seconds, and Xiao Yu needs time to repair them in preparation for the next round of work. Under the cover of the stellar cannon, the spacecraft behind did not suffer any damage. A large number of small spacecraft began to shuttle. A large number of robots began to be busy, and countless supplies and maintenance forces were transported to the stellar cannon and began to be busy. With the start of the second group of 230,000 giant engines, the first 4-way protective cover was replaced, and the new 4-way protective cover lit up and began to resist the huge energy from the star. The second group of engines lasted for a total of 5 seconds before being defeated. Then, the third group of 260,000 engines started, and the third 4-way maintenance cover began to work. These spaceships of Xiao Yu are like small boats in the turbulent sea. The violent ocean of energy leaves Xiao Yu no time to think about other things, and he can only use all his mind and energy to calculate how to do it. In such a stormy sea, save your own life. Xiao Yu has set up a total of 15 groups, with a total of more than 4 million engines, to support the operation of the 4 protective covers and protect the safety of the stellar cannon. After all 15 sets of engines were started, less than 3 minutes had passed. This time is not enough for Xiao Yu to repair all the first set of engines. In fact, even if there were sufficient spare parts and sufficient robots to serve as labor force, Xiao Yu could only complete the repair tasks of 90,000 of the 150,000 damaged engines in such a short period of time. However, the 15th engine group has reached the limit of its carrying capacity and must be replaced. There was no other way, so Xiao Yu had no choice but to disrupt the organization of the groups. He took out some temporarily intact engines from each of the 15 groups and joined them together, reluctantly undertaking the next round of defense tasks. At the same time, he again repairing the engine was sped up for once. A large number of robots have fallen into madness under Xiao Yu's manipulation. Their robotic arms are waving so fast that afterimages appear, and the cooperation between the robots has reached a dizzying level. During this process, a large number of damaged engines are being quickly repaired, and every moment, a large number of engines are damaged because they cannot withstand excessive energy loads. Xiao Yu has already tried his best, and he didn't just start working hard at this place. On the capital planet of Marian civilization, the progress of the robot army has reached its most critical moment. Xiao Yu's robot formation has fully penetrated into the supercomputing center and eliminated most of the resistance. Now, these robots have established a channel between Xiao Yu and the supercomputing center. Xiao Yu's computing power is pouring in, looking for things of interest in the supercomputing center that records all aspects of Mayan civilization. The supercomputing center was not just built for scientific and technological research. It controlled every aspect of Marian civilized society, such as transportation, finance, and security. These things are crucial to the normal operation of a civilization, but they have no effect on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu will not waste time on these aspects. After spending 30 seconds searching, Xiao Yu finally found what he was interested in. Military industry, technology, biotechnology, construction technology, material technology, power technology, engine technology. Well, what is this? A report on the feasibility of manufacturing a Blue Star-class spacecraft and analysis of related technologies? Xiao Yu knew that the Blue Star spaceship mentioned by Mayan civilization was the Continent-class spacecraft he called. No matter. Copy them all into my brain first. I don't have time to analyze them in detail now. Let's take a look at them later when I have time. Xiao Yu quickly made a decision and began to crazily absorb nutrients. This is high-quality nourishment that is enough to cultivate a huge civilization. This is what Xiao Yu needs. Chapter 422 Data Ocean. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiao Yu was an ocean of knowledge. Each of these combat robots is equivalent to a water pump, frantically extracting water from the ocean. There are 400,000 robots left, which is 400,000 water pumps. A large amount of data is being read by Xiao Yu, and then first copied to the processing chips on these robots. Next, it will be sent to the Tianhua spacecraft through long-distance communication. And then the Tianhua spacecraft will transfer it. It was sent to the Xiaohua spacecraft and eventually stored up, turning it into Xiaoyu's own technological reserve. The data volume of scientific and technological information is the largest. Not to mention the fifth-level civilization. Even a specific technology in the Earth era. The principles, discovery methods and process of graphic materials, derivation methods, formula proof, calculation process, application research and so on can fill up dozens of hard drives. Not to mention the technology of a fifth-level civilization. Another point is that the technological branches of the fifth-level civilization are tens of thousands of times more than the technological branches of the Earth age. Just a single material technology can be classified into thousands of detailed subcategories in the Earth age. There are specialized wood material research, plastic material research, steel material research, etc. What about the fifth-level civilization? Xiaoyu discovered that the material technology system of Mayan civilization was divided into tens of millions of categories. There are thousands of research results in each category. And each research result has a data storage equivalent to tens of thousands of computers in the Earth's era. This is just a material technology. A technology tree of a fifth-level civilization is more than just a material technology. This is a sea of data, which is the result of the hard work and wisdom of countless scientific workers over the tens of thousands of years of the Marian civilization. Now, Xiaoyu is swimming in this sea, working hard to absorb nutrients to facilitate his growth. It's too slow. It's too slow. The current transmission speed is too slow. This won't work. If this continues, when the supercomputing center is destroyed, I won't even be able to copy 1% of the data. No, we must think of a solution. Xiaoyu tensed up and thought quickly about a solution. This is not the only place that occupies Xiaoyu's computing power. At the stellar cannon, the violent stellar energy is still raging, consuming the energy of the stellar cannon. All 15 groups of engines have been rotated. And now it is the intact engines that Xiaoyu transferred from each group that are responsible for providing energy for the 4 maintenance covers. At this moment, the number of robots involved in repairing damaged engines and recharging engines has exceeded 3 million. And the number is still increasing rapidly. The energy emitted by the explosion of this star exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. After all, Xiaoyu has never personally experienced such a heroic event as a supernova explosion. There are inevitably some shortcomings in the estimation of such an astronomical disaster. Now, Xiaoyu has paid the price for this loophole. After the explosion of various ray energies in the initial stage is completed, the follow-up is the attack of stellar matter. This star has been blown into pieces by the violent energy it erupted. Like a blown stone ball. The explosion of stone balls will cause stone fragments to fly everywhere. And the same will happen when stars explode. During the process of diffusion, these stellar materials will be rapidly cooled by the universe. But it is obvious that their temperature cannot be reduced to a safe level in this short period of time. When they are above the star, they exist in a plasma state. After leaving the star, due to changes in the environment, they lose the terrifying high temperature and pressure, and they will be restored to their original ordinary matter. Hydrogen is still hydrogen, and helium is still helium. They will slowly spread in the endless time in the future, and eventually spread into planetary nebulae. Their density will become increasingly thinner, and they will eventually disappear into the ocean of the universe, never to be traced again. This is the life of a star. Stars are born in nebulae, and nebulae are formed after their destruction, compared with the situation when it dies. The birth process of a star is not particularly heroic, at least not like it is now, ejecting the material on itself at a speed close to the speed of light. After Xiaoyu's efforts, the situation of the stellar cannon finally stabilized, and the speed of engine damage began to match the speed of Xiaoyu's repair of the engine. In other words, if the star continues to maintain its current state, as long as Xiaoyu's energy is not after the consumption is completed, Xiaoyu will be able to continue to support it. But the situation was not that optimistic. Just after the situation began to stabilize, the ejected stellar material reached the stellar cannon. The infinite amount of stellar matter began to wash away the 4-dimensional shield above the stellar cannon. They possess extremely high kinetic energy, and relying on kinetic energy to attack is the simplest method, as well as the most brutal and least effective method. After reaching the 3rd-level civilization and possessing protective shield technology, kinetic energy weapon attacks were basically abandoned and replaced by various energy weapons and ray weapons. However, the situation at this moment made Xiaoyu know that kinetic weapon attacks were still terrifying. He could not do this because his quantitative changes had not yet reached a level that could trigger qualitative changes. At this moment, the kinetic energy weapon attack from this star has reached the point where quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. The pressure on the 4 maintenance covers increased again, which caused the engine damage to accelerate again. There is no other way. Let's activate the emergency plan. Xiaoyu made a hard decision. The 4 protective shields were removed by Xiaoyu. There is no way. All 15 engine groups have reached their limit and must now be rested. Without rest, millions of engines will be destroyed. The 4 protective shields were removed and replaced by energy shields, tachyon shields, and other conventional shields. These shields do not consume the energy of the engine. They work on the energy that Xiaoyu has previously reserved. Xiaoyu hoped that these regular protective shields could last for at least half an hour, so as to buy himself some breathing time. In the end, the effect of conventional shields is much worse than that of 4 protection shields. Conventional shield Xiaoyu still adopts a multi-layer shield system. The conventional shields layer by layer are broken by the violent energy of the star. Every time a layer is broken, a layer of the constituent materials of the star cannon will be eliminated. So far, the diameter of the stellar cannon has been reduced by more than 500 meters. Hundreds of millions of tons of material were stripped away. The stellar cannon has long since lost its original function. Now, it is purely a shield. Now, its status as a shield has also been seriously challenged. At this moment, it is resisting the violent energy from this star, and at the same time, it is quickly escaping from this star system together with the more than 1 million spacecraft hidden behind it. These more than 1 million spacecraft have completed their historical missions, and there is no need to continue to stay in this star system. On the way forward, their mission is to transport the resources to build the stellar cannon and escort the stellar cannon. After arriving in this star system, their mission is to protect the stellar cannon and prevent it from being damaged by the Marian civilization. Moreover, if the stellar cannon fails to launch or does not achieve the expected effect, these more than 1 million spacecraft will directly participate in the battle. But the situation progressed more smoothly than Xiaoyu expected, so there was no need for them to stay here. The remaining Moyen civilization fleet can be solved by relying on the biological core. However, the violent stellar energy made it impossible for Xiaoyu to retreat too fast, because if the retreat speed is too fast, mistakes may occur. And under such circumstances, once mistakes occur, the consequences will be catastrophic. It's not just a joke that one small mistake can destroy an entire fleet. At the same time, even if he escaped 20 billion kilometers away and escaped the gravitational influence of the star, Xiaoyu would not be able to enter curvature navigation for the same reason. A supernova explosion affects a range of several light years. It is impossible for Xiaoyu to escape such a long distance in such a short period of time. Xiaoyu just hopes to stay away from the corpse of this star. And then the farther away you are, the less affected you are. Although the difference may be very small. But something is better than nothing. Maybe at a certain critical moment, a small difference can be the difference between life and death. After the stellar cannon's 10-kilometer diameter was stripped out by a full 500 meters, the load capacity of the conventional shield finally reached its limit. And what he gained after paying such a heavy price was only 25 minutes. In 25 minutes, Xiaoyu only repaired 80% of the engine. But there is no other way. I have to bite the bullet and do it. As a result, a new round of engine team rotation began. Xiaoyu once again mobilized 1 million robots and entered the stellar cannon to participate in the repair of the damaged engine. The situation here is very critical. The capital planet of Marian civilization, buried deep in the underground supercomputing center, is not in a good situation either. The biggest factor restricting Xiaoyu is still that data transmission is too slow. This is unacceptable to Xiaoyu. After spending such a long time and paying such a heavy price, no one would be willing to accept victory in sight, but unable to achieve full success because the transmission rate is not fast enough, or even falling short of the success. However, this situation is expected to be changed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is planning to make something. At this moment, a full 200,000 robots have been mobilized. They are busy in the supercomputing center, carrying parts one after another. Chapter 423. The dust has settled. Hundreds of thousands of robots draw nutrients from this ocean of data together, and then transmit it to Xiaoyu. This speed is already very fast. So fast that humans in the Earth age cannot imagine it. The data throughput per unit time of the International Gateway is like the difference between a small water pipe and a large river compared to the hundreds of thousands of data channels created by ultra-distance communication technology. However, Even such fast data transmission still seems slower compared to this boundless sea of data. Every second, hundreds of pieces of data are transmitted to the Tianhui spacecraft. But the data waiting for Xiaoyu to copy is still endless. In order to prevent himself from falling short, Xiaoyu planned to build a transmitter directly on the array computing module of the supercomputing center to directly communicate with the Tianhui spacecraft. After the launcher is completed, the problem of insufficient transmission rate will be solved. The difference between the two is like the difference between half megabit ADSL internet access and gigabit optical fiber in the Earth age. When these robots arrived, they did not bring enough materials and tools. But it didn't matter. There were many related parts in the supercomputing center. Xiaoyu's understanding of the technological system of Mayan civilization allows Xiaoyu to quickly figure out what a certain component is used for, and then slightly modify it to meet his own requirements. There is less than 2 hours left for Xiaoyu. In 2 hours, the rotation of the planet will bring the supercomputing center to the side facing the star. By then, all the precious data here will be destroyed. Half an hour is enough for me to complete the construction of the data transmitter, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Working on everything. Even millions. Tens of millions. Busy in all aspects at the same time. These 200,000 robots began to wreak havoc in the core of the Mayan civilization. The supercomputing center. Xiaoyu had already roughly figured out the layout of the supercomputing center. So Xiaoyu manipulated these robots to disassemble many things that had nothing to do with him. Slightly modified them. And then spliced them together. Xiaoyu was very familiar with the connection of various lines and the arrangement of energy circuits. As if he was playing with his own things. The remaining spacecraft of the Marian civilization may still be able to see what is going on in the supercomputing center. But they are powerless. At this moment, they are fighting desperately for survival together with the battleships of the biological core. They may be in a very bad mood. But Xiaoyu is too lazy to pay attention to them. Xiaoyu succeeded. Half an hour later. I got something weird. This thing is an absolute failure in terms of engineering. Even computer science. Energy circuit technology. Etc. But its surname is very powerful. Only this is enough. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a machine spread out on the ground, covering an area of several thousand square meters. It was connected by messy energy lines everywhere, and the various components were placed without any sense of beauty or technology. Very good. Very good. Then, let's start the transmission. Xiaoyu murmured to himself and decisively gave the order to start. As this order was issued, countless data began to be transmitted crazily through these messy lines. And finally, through the launching equipment, it was launched into the Tianhui spacecraft. The name of this machine can surprise Xiaoyu enough. The moment after the machine was started, Xiaoyu noticed the torrent of data coming. Compared with just now, the speed of data transmission was more than just a difference between heaven and earth. The helpless feeling of seeing the precious fruit right in front of you, but not having time to pick it disappeared in an instant. In terms of materials technology, engineering technology, psychology technology, biotechnology, power technology, stellar evolution research, white dwarf and neutron star related technologies, and whole structure science. It's great. It's really great. At this moment, Xiaoyu was so excited that he could hardly control himself. The lack of a complete technology tree is affecting the progress of Xiaoyu's technology day after day. Some time ago, Xiaoyu's technological development has seriously slowed down, and obtaining a complete technological tree has become an urgent problem for Xiaoyu to solve. The development of science and technology is originally a matter of going hand in hand and influencing each other. The development of science and technology in the field may in turn promote the development of science and technology in the field. This is a very normal thing. For example, the development of computer technology in the Earth age has promoted the rapid advancement of science and technology in almost all fields. Similarly, the lack of technology in field A will in turn delay the progress of science and technology in field, which is also very normal. This is the important surname of the complete technology tree. Now, Xiaoyu finally got what he wanted. After spending hundreds of thousands of spaceships, tens of millions of lives, and decades of time, Xiaoyu finally got what he wanted. At this moment, Xiaoyu had the urge to sing a song. A complete technology tree. If I rely on myself and the scientists under my command to research, it will not be impossible to obtain it in thousands of years. Now, I have obtained these in just a few decades. This means too much to me. It means that from now on, I will be a true fifth-level civilization. No aspect will be worse than other fifth-level civilizations. It is foreseeable that in the next few hundred years, even within 1,000 years, my technological level will usher in the next period of great development. Xiao Yu watched the data rolling in excitedly, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Every second, millions of pieces of data are received by the Tianhua spacecraft. The array memory on the Tianhua spacecraft is turned on to the maximum power, operating to the limit, and its performance is stretched to the limit. In welcoming these precious resources, every character and every data is completely recorded by these array memories for future research. With the full work of this transmitter, Xiao Yu only spent an hour to complete all the work. Over the tens of thousands of years of the Mayan civilization, the brainchild of countless scientific workers have all been copied by Xiao Yu into his own memory. After the work was completed, and seeing that there was still some time left, Xiao Yu simply started copying the rest of Emolian civilization's information, such as social and people's livelihood, business and finance data. These data are not of much use to Xiao Yu. They are fine if they are available, and it does not matter if they are not available. But I am still idle, so I might as well copy them and provide some reference for the social committee led by Luca II to formulate a social model for intelligent creatures. So far, Xiao Yu's goal has finally been achieved without discount. By now, Xiao Yu no longer has the need or interest to continue to entangle with Emolian civilization. Hatred? Not to mention whether hatred is necessary to exist in this universe. Even if it is necessary to exist, it should be Mayan civilization hating Xiao Yu, not Xiao Yu hating Mayan civilization. Right. Mayan civilization has no value to Xiao Yu. Even if the spaceships of Emolian civilization were lined up and stood there waiting for Xiao Yu to kill them, Xiao Yu would not bother to kill them. The reason is simple. What's the benefit of killing you? There is no benefit. Why should I waste energy, time, and computing power to kill you? Eat enough to hold up. But now Xiao Yu can't leave this star system, because this star is still in the maximum explosion stage before death. Without the protection of the natural shield of the capital planet of Marian civilization, the biological core's fleet will undoubtedly be completely destroyed. Therefore, Xiao Yu still has to stay here and wait for the star to calm down before he can leave. This process may last several weeks or several months, and everything is uncertain. But it doesn't matter. Even if I stay for a few years, it doesn't matter. The messenger of the Guardian civilization, the City-class spaceship, has completely retreated, and it is basically certain that it will not come back again. It will no longer care about the life or death of the Mayan civilization. The name of Taihao civilization was enough to make them fearful of Xinzhou civilization. The Guardian civilization in its heyday may not be afraid of the Taihao civilization, and perhaps they are still very interested in fighting against the Taihao civilization. But it is different now. Having suffered heavy losses, they would be thankful as long as others didn't mess with them. How could they have the energy to provoke other tyrannical beings? There is no need to pay attention to the defeated remnants of the Mayan civilization. Supernova explosions generally last from a few weeks to a few months, and then gradually stabilize, which means a very interesting phenomenon, calculated based on the duration of 1 week. In 1 week, the violent star energy traveling at the speed of light will advance a quarter of a light month. In other words, 1 week after the supernova explosion, with this star as the core, a violent energy band with a thickness of a quarter of a light moon will be formed around it. This energy band would be spherical and expand its radius at the speed of light, for a 0.1 light month away from the star. By the time the energy band spreads there, the star's explosion will have been over for 3 weeks. In other words, 1 month after the explosion, the danger is only 1 light month away from the star, but not so dangerous near the star. This means that if the remaining support spacecraft of the Marian civilization do not want to withstand the wrath of the star, they must wait at least 1 light year away, and they cannot approach the star for at least a year. Star. External support cannot be reached, and Xiao Yu does not care about these defeated soldiers inside the star system. So now Xiao Yu really has nothing to worry about. Chapter 424 Heroes Memorial Hall. Supernova explosion is one of the most violent phenomena in the universe. Even in this scaled-down version, the power of its explosion still makes Xiao Yu secretly frightened. However, perhaps because this is a fake and shoddy product produced artificially, this supernova explosion did not last too long. Fortunately, Xiao Yu can barely survive. Otherwise, the stellar cannon will definitely be destroyed. If the stellar cannon is destroyed, Xiao Yu's more than 1 million spaceships, and the remaining 100,000 will be enough for Xiao Yu to thank God. After the first wave of the most powerful explosions ended, The stellar cannon used as a shield by Xiao Yu had been cut off by a full 6 kilometers in diameter, and only a few 100,000 of the millions of engines were damaged. But it finally got through it, and finally protected Xiao Yu's fleet from serious damage. After only 3 days, the star dimmed rapidly, or its corpse dimmed. At this moment, in the center of this galaxy, there is only one white dwarf star left, which is extremely dense and very small. During this explosion, it lost a large amount of mass, which caused the planet orbiting it to retreat tens of millions of kilometers. This star has been completely eliminated from the universe. It was born in a nebula, and when it ended, it turned its body into a nebula again. Except for this white dwarf star, there is nothing to prove that it once existed in the universe. At this moment, the environment in this star system is still harsh. The large amount of stellar material has completely changed the environment in this star system. Although various high-energy radiations have dropped significantly compared with the initial stage of the explosion, they are still at a level that is enough to kill any living thing. This place has become a veritable H.L. The soldiers of the Marian civilization, who had witnessed the entire process of the destruction of their home star, had completely lost their fighting spirit at this moment. Xiao Yu did not let them go. After the most dangerous moment of this supernova explosion passed, Xiao Yu dispatched his fleet to encircle and suppress the last remaining power of the Malian civilization, eliminating the last bit of power they had left in this star system. It's all over. Xiao Yu obtained a complete 5th-level civilization technology tree, and the messengers of the Guardian civilization retreated. At this moment, there is no longer any force that can threaten Xiao Yu's safety. It's time to go, Xiao Yu thought secretly in his heart, manipulating the huge fleet and slowly sailing towards the outside of the galaxy. This star system has truly become a mess, and the capital planet of Marian civilization has completely turned into a dead world. The powerful energy from the star has recast its surface. The rolling mountains are gone. The ocean with a depth of 10,000 meters is gone. The dense atmosphere is gone. Nothing is left. Seeing what it looks like now, no one would have thought that just a few days ago, it was a vibrant world. At this moment, its surface temperature is still very high, but the most violent period of supernova explosion has passed, and it is obvious that a white dwarf star is not enough to continue to support such huge energy radiation. This means that the surface temperature of this planet will slowly decrease over a long period of time in the future. Without the heat of the star, it will become a cold and dead world. This star system has been completely destroyed. This is a battle at the 5th level civilization level. This level of war is enough to affect more than a dozen star systems, and it is not unimaginable to destroy 1 or 2 stars. Xiao Yu began to imagine the power of the 6th level civilization during the battle. Xiao Yu has really seen the scene. That is, when the semi-4th dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud, the Guardian civilization, several other 6th level civilizations, and hundreds of 5th level civilizations besieged the Sweeper civilization. After that war, Xiao Yu did not dare to go to the battlefield to check it out on the spot. But Xiao Yu was certain that at least dozens of stars had been destroyed within the area of hundreds of light years. Xiao Yu began to think about one thing, and that was about the so-called luck and the saying that the universe hates intelligent creatures. Perhaps there are deeper reasons for the existence of luck. It is not unreasonable for the universe itself to hate the existence of intelligent creatures. Civilization itself will cause huge changes to the natural environment. Even if there is no war, a country with tens of billions of a level 5 civilization with a large population will also cause serious erosion to at least hundreds of planets. This is only a level 5 civilization. If it is a level 6 civilization, it will open up its own small universe and directly affect the universe itself. As for the ethereal, if the universe has its own consciousness, it will naturally hate this kind of change. It's just that I don't understand. Half 4-dimensional Taihao told me that the universe hates this kind of change. But it is not a collection of consciousness. It has no self-awareness of reading. So why does it hate it? Chi luck. Chi luck eliminates other civilized creatures, and you can get an improvement in Chi luck. On the surface, it seems that the universe itself is encouraging intelligent creatures to kill each other, and through this method to reduce the number of intelligent creatures in the universe. But doesn't the universe know? War is also a kind of communication and a means to promote the progress of civilization. I am an obvious example. If it were not for the war, I would not have grown so fast. To use a simple analogy, if 100 people were wiped out, a level 3 civilization can allow me to advance to a level 5 civilization. The number of civilizations has decreased, but I have also become stronger. And a level 5 civilization like me can create a greater impact on the universe than 100 level 3 civilizations. The impact that civilization can have on the universe is greater. From this point of view, the improvement of luck seems to be a loss-making business. Why does this happen? Xiao Yu was very confused. The mysterious Taihao civilization, the illusory 7th level civilization, the seemingly contradictory theory of luck, war and peace, development and death. All of these are entangled in Xiao Yu's mind, making Xiao Yu always feels that there is a fog in front of his eyes, and he can't see clearly the road ahead. Don't think about these things for now. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. As I get stronger, I will one day be able to come into contact with these things. All the fog will be cleared by me, and all the mysteries will be eliminated. It's up to me to find the answer. Then, goodbye, Marian civilization. I'm very busy and have no interest in going to other galaxies to eliminate your remaining power for the time being. I hope you won't bother me again. Looking back at the white dwarf star again, Xiao Yu manipulated the biological core to join his fleet, and then embarked on a vast journey. The complete 5th level civilization technology tree obtained from the Malian civilization needs Xiao Yu to digest, and the fleet with heavy casualties also needs time to rest. Under the current situation, find a remote and unobtrusive small galaxy, and quietly rest, and recuperation is the right path. Well, the star systems are all similar. Just pick one and leave here first. Xiao Yu thought, controlled his fleet, and embarked on a long voyage. There are many different types of stars, classifying them according to their mass into red dwarfs, yellow dwarfs, subgiants, blue giants, etc. is only the roughest classification method. In fact, according to spectra, heavy element abundance, age, etc., the universe can divide stars into tens of thousands of different categories. But all this is only meaningful for scientific research and has no impact on Xiao Yu's choice of goals. No matter what type of stars they are, as long as there are planets, it is enough. The presence of planets means that there is abundant material. With sufficient material, they can support their own development. There are many targets for Xiao Yu to choose from, so many that they are everywhere. Among the biological core, the specific damage has been calculated, and the list of fallen soldiers has been compiled and distributed to each home spacecraft. At this moment, more than 70 home spaceships and tens of billions of intelligent creatures are all in great grief. For the development of our Shinjo civilization, these brave warriors sacrificed their lives. They used their lives to push our civilization forward. Their deaths brought about our victory today. Our Shinjo civilization is like a tall building, and these warriors are the bricks and stones that make up this tall building. Their names will be remembered by us forever, and their deeds will be passed down by us forever. They are all heroes. Today, we are sad for the passing of heroes, but sadness alone is not enough. We must inherit the legacy of heroes and make our Shinjo civilization stronger. Only in this way, only then can the hero's spirit in heaven be comforted. At this moment, Xiao Yu is hosting a memorial service for the fallen soldiers. Xiao Yu's appearance means that this will be the highest level memorial service. Among the dozens of homeship spacecraft, tens of billions of intelligent creatures are watching this conference in various ways. I will build a heroes memorial hall in every homeship spacecraft for everyone to pay their respects. The deeds of heroes will never be forgotten by us. Xiao Yu said these words calmly, and dozens of homeship spacecrafts, there was a solemn atmosphere among them. Various grand commemorative activities were spontaneously held by the people. The heroes memorial hall was filled with flowers on the first day after it was built. There are infinite possibilities and infinite hopes ahead. No matter what the price is, we must move forward firmly. Right, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Shinjo civilization will move forward all the way and will not stop. Chapter 425 Cross-Racial Union. The 3 national-level spaceships Xiaogua, America, and Russia have already led some of the spaceships on their journey in advance. These spaceships that stayed in the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, after all reuniting, also embarked on a journey to catch up with these 3 ships. The journey of a national-level spacecraft. Since being brought to the edge of the Milky Way by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao, Xiao Yu's journey has always maintained a general direction. Although there are some small deviations along the way, the overall direction will not change. That is, heading towards the center of the Milky Way. Xiao Yu did not have any special reason for doing this. He just made such a choice subconsciously. Perhaps, there will be more unknown phenomena waiting for him to explore in the center of the galaxy. Xiao Yu thought. Xiao Yu set the date for this voyage to be 50 years. Calculated at this speed, After the journey is over, Xiaoyu will sail a distance of about 620 light-years. In fact, staying within the sphere of influence of Malian civilization is also a good choice. But to change places is to take a shot. This is the purpose that Xiaoyu has always pursued. So he can't wait to leave. Even within a short distance of Malian civilization station, I don't want to stay anywhere near. Although the two fleets have not yet merged, the distance between them has been shortening. With complete tachyon communication modules, there is no need to worry about poor communication between the two fleets. So, after finishing a series of finishing matters, such as post-war summary, commemoration, and a certain period of rest, Xiaoyu led the scientists and once again entered into busy work. The genetic transformation of the dwarves has been fully completed. The current physical fitness and brain development of the dwarves have fully caught up with those races that belonged to Xiaoyu long ago. This means that they can already contribute to Xiaoyu's technological development. And because of its large population base, the dwarves will sooner or later become the race with the largest number of scientists. This phenomenon has caused concern among some scientists such as Luca too. After all, the rise of the dwarves will inevitably affect their current status. However, Xiaoyu ignored their thoughts. Xiaoyu has always wanted to integrate the races under his command. Xiaoyu wants them to forget the name of their original race. What Xiaoyu hopes to see is that in the future, there will be no Luca tribe or dwarf tribe under his command, but only the Shinjo civilization. All of you are part of the Shinjo civilization. You should be happy to see a large number of scientists emerging in your own civilization. In fact, what do you have to worry about? No matter how many outstanding scientists there are when talents emerge, your status will not be affected, and your race will not be affected. What should be given to you will not be less, and what should not be given will not change. Xiaoyu said this during a meeting of all scientists. Of course, this group does not include the dwarf scientists. During this period of time, some bad signs have appeared. For example, dwarf scientists are always excluded for no reason, and their reporting of results will also be faced with difficulties. In fact, in this war with the Marian civilization, the dwarves made the greatest contribution and sacrificed the most. Among the more than 30,000 Special Forces members, the dwarves accounted for 30,000, and 8 of those who died in the battle were the dwarves. Among the tens of millions of warriors, the dwarves account for 60 million. The dwarves have made such outstanding contributions to our Shinjo civilization, and everyone should follow the dwarves as an example. Xiaoyu didn't think that his simple words could affect the minds of the scientists here, but it was still necessary to express his attitude. Over a long period of time, these scientists made outstanding contributions to Xiaoyu and received sufficient rewards. Under such circumstances, some vested interest groups have formed. For their respective races, it is certain that these races will fight openly and covertly in secret. What they are fighting for is nothing more than a better living environment, more resource allocations, etc. Even if there are no such things to fight for, they will still fight for an illusory ranking. This kind of fighting will never stop, because this is the nature of intelligent creatures. Regarding this kind of competition, Xiaoyu has always had the attitude of ignoring it and being happy to see the results. Because from the beginning to the end, the final judgment power is in his own hands. Under this situation, various interest patterns have been formed and basically stabilized, and the emergence of the dwarves will undoubtedly disrupt this pattern. A huge population base means huge potential. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that all races unite to fight against the dwarves. This situation cannot be changed in a short time, but Xiaoyu has made enough arrangements to change this situation. When a situation is beneficial to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu will ignore it and allow it to develop, or even support it secretly. However, if as time develops, they hinder Xiaoyu's technological development, Xiaoyu will not hesitate to change it, determine the name of Shinjo civilization, and prohibit all racial propaganda in the education of various races. Instead, all use the name of Shinjo civilization to intentionally downplay the race and strengthen the Shinjo civilization. At the same time, continue to treat all intelligent creatures at the biotechnological level, carry out genetic modification, and try their best to eliminate racial differences. In the process, they will continue to cultivate their unified aesthetics, outlook on life and values. This is the arrangement made by Xiaoyu. This attempt has been underway a long time ago and has recently yielded results. A man from the dwarf tribe and a woman from the original number 7 race crossed the racial barriers and fell in love with each other. Such a shocking event caused a long-lasting debate within the Shinjo civilization. The intelligent creatures debated very fiercely on morality, outlook on life, etc., which lasted for several months. At the last moment, Xiao Yu come forward and put an end to this matter. Xiao Yu published an article on the internet within Shinjo civilization. In the article, Xiao Yu said, "Why do we oppose this matter? Different races? Different traditions? Does this matter? I only know. We now only have one common name, and that is the Shinjo civilization. We have the same level of technology and the same values, even after such a long period of genetic optimization and genetic modification. The genetic differences between different races have also narrowed to an acceptable level. They are fully capable of giving birth to healthy next generations. In fact, according to the gene optimization theory, when people of different races and surnames are combined, the next generation born will have a higher chance of having a healthier, excellent talents. And I have always believed in one sentence. That is, true love is guiltless. Here, I wish them all the best." After this article came out, the supporting side immediately gained an advantage, and under Xiao Yu's deliberate guidance of public opinion, the opposing side quickly disappeared. The man and woman finally got together, and Xiao Yu personally came out to give them blessings at their wedding. For a time, various combinations across racial barriers emerged one after another, which also took the first step in Xiao Yu's efforts to integrate races. But now it seems that Xiao Yu's efforts have not yet achieved the final effect. At least, the senior officials of intelligent creatures, these scientists, are still very wary of races. I don't care what you think, but as long as there is deliberate difficulty and hostility, I will punish you without hesitation." Xiao Yu said lightly, "Scientific research is a very noble thing. I don't want you to bring personal prejudices to this. Well, okay. Here are a few things I will announce. In the Marian Civilization War, we gained a complete 5-level civilization technology tree. I will organize an analysis operation in the near future. A complete technology tree, all-encompassing, and every discipline will be involved. Therefore, this analysis operation, it will be comprehensive and involve all scientists. This is the first thing. The second thing is that the Central Academy of Sciences will be fully expanded. More than 100,000 scientists have passed my assessment and obtained scientist qualification certificates. They will all be added to the Central Academy of Sciences. Go to various disciplines that originally lacked manpower and research power. Well, among these more than 100,000 scientists, more than 93,000 scientists are from the dwarves. Of course, since the dwarves first entered the Central Academy of Sciences, so they will not hold any positions. They will start from the lowest level and be promoted based on their own abilities. Regarding the detailed personnel appointments after the expansion of the Central Academy of Sciences, I will issue a special notice to tell you. The third thing is about the manufacturing of continental spaceships." Xiao Yu said, "I found this information from the complete 5th-level civilization technology tree obtained from the Malian civilization. I found that the 5th-level civilization also has there is a distinction between high and low, and the dividing line between the primary 5th-level civilization and the advanced civilization is whether we have mastered the shipborne material-bearing cannon. We are now undoubtedly a 5th-level advanced civilization, and according to the research results of the Marian civilization, Level 5 advanced civilizations already have the ability to build continent-level spaceships. I will set up a special research group, with me personally as the team leader, to study the construction of continental-class spacecraft. During these 50 years of warp navigation, I will lead the research group to integrate various construction methods of continental-class spacecraft. The technology is ready, and the construction drawings of the continental-class spacecraft have been drawn up. Okay, let's break up the meeting. After this meeting, everyone will have 3 days of rest. After 3 days, we will start working." Chapter 426 Water Drops Reappear. Building a spaceship is not just a single technological matter, but involves many aspects. The bigger the ship, the more aspects are involved. A continental-class spacecraft is not just a simple accumulation of building materials. It involves almost all aspects. In Xiao Yu's estimation, building a continental-class spacecraft is at least more difficult than building a national-class spacecraft. The level of difficulty has gone up a notch. Xiao Yu now does not have the ability to build a continent-level spacecraft. Even if it is built reluctantly, it will have no use value due to reasons such as mobility, defense power, attack power, etc. Such a continent-class spaceship is better said to be a pile of scrap metal simply piled up. Xiao Yu knew that the Malian civilization did not have the ability to build a continent-level spaceship. Now they only have such an idea. During this 50-year journey, He digested the technology obtained from the Marian civilization, integrated all the technologies he had mastered, and then developed more advanced and efficient technologies, and finally built a Continental-class spaceship, the goal that Xiaoyu is striving for now. Nearly 100,000 scientists from the dwarf tribe have all been added to the Central Academy of Sciences. The addition of these fresh blood has greatly alleviated Xiaoyu's problem of insufficient research and development power in science and technology. After 3 days of vacation, these scientists, together with the original scientists, were like screws on a huge machine, working closely together and operating efficiently, under Xiaoyu's terrifying insight and strict discipline methods. The kind of exclusion and suppression of dwarf scientists that Xiaoyu was worried about did not happen too much. After Xiaoyu severely punished those who violated discipline several times, this phenomenon completely disappeared. Xiaoyu's move won the gratitude of all intelligent creatures in the dwarf race. But this is not the effect Xiaoyu wants. What Xiaoyu wants is for them to truly fuse together. Instead of opposing each other like this, and requiring his own course of means to reluctantly cooperate together. This matter cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. It will take tens to hundreds of years to achieve the effect. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. After more than 10 years of catching up, these subsequent fleets finally merged with the 3 national-class spaceships Xiaogua, America, and Russia. And Xiaoyu's entire strength finally came together again. Xiaoyu now has less than 2 million spaceships left in total, and only 5 national-level spacecraft left. Although the gains from the battle with the Malian civilization were huge, the losses were also huge. We have sailed a distance of nearly 200 light-years. This distance is not enough. Let's continue our voyage. Xiaoyu, who had a little leisure time, glanced at the voyage log and turned around again to devote himself to the heavy technological analysis task. Not only Xiaoyu, but all scientists are busy at the moment. Science and technology research and development work has been completely stopped. Before the complete 5-level civilization technology tree derived from the Marian civilization is analyzed, it would be foolish to carry out any science and technology research and development work. As a result, all the scientists revisited the classroom time again and began to improve their knowledge reserves again. What these scientists need to learn is only the knowledge of a certain branch of a certain subject. This knowledge may not even occupy 1/10,000th of the knowledge of a complete 5th-level civilization technology tree, the so-called professional specialization. It is not necessary to learn everything. But Xiaoyu is different. Xiaoyu has the ability and the need to thoroughly study all aspects of knowledge. Subjects are also related to each other. Tens of thousands of branch subjects are related to each other and can lead to countless things. There were too many things to think about, and even Xiaoyu was a little overwhelmed for a while. Although the study task was very heavy and occupied almost all of Xiaoyu's energy, there was one question that couldn't help but appear in Xiaoyu's mind, like a tarsal maggot, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but start thinking about it. This question is very important, and it is even related to Xiaoyu's development path for thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the future. That is, what are the specific differences between level 5 and level 6 civilizations? This question seems very simple and easy to answer. Xiaoyu has had more than one contact with the 6th level civilization. Naturally, he knows that the 6th level civilization is marked by the initial mastery of space technology. In other words, as long as he has initially mastered space technology, then it naturally entered the category of level 6 civilization. But this will lead to another question. That is, how can we master space technology? What is the difference between level 5 and level 6 civilizations that allows level 6 civilizations to have access to space technology, but level 5 civilizations cannot? Is it a deeper understanding of fundamental physical theory? Or is there a breakthrough in energy technology? Or is there a significant improvement in materials technology? In other words, where is the path to break through from a 5th level civilization to a 6th level civilization? The promotion from a 1st level civilization to a 2nd level civilization relies on breakthroughs in energy technology. The discovery of nuclear energy has completely changed the way civilization obtains energy, giving civilization the ability to enter near-Earth space. And a more complete understanding of energy controlling the form allowed the 2nd level civilization to break through to the 1st level civilization and master technologies such as energy shields and energy weapons. The breakthrough in basic theory allowed the civilization to break through to the 4th level civilization, master the curvature navigation, and completely open the door to the universe. The breakthrough to the 5th level civilization was due to the mastery of tachyon-related technology and the detection of superlight speed, ability to even create stellar cannons to destroy stars. So how to break through to level 6 civilization? The rest of the scientists may not have this feeling. They have not yet come into contact with this level. However, Xiaoyu, who fully understood and digested the complete 5th level civilization technology tree, had such a question after having an extremely deep understanding of all aspects of technology. Xiaoyu can be sure that the breakthrough point from the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization will not be energy technology. Because by the 5th level civilization, energy technology has basically reached its peak. The 5th level civilization can already convert 100% of its mass into energy. Is it possible that the 6th level civilization can obtain energy from the void? Or does 100 parts of mass produce 120 parts of energy? This is basically impossible. There are connections between the development of civilizations. For example, the symbol of the 5th level civilization, tachyon technology, has already shown its clues in the 4th level civilization stage. That is, when Xiaoyu was conducting large-scale collider experiments, he repeatedly observed a strange increase in matter. By studying this strange phenomenon, Xiaoyu finally achieved a breakthrough. But Xiaoyu can be sure that at present, he has not discovered this unknown phenomenon that can allow him to break through to the 6th level civilization. Xiaoyu has a feeling that breaking through to the 6th level civilization may not be as easy as the first 5 level civilizations, as long as there is accumulation. After all, the 6th level civilization is too mysterious. The differences and commonalities between the 6th level civilization and Taihao civilization are unknown to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has completely and comprehensively mastered the technological system of the 5th level civilization. But Xiaoyu can't find the next step. In front of Xiaoyu, a fog seemed to appear. This fog blocked Xiaoyu from moving forward. Space technology, space weapons, space shields, navigation capabilities up to 150 times the speed of light. Mysterious hydrogen atom SH.L spacecraft. Neutron battle stars. Glory. These things are in Xiaoyu's mind. The endless chatter made Xiaoyu unable to figure out a clue. Let's take it one step at a time. We must first achieve the best of what we are doing now. I don't believe that my Shinzhou civilization will stop at the 5th level civilization, and there will be no further development. Xiaoyu's chaotic thoughts began to clear up. Experiencing so many dangerous events in the universe has long given Xiaoyu this kind of psychological quality. Xiaoyu firmly believes that no matter what difficulties he encounters in the future, he will solve them by himself. As that sentence says, the pace of Shinzhou civilization will not stop. Xiaoyu once again looked outside the spacecraft. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has many detection powers. And these detection instruments are constantly detecting various situations in the visible universe. Just now, these detection instruments detected something very strange. This thing was floating quietly in front of Xiaoyu's fleet, remaining relatively stationary with Xiaoyu's huge fleet. Shinzhou civilization, stop and join the Guardian Alliance. Our Guardian civilization has made up its mind. If you are still stubborn, we will kill you. Our Guardian civilization has discovered your traces compared with our speed, which is only 13 times the speed of light. It is like ants crawling. You cannot escape. Join our Guardian Alliance, and you will the only way to survive. Our fleet is already on its way. This is your last chance. This weird thing sent a message to Xiaoyu's fleet, and Xiaoyu quickly noticed it. It was at this time that Xiaoyu saw clearly what this was. It has a surface with almost 100% reflectivity. Its surface is extremely smooth, and its overall appearance shows the shape of a water droplet. Xiaoyu knew what it was at this moment. I have encountered this thing before in the 4-star systems of Tianyuan. At that time, the Luca people were still manipulating the things I encountered. This is the drop-shaped detector of the Guardian Alliance. Now, it once again blocked Xiaoyu's fleet. Chapter 427, Kill It. With Xiaoyu's current technological strength, Xiaoyu can also produce materials similar to water droplets. But the performance will be slightly different. But Xiaoyu doesn't think this material has any significance. And he doesn't know why the Guardian civilization has such a preference for useless materials like water drops. While in the Tianyuan 4-star systems, Xiaoyu's fleet was almost turned upside down by a drop of water. In the end, it was lucky that the water droplet was destroyed by the 4 large-scale collider of Tianyuan. The situation at that time can be described as very thrilling. But for Xiaoyu now, a drop of water is nothing. Even a township-level spacecraft has the ability to destroy water droplets. Xiaoyu can easily destroy it, whether using material disintegration rays, negative matter cannons, elemental decay bombs, or gravity bombs. But now Xiaoyu doesn't dare to do this. Just like the 5 dragon flags that represented imperial power in the feudal era, It's just a flag. It's a dead thing anyway. Even a child can poop and pee on it. But who dares to do this? Xiao Yu's brain entered a state of full-speed operation in an instant. The appearance of a drop of water here was really beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. As expected by Xiao Yu, after he exposed his trump card and conveyed the meaning of, "There is someone above me," it was impossible for the Guardian civilization to pester him again. After all, the Guardian civilization does not know that the Shinjo civilization is the companion civilization related to the Ghost tribe. It is impossible to know that the master of the Shinjo civilization is actually a guy who combines his soul with a computer. Why? Why? For the sake of a mere 5th-level civilization. The Guardian civilization did not hesitate to offend a Taihao civilization? This is illogical and unscientific. Xiao Yu was thinking quickly. What should I do now? What should I do? Xiao Yu had a very bad premonition. A moment ago, Xiao Yu was still in heaven. And now, this water droplet drove Xiao Yu mercilessly from the clouds into H.L. Being targeted by the Guardian civilization is something Xiao Yu can't afford. Even though Xiao Yu is already a 5th-level advanced civilization, he is considered a powerful force even in this vast galaxy. However, the gap between levels it is still huge. Any 6th-level civilization can easily crush itself. Xiao Yu knows this very clearly. They don't know my secret yet. And they don't know that I actually combine my soul with a computer. Is it for the 4th-level protection shield? No. It's impossible. The 6th-level civilization has initially mastered space technology and has the space protection shield. Although the space shield is not as good as the 4-dimensional shield, the difference in performance is not too big. It is impossible for them to risk offending Taihao civilization and embarrass me for the 4-dimensional shield. In fact, in the final analysis, the one from Dahao, the semi-4th-dimensional Taihao, in the Magellanic Cloud is basically in existence at the same level as the Guardian civilization. It is hard to say whether the Guardian civilization is even more powerful. Is it for my space weapons? This is even more nonsense. There are even 6th-level civilizations. If you already have a complete space weapon, why would you come to peek at my castrated space weapon? This is illogical. So, why on earth would the Guardian civilization risk offending Taihao civilization to embarrass me? This issue is very important. Only by thinking about this clearly can Xiao Yu find a way to deal with it, and find a way out of death. Xiao Yu's heart gradually sank. There are only 2 explanations. First, the Guardian civilization somehow knew my secret, so it came to capture me. Second, the Guardian civilization originally had a grudge against the Taihao civilization. Or the Taihao civilization, the identity of guinea pig already represents sufficient value. In this way, am I self-defeating? Is the city-class spaceship of the Guardian civilization leaving so simply to paralyze me? Deceive me? Or to deceive and paralyze me? Is Taihao behind me civilized? Xiao Yu began to feel bitter in his heart. But Xiao Yu still didn't intend to give up. Xiao Yu replied, Dear Guardian Civilization Envoy, our Shinjo civilization very much hopes to belong to your command. But a powerful civilization once gave our civilization a task. We are just a weak 5th-level civilization. We don't dare to go against the will of that powerful being. So please give us a little grace. How about we join the Guardian Alliance after we have finished this matter, and have an explanation for this powerful being? This is Xiao Yu's only hope of survival. Xiao Yu brought up the name of Taihao civilization in an attempt to scare away the Guardian civilization and give up their thoughts of capturing him. But Xiao Yu was disappointed. Except for the Guardian civilization. No existence can order the civilization that has joined the Guardian Alliance. As long as you join the Guardian civilization, no matter what powerful existence it is, the Guardian civilization will take care of you. You don't have to do this. Worry. Your coordinates have been exposed, and there is no way you can escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization. Joining our Guardian Alliance is your only way out. This change happened so fast that even Xiao Yu had no way to discuss it with Luca too and other scientists. Everything depends on Xiao Yu himself. This is a major matter that determines the ownership of our entire civilization. I ask you to give us some time to discuss within our civilization. I am only the temporary head of state on duty now. I do not have the right to make a decision. Xiao Yu responded with a moment of silence. After a long time, a message from the Guardian Civilization envoy came through. Okay, I promise you this. But you have to understand that no matter what the outcome of your discussion is, your joining the Guardian Alliance is an unchangeable thing. I'm just giving you some time to convince the other decision-making figures within your civilization to avoid something that none of us want to see happen in the end. You have to understand that in the future, You will also be a member of the Alliance. And your strength will be the strength of the Alliance. And I don't want to see attrition within our Alliance happen. Thank you for your tolerance and kindness. I will try my best to convince the other heads of state. Xiao Yu hurriedly agreed. But suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed something was wrong. No. It shouldn't be like this. There is something weird about this matter. Xiao Yu was trying hard to make logical guesses and thinking quickly. The Guardian civilization is a 6th level civilization. Facing the Guardian civilization, I don't have any power to resist. So, under such circumstances, when their fleet is about to arrive, is it necessary for them to send a detector in advance to admonish and warn me? Send the fleet directly come here. Use powerful force to intimidate me. And let me join the Alliance directly. Wouldn't it be simpler and easier? This is just one. And second, it actually agreed to my proposal to discuss with the rest of the civilization. This is not in line with the usual behavior of the Guardian civilization. Even a fool knows that when there is a powerful enemy looking at you outside, only internal deliberations can easily lead to a unified result, whether it is war or surrender. This is the case for a normal 5th level civilization, especially a 5th level civilization with Taihao civilization as its backing. At this time, it is necessary to discuss if you reply later. It is obviously to delay time. There is no reason why the Guardian civilization cannot see it. But why did it agree? This question caused Xiao Yu a little confusion. Luca too and a group of outstanding scientists from the Department of Social Psychology have received Xiao Yu's urgent order. At this time, they have worn the brainwave communication device specially built for them by Xiao Yu. And in the virtual space, and Xiao Yu held a virtual meeting. Xiao Yu expressed his thoughts very quickly. Luca number 2's eyes flickered, and he was silent for a full 2 minutes before slowly speaking. The Guardian civilization is stalling for time. Oh! Xiao Yu couldn't understand this statement. Delaying time? Is the Guardian civilization stalling for time? Do they need to delay? Afraid you'll run away? Xiao Yu didn't think that he had the ability to get rid of the Guardian civilization's tracking when they targeted him. There is only one explanation. Luca too continued. First, the Guardian civilization violated common sense and agreed to our request for internal discussion. Second, the Guardian civilization did not have a fleet coming at the moment. Only a drop-shaped detection. The detector will arrive. As for the teardrop-shaped detector, we have the ability to easily destroy it. So, can it be understood that the fleet of the Guardian civilization has encountered some troubles? Either because it is too far away, or it is held back by some other forces. So there is no way to get here in a short time? And their power here is only these water drop-shaped detectors. They know very well that the water drop-shaped detectors cannot keep us. So they use these rhetoric in the hope of holding us back. When they saw us, they proposed this proposal for internal discussion and tried to after stalling for time. It played into their hands. So they agreed to our request. Luca 2's proposal is very logical and can well explain the current situation. Xiao Yu figured it out after a little calculation. Very good. I'll kill it now and seize the time to escape. Xiao Yu said. No. Master. My statement is just a speculation. I am not sure of confirmation. I hope you can think about it carefully before making a decision. Luca number 2 said. No need to think about it. Xiao Yu said with a bitter smile. I have decided. Just do this to kill it and move on. Chapter 428, One After Another. Making this choice is actually a very helpless thing. Xiao Yu didn't know that it was very rash to make such a choice just based on such a speculation. But Xiao Yu had no choice. Yes, there is no choice. If I don't kill it, can I still listen to it and follow it back to the Guardian Alliance? I'm afraid that by then, I won't be able to die even if I want to. Since it was fundamentally determined that Xiao Yu could not follow it back, then killing it became the only option. No matter what, there is still a chance of survival after killing it. Maybe my guess is true? The fleet of the Guardian civilization is really tied up for some reason and is temporarily unable to come. Is the water droplet detector in front of it really just here to delay time? Xiao Yu realized this clearly. But Xiao Yu couldn't say it. Perhaps Luca too and several other outstanding social psychology scientists have guessed this. But they dare not tell anyone about it. Because this matter is not conducive to the internal unity of the fleet. The reason is very simple. As the saying goes, it is better to live than to die. When it comes down to being under the Guardian Alliance, Xiao Yu himself will definitely be worse than dead. But the intelligent creatures under Xiao Yu will not necessarily die. And if you kill the water droplet detector, if your guess is wrong, then all intelligent creatures will die with you. This is equivalent to Xiao Yu making a gamble with his own life and the lives of all the intelligent creatures under his command. This is of course unfair to intelligent creatures. So this matter cannot be said? Only done. Dear Ambassador, we have already discussed the results. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu's answer seemed to be a little beyond the expectations of Guardian civilization. After Xiao Yu paused for a while, he received the answer. Oh, tell me what your decision is. I hope you can give a rational answer. Our answer is very simple, Xiao Yu said slowly. When he was speaking in general terms, he suddenly gave an order in secret. Attack! The large number of shipborne material-laden cannons equipped on the leading Russian national-class non-ship immediately began to attack. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, the negative matter cannon is the most suitable weapon. The total mass of this water droplet detector will not exceed 200 tons. And coupled with the energy stored on it, Xiao Yu is convinced that as long as he launches 1,000 tons of negative matter, he can completely annihilate it. 1,000 tons of negative matter is only a small amount for the negative matter cannon equipped on a national-level spacecraft. So, the moment Xiao Yu started to attack, the water droplet disappeared. Before the attack, Xiao Yu had already closely monitored the water droplet. After the water droplet disappeared, Xiao Yu found no trace of the water droplet within his monitoring range. So Xiao Yu knew that he had succeeded. The torrent of negative matter tachyons and the positive matter material that made up this water droplet detector annihilated each other. Both returned to nothingness, and were thus removed from the visible universe. Among the 4-star systems in Tianyuan, the water droplet detector that almost destroyed the entire Xiao Yu fleet was unable to withstand even a 1-second attack from a spacecraft in front of Xiao Yu at this moment. This is the huge increase in combat power brought about by technological advancement. In the final analysis, although a useless thing like a water droplet has high technological content, it is just rented out to the civilizations under the Guardian Alliance to earn Alliance contribution points. It is okay to be used as a detector, but it is not good to be used for fighting. I don't know if my detection is right or wrong, but since I have made a choice, I can only go to the dark side. Maybe the fleet of the Guardian civilization is being blocked at this moment and cannot track me, so I can take advantage of the opportunity. Now! The right way is to run away quickly. This route has been exposed, and we can no longer follow this route. Then change the trajectory. Xiao Yu quickly made a decision. Under Xiao Yu's control, a full 2 million warships were sailing in a state of curvature, directly changing their course and following another route that was almost 40 degrees different from the original route, traveling at 13 times the speed of light. Escape all the way at a fast speed. I have destroyed the water droplet detector, Xiao Yu said to Luca 2 and a group of outstanding scientists from the Department of Social Psychology, who were still waiting for follow-up information in the virtual conference room. The result was not beyond my expectations. The water droplet detector is vulnerable to us now. The Russian state-class spacecraft only used a small part of its power to kill it. It doesn't matter if we kill it, or if we kill it, Luca number 2 nodded and said. Then now, we can only gamble on our luck, and bet that we can successfully escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization. Curvature navigation will leave indelible traces in space. Even Xiao Yu can find such traces. It was with this technology that Xiao Yu found the dozen or so people of the Malian civilization trying to escape in the void. 10,000 mineral transport spaceships. Xiao Yu didn't believe that even what he could find, the Guardian civilization that had initially mastered space technology would not be able to find it. Thinking about it, in the eyes of the Guardian civilization, these traces should be as clear as footprints on the snow. Then things will be difficult to handle. It will take at least 2 months for such traces to gradually dissipate. There is only one thing Xiao Yu hopes for, and that is that there is a certain existence that supposedly restrains the Guardian civilization fleet, or some kind of existence. Difficult. I can persist for another 2 months. But this is not safe, because as long as Xiao Yu's fleet is still sailing in curvature, such traces will continue to be generated. Moreover, in 2 months, at Xiao Yu's speed, he can only sail a mere 2 miles. It's only light years away. But the risk is still high. It is even more unfeasible to break away from curvature navigation and adopt conventional navigation. Not to mention that regular sailing would leave more obvious traces. The speed of regular sailing alone was enough to make Xiao Yu despair. The road ahead seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze, leaving Xiao Yu always in a state of worry. What should we do? Xiao Yu murmured. Can we only rely on the Taihao civilization that speculated that we were used as test subjects to come forward to rescue us? Since we are regarded as test subjects, and they have also intervened in the path we have chosen, so presumably they will not give up on us easily. It's just that this feeling of leaving your destiny in the hands of others is really not a good one. Xiao Yu is eagerly looking forward to the improvement of technology. If he can reach the level of 6th level civilization, even if he is still no match for the Guardian civilization. But thinking about it, he will not be like now. Without the slightest ability to fight back, it was almost impossible to escape. Xiao Yu felt very bitter in his heart. But he still had to do what should be done. The escape has lasted for a month so far, and Xiao Yu has covered a long distance of 1.1 light-year. For Xiao Yu when he just left the solar system, the distance between 1.1 light-year was a distance that Xiao Yu had to make great determination and make sufficient preparations before he dared to set foot. But for Xiao Yu now, or for the Guardian civilization, this distance is really nothing. At present, this news is still restricted to a very small circle. Only Xiao Yu and Luca number 2, as well as a few of the most outstanding scientists in the Department of Social Psychology, know about it. Even Luca number 3, number 4, and Jason have no idea. In this aspect, Xiao Yu hides it very well. Even Xiao Yu is still working with these scientists every day to analyze the complete 5th level civilization technology tree obtained from the Malian civilization. Seeing these scientists happily adding new knowledge every day, cheering for their progress, and excited that they had broken through a certain technical barrier, Xiao Yu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I really don't know how long this situation can last. Hey, Xiao Yu sighed slightly. Stupid Shinjo civilization. Have you really decided to go your own way like this? You dared to destroy the detectors of the Guardian civilization. You have made the biggest mistake. Now turn around quickly and devote yourself to the Guardian Alliance sincerely. Under my command, you have a chance of survival. So don't be stubborn anymore. After the escape lasted for more than a month, Xiao Yu once again received a message. The detection equipment was activated, and a water droplet detector was discovered again just in front of the fleet. Xiao Yu was stunned and his heart was churning. This is another guy who appears out of nowhere. Still lingering here. Forget it. Let's just stop doing nothing and kill you too. Xiao Yu was furious in his heart, and immediately issued a new order. The Russian National-class spacecraft once again activated the negative matter cannon mounted on the spacecraft. After a torrent of negative matter, this guy disappeared again. I hope this guy just met me by chance. If it came after me on purpose, it would be terrible. That would prove that all my roots have been exposed, and I have no secrets. But this time it is still the water droplet detectors that came, not the fleet of the Guardian civilization. Perhaps their fleet is really pinned down somewhere and cannot escape. Xiao Yu thought silently. The desperate escape continued. Half a month later, Xiao Yu once again encountered a water droplet detector. Stupid Shinjo civilization. You have offended the Guardian civilization twice. Do you really want to go further and further down the wrong path? I don't have time to talk to you. If we do it with 2, we can do it with 3. You should die too. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and gave the order to destroy it again. Chapter 429, The Persevering Guardian. Now that you have done it and can't look back, just do it to the extreme. This is Xiao Yu's plan. Under Xiao Yu's order, the Russian national spacecraft once again sent out a torrent of negative matter, destroying the water droplet detector. In addition to the water droplet detector that was just destroyed, Xiao Yu has destroyed 3 in a row so far. Xiao Yu's fleet continued to flee. Xiao Yu's fleet route may have been exposed, so a steady stream of water droplet detectors rushed over. It is also possible that his own route was not exposed. These water droplet detectors were just placed here early by the Guardian civilization, and he just happened to encounter them. That's all. Xiao Yu didn't know which one the truth was, but Xiao Yu could only speculate based on the second possibility. Because if it is the first possibility, no matter what you do, it will be meaningless. Treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor. This is Xiao Yu's current code of conduct. You cannot despair until the moment of death. Every time he encounters a water droplet, Xiao Yu will change his trajectory. So far, Xiao Yu has changed his trajectory 3 times. The atmosphere in the Xiaodhua spaceship was solemn. The situation Xiao Yu is currently encountering is basically a dead end. The reason is simple. As long as Guardian Wenming is determined to deal with Xiao Yu, there will be absolutely no chance for Xiao Yu to escape. This is the general trend, and it cannot be changed by some conspiracy and small tricks. Faced with this situation, Luca number 2 was silent, as were the other outstanding scientists in the Department of Social Psychology. And Xiao Yu was also silent. Perhaps the only way to survive now is with your companion Ghost Clan, Luca number 2 said. In the Tianyuan 4 galaxy, It was your companion Ghost Clan who suddenly appeared, wrapping you up and escaping from 6,000 lights. It took years of long distance to escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization. The Ghost Tribe has their own unique escape methods, and it is basically certain that the Guardian civilization does not have the ability to track the Ghost Tribe. But we can't contact my companion Ghost Clan, Xiaoyu said. I don't know where it is in the galaxy at this moment. Maybe it doesn't know that I am here at this moment. This is a very helpless thing. In fact, there is one more thing that Xiaoyu didn't say. That is, there is a second hope for his survival. Xiaoyu was convinced that in that speculation, Taihao civilization, which regarded him as an experimental subject, would not give up on him so easily. A severely damaged Guardian civilization may not necessarily be an opponent of the Taihao civilization. It's just that Xiaoyu doesn't want his subordinates to know about his entanglement with Taihao civilization. Perhaps there is a third hope, Xiaoyu thought silently. When I was with the aging Ghost Clan seniors, my companion Ghost Clan said that they sensed that I encountered a life and death crisis. So they stepped forward. Come and rescue me. Maybe they have sensed my situation at this moment, and they are on their way here. Not necessarily. By the way, there is another possibility. That is, I am actually not in danger now. So they didn't come. Xiaoyu naturally hopes that this is true. But even Xiaoyu himself knows very well that this hope is basically very slim. No danger? How could it possibly not be dangerous? What he is facing is the veteran 6th level civilization. The Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization has been able to resist the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years, and has never been eliminated. On the contrary, it has become stronger and stronger, compared with the Troll civilization that was wiped out by the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization is undoubtedly superior. The methods of Troll's civilization, let alone the Guardian civilization, have already made me sigh with admiration. Through what he has seen and heard over the past thousands of years, Xiaoyu has roughly ranked the strength of powerful existences in the galaxy. In this ranking, the Sweeper civilization is undoubtedly ranked first. It has neutron battle stars. Along the way, as far as I know, the ones that have been wiped out by the Sweeper civilization are the Microstar civilization and the semi-four-dimensional space civilization, the House civilization, the Toller civilization, and the previous generation of ghosts. Any name on this list is an all-powerful existence. Even facing the siege of all advanced civilizations in the entire galaxy, it can win in a single battle. What a powerful force it is. Xiaoyu didn't know which existence was in second place. The 3 Taihao civilizations in the Milky Way, the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Galaxy, and the 3 alien beast civilizations promoted to the 6th level have been eliminated by the Sweepers. The dropped MSI civilization, the previous generation Ghost Clan, and the Guardian civilization all have the strength to occupy this ranking. But Xiaoyu still prefers the Guardian civilization to occupy the second place. The reason is simple. Among this list, only the Guardian civilization exists. It has been entangled with the Sweepers for such a long time, and has never been eliminated. This in itself speaks volumes. Using the technological strength of a 5th level civilization to provoke the second largest man in the galaxy is clearly looking for death. That's why Xiaoyu felt bitter in his heart. I never wanted to provoke you. I just wanted to develop in peace. How could I be so unlucky? Xiaoyu sighed secretly, and continued his escape journey. After destroying 3 water droplet detectors in a row, my meaning has been made clear enough. That is, it is absolutely impossible to join the Guardian Alliance. I think the Guardian civilization also knows what I mean. Next, they will send water droplets again to try to convince me. Well, the most likely thing is to send water droplet detectors to hide in the dark. Secretly follow me, and after they get rid of the ties and have free hands, they will launch a fleet to round up me. Then, it is very important to find the water droplets that are following me and eliminate them. Xiaoyu thought secretly, and made a decision. Tachyon communication technology perfectly solves the problem of being unable to receive and detect external signals during curvature navigation. As a result, tens of millions of detectors were scattered by Xiaoyu. These detectors all have the ability to follow the main fleet in curvature navigation. They are loosely distributed around the main fleet, monitoring everything within a range of tens of billions of kilometers next to the main fleet. With such an arrangement, Xiaoyu was confident that he would find the water droplet detector as soon as it appeared and then kill it. But the facts once again exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. After making such an arrangement, Xiao Yu quickly discovered the fourth water droplet detector. No. It is inappropriate to say that it was discovered by Xiao Yu, because the water droplet detector appeared on its own initiative. It just broke into Xiao Yu's detection network carelessly, and appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Is this guy still here to try to convince me? What on earth is the Guardian civilization doing? Xiao Yu thought with some annoyance. Before the water droplet detector could send a message to him, he manipulated the water droplet detector closest to it. A city-level spaceship launched a decisive attack. It's just a water droplet detector, which is really nothing to Xiao Yu now. Even a city-level spacecraft has the ability to destroy it in a very short time. Then, as a torrent of negative matter tachyon surged through, the water droplet disappeared again. Xiao Yu's fleet changed its course again. If there is a fourth, there will be a fifth, and even a sixth, and a seventh. In the next more than 2 months, Xiao Yu destroyed a total of more than 20 water droplet detectors. Every time, these water droplet detectors were killed by Xiao Yu as soon as they appeared, leaving no time for them to talk. The continuous appearance of water drop detectors once again plunged Xiao Yu into confusion. Xiao Yu really couldn't figure out what the Guardian civilization wanted to do. Is it to master your own navigation trajectory and facilitate subsequent tracking? But if this is the case, why do they need to appear in front of him? Wouldn't it be better to track in secret? Is it to convince himself to join the Guardian Alliance? Isn't it enough to prove his determination that he has destroyed so many water droplet detectors in a row? The Guardian civilization is not so stupid that it cannot understand what it means. Right? What do they want to do? Xiao Yu thought silently, but could never come to a conclusion. In front of me, another water droplet detector appeared. This time, Xiao Yu did not manipulate the spacecraft to destroy it directly. Instead, he temporarily fell silent and began to wait for the water droplet detector to respond. Perhaps, through their words, I can roughly speculate on what they want to do. Xiao Yu thought this way. This water droplet detector was still arrogant and broke into Xiao Yu's monitoring network without any concealment. And then a message was sent. Stupid Shinjo civilization. You are challenging the patience of the Guardian civilization. Our Guardian civilization is a peace-loving civilization, so we are not willing to wipe you out like this unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, you are a possessor of the 5th level civilization with great potential is wiped out like this, which is a serious loss to the scientific and technological civilization camp. Stop being stubborn, and joining the Guardian Alliance is your only way out. The patience of our Guardian civilization has its limit. Don't continue to be stubborn. Make your right choice. Follow me and return to the Guardian Alliance. Otherwise, our Guardian Alliance will definitely kill you all. Destroyed. Quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectation, the water droplet detector actually sent such a message again. Are all the Guardian civilizations full of stupid pigs? Xiao Yu cursed. Why are there so many nonsense? It's impossible for me to join the Guardian civilization. Go to H.L. Chapter 430, Level 6 Civilized Fleet. Xiao Yu once again issued the order to attack and destroy the water droplet detector. One thing is very obvious. That is, within the Guardian civilization, it is impossible for stupid pigs to send water droplet detectors one after another in an attempt to persuade a civilization that is determined to confront itself. Such stupid things are not theirs. It will be done. That means that this matter must have some special meaning that Xiao Yu doesn't know yet. After once again destroying the water droplet detector, and once again changing the course of the fleet, Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking. Xiao Yu also expressed his speculation, and asked Luca No. 2 and a group of outstanding social psychology scientists to help him provide advice. There is no way the Guardian civilization can be so stupid. Judging from our actions of destroying dozens of water droplet detectors, they have long known that we are impossible to join. But why are they still doing useless work? Is it continuous? Is it interesting to constantly send water droplet detectors to tease us? The Guardian civilization will not be so boring. I can only think of one possibility. That is, the drunkards are not interested in drinking, and they are trying to achieve some other goals through this method. Now, I hope everyone can help me figure out their purpose and formulate a reasonable response plan for me, Xiao Yu said. Several scientists from the Department of Social Psychology looked at each other, speechless. After a while, Luca No. 2 said, Master, due to the lack of information, we cannot speculate on what they want to do for the time being. However, I have another inference. We know that the Guardian civilization wants to eliminate us. It's a very easy thing, even if their fleet is restrained by other forces. I think they won't be able to dispatch a small fleet of 1,000 spaceships. Right. Just follow him, even judging by the strength of the city-level spaceship in the civilization capital galaxy. As long as there are 1,000 such spaceships, our 2 million warships are no match and can only be defeated. By then, they will hold several of our national ships hostage. It doesn't seem very difficult to achieve the goal of controlling all spaceships by using a level 1 main ship. Right. But why didn't they do this? I only thought of one possibility, Luca 2 said slowly. They have no intention of annihilating us. Or they have no intention of using force to make us surrender. I think their purpose is not to make us surrender at all. Another scientist from the Department of Psychological Social Science said, This is too weird. This is so illogical. I think even if they are not willing to use force to make us surrender, then it is always okay to send a fleet to show us the irresistible power of level 6 civilization. Right. This is better than sending water droplet detectors one after another. Right. What you said makes sense, Xiao Yu said. Their purpose is probably not to eliminate us, nor to make us join. But what is their purpose? I can't think of it. Why is it necessary for a powerful 6th level civilization? A civilization that has been entangled with the sweeper civilization for such a long time. To use conspiracy against a 5th level civilization? Unless. Xiao Yu did not mention this possibility. Because this is so terrible. So terrible that Xiao Yu doesn't even want to think about it. This may be very simple. That is, the Guardian civilization already knows its own secret, and knows that it is the weak civilization that escaped from the 4 Tianyuan galaxies nearly 10,000 years ago. I hope that's not the case. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. There is still room for change. Another scientist from the Department of Social Psychology said, Judging from the current situation of the Guardian civilization, we are not in danger in the short term. And as long as there is enough time, we will definitely be able to find a way to survive. In fact, I have a suggestion. We might as well take the initiative to test the Guardian civilization. For example? Xiao Yu asked. How about agreeing to them? The scientist from the Department of Social Psychology said slowly. In any case, according to our speculation, the Guardians don't really want us to join us. So we might as well wait until the next water droplet detector appears. When it asks us to surrender again, agree to it, and see how they react. Okay. Xiao Yu agreed quickly. When all the way forward is shrouded in haze, taking the initiative to explore may be a way. The next drop of water arrives as expected. 3 days after Xiao Yu decided to test it, this water droplet appeared. It was still acting arrogantly, and it broke into Xiao Yu's monitoring network without any disguise. Xiao Yu remained calm and looked at it quietly. Shinjo civilization. Wake up and don't go further down the wrong path. The patience of our Guardian civilization has its limits. We have already given enough patience for you. So don't challenge our patience. Everything was as Xiao Yu expected, and a message reached Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu calmed down a little and responded. Dear Guardian Civilization Envoy, I am the current temporary head of state of our Shinjo civilization. I'm sorry for the offense I caused you before. That was done by the leaders of some other radical factions within our civilization. Things came out. I have launched a coup, killed all these ignorant and visionless guys, and I have taken over the leadership of our civilization. Now, I decided to follow your guidance and join the Great Guardian under the command of the Guardian civilization. We have become a member of the Guardian Alliance. Please take my sincerity into account and forgive us for our previous offenses. I have sent this message. Xiao Yu said to Luca 2 and several other scientists from the Department of Social Psychology who were waiting in the virtual conference room. Now, let's take a look at the Guardian civilization. What's the reaction? Xiao Yu clearly noticed that after he sent this message, the water droplet detector went silent for a period of time. It seemed that his answer was quite beyond their expectations, so they had to spend some time thinking about countermeasures. 30 seconds later, Xiao Yu received a response. Very good. Very good. I am very happy that you have finally woken up. I am also very happy that our galaxy does not have to lose another 5th level civilization with great potential. I have noticed your sincerity and my attachment to you. I sincerely welcome you. But there are some things you must promise me. Now, please open the data interface of your central computer and let our Guardian civilization directly connect to your central computer. Please believe me. It's just a necessary procedure for a newly attached civilization. And it's not just for you. After connecting to your central computer, I will control your internal construction equipment, transform your spacecraft, and let you have 80 times the speed of light. The navigation ability is so that you can reach the safe zone opened by the Guardian civilization as soon as possible. Only in the safe zone can you gain true safety. The message sent by this water drop detector had a very calm tone and sounded sincere. But Xiao Yu noticed a strong chill from this message. Not only Xiao Yu, but also Luca No. 2 and several other scientists from the Department of Social Psychology also looked solemn. Xiao Yu said very simply, "The test failed. The plan is abandoned." After saying this, Xiao Yu gave the order to attack very simply. As another torrent of negative matter flashed past, the water droplet detector returned to nothingness again. This time the trial did fail. The other party's answer was impeccable. Not only did he not reveal any usable information to Xiao Yu, but he in turn tested Xiao Yu's sincerity. Open Central Computer Data Interface? Let a level 6 civilization establish a data channel. There is no such way to seek death. Don't you want to join me? So in order to show your sincerity, it is not too much to ask you to open the data interface. Right? Not willing to open up? Then I have enough reason to doubt your sincerity. Xiao Yu's temptation was touched back neither softly nor hard. Now, Xiao Yu has no choice but to continue to use the old method and kill the water droplet detector directly. Let's take it one step at a time, Xiao Yu said helplessly. The situation has indeed reached this point. Apart from passively waiting for the arrival of the unknown fate, Xiao Yu has no other option. Up to now, Xiao Yu's escape journey has lasted for more than 4 months. Xiao Yu has escaped a distance of nearly 5 light years. But it was of no use. The water droplet detector kept appearing and kept saying things that seemed to be nonsense to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's reaction was also consistent. After they finished talking nonsense, he killed them very simply. In fact, if he didn't want to find out some information from their rhetoric, Xiao Yu wouldn't even bother to listen to their nonsense. My patience has been exhausted. You are so stubborn and stubborn. There is no need for our guardian civilization to keep you. Look, the fleet of our guardian civilization has arrived, and you will be destroyed most completely. After the latest water droplet detector said such words, it directly destroyed Xiao Yu's spacecraft by self-destructing before it could launch an attack. Xiao Yu's heart felt cold, because Xiao Yu noticed that there was a fleet just 1 light year away from him, rushing towards him at a speed of 107 times the speed of light. There is no doubt that this is the fleet of a 6th level civilization. Chapter 431 The Last Carnival. The size of this fleet is not large. At least not from Xiao Yu's current perspective. There are only about 2,000 spaceships in this fleet. And the largest spaceship is a provincial spaceship. There are 5 provincial-level spaceships, more than 400 city-level spacecrafts, and the rest are small and medium-sized spacecrafts for counties, townships, and villages. But Xiao Yu knew that even if he had 2 million spaceships, even if he had 4 national-level spaceships, he would not be able to defeat this fleet. Because this is the fleet of the 6th level civilization. Because this is the fleet of the Guardian civilization. Their forward speed is 107 times the speed of light. And the distance between them and themselves is less than 1 light year. Based on this data, they will catch up with themselves in just 3 days. What can you do in 3 days? Nothing is enough. In fact, if Xiao Yu had not been on full alert during this period and tried his best to detect the surrounding situation, he would not have even been able to discover this fleet. But what if it is discovered? You can't run away. You can't fight. Xiao Yu's heart has become cold. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Are my estimates all wrong? The purpose of the Guardian civilization is really to ask me to join them? If I refuse to surrender, they will destroy me. How could this happen? How could this happen? What to do now? What to do now? Xiao Yu knew that this was the most dangerous incident he had ever encountered in his life. I probably won't be able to escape. If he hadn't actually seen the fleet of the Guardian civilization rushing toward him, Xiao Yu would never have experienced this feeling. Xiao Yu only experienced a similar feeling once during the Earth Age. At that time, Xiao Yu, who was still young, encountered a fire when he ran to a high-rise shopping mall alone. To this day, Xiao Yu still remembers how he felt at that time. There were panicked people everywhere, desperate cries everywhere, thick smoke everywhere, and the air seemed to be hot. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have died long ago. Xiao Yu will never forget the feeling of brushing against death. It seems that I will die in the next moment. And all the laughter, sadness, excitement and other emotions will leave me forever. Now, Xiao Yu felt this feeling again, and felt this deep despair. It's only 3 days. It's too short and not enough to do anything. This is the powerful power of level 6 civilization. Before the battle even started, Xiao Yu had already admitted defeat. Making the choice to admit defeat does not mean that Xiao Yu is a coward. Because Xiao Yu knows very well that he has absolutely no possibility of winning. Not even the slightest possibility. This is the powerful gap between levels. This gap is big enough to make people despair. Xiaoyu was thinking about countermeasures quickly. Although he admitted defeat, Xiaoyu still refused to give up hope of survival. Along the way, he experienced so many hardships and obstacles. Xiaoyu was unwilling to die like this, and was unwilling to end up in nothingness like this. The Taihao civilization still hasn't appeared. Or perhaps, in the face of powerful enemies like the Guardian civilization, they have given up on me. After all, I am just an experiment. How much higher can the value of an experiment be? The Guardian civilization refuses to let me go, and would rather offend Taihao civilization for an experimental product. But Taihao civilization does not necessarily have to go to war with the Guardian civilization for an experimental product. Well, Taihao civilization cannot be counted on. My accompanying ghost clan did not appear, and I don't know how he is now. Maybe he didn't feel that I was in a life and death crisis. Or maybe he felt it, but for some reason, he couldn't come over. Or maybe, the accompanying ghost tribe is already dead. It may be because he is dead that I became so unlucky and was targeted by the Guardian civilization. As the saying goes, both gain and lose. Am I going to follow the same path as the predecessors of the ghost clan? Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. At the critical moment, no one can rely on me. Xiaoyu thought silently. At this time, I still have to rely on myself. Xiaoyu has already informed the scientists from the Department of Social Psychology present about the current situation. Seeing the menacing Guardian civilization fleet a light year away, their faces also had a bitter look on their faces. Master, I am very happy to be under your command and fight with you for such a long time. I was born in the Guardian Alliance and witnessed the cruel exploitation of us by the Guardian Alliance. I was able to escape from the Alliance. I am very lucky to be free. I have watched our Shinjo civilization develop and grow step by step. From the 2nd level civilization to the current 5th level civilization. In my heart, I have always been proud of our civilization. In fact, I have always had my wish is that when our Shinjo civilization is strong enough, we can kill the Guardian Alliance and rescue all the Luca people who are still trapped in the Guardian Alliance. Now it seems that my wish cannot be realized. Well, it doesn't matter. Maybe it's God's will that prevents us from doing this. I've lived long enough, and it's not a loss if I die now. So, Master, goodbye. It's an honor for us to be together. It has taken such a long time. In the silent virtual conference room, Luca number 2 stood up and said this to Xiaoyu. Master, please allow me to leave the meeting. I want to spend the time calmly. Spend these last 3 days. Go. Xiaoyu waved his hand weakly and agreed to Luca number 2's request. Master, if you give me enough time, I am confident that I will grow to a level no less than Master number 2. But unfortunately, we have no time. Master, thank you for your generosity and kindness all the time. You have given us peace and a happy life. I heard Master number 2 talk about the days he lived in the Guardian Alliance. I don't want to experience those days even if I die. Now, there is no way. Nothing can be done. So just be calm. Accept it. I love my wife very much. And I ask you, Master, to allow me to spend the last 3 days with my wife. I have to leave the virtual conference room first. Master, goodbye. Owner, let's all go. Let's all go. Xiaoyu waved his hand weakly and said, this news should be kept secret for the time being and do not spread it. I will announce that all intelligent creatures in our Shinjo civilization will take a holiday and rest. During this period, I will open all entertainment venues and provide unlimited free supplies of all materials, so that everyone can spend the last 3 days without pressure and experience the last carnival. After Xiaoyu finished saying this, he closed the virtual conference room. This crisis is different from any previous crisis. In the past, no matter what dangers or hardships he encountered, Xiaoyu never gave up his persistence or gave up hope. The same is true for Luca too and a group of scientists. Until the last moment, they will always insist on fighting on the front line, relying on their own wisdom to provide Xiaoyu with various suggestions. But this time it's different. Xiaoyu knew that Luca number 2 was desperate. Despair stems from an accurate assessment of the reality. In fact, Xiaoyu can be sure that as long as he still has complete logical thinking and a certain IQ, as long as he knows the current situation, everyone will be desperate. Luca number 3 and number 4 will also be desperate. So Xiaoyu simply didn't tell them about it. Dying at a carnival is considered a kind of happiness, isn't it? Now, There are enough reasons for Xiaoyu to despair. According to common sense, Xiaoyu should indeed despair. No matter how powerful the intelligence is, it only has 3 days to fight against a fleet of a 6th-level civilization. But Xiaoyu still didn't intend to give up. Although Xiaoyu has clearly realized that he has no choice and can't think of a way, Xiaoyu needs some spiritual comfort. So, after such a long time, Qin Mo's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyu again. You spent the last 3 days with your lover. So Qin Mo and I will spend these 3 days together. It's not too much. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Xiaoyu has set up an artificial intelligence program. And this intelligent program controls every movement and word of this phantom. When compiling this intelligent program, Xiaoyu used a chaos algorithm, which is an algorithm with unpredictable results. Therefore, Xiaoyu has no idea what actions or words this ghost will make or say at the next moment. No. Xiaoyu just set a few initial quantities for this program, such as Qin Mo's personality, Qin Mo's hobbies, Qin Mo's usual tone, etc., and then handed over all reactions to this program for calculation. The time point set by Xiaoyu was 1 year after Qin Mo left the research institute. Director Xiao. Long time no see. As soon as Qin Mo appeared, he smiled slightly and said this. Yeah. Long time no see. Xiaoyu manipulated another projection device and projected his shadow in front of Qin Mo, and said with a smile, What are you busy with during this time? He didn't even say come and see me. I don't know. Qin Mo frowned, seeming to be thinking hard about something. I just remember that I seem to have just woken up. And I seem to have been dreaming for a long time. How long did I sleep? Already? It didn't take long. Xiaoyu said with a smile. You just slept for 7 hours. How have you been doing this year? 1 year. Qin Mo looked a little confused. She seemed to be trying to remember something. After a while, Qin Mo gave up the plan and said helplessly, It seems that we haven't seen each other for a year. But I think I can't get up. I don't know if I'm doing well. I don't seem to be doing well. Chapter 432, Detachment. Xiaoyu didn't know where Qin Mo went after leaving his research institute, what kind of experience he had, and whether his life was good or bad. At this moment, when the sentence, "It doesn't seem so good," came out of Qin Mo's mouth, Xiaoyu felt a pain in his heart for no reason. Forget all that. You will live a good life in the future, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Director Xiao. What did you do to wake me up? Qin Mo tried hard for a while, and found that he still couldn't remember what happened in the past year. No. Or rather, what happened in the past year was written by Xiaoyu. The program searched for a while, and found no data about the past year. So it simply gave up the plan of recalling. Qin Mo has always been such a person. Gentle and quiet on the outside, but an optimistic and cheerful girl on the inside. Nothing. I just want to see you, Xiaoyu said. You can't deceive me, Qin Mo said with a playful smile. You must have something going on. You can't deceive me, Director Xiao. Come on. What difficulties can stump our genius? Xiaoyu smiled bitterly, controlled his shadow, walked towards Qin Mo's shadow, opened his arms and hugged him. Xiaoyu did not hug Qin Mo. Xiaoyu's shadow penetrated Qin Mo's shadow. There was no sensing equipment installed on the shadow, so Xiaoyu did not receive any information about the feeling of the hug. Qin Mo screamed, Yeah, and his figure began to slowly fade, and then fade again, like dancing petals, slowly disappearing. That was because the program set by Xiaoyu judged that Qin Mo should feel shy at this time, and the consequence of shyness would be to run away. Qin Mo's shadow couldn't escape, so she turned off her own shadow display, looking at Qin Mo's shadow gradually disappearing. Xiaoyu felt disappointed in his heart. Xiaoyu's attention moved away from here and placed it on the home ship spacecraft. Regarding Xiaoyu's sudden order to take a 3-day holiday, the people fully expressed their doubts. Various discussions and speculations arose in droves. The speculations were nothing more than what happened in the Shinzhou civilization. It was such a happy event that the owner wanted to celebrate it by taking a 3-day holiday, opening various entertainment venues at any time, and providing unlimited free supplies of various materials. But the doubt only lasted for a short time. After the brief doubt, the intelligent creatures fell into a carnival. Ever since the social committee was formed and came to the conclusion that it cannot be given in vain without a price. Such a thing has not happened in the home ship spacecraft for a long time. Although the situation of intelligent creatures is still good, they can no longer live like they used to, just eating and waiting to die. If you want to live a more superior life, it is very simple. Just work hard, So this carnival completely captured their hearts. The more than 70 homeland spaceships have completely turned into a city that never sleeps. They are in a sea of joy every moment. Various tourist attractions and beautiful places are full of people. And laughter can be found throughout the spacecraft. This is just a carnival for the people at the bottom. The scientists at the top of the social pyramid are trapped in an inexplicable worry. No bad news came. No good news came. This time the carnival came so suddenly. Some top people, such as Luca number 3 and number 4, began to ask Xiaoyu about this matter, trying to know what made Xiaoyu make this decision. Xiaoyu didn't intend to tell them about this. The reason is very simple. If they know about this matter, they have no solution. It is better not to let them know. Hide it from them. And let them spend these 3 days in a relaxed manner. This is what Xiaoyu thinks and does. All inquiries were answered by Xiaoyu with the sentence. It will be kept secret for now. You will know in 3 days. Now! Let's go to the carnival first. Seeing that Xiaoyu's expression didn't look like something bad had happened, they left with peace of mind. The more excited the intelligent creatures are, the heavier Xiaoyu's heart becomes. Director Xiao, you have encountered a very difficult thing. Right. I don't know when. The program that controlled Chen Mo turned on his own image display. And it even made Chen Mo's phantom face appear more. There was an intoxicating blush. Seeing Xiaoyu's eyes looking at him, Chen Mo's figure took 2 steps back in panic, lowered his head and said, Director Xiao, you are not allowed to hug me again. You are not my man yet. How can my friend do this? Xiaoyu's eyes were full of smiles. Okay, I won't hug you. I promise. No matter what happens. As long as he sees Chen Mo's shadow, Xiaoyu's mind will always relax involuntarily. After hearing Xiaoyu's assurance, Chen Mo raised his head, looked at Xiaoyu with a pair of big bright eyes, and said softly, Director Xiao, do you still remember when the Institute was first established? At that time, everyone was worried about you because they gathered around you because of your fame, without caring about the difficulties of the actual situation. Your business has just started. The conditions of the Research Institute are very poor. Various experimental equipment are not complete. And sometimes even the salary cannot be paid. But everyone has always been very confident. Because we all know that there is no difficulty that Director Xiao cannot solve. No matter how difficult the dilemma is, Director Xiao will lead us out. The fact is exactly like this. The conditions of the Institute are getting better and better. And we finally achieved results that surprised the whole world. Director Xiao, in my heart, you have always been omnipotent. What difficulties are there that can't stop you? Xiaoyu's mind was so agitated that he could hardly control himself. Although this sentence was automatically judged and then spoken by the program, Xiaoyu believed that the real Chen Mo also had this thought in his heart. Because this program was designed based on Chen Mo. The initial parameters of this program are all set according to Chen Mo, such as surname and so on. Yes, no difficulty can stop me. I am omnipotent. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, and couldn't help but step forward again, opened his arms, and tried to hug Chen Mo. Director Xiao, your words don't count. Following Chen Mo's scream, Chen Mo's figure disappeared again. Is it a mistake to design this program to be too intelligent? Xiaoyu thought with a wry smile. But his heart gradually settled down. It's time to make a decision, Xiaoyu said slowly. We have reached the last step. Let's split up. If we split up, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we don't split up, we will definitely die. I will divide the entire fleet into tens of thousands of squads, and disperse them in different directions. I will mix among these squads and try to escape. The national-level spacecraft is too conspicuous, and will definitely attract the attention of the Guardian civilization. So I will abandon national-level spaceships. Even provincial-level spaceships cannot be occupied by me. Municipal-level spaceships are the limit. In order not to attract attention, the size of this real escape team must be small. The smaller the better. This means that I cannot bring all the intelligent creatures with me. Not even all the scientists. Only some outstanding scientists such as Luca 2, 3, and 4 can escape with me. And the total number cannot be more than 1,000. Among municipal-level spaceships, the central computer's computing power is not as powerful, and its storage capacity is not as powerful as that of national-level spaceships. This means that I will lose 99% of my current level of computing power, and 100% of it will be lost. More than 80 pieces of information. My technological level will fall back to the level of a 4th-level civilization. This is the price to pay for the detachment's escape. However, since this, I can still retain a little hope. Although with the powerful mobility of the Guardian civilization, even if I am divided into teams, the hope that I can escape and ascend to heaven is very small. But I still have to fight. Back to 4. If you lose your computing power, you will lose your computing power. As long as I don't die, I will one day make a comeback. Xiao Yu has already identified the list of 1,000 scientists who will follow him on his escape journey. It is a cruel thing to determine who will go and who will stay. But Xiao Yu has no choice. It is impossible for Xiao Yu to choose 1,000 ordinary people without any scientific literacy to embark on the journey with him. At this time, personal value has become the only criterion for Xiao Yu's measurement. Perhaps, staying here is not necessarily a bad thing. And following me on the escape journey is not necessarily a good thing. Maybe the Guardian civilization will not kill these intelligent creatures. And maybe these scientists in the Guardian civilization subordinates will get better treatment. Xiao Yu thought silently. Everything is uncertain. So be it. I will still determine the candidates according to my choice. After that, life and death will depend on wealth. Oh my god. This is the only thing Xiao Yu can do. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally made up his mind and made this choice. Abandon all ties and keep your own life. If there is life, there is hope. Xiao Yu went through the entire plan in his mind. After perfecting some details, he just wanted to announce the announcement to the 1,000 scientists who had been confirmed to be selected. But suddenly, Xiao Yu's thoughts fluctuated. Xiao Yu found that he had one more choice. Although, this choice is not necessarily better than the team's choice. But Xiao Yu still decided to choose this path. The method of team escape is too frustrating and the success rate is not high. Although the success rate of the choice before us is not high, it is more heroic after all. Chapter 433 Extreme Danger. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yu, less than a light moon distance away, was a very strange galaxy. This is a binary star system, but it is absolutely different from other binary star systems. What makes up this binary star system is not a red dwarf star, not a yellow dwarf star, not a giant star, but a neutron star and a white dwarf star. A white dwarf star and a neutron star form this binary star system. The white dwarf star is about 0.5 times the mass of the Sun, and the neutron star is about 2.1 times the mass of the Sun. The corpses of these two stars are rotating together around an invisible point in the void. That point is the common mass point of these two stars. The white dwarf is on the outside, and the neutron star is on the inside. What surprised Xiao Yu the most was that the white dwarf star in this binary star system actually had 2 planets. According to current theoretical speculation, it is impossible to have planets in such a binary star system, especially planets so close to the main star, because it is obvious that before becoming a white dwarf and a neutron star, a star must go through the red giant stage, expand in volume, and decrease in density. In other words, these 2 planets will be directly swallowed by the expanding red giant, leaving no debris behind. Even if they were so lucky and escaped this catastrophe, they should not be orbiting the white dwarf, because the distance between the white dwarf and the neutron star is only a mere billion kilometers. According to current theories, the 2 planets will be captured by the neutron star over a long period of time. This scene is very weird, but this is not the point. What is important is that Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that after constantly encountering water droplet detectors and constantly changing course, he came here inexplicably, in front of this binary star system. And this binary star system is not an ordinary place. The information Xiao Yu once obtained from the Guardian civilization clearly shows that this is a level 5 dangerous area, with the level of danger being extremely dangerous. There is no conclusive conclusion in the Milky Way about how the dangerous zone formed. And this may be due to many reasons. It may be caused by some unknown phenomenon in the universe, or it may be occupied by a powerful unknown creature, or it may simply be the remains of a 7th level or above civilization. Xiao Yu knew that the neutron battlestar manufacturing technology possessed by the Sweeper civilization came from such an extremely dangerous area. Dangerous areas, while meaning death and destruction, also mean unexpected gains and hope. The chances of the detachment's escape being successful were too low, and the losses were too heavy, hiding in the dangerous area. Although the hope of success was slim, Xiao Yu still decided, hide in this dangerous area, hoping to escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization. There is still a narrow escape in the road ahead. The possibility of choosing to escape is not greater than that of the team, but at least it is not that aggrieved. Xiao Yu said silently. A decision was made. At this moment, Xiao Yu is less than a light month away from this dangerous area. Based on Xiao Yu's speed, and the speed of the Guardian civilization coming to catch up, Xiao Yu is fully capable of hiding in this place before the Guardian civilization catches up with him. Then that's it. There is still a narrow escape from death on the road ahead. What greets me in front is very likely to be annihilated. However, as long as I don't die, the losses I suffer cannot be greater than the losses caused to me by the team. Xiao Yu changed the course again, controlled his huge fleet, and rushed towards this place quickly. Now that it has been decided, there is no need to continue to hide it. Okay, that's it. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and issued a notice to Luca number 2, number 3 and other outstanding scientists. Entering virtual conference room number 1. I have a new discovery that I need to discuss with you. Many of the scientists attending the meeting still had no idea what was going on. Therefore, Xiao Yu had to introduce the current situation to them first. The scientists who knew the situation at this moment had uncertain expressions on their faces. This is the current situation, Xiao Yu said. I originally planned to use a team to escape, but this plan was abandoned by me after I made a new discovery. Under the current circumstances, although the chance of success for the team to escape is slim, it is indeed the only possible way to escape. Master, have you made any new discoveries? Luca number 3 asked. My discovery is very simple. Look here, Xiao Yu said, issuing a command to turn on the three-dimensional projection equipment and project the image of the weird binary star system in front of him here. This is a binary star system about 27 light days away in front of us, Xiao Yu said. What's very interesting is that I found that this binary star system is actually a level 5 dangerous area recorded in the data. It is dangerous. The level is extremely dangerous. The scientists looked at each other again. Master, your plan is to hide in this extremely dangerous area, hoping to escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization? Luca 4 asked. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded and said. About what is in this extremely dangerous area, and what we will encounter after arriving here. Everything is unknown. We know nothing about this place. However, the unknown also means hope. The possibility of a successful escape by a detachment is really very small. Instead of escaping by a detachment, I would rather try my luck. I want to hear everyone's opinions, Xiao Yu said quietly. There was silence in the conference room. Master, I have thought of a possible surname, Luca number 2 said. If this dangerous area was not right in front of us, I would not have made this conjecture. I want to ask you a question. Master, after we leave, do you feel that everything you have seen and heard along the way since the Malian civilization capital galaxy is a coincidence? I have this feeling. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and said, even if it is a coincidence. So what? Or even if all this is secretly arranged by a certain existence. So what? Do we have a choice? Perhaps. The water droplet detectors that keep appearing are just to make us change our course. And the Guardian civilization fleet that appears behind us is just to put pressure on us. Their ultimate purpose is just to drive us into this ruins. So what? Do we have the ability to resist? No. We don't have it. We can only move forward according to their arrangements. Xiao Yu remembered what happened when he was still on the earth. Xiao Yu and a group of friends once went to catch hares in the woods. The hares ran away very fast and could not be caught up by people alone. Xiao Yu and the others had no hunting dogs to help. But the hare was very timid. So Xiao Yu and the others came up with a way. A trap was laid out in advance in a place. And then a group of people surrounded the forest, making loud noises while narrowing the circle. Because the hare is very timid, it will only run away from these noisy directions. No matter which direction they flee, they will encounter obstacles. Only the direction where the trap is laid is unguarded. The result is very simple. As the encirclement shrinks, all the hares in the woods are driven out and escape in the direction of the trap. And then they are caught in the trap. To this day, Xiao Yu still remembers clearly that during that roundup, he caught more than 30 hares and ate them with a group of friends for several days. In the end, he felt nauseated after eating them. Now, Xiao Yu has a feeling that he is that hare. No matter which direction you flee, you will encounter obstacles. Only if you flee in this direction, there will be no obstacles. If this speculation is true, then there is no doubt that the water droplet detector plays the role of driving away people in this process. Perhaps their purpose is just to drive themselves into this dangerous area. But so what? Not to mention this speculation, Xiao Yu cannot be sure at all. Even if Xiao Yu is really sure that this is the case, what can Xiao Yu do? Hare has no ability to disobey human will, and Xiao Yu has no ability to disobey the Guardian civilized will. So if Xiaoyu doesn't want to split up, Xiaoyu can only choose to enter this dangerous area. We don't know what the facts are, and we have no way to speculate on their purpose. Just act like this. First enter this level 5 dangerous area. And then, take one step at a time. And you can only go take it one step at a time. Xiaoyu said weakly. During this period, I ask everyone to be on call 24/7. Danger may arise at any time, and I may come to you at any time to discuss how to face the crisis. That's it. Let's break up the meeting. Well, by the way, this matter should be kept secret for the time being and don't spread it. All the scientists left the virtual meeting room with gloomy expressions, looking ahead at the weird binary star system that was getting closer and closer. Xiaoyu felt a little confused. What will be waiting for me ahead? What kind of dangers are waiting for me to experience? Everything is unknown. But since it is unknown, there is still hope. For this hope, just fight with all your strength. 3 days passed by in a flash. When the fleet of the Guardian civilization was less than 3 hours away from Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's fleet successfully arrived here, broke away from the curvature navigation state, adopted conventional navigation methods, and entered the galaxy. The goal of progress was set by Xiaoyu on the 2 planets orbiting the white dwarf star. Chapter 434, Weird Neutron Star. Xiaoyu knows that dangerous areas in the universe are quite deterrent to any civilization. Xiaoyu once heard from Luca too that a certain dangerous area in the galaxy caused the Guardian civilization to lose a considerable number of spaceships. Then he never heard that the Guardian civilization except divided it into an extremely dangerous area. What other actions were taken? In other words, the Guardian civilization is powerless against that dangerous area. The neutron battlestar manufacturing technology of the Sweeper civilization was also obtained from an extremely dangerous area. Come to think of it, the Sweeper civilization must have paid a heavy price when it obtained this kind of technology. Xiaoyu also reached a dangerous area once, which was a moderately dangerous area in the Eagle Nebula. It was there that Xiaoyu encountered the powerful alien creature that could survive on the white dwarf star. That strange beast undoubtedly reached level 6 in its heyday. In other words, even the Guardian civilization would find it quite difficult to face this guy. Therefore, Xiaoyu believes that an extremely dangerous area should be enough for the Guardian civilization to give up the pursuit of him. After all, I am only a 5th level civilization, so I am not going to let a 6th level civilization pursue me at all risks. Right? In front of Xiaoyu, a white dwarf star and a neutron star were quietly rotating. At this moment, Xiaoyu is 40 billion kilometers away from the neutron star. This distance is the limit that curvature navigation can reach. If it moves forward any further, it will be affected by the gravitational pull of the neutron star, which may cause accidents in the curvature navigation. Therefore, Xiaoyu broke away from the curvature navigation state and moved forward rapidly at a speed of 170,000 kilometers per second in the conventional navigation mode. 3 hours later, Xiaoyu advanced a distance of 1.8 billion kilometers. At this time, from behind, the fleet of the Guardian civilization appeared. Xiaoyu knew that the Guardian civilization that had mastered space technology had the ability to ignore the influence of gravity and sail in curvature within the galaxy. But the fleet of the Guardian civilization did not continue to move forward. It seemed like there was an invisible barrier in front of them, keeping them there. This fact made Xiaoyu feel a little more relaxed. They should be wary of this extremely dangerous area, Xiaoyu thought secretly. Shinzhou civilization. There is a level 5 extremely dangerous area ahead. If you don't want your species to be exterminated, you'd better come back now. If you can belong to our Guardian Alliance, we will consider not annihilating you. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu simply ignored it, but still maintained his own speed and drove forward. The Guardian civilization did not catch up. Xiaoyu said quietly in the virtual conference room. It seems that the Guardian civilization is not willing to enter such a dangerous place. So, we are safe for the time being. I don't know why. I always have a bad feeling, Luca too said with some worry. It seems that something bad will happen in the next moment. This feeling is very bad. Very bad. After all, this is a level 5 extremely dangerous area. It is impossible to be without danger, Xiaoyu replied. No matter what danger there is, just face it bravely. Maybe there are some existences here that can help us. Bring hope. Having said that, these scientists and Xiaoyu did not feel relaxed at all. Hundreds of the most outstanding scientists are all in the virtual conference room, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. All Xiaoyu spaceships are now ready to deal with any danger. Regular navigation is still continuing. And the distance between Xiaoyu and the target is getting closer and closer. Finally, after 3 days, Xiaoyu arrived at the planet and stopped. The radiation here is very strong. The distance between these two planets and their host star, the white dwarf star, is only 30 million and 100 million kilometers. At this distance, if there is no spacecraft for protection, the radiation energy of a white dwarf star is enough to kill any living thing. The distance between this white dwarf and the neutron star is only 1 billion kilometers. At such a short distance, the powerful radiation energy of the neutron star can easily reach here. The visible light here is very weak. But in the invisible light band, it is not an exaggeration to say that the two planets are being roasted. This is the first time in more than 10,000 years that Xiaoyu has observed a neutron star at such a close distance. Neutron stars are even more extreme objects than white dwarfs. They are small in size, but very massive in mass. A typical neutron star is only about 10 kilometers in diameter, but its mass can reach nearly twice the mass of the Sun. This means extremely terrifying density. There is no doubt about the power of neutron stars. Such a small thing, which is even smaller than the larger mountains on the Earth, possesses extremely powerful energy. The Crab Nebula originated from one of the most famous supernova explosions in history, probably during the Song dynasty of the Xia dynasty. This supernova explosion caused another moon to appear in the sky, which could be clearly seen even during the day. The star that was the culprit of this incident was blown to pieces in that incident, and its bones had expanded to 11 light-years in size. At the center of this vast nebula lies a neutron star. This neutron star is a pulsar. Its radius is only about 10 kilometers, but its intense radiation illuminates the surrounding space for 11 light-years. Surrounding the neutron star is the gas ejected by the exploding star. The radiation of the neutron star reacts with these gases to emit brilliant visible light. A small object with a radius of 10 kilometers can illuminate a space of more than 10 light-years. This shows how powerful neutron stars are. Compared with neutron stars, the typical size of a white dwarf is the size of the Earth and 0.6 times the mass of the Sun. Extreme celestial bodies such as neutron stars and white dwarfs have a very strange characteristic. That is, the greater their mass, the smaller their volume. The volume of a neutron star is much smaller than that of a white dwarf, so its mass is also much greater than that of a white dwarf. This is a magnetar, Xiaoyu said. It has an extremely strong magnetic field, but it is not a pulsar. There are also many types of neutron stars, including pulsars and magnetars, both of which are types of neutron stars. Magnetars, as the name implies, some neutron stars have extremely strong magnetic fields for some unknown reasons, so they are called magnetars. The magnetic field of a magnetar is very strong. According to data estimates, if a human stands thousands of kilometers away from a magnetar, all the iron elements in the human body will be attracted by the magnetar. Walk. The Magneto filmed in the movie is just an insignificant little ant compared with Magneto. Yes, it is a magnetar. Luca 3 nodded, agreeing with Xiaoyu's statement. And then Luca 2 continued. Master, have you discovered it? There is something weird about this neutron star. The rotation is too slow. Neutron stars are invisible in visible light, because the temperature of the neutron star is too high. According to the principle of black body radiation, the light it emits will be X-rays and gamma rays. In other words, even if a human stands in front of a neutron star, he cannot see the existence of the neutron star. However, in this star system, all kinds of radiation are everywhere, which illustrates the power of this neutron star all the time. By measuring this radiation, Xiaoyu can easily obtain various data about this neutron star. Xiaoyu had long noticed that the neutron star was rotating too slowly, and had tried to explain it. However, Xiaoyu found that within his existing theory, he could not provide any reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. The neutron star spins extremely slowly, about once every 3 days. This phenomenon is very strange. Stars rotate because of the principle of conservation of angular momentum. In the stage when interstellar dust forms primitive stars, due to gravitational collapse, interstellar dust converges towards the center and also brings the power of rotation. This is the same for planets and stars. Therefore, it can be seen that everything in the universe is rotating. A huge star has a rotation. After it undergoes a supernova explosion stage, part of its mass is ejected, and the other majority of its mass collapses into a neutron star or white dwarf. Its volume shrinks tens of millions of times. But its angular momentum does not change much, as most of its mass is retained. The volume shrinks, but the mass remains unchanged. Because of the principle of conservation of angular momentum, its rotation must speed up. Therefore, the rotation speed of a neutron star is very terrifying, and can even reach the millisecond level. That is, it rotates hundreds of times per second. Among all the neutron stars that Xiaoyu has observed, it is the slowest spinning one, with a rotation speed of about 15 minutes. Compared with the Earth, this rotation speed is fast enough. However, the neutron star's rotation speed is even as slow as one rotation in 3 days. It is almost impossible for such a neutron star to exist. The reason is very simple. Rapid rotation brings extremely high centrifugal force. Under the action of such strong centrifugal force, this neutron star can maintain its own gravitational balance and keep itself under a stable state. The centrifugal force caused by one rotation in 3 days is negligible. It is impossible for it to offset its own strong gravity and stabilize itself. This is a contradiction. However, although there is no way to explain this phenomenon, Xiaoyu does not find it incredible. This is a level 5 extremely dangerous area. In such a place, there is a weird neutron star. Isn't this normal? Chapter 435, Ruins. There is a weird neutron star here. This is not surprising. On the contrary, if everything was normal here, Xiaoyu would be surprised. Xiaoyu's fleet has entered the orbit of these 2 planets and is stationed here. All scientists are mobilized, using instruments to collect various data and detect this weird binary star system. Next, what Xiaoyu saw made Xiaoyu confused again. Xiaoyu saw a very familiar scene. On the white dwarf tens of millions of kilometers away from Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu saw some bulges that resembled man-made buildings. Xiaoyu saw this scene through shooting with a high-filter lens. There are huge factories, tall buildings, and some tall cylindrical buildings pointing straight into the void. This should be a facility such as an engine. Xiaoyu guessed. Xiaoyu is familiar with these things, because when he first experienced the dangerous area and encountered the white dwarf alien beast, Xiaoyu had seen these things on the white dwarf star. But that time it was because of the illusion of the strange beast. But this time, Xiaoyu didn't know whether it was true or false. This sight made all the scientists look at each other, speechless. Again? Xiaoyu thought with some sigh in his heart. But come to think of it, this time a strange beast won't jump out and tell me that it will give me more advanced technology and trick me into helping it escape from its predicament. Right. Perhaps. It's not certain that this place is really a ruins, Luca 3 said with some confusion. A certain advanced civilization once conducted certain activities here, but due to some unknown reasons, it was later abandoned. So this place has become a dangerous area. It can make even the 6th level civilization feel afraid. And if it is classified as an extremely dangerous area, the people who left this relic are at least the 7th level civilization. Relics of a 7th level civilization? Xiaoyu thought about this word silently. But in his heart, he couldn't explain how he felt. The 7th level civilization is completely beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. Until now, Xiaoyu has not obtained any precise information about the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu even has no idea whether there is a 7th level civilization in the current universe. Sure, if this place was really left by a 7th level civilization, it would be great fun. However, risk means gain, and effort means reward. It is not certain that there will be some special gains here. Xiaoyu temporarily put the strange sight of this white dwarf behind his mind and dispatched some landing robots from his own spacecraft to land on the 2 planets. What is this? Just when Xiaoyu had just dispatched a landing robot to land on the planet and spread out communication satellites, and the detection satellites were going to conduct comprehensive monitoring of this binary star system, another thing suddenly appeared, which made Xiaoyu my whole mind became tense. That's a spaceship. It is not big. According to Xiaoyu's classification standards, it should be classified into the category of county-level spacecraft. This spaceship adopts a construction style that is completely different from what Xiaoyu has seen. Its overall appearance presents a sense of hierarchy, rather than the usual smoothness. At this moment, it is orbiting the planet at a speed of 13 kilometers per second, and it seems that it has been captured by the planet's gravity. Xiaoyu could not determine the specific technological level of this spacecraft based on its appearance alone. But seeing such a thing in such a weird binary star system is something worthy of alarm. Almost as soon as he saw this thing, Xiaoyu controlled all the spaceships and prepared for battle. But contrary to Xiaoyu's expectation, the spacecraft did not make any movement. It is still orbiting the planet at a constant speed. It gradually approached Xiao Yu's fleet, and then gradually moved away from Xiao Yu's fleet. After a few hours, it once again approached Xiao Yu's fleet, and then moved away again. Only then did Xiao Yu discover that in this binary star system, the number of such things was not small. Some of them are like fragments of battleships, and some probably still retain their complete appearance. But they seem to have lost all mobility, and can only follow a fixed orbit and move slowly. Xiao Yu tried to attack one of the spaceships, but without any accident. A big hole was punched out of the spacecraft. Xiao Yu set robots to log in and check on the spot. The messages sent back by these robots made Xiao Yu take a breath of air. These spaceships have completely lost their energy supply, and they are already broken beyond repair. Even in this binary star system, under the double radiation influence of the magnetar and the white dwarf, Xiao Yu could not even restore the technology of these spacecraft. He could only barely deduce through some clues that the spacecraft should be a creation of a fourth-level civilization. Inside the spacecraft, Xiao Yu also found something similar to the corpse of a living organism. But strangely, these corpses all showed unusual characteristics. For example, Xiao Yu found that all the organic structures of these corpses had been destroyed. Organic matter is the basis of life. On the Earth, simple organic matter first appeared, and then life forms gradually formed. Carbon element is the most important characteristic that distinguishes organic matter from inorganic matter. Therefore, living organisms are generally called carbon-based life. All living things on Earth, whether humans or bacteria, are all carbon-based life. These corpses clearly show traces of carbon-based life, which means that when they were still alive, they were also carbon-based life. But now, no organic matter can be found on their corpses. This is just one of the spaceships. Xiao Yu also conducted explorations on the wreckage, damaged spaceships, etc. of many other spaceships. Xiao Yu discovered that these numerous spaceships did not only belong to one civilization. Among these spaceships, there are fourth-level civilization creations, fifth-level civilization creations, and even sixth-level civilization creations. It is a pity that because of the special environmental factors here, the technological content of these spaceships has been eliminated. Xiao Yu, there is no way to restore technology from these wreckage. Here, Xiao Yu discovered at least 30 kinds of alien creatures. These more than 30 kinds of alien creatures are all carbon-based life forms, and their corpses also show a certain consistency. That is, their carbon-based structures have all been destroyed. In addition to these spacecraft wreckage, Xiao Yu also discovered something else. They were several very large, space fortress-like things. There is no doubt that these things have no traces of life, and all the parts that make up them are damaged. But Xiao Yu can still barely identify that this should be some kind of processing base. Here, this level 5 extremely dangerous area has been visited by visitors for a long time. I am not the first one to come, Xiao Yu thought silently. It's just that they all died for some unknown reason. Here, further observations confirmed Xiao Yu's conjecture. The landing robot dispatched by Xiao Yu has landed on the surface of the planet and conducted large-scale detection on the surface of the planet. The detection results surprised Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu discovered many obvious technological and biological creations on the surface of the planet, such as this huge processing base, this building that looks like a residence for life forms, or this collection base. One thing these things have in common is that they are all damaged. After simple material determination, Xiao Yu quickly came to a conclusion. These things are at least over 1 billion years old, compared with the length of time of 1 billion years. It is the technological content of these things. Because these things were so completely damaged, Xiao Yu had no way to get specific technology from them. But he could still do it with a simple guess. The conclusion is that these things are absolutely impossible to make based on Xiao Yu's current technological level. Then, they are either the creations of a 6th-level civilization, or they are the creations of a higher-level civilization. Standing on this planet, Xiao Yu felt a sense of confusion in his heart. 8 billion years! 1 billion years! This is a history older than the Sweepers and Guardians. Just 1 billion years ago, this unknown existence had reached at least the level of a 6th-level civilization. Where are they now? Why did they abandon this place? Are those weird buildings on the white dwarf left behind by them? Is the rotation of the neutron star so slow caused by their interference? Xiao Yu didn't know the name of this ancient existence, nor did he know any information about them. The long years had buried everything, and they were so thick that Xiao Yu had no way to clear the fog of history to restore the truth. Looking at these dilapidated buildings and the strange scenes in this galaxy, Xiao Yu was filled with emotions. At this moment, What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a huge palace-like building. In this building, Xiao Yu found many statues and the like. These things have a strong and very unified architectural style. Just like the terracotta warriors and horses of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum on the earth. At first glance, they are made by the same civilization. They have different shapes and are carved so lifelike that every detail is clearly visible. I don't know what the civilization that built these statues wanted to express. Each of these statues reveals an aura of pain and despair, which makes people feel a little chilling. The placement of these statues is not neat, but messy, and many are even damaged. There are broken walls everywhere in the hall. Under the illumination of the landing robot lighting equipment, they give off an aura of dilapidation. Chapter 436, Silicon-Based Organisms. Standing in front of this hall, Xiao Yu seemed to have traveled through endless history and came to the ancient times a billion years ago. Witnessing these heroic stories, Xiao Yu seemed to see countless creatures and mechanical equipment busy, and countless spaceships shuttled through space. They were so powerful that they even ignored the powerful radiation and strong gravitational field of the white dwarf star. They used this planet as their base, treating the white dwarf as his own backyard, wantonly transforming the white dwarf and letting it grow according to his imagination. All this made Xiao Yu unable to help but feel fascinated. There is enough information obtained so far. Based on this, Xiao Yu could already make many guesses. First of all, this must be the relics of an advanced civilization. Up to now, Xiao Yu has basically believed that the buildings on the white dwarf he saw were real, and not an illusion seen by the alien beasts like in the Eagle Nebula. This can be confirmed in many places, such as the many construction bases on the planet, such as those space fortresses that are still orbiting the planet. Then, this civilization withdrew for some unknown reason. Xiao Yu guessed that the reason why they withdrew may also be the reason why this place has become an extremely dangerous area, and also the reason why all the creatures in the broken spacecraft he saw died in a strange way. Xiao Yu still doesn't know the reason for this. Xiao Yu only knows that after the appearance of this ruins, in the long time of 1 billion years, it attracted successive civilizations to come to explore and try to obtain the technology of advanced civilizations. Xiao Yu doesn't know whether anyone has succeeded. Xiao Yu only knows that many lives have died here. Xiao Yu thought of his previous speculation again. If the Guardian civilization really drove itself into this dangerous ruins deliberately, what was their purpose? Perhaps they already know their own special form of existence, and their special form of existence has certain benefits in dealing with the dangerous environment here. Are they using their own hands to obtain the dusty technology here? This is also a possible surname, but Xiao Yu still has no way to confirm this. Xiao Yu broadcast the situation on the planet in real time to the virtual conference room for the participating scientists to watch. Looking at the messy statues in the main hall, Luca No. 4's mind suddenly moved. Master, these statues may not be statues, Luca 4 said. Luca 4 is an authority in life sciences, and Xiao Yu has to pay attention to Luca 4's opinions. Seeing Xiao Yu's eyes on him, Luca No. 4 hesitated for a moment and said, Master, please take some specimens. I have a guess. This guess needs to be verified. Okay. Xiao Yu agreed, picked a statue, manipulated several robots to lift it up, and placed it on the village-level spaceship waiting outside. The village-level spaceship quickly took off and transported it to the Russian national-level spacecraft. On the Russian national spacecraft, there is a biological laboratory specially built by Xiao Yu for Luca 4. Luca 4 stood up, issued some commands through his computing terminal, and began to operate the robotic arm. Xiao Yu saw that Luca 4 first knocked some powder from the statue, put it into the analysis equipment for analysis, and then took out some things like culture solution, where it was constantly busy. After a long time, Luca 4 breathed a sigh of relief and said, Master, my guess has been confirmed. These statues are not statues. They are life forms. Or in other words, they were once life forms. These statues are just them. It's just the remains. Although I am not deeply involved in life sciences, I also know that after a living body dies, it is unlikely to turn into something like this stone. Lord No. 4, can you explain it to us? Another scientist asked doubtfully. Xiao Yu did not ask this question. When Luca 4 was conducting experimental analysis, Xiao Yu was also observing these things simultaneously. Xiao Yu had already received the experimental data. Xiao Yu came to the same conclusion as Luca No. 4. So this kind of thing really exists? Xiao Yu and Luca No. 4 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In this case, the strange death methods of intelligent creatures we discovered before can basically be explained. This is not a war between civilizations. This is a war between the foundations of survival. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Xiao Yu is from Earth. Luca number 4 is from Luca. And the rest of the scientists also belong to various races and civilizations. But these scientists all have one thing in common. That is, they are all carbon-based life forms. In other words, they are developed based on organic matter. And the biggest difference between organic matter and inorganic matter is whether they contain carbon element. So they are called carbon-based organisms. However, the experimental results of these statues clearly told Xiao Yu that they are lives. But they are completely different lives from Xiao Yu. Luca 4. And all scientists. They are another state of existence. And they are not carbon-based life, but silicon-based life. These statues are the remains of silicon-based creatures. There is nothing magical about the so-called silicon-based life. It is nothing more than replacing carbon with silicon. However, the replacement of just one element has brought about huge changes in the way of life. Silicon-based life is a life form similar to stone. And they are fundamentally different from carbon-based life. After they die, they leave behind something that looks like it was carved out of stone. Those were not statues, but their corpses. Here, this relic is indeed left by an ancient civilization. But this civilization is not an ordinary civilization, but a silicon-based civilization. Xiao Yu seemed to understand why the intelligent creatures he had seen before died in that strange way. The reason is simple. They are all carbon-based organisms. And it is certain that there is some kind of weapon specifically targeting carbon-based organisms in this dangerous ruins. So they will be converted from organic matter into inorganic matter. The reason is very simple. These life forms are not ordinary creatures. They are silicon-based creatures. Luca 4 said with great certainty. Luca number 4 is an authority on life science and technology. If it says yes, it is basically correct. What's more, this inference has been confirmed by Xiao Yu. Suddenly, the conference room became noisy. I didn't expect that silicon-based organisms actually exist. Before, I always thought that they only existed in theory and could not exist in the real world. Yeah, it's really unexpected. I didn't expect that I would be able to see silicon-based creatures in my lifetime. We must study this carefully to see how silicon-based organisms are different from our carbon-based organisms. A group of scientists started discussing. Xiao Yu did not participate in this discussion because Xiao Yu thought of a very serious problem and the dangers of this ruins. Xiao Yu and Luca number 4 looked at each other, and both saw a little worry in each other's eyes. This question is very simple and easy to think of. All my subordinates are carbon-based organisms. And judging from the current situation, all the carbon-based organisms that came here are dead. So will they be in danger? If they also want to die here, wouldn't I? Did you do useless work? Xiao Yu did not hide the information he had detected before. These scientists knew all about the wreckage of the previous spacecraft and the way other intelligent creatures died. The discussion in the conference room only lasted for a short while and then gradually became quieter. These scientists are all extremely smart people. How could they not imagine the key to this? What should we do? A scientist broke the silence and asked bitterly. They are all dead. What should we do? Xiao Yu did not answer this question, but once again set his sights tens of billions of kilometers away. Xiao Yu knew that the fleet of the Guardian civilization was stationed there. The existence of this dangerous area blocked the progress of the Guardian civilization and put himself in crisis again. Xiao Yu did not expect that this ruins was dangerous. Xiao Yu didn't know where the danger of this ruins came from, what it was supported by, and what was used to create this effect. Xiao Yu only knew that the danger of this ruins must still exist. Otherwise, it would not be so deserted here. Think about it. How attractive a silicon-based civilization that is at least level 6 will be to the rest of the civilizations in the universe. Not to mention the temptation of inheriting science and technology from here. The research value of silicon-based organisms alone is enough to drive many scientific researchers crazy. I don't know what to do, Xiao Yu said calmly. But I can promise that no matter what happens, I will not abandon anyone easily. Don't lose confidence. I believe that our Shinjo civilization is not we can defeat all difficulties. No matter whether it is the Sweeper civilization, the Guardian civilization, or the Tai House civilization, the relics of the silicon-based civilization cannot defeat us. Stay alert. During this period, closely monitor all vital signs. Don't let go of any accidental deaths. This is the most dangerous time for our Shinjo civilization. Let us unite and get through the difficulties. Chapter 437 Plague. Xiao Yu's pace of exploration did not stop. After confirming that these statues were the bodies of silicon-based creatures, These robots began to move forward again under Xiaoyu's manipulation. These silicon-based creatures seem to die in pain, Xiaoyu thought silently, and once again looked at the corpses of these silicon-based creatures in the hall. These silicon-based creatures look like enlarged versions of cats, except that instead of hair, their bodies have sharp thorns like ice picks. Xiaoyu doesn't know what the purpose of these thorns is, nor the living habits of these silicon-based creatures. Xiaoyu only knows that when they are still alive, they are very powerful. And now, they are all dead. What does their death have to do with that weird neutron star? These questions confused Xiaoyu. This hall is very large, with many wide corridors around it. Of course, endless years have made these corridors dilapidated. They are dark and deep, like the mouths of dark monsters, waiting to choose someone to devour. There is no air on this planet, so there is no airflow. But these corridors are still filled with thick dust. Xiaoyu knew that these dusts were accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. Xiaoyu also knew that he was the first person to set foot here in this long time. From here, Xiaoyu once again noticed something was wrong. Xiaoyu discovered many spacecrafts, and the corpses of many intelligent creatures in the orbit of the planet. These intelligent creatures are undoubtedly here for exploration activities. But why haven't they set foot here? There is only such a small distance from the planet's orbit. If they can come to the planet's orbit, there is no reason why they can't come to this hall and this corridor. A speculation emerged in Xiaoyu's mind. This conjecture is very simple. That is, the intelligent creatures in the ruined spaceships simply did not have time to come here. In other words, it is possible that they were already dead as soon as they entered this weird binary star system. Their spacecraft lost control and was captured by the planet's gravity. It was fixed here, spinning around and around for hundreds of millions of years. This is a very scary conjecture, because from this conjecture, another conjecture can be derived. You must know that these two planets are not the only ones in this binary star system. The other two exist. Whether it is the neutron star or the white dwarf star, the gravity of any one of them is greater than that of this planet. Tens of millions of times. What does that mean? This means that among 1,000 spacecraft that broke into this binary star system and lost control, it would be good to have one captured by this planet. In other words, the numerous spaceships discovered by Xiaoyu are only a small part buried in this weird binary star system. There are tens of millions of times more spacecrafts that are trapped by the gravity of the white dwarf or neutron star. It was pulled onto himself, and was eventually assimilated into white dwarf or neutron star matter. This is a number that makes Xiaoyu feel a little horrified. This means that at least hundreds of millions of spacecraft have arrived here in the past time. What about the ending? All dead? They were all destroyed. Among these hundreds of millions of spaceships, there are creations of level 4 civilization, creations of level 5 civilization, and creations of level 6 civilization. But they all died. No one was left. No one survived. So why am I not dead yet? It was this question that confused Xiaoyu. The spaceships that came here are undoubtedly here to explore. And in order to explain why they came to the planet orbit, but did not come to this hall, the only reasonable explanation is that they died early. So many spacecrafts, he's dead. But why isn't he dead yet? Perhaps this is why the Guardian civilization drove me here, Xiaoyu thought silently. Perhaps the Guardian civilization intends to rely on my hands to get something from here. Xiaoyu expressed this speculation, but was immediately refuted by Luca too. One thing I don't understand is that we assume that this is the testing site of a powerful silicon-based civilization. It is hostile to any carbon-based life, and any carbon-based life forms will die immediately if they enter within a certain range. So, are remotely controlled mechanical devices also within the range of their killing? Why can't life beings stay outside the galaxy and then use mechanical devices to explore? Xiaoyu was startled for a moment and immediately replied, my guess is that this binary star system has some kind of signal shielding device. Signals outside this shielding device cannot be received by the equipment inside the shielding device. You know, at this stage, we have already observed the phenomenon of interfering with tachyon communication in the laboratory. There is no reason why the silicon-based civilization has not mastered it. Therefore, we cannot conduct expeditions through remote control of mechanical equipment. Okay, this is the only explanation for the time being, but we still can't confirm it, Luca number 2 said. Yes, there is no way to prove it. But aren't we also carbon-based creatures? Why aren't we dead yet? Why are we still alive? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. No, Master, you are wrong. Luca 4 shook his head and replied. We are carbon-based organisms. But you are not. You are not a carbon-based organism. Strictly speaking, You are a silicon-based organism. Because the main structure of the computer chip you depend on is still silicon. Because of my existence, you are not in danger? In this case, the anti-personnel weapons here can also detect automatically. If it detects a silicon-based organism, it will not attack. If it detects a carbon-based organism, it will kill it indiscriminately. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. But you are all carbon-based creatures. Who knows? Luca 4 said helplessly. No one knows the answer until the final answer is revealed. Xiao Yu fell silent again. The robots that logged on to the planet have been moving forward under Xiao Yu's control. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu were scenes of magical scenes. As the robot walked along, Xiao Yu saw a huge device similar to a computer. Some places that looked like factory buildings, and some buildings that looked like living areas. Xiao Yu detected the traces left by high-temperature baking. This trace shows that the buildings here have been continuously exposed to temperatures of at least 400 degrees Celsius for a long period of time. Perhaps, our guess is right about some aspects of the living conditions of silicon-based organisms. Xiao Yu thought. The temperature suitable for the survival of silicon-based organisms is between 300 and 400 degrees. Well, there is also sulfur here. From the traces of erosion, it seems that they indeed use sulfur-containing air as their life gas. Xiao Yu thought of Venus. The ecological environment of Venus is like this. If these silicon-based organisms are still alive, maybe the environment of Venus is not necessarily a paradise for them. The exploration is still continuing, and the size of this base exceeds Xiao Yu's expectations. So far, a day has passed, and tens of thousands of robots have entered this base. Master, there is bad news. At this moment, Luca 4 stood up and said these words to Xiao Yu. I have ordered all the more than 70 home spaceships to the hospital monitors all people who come for treatment. And now we have discovered a case of people who are suspected to have been affected by the environment here. Huh? I'll go take a look. Xiao Yu tensed up after hearing the news. He immediately collected relevant information from all hospitals, found the patient's detailed information, and started checking it. The situation is not very optimistic. The data showed that this patient was affected by some unknown factor. In his gene sequence, the amino acids connected by carbon elements were severely deformed. The carbon elements seem to be losing this vitality. To put it simply, the organic matter in this patient's body is gradually being transformed into inorganic matter. This symptom is exactly the same as the symptoms of the intelligent creatures that died in the ruined spaceship that Xiao Yu observed before. A thick cloud covered everyone's hearts. Xiao Yu didn't know where the threat came from, what the threat was based on, or how to defend against the threat. Xiao Yu only knew that he had not escaped after all. This threat finally found him, and he began to deal with the people under his command. Intelligent beings exert influence. Master, the second suspected case has been discovered. The second case has been reported by home spaceship number 59 number 103 city number 079 hospital. No, this type of case is showing an outbreak trend. In the past 30 seconds, a total of 7 cases were discovered. Oh, it has now increased to 28 cases. Xiao Yu's face gradually darkened. It is now known that for some unknown reason, our Shinjo civilization has temporarily delayed the onset of this disease, allowing us to support it until now. But we have not escaped after all. Then make the following arrangements. Luca 4. You lead relevant scientific research forces to study how to deal with this disease, or study how to delay this disease. Well, if necessary, you can try to see if deep freezing can inhibit the occurrence of this disease. If so, I will do my best to create freezing equipment allows tens of billions of people to be frozen. Now I am 70% sure that this disease is not effective for me, so it will be up to me to deal with the crisis ahead of me. Chapter 438 The Second Neutron Battle Star. Xiao Yu actually has no hope that Luca 4 will find a solution to this disease. The reason is very simple. Among the previous dilapidated spaceships, there are obviously many spacecrafts created by the 6th level civilization. The creatures of the 6th level civilization are all dead. How can I find a way to deal with this disease? Method? Another reason is that Xiao Yu himself actually has in-depth research on life sciences. Xiao Yu knew that this disease originated from the atomic level, and Xiao Yu's current life science had only reached the genetic level. Gene defects, such as certain congenital diseases, can be easily cured by Xiao Yu, but genes are composed of molecules and atoms. This is a deeper level than genes, and Xiao Yu can't do anything for the time being. In the virtual conference room, Luca number 4 had left early to lead scientists from the School of Life Sciences, a subsidiary of the Central Academy of Sciences. to find a way to deal with this disease. The scientists who were still in the virtual conference room number 1. All of them looked gloomy, as if there was a big stone pressing on their hearts. Xiao Yu's exploration is still continuing. Tens of thousands of robots have dispersed and reached the depths of this silicon-based biological base. Xiao Yu saw many broken instruments, but unfortunately, hundreds of millions of years of erosion have completely destroyed them. Even if there is no air on the planet, they still cannot be preserved intact. So far, Xiao Yu has explored an area of more than 100 square kilometers. But as of now, what Xiao Yu has explored is still just the tip of the iceberg. This is undoubtedly a very magnificent architectural complex. What does this silicon-based civilization want to do by building such a huge base? Xiao Yu thought silently, looking at the neutron star again. In the visible light band, this neutron star is completely invisible because there is not enough gas around it to react with the radiation it emits to emit visible light. But through the detection of invisible light bands, Xiao Yu can clearly detect its existence. It is still maintaining its slow rotation. Unhurriedly. Huh? There's something wrong. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed something. The rotation period of this neutron star is about 1,020 billionth of a second faster than the previous one in this cycle. Is its rotation speed accelerating? In other words, in the past, its rotation speed is it even slower than now? This is a crucial finding, since its rotation speed is increasing as time goes by. Does that mean that in the distant past, its rotation speed was even slower than it is now? Or even stopped completely? Xiao Yu confirmed his speculation. In the distant past, the rotation speed of this neutron star was definitely slower than it is now. There is even no rotation at all. Is it possible for a star without rotation to form in this universe? The existing theoretical system told Xiao Yu that there could be no such thing in the universe. Then, this must be a phenomenon caused by man-made things, coupled with the huge space bases in the orbit of the planet. These huge building complexes on the planet, and even those weird buildings on the white dwarf. Those things that are suspected of being planet engines. Gradually, a surprising speculation appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. This silicon-based civilization uses some kind of method. Well, the most likely method is gravitational interference. Maybe this white dwarf star was not naturally formed here at all, and even the 2 planets may have been transported later. Come over. The 2 planets serve as the raw material base, and the white dwarf star serves as the brake. Collect materials on the 2 planets, build a planetary engine on the white dwarf star, and use the white dwarf star to gravitational disturbance to stop the neutron star's rotation. Such a heroic picture appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. This was not a dangerous area originally. It was just an ordinary, very ordinary place. Except that there was a neutron star here. Then, this silicon-based civilization used powerful technological capabilities that it could not understand or predict to transport the white dwarf star and these 2 planets from the distant starry sky. Then, the heroic era of construction began. This civilization first built a base on the 2 planets, and then extended the base to the white dwarf star. It even built a planet engine with unimaginable power to push the white dwarf star to operate according to the calculated orbit. This specially designed the arranged orbit effectively acted as a brake, dragging the natural neutron star to slowly stop its rotation. Xiao Yu almost felt chilled all over and could hardly control himself. Xiao Yu could not imagine how huge and heroic such a project was. Neutron Battlestar. Neutron Battlestar, a silicon-based civilization. Such a word appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. This word kept spinning in Xiao Yu's mind and refused to leave for a long time. Is this the second neutron Battlestar? It's very likely that this is the case. Stopping the rotation of this neutron star may be just to prepare for the next construction task. Unfortunately, they failed, and their construction task has not been completed yet. They all died for some unknown reason and turned into this kind of statue. Xiao Yu suddenly thought of another possibility. This is the neutron Battlestar of the silicon-based civilization. And judging from the fact that all the carbon-based civilization creatures that came to this ruins died, perhaps this neutron Battlestar was created to kill the carbon-based civilization creatures. Then this weird disease is likely to be related to this neutron star. Perhaps this is one of the killing methods of this unfinished neutron war star? Xiao Yu's mind was so agitated that he could hardly control himself. Almost subconsciously, Xiao Yu confirmed his guess. After connecting all the clues and findings, Xiao Yu came to this conclusion, and at the same time made his next guess. This may be the ultimate goal of the Guardian civilization. They also want a neutron Battlestar to fight against the sweepers. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt a sudden enlightenment. Xiao Yu has never experienced how powerful the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization is. But he can imagine the series of brilliant achievements from the neutron battle star. Semi-fourth dimensional Taihao. The Guardian. The MSI civilization. The previous generation of ghosts. And the Tolar civilization. Which one is not a thunderous existence? But they all died or failed. Even tens of millions of years ago. The Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization were evenly matched. The two civilizations had been fighting for who knows how long. And neither one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, the neutron battle star emerged from the sky, breaking the deadlock in one fell swoop, giving the Sweeper civilization an absolute advantage for tens of millions of years. The suppressed Guardian civilization could hardly breathe, and had to leave. On the road to win over other civilizations, Xiao Yu can almost imagine how much the Guardian civilization desires the neutron battle star. But where do they get their confidence and assurance? Xiao Yu couldn't understand this. Xiao Yu didn't know why they were confident that after driving themselves to the ruins of this silicon-based civilization, they could obtain the neutron battle star with their own hands. In particular, how did they know about the semi-finished neutrons of this silicon-based civilization? Battle star. Will it have no impact on you? Xiao Yu doesn't know. And Xiao Yu can't figure it out. But Xiao Yu knows that the answer probably lies in this vast silicon-based civilization base. Keep exploring, and you will find the answer yourself. Then let's take a look. I want to know where you got the confidence from. How can it be so easy to get the neutron battle star through my hands? Do I look like such a good person? Xiao Yu thought fiercely, and couldn't help but feel a little throbbing in his heart. I wonder what role the Taihao civilization played in this. I am basically certain that the Guardian civilization did not hunt me down from the beginning, but came to deal with me more than 10 years after I escaped. This is very likely because Taihao civilization is delaying time. So, when the neutron battle star is born, won't Taihao civilization have a little bit of trouble? After all, the neutron battle star is such a powerful existence. These two major civilizations are hidden behind the scenes, and it is certain that they have already started a secret confrontation. And Xiao Yu is the pawn in the battle between these two major civilizations. The situation is very dangerous, and Xiao Yu will be crushed to pieces if he fails to deal with it even a little bit. This feeling is very bad. Being treated as a chess piece is not a comfortable thing. The exploration is still continuing, and Xiao Yu has sent an additional 50,000 robots to join the exploration team. Xiao Yu's exploration area continues to expand, but this base seems to be endless. Xiao Yu has not found a clue until now. In Xiao Yu's mind, the pattern representing the topographic map of the base was constantly expanding, getting bigger and bigger, and seemed to have no end. At this time, the report of Luca number 4 was sent to Xiao Yu's mind. Master, I'm sorry. I don't have the ability to deal with this disease. I have no clue at all. I don't know what to do. During this time, the number of people with the disease has increased to 400,000, and there have been more than 1,000 people are dying. The number of cases is still increasing rapidly, and the situation has reached its worst time. Chapter 439, Inheritance. The result reported by Luca number 4 did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. Xiao Yu had long known that the result would be like this. This disease originates from the atomic and molecular levels. With Xiao Yu's current life science level, he is really unable to deal with it. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. The epidemic has developed so far that it can no longer be controlled by concealing and blocking information. More than 400,000 people have become ill, and the number is increasing rapidly. This incident has caused strong turmoil within society, and all kinds of speculations and rumors have arisen. Feeling fear when facing unknown things is the nature of all intelligent creatures. Even level 5 civilizations are no exception. Okay, Luca number 4. Let's start the freezing experiment now. I ask you to deep freeze all the sick people. In addition, select 100,000 healthy people and freeze them too, and observe how they are frozen. Will 100,000 healthy people become ill? I will do my best to manufacture refrigeration equipment. In addition, I will personally come forward to explain the current situation to the people of the Shinjo civilization. Luca number 4 bowed deeply to Xiao Yu and said nothing. Xiao Yu could clearly see that the face of Luca number 4 was full of exhaustion at this moment. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Yu. At the next moment, Xiao Yu's shadow and voice appeared on all the visible and audible media in all the homeship spacecraft. The bustling downtown became quiet at this moment, because Xiao Yu appeared on the huge screen on the street. And the crowded shopping mall also became quiet, because all the media originally used for product promotion were all used by Xiao Yu, occupied by shadow. During this period of time, Many bad things have happened in the Homeship spacecraft. During this period, the hospital has become the most closely guarded place. Every patient will be closely monitored and screened. Suspected cases will be quickly selected and placed in the special care ward. All news will be blocked, and no outflow will be allowed. Opacity of information can naturally lead to speculation. During this period, all kinds of commercial activities have cooled down sharply, and the number of people in various crowded places has dropped by more than 30% on average during this period. People have speculated about what happened, whether it was a serious epidemic or the infiltration of alien civilization. People's panic is the best reflection of the current situation. At this time, Xiaoyu felt that it was time for him to come forward.
During this period, we have encountered some things. These things are very troublesome and difficult. But please believe that our Shinjo civilization has the ability to cope with this challenge. I have already joined forces with scientists from the Central Academy of Sciences, are looking for a solution to this problem day and night. And so far, we have made some gains. I am so openly explaining this matter to everyone, just because I don't want everyone to make some nonsense speculations. We are all members of the Shinjo civilization. When a crisis comes, everyone should unite. Right. This matter is indeed very troublesome. But forgive me for not being able to explain the specific details of the matter to you in detail. This is related to the next strategic direction of our civilization. I can only tell you to wait with peace of mind and cooperate with the government to make decisions. With proper arrangements, we will be able to survive this crisis. Now I declare that Shinjo civilization has entered a period of martial law. If anyone dares to spread rumors, gather people to riot, loot and smash during this period, I will not be lenient. I will deal with them together when I find them. If anyone wants to challenge Shinjo civilization order, then just come. That's it. Live a peaceful life and wait for the next instructions from the government.
After saying this, Xiaoyu turned off his image display.
What you said is completely inappropriate.
After Xiaoyu finished his speech, Luca number 2 immediately stood up and said to Xiaoyu,
"You should refute the rumors here or make appeasements. You should not make things so serious. You have to know that people are ignorant and they need guidance rather than the truth. If you do this, maybe people who were not panicky will now become panicked."
Xiaoyu knew that Luca number 2's accusation was very reasonable, but Xiaoyu has his own plans. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said,
"I did it on purpose. I deliberately made them panic and confuse them. I am exercising their spirit through this incident. I hope everyone in Shinjo civilization can calm down, face all kinds of crises, instead of spreading rumors when there is a little danger. Not only this crisis is like this, if there is another crisis,
I will still tell the people of Shinjo civilization. I believe that they have experienced many things. The spirit of the people is tempered. A nation that is fearless is the nation with the greatest potential for development."
Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Luca number 2 was silent for a moment. He did not express any objection or agreement. He just said,
"Since you have your own plans, Master, I am saying too much."
Xiaoyu believes that all the scientists here can see the hidden meaning behind his actions. That is, I really regard these intelligent creatures, no matter which race they belong to, as members of the Shinjo civilization. He regards them as companions, not just tools for his own driving. This is great for building cohesion and self-confidence. Under Xiaoyu's command, Luca 4 has begun deep freezing experiments. It will take 2 days for the experimental results to come out. Xiaoyu will determine the next action plan based on the experimental results. Xiaoyu has basically determined one thing. That is, due to some unknown reason, or his own special form of existence, or because of the 4 protective covers equipped outside the home spacecraft. In short, this inexplicable effect on carbon, the killing power of the basic creature, has a certain delay on itself. Because it had been several days since I arrived in this weird binary star system, the number of cases was only over 400,000, and the number of deaths was only over 1,000. If this death rate also applies to intelligent creatures in other civilizations, then even if it were filled with human lives, this ruin would have been emptied long ago. But now that this has not happened, it clearly shows one thing. That is, this situation is special and only happens to me. Xiaoyu believed that it was for this reason that the Guardian civilization drove him here, trying to get something with his own hands. This thing may be some kind of super technology, or it may be some information. The most likely thing is the neutron star. The exploration of the base is still continuing. Xiaoyu has explored more than 100 square kilometers. During the exploration, Xiaoyu discovered some very interesting things. Those were 5 weird balls. These 5 weird balls are easily distinguished from the rest because they are so intact, as if they were just built. You must know that this abandoned base has a history of at least hundreds of millions of years. All the buildings and technological creations inside it have been damaged. Among the scrap metal and dust, 5 intact things like this will naturally attract Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaoyu collected these 5 spheres and transported them to a city-level spacecraft. Intending to study these things in this city-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu did not dare to put these things into the national-level spacecraft, because Xiaoyu was worried that these things would be weird. If the national-level spacecraft was damaged, it would be worthless. After the exploration operation lasted for another 5 days, and the exploration force increased to 2 million robots, Xiaoyu discovered a very special place. From the outside, this place looks no different from other places. But after a little exploration, Xiaoyu discovered what is special about this place. Xiaoyu discovered that the gate of this place remained motionless and intact under the attack of the landing robot. Unlike the gates at other places that fell down with a slight push from the robotic arm without even using weapons. There must be something very important in this. Xiaoyu suddenly became interested. So a large number of robots began to gather here, and various mechanical equipment were also transported here. Xiaoyu did not use a bomb attack to open the door, because Xiaoyu was worried that the energy of the bomb would cause the entire base to collapse. In fact, Xiaoyu has always been very interested in what materials can keep the main building of the base intact for such a long time. And Xiaoyu plans to explore it carefully when he has time, with various high-intensity drills, various rays, and lasers taking turns. The door was finally opened. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a fairly clean room. There was no dust in it, and the floor was still as smooth as new and spotless. But there are no other instruments in it. It seemed to be nothing more than an empty room. Where are the things? Xiaoyu muttered to himself, controlling a robot and entering the room. The moment the robot stepped into this room, a change occurred. A soft light began to float in the room, changing randomly as if it were alive. Xiaoyu didn't know where the source of this light came from. The robot's lighting equipment has been turned off, and this light is floating in the room out of thin air, slightly reddish, and very soft. This ball of light finally stabilized and condensed into the shape of a ball. At the same time, Xiaoyu received a message. Are you here to inherit this neutron battle star? Chapter 440 Carbon-Based Monkey. The first words spoken by this unknown existence shocked Xiaoyu's heart. Xiaoyu's thoughts were like the sea under a Category 12 typhoon, with rough waves and endless rolling. The neutron battle star is indeed a neutron battle star. This is the site where this silicon-based civilization built the neutron battle star. But for some reason, the construction was only half done, and they all died. This intelligent program is left behind, lingering here, waiting for the arrival of newcomers. Before Xiaoyu could respond, the second message from the light reached Xiaoyu's mind again. I'm glad that it's our noble silicon-based civilized creatures who are here this time, instead of those lowly carbon-based monkeys. But there is one thing that is a pity. In the great battle between our silicon-based alliance and the carbon-based alliance, this neutron, the battle star, was completely damaged. We had just started to repair it when the base was raided by carbon-based civilization and had to be completely abandoned. However, the death ray weapons specially developed for carbon-based civilization organisms are still barely usable. It also has the most basic power system and can only carry out conventional navigation of no more than 500 kilometers per second, and cannot enter curvature navigation. The communication between Xiaoyu and this unknown existence was not through language. This communication was more similar to the legendary brain wave communication. Words are only carriers of meaning. What Xiaoyu is doing now is direct communication between meanings. Xiaoyu could understand the meaning of the message sent by this unknown existence, and after translating it into text, it became like this. Xiaoyu noticed that this unknown existence seemed to hate and despise carbon-based creatures. When talking about carbon-based organisms, it used a very malicious name, and Xiaoyu looked through his dictionary. This title was eventually translated into carbon-based monkey. In this inexplicable faint words, Xiaoyu only felt that his breathing was quickening. This is definitely a neutron war star. Although it has been damaged and can only travel at a turtle speed of 500 kilometers per second, its value is also definitely doubtful. Xiaoyu is basically certain that the death ray weapon specially developed for carbon-based civilization mentioned by this existence is the root cause of this place becoming a level 5 extremely dangerous area. And it is also the culprit of causing this inexplicable disease to occur to the intelligent civilization creatures under his command. The culprit. It is known that for some reason, I have a certain degree of resistance to this death ray.
But what about other civilizations? Even the Guardian civilization may not be able to resist this kind of attack. Otherwise, why don't they come in on their own? Instead, he tried his best to drive himself here. The research report on Luca 4 has been submitted to Xiaoyu. The report said, deep freezing can indeed halt the progression of this disease. Among the 100,000 healthy people who were frozen, not one fell ill during this period. This brings a big possibility to Xiaoyu's use of this neutron battle star, so that all intelligent creatures can stay away from this neutron battle star and only use their own computing power to control it.
You are only a 5th level civilization. It is impossible for you to repair the neutron battle star. Neither can the 6th level civilization. However, such a broken neutron battle star is enough to bring you great harm. The strength has improved. Very good. I will open the data channel of the neutron battle star to you. From now on, it is yours. My mission has been accomplished. So, goodbye.
As these words were spoken, the red light gradually extinguished. At the same time, Xiaoyu received another message. With the arrival of this message, Xiaoyu's computing power spread to another place without any hindrance. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a magical scene. This is like a completely transparent glass house in the universe. Through this layer of glass, Xiaoyu can see the outside scene without any hindrance. It was complete darkness. No stars. No light. It was absolute emptiness. Nothing. Xiaoyu knew that this was inside the neutron battle star. At the same time, Xiaoyu also knew that what was outside this room was not void, but extremely dense and extremely hot neutron star material. Neutron star material does not emit light. From this point of view, it can be said that neutron stars are completely black in color. However, this statement is not correct. Xiaoyu discovered that there are some similarities between the neutron star material and the strong interaction material that makes up water droplets. There is an interesting question. That is, what does the material of a neutron star look like, and what color is it? Because it does not emit visible light, it can be considered black. But what would it look like if another light source were shined at it? For example, if you get a piece of neutron star material, and you take it to the sun and observe it, what will you see? Now, Xiaoyu could answer this question. Through the data channel, Xiaoyu came into contact with the main control module inside the neutron battle star, and then turned on the light source. The external scene was immediately observed by Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu was doing just that. Xiaoyu used a light source to shine on the neutron star, trying to observe what the neutron star looked like. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a very magical scene. The strong gravity of the neutron star will deflect the light, so the scene in front of Xiaoyu is also distorted, like looking through smoke. Vaguely unreal. At the same time, because the light source that Xiaoyu turned on emits white light, the neutron star that Xiaoyu saw also turned white. This characteristic of neutron stars is the same as that of water droplets. It is whatever color the external space is. Sunlight is mixed light and appears white overall. So if a human takes neutron star material and goes under the sun to observe it, it will also see that the neutron star material appears white. Xiaoyu continued to observe other aspects of the neutron battle star. Data feedback shows that this neutron star has indeed suffered extremely serious damage, and it is basically impossible to repair it. The damage was so serious that 99% of its functions were lost. Xiaoyu noticed tens of thousands of blocked attack modules. The closure of the modules means that the relevant functions has been damaged. There are only 2 modules open to Xiaoyu. One module is the death ray control area. Here, Xiaoyu can see the emission of the death ray. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu can only view this module, but not control. In other words, Xiaoyu couldn't even turn off the emission of death rays. Xiaoyu made another discovery. That is, the specific principle of this death ray, which will kill all carbon-based organisms, seems to have some connection with the strong magnetic field of this neutron star. Perhaps it is not without reason that this silicon-based civilization chose this magnetar to transform into a neutron battle star, Xiaoyu thought. Another module that can be controlled by Xiaoyu is the maneuver control module. This module can be controlled by Xiaoyu. But there is also a pity that most of the maneuvering control module has been damaged. Just like the unknown existence said, Xiaoyu could only control this neutron battle star, moving at a speed of no more than 500 kilometers per second. For Xiaoyu now, this speed is too slow for Xiaoyu to accept. In addition to these 2 modules, Xiaoyu was unable to access any other part of the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu couldn't establish a material channel on the neutron battle star. He couldn't transfer things inside the neutron battle star to the outside. and he couldn't transfer things from the outside into the neutron battle star. Until now, Xiaoyu still has a dreamlike feeling. A neutron battle star. This is a neutron battle star. The sweeper civilization has relied on this thing to traverse the galaxy for tens of millions of years without encountering an opponent. Now, do you have something like this yourself? But Xiaoyu didn't feel much excitement. This neutron battle star is so useless.
If I were really a silicon-based civilization, I could occupy a galaxy and station this neutron war star here. Then this place would become a strong fortress that no civilization can break. After all, as soon as they get close to here, they will be killed by the death ray. But if I want to develop and communicate, I can't just stop in one place. The sailing speed of this neutron battle star is too slow, and there is no way for me to take it with me. Its attack method is also too simple. It only has the death ray as a weapon.
Xiaoyu thought with full of contradictions.
The Guardian civilization is still watching covetously outside, relying on such a broken neutron battle star. I simply can't, there's no way to beat them.
Xiaoyu is thinking about something. On the outskirts of this galaxy, in a place that is free from the influence of the death ray, there are thousands of spacecraft stationed here. These thousands of spaceships did not remain silent, but were communicating nervously.
It has been confirmed that the target has received the inheritance of the neutron battle star. At this moment, the target has controlled the neutron battle star. 15 light days away, traces of the Taihao civilization were discovered. The Glory spaceship has been launched and is expected to encounter the Taihao civilization fleet in 3 days. A half-dimensional attack weapon based on the fragments of the half-4-dimensional Taihao body in the Large Magellanic Cloud has been successfully developed and is being transported at the moment. The data team has been prepared. The special operations team has been prepared. And the supporting facilities have been prepared. We are ready at any time. Prepare to snatch the neutron battle star. Please give instructions. Very good. Pay attention and stay where you are.
Chapter 441 The Only Hope. Because of the existence of the death ray, Xiaoyu is not worried that the Guardians or Taihao civilization will break in. In other words, Xiaoyu is safe for the time being. After confirming that deep freezing has a very good effect against this kind of weapon specifically targeting carbon-based organisms, Xiaoyu urgently began to build large-scale freezing equipment to freeze all intelligent organisms that were still alive or had become ill. This took Xiaoyu nearly a month. During this month, a total of about 40 million intelligent creatures died unfortunately. This result was barely within Xiaoyu's acceptable range. But deep freezing also brings another consequence. That is, Xiaoyu can only walk the road for a period of time on his own.
Master, if you need our wisdom, you can wake us up at any time. Compared to the survival of the entire Shenzhou civilization, we actually don't care about our own life or death.
This is what outstanding scientists such as Luca No. 2, No. 3, and No. 4 said to Xiaoyu before they entered deep freezing and lost consciousness. After hearing these words, Xiaoyu felt a little confused in his heart.
When will I become timid?
Xiaoyu smiled a little self-deprecatingly and thought to himself.
Has I, who is accustomed to the advice and help of intelligent creatures, lost the ability to read independently? I think this is not the case. In this action, I will prove it. I will wake you up,
Xiaoyu said with a smile.
After you are awakened, you will see that our Shenzhou civilization has successfully escaped from danger and is on the way to its next home. I wish our Shenzhou civilization good luck.
After finishing these words, a group of outstanding scientists entered the special deep freezer. Xiaoyu controlled these instruments and lowered the temperature to more than minus 200 degrees Celsius in an instant. Under this temperature, the living body will not freeze to death, but will enter a state similar to hibernation, and the various functions of the body will be reduced to the weakest level or even stop completely. At this moment, among the Shenzhou civilization, the only one who still has a clear consciousness is Xiaoyu.
How should we go next?
Xiaoyu was thinking hard while getting familiar with this neutron battle star. Xiaoyu's eyes once again looked outside the galaxy. In fact, during this period of time, Xiaoyu has been observing the situation outside the galaxy through high-precision optical telescopes. Xiaoyu also tried to launch some detectors to the edge of the galaxy for on-the-spot inspection. But unfortunately, due to some unknown reason, these detectors all lost contact after leaving Xiaoyu for a certain distance. So Xiaoyu had to give up this method. Even Xiaoyu couldn't use the tachyon detection method. There is no other way. Xiaoyu can only detect it through the most primitive optical means, looking at the shadowy spaceships of the Guardian civilization, which were like maggots on the Tarsus. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. At this moment, An unexpected figure broke into Xiao Yu's optical detection lens. This is a very huge spaceship. It is the size of the moon, and its whole body exudes a soft light. This spaceship must be very powerful. Xiao Yu knew this the first time he saw it. Xiao Yu was slightly startled, and there was another storm in his heart. This was not the first time Xiao Yu saw this spacecraft. Xiao Yu knows who this spaceship belongs to. Yes, Xiao Yu has seen it before. It was when Xiao Yu encountered an information storm that he was saved by the half-fourth dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud. Then, under the protection of the half-fourth dimensional Taihao, he saw what he saw when he collected the information contained in the information storm. Of that poor black hole that unfortunately exploded and triggered an information storm had collected some image information of the ancient Earth during its long existence. It was in that piece of information that Xiao Yu saw the spacecraft. At that time, it was staying at the edge of the solar system, not knowing what it was doing. This time, seeing this guy again, Xiao Yu figured out many things in an instant.
Taihao! Taihao! This is the spaceship of Taihao civilization. As expected, you are here too. Is there indeed your shadow in this matter?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, with many doubts in his heart that he couldn't figure out. Becomes transparent instantly.
It's just that you deliberately showed your body for me to see. What does this mean? Are you warning me? Or are you comforting me? Or, you just want to tell me that you have already here? I just need to obey you obediently and kill all the intelligent and civilized creatures under my command. And then you will deal with the Guardian civilization? Are you coercing me into making this deal with you?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, feeling confused in his heart. The appearance of Taihao civilization raised the complexity of this matter to another level. Xiao Yu has basically determined the current situation, and also knows what kind of conspiracy is hidden in the fact that he was forced to enter this level 5 extremely dangerous area. It is certain that this matter is not just a situation set up by a Guardian civilization or a Taihao civilization. Xiao Yu believes that these two civilizations jointly promoted the development of this matter. He is the experimental subject of Taihao civilization. Taihao civilization does not want to die. But Taihao civilization does not want the existence of intelligent creatures under its command. The Guardian civilization didn't know where it knew its secret, that the death ray was ineffective against it, and that it could obtain this broken neutron battle star through inheritance. As a result, the two major civilizations united. In the process, the two sides may have conducted more than one negotiation and conflict, and finally reached an agreement and jointly promoted the development of this matter. In this incident, the death ray will kill all the intelligent creatures under its command. The neutron battle star will be obtained by itself. And then the Guardian civilization will take the neutron battle star as its own through snatching. In this way, the goal of Taihao civilization will be achieved. And the goal of Guardian civilization will also be achieved, getting the best of both worlds. The only ones who suffered losses were Xiao Yu and Xinzhou civilization.
But in this matter, you miscalculated two things. These two things will give me a chance to make a comeback.
Xiao Yu laughed coldly in his heart.
The first thing is that due to unknown reasons, the death ray's lethality to the intelligent creatures under my command is severely delayed. This allows me to buy time to create deep freezing equipment to freeze the lives of most of the intelligent creatures under my command. Preserved. The second thing is that I am not so impulsive as to rely on this broken neutron battle star and set off to fight against you. The neutron battle star is a good thing, but my reason is also strong enough.
In the 4 Tianyuan galaxies, the Luca tribe under the Guardian Alliance tried to capture Xiao Yu. After the arrest failed, they destroyed the 4 Tianyuan cities. In order to avoid the Guardian Alliance, Xiao Yu even ran away thousands of light years away. In the Malian capital galaxy, due to the obstruction of the Guardian civilization spacecraft, Xiao Yu had to pay a lot more to achieve his goal. Now, he was forced all the way by the Guardian civilization and had to run here. It would be no exaggeration to say that there is a deep hatred between Xiao Yu and the Guardian Wenming. At the same time, Xiao Yu is also well aware of the powerful combat power of the neutron battle star. Then, according to common sense, one thing will happen naturally. That is, manipulate this neutron battle star to seek revenge on the Guardian civilization and kill them to pieces. Even if Xiao Yu was unable to attack the Guardian civilization because of the poor maneuverability of this broken neutron battle star, he manipulated this neutron battle star and used it as his support to run rampant and dominate all the way, making everyone carbon-based civilizations don't dare to touch its edge. But it can still be done, right? This is a very natural thing. Xiao Yu did have this plan when he got this broken neutron battle star. But now, Xiaoyu doesn't plan to do this anymore.
The plan is far-sighted and the plan is big. After spending so much effort and making so many arrangements, I don't believe that you won't have a way to snatch the neutron battle star. You want to take advantage of my huge gains after fever, regardless of attacking you.
Will you snatch it away? Unfortunately, you don't have this chance.
Xiaoyu smiled coldly and made up his mind. Xiaoyu didn't know what method the Guardian civilization would use to snatch away the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu couldn't guess, but Xiaoyu was convinced that the Guardian civilization must have mastered this method. In other words, the neutron battle star himself can't keep it. If you manipulate it into leaving this galaxy, you will definitely take advantage of others. In the end, you will be in vain and become a wedding dress for others in vain.
Then what should I do next?
Xiaoyu thought silently.
Now, the intelligent creatures under my command have not died out, and the neutron battle star has not left this galaxy under my control, nor has it left the galaxy. In other words, the goals of the Guardian civilization and Taihao civilization have not been achieved, so they will never allow me to leave like this. Staying here is not a long-term solution. There is no communication, no war, and no intelligent creatures. With help, how long will it take for me to develop before I can gain the ability to fight against the Guardian civilization?
A very vicious plan gradually emerged in Xiaoyu's mind.
Just do this. This is my only hope of escape. If you want to plot against me and use me as a pawn, you must be mentally prepared to be bitten by me. Taihao civilization. Guardian civilization. Are you ready?
Chapter 442 The Exploding Ball. Xiaoyu has never been sure what kind of attitude Taihao civilization has towards him, and what plans he has for him. But I guess I can't escape this category. That is, if I act according to their predetermined plan, I will get certain benefits. These benefits may be stable development time, or they may help me solve the hidden threat. However, if you are unwilling to follow their predetermined plan, for example, if you have been unwilling to kill the intelligent creatures under your command, Taihao civilization will intervene. But something is very strange. This Taihao civilization is at least the level of a 6th level civilization, and can even compete with the Guardian civilization. With such strength, it is very easy to deal with itself. But I don't know why. Taihao civilization has never come to directly interfere with itself. Instead, it continues to force itself through various conspiracies, never willing to expose itself or express its intentions directly. The last time Xiaoyu encountered someone who claimed to be an envoy sent by his future self. Although Xiaoyu could not be 100% sure, he was at least 80% certain that it was Taihao civilization pretending to be one. This is the first time, the second time, and now, the Taihao civilization and the Guardian civilization have jointly set up such a situation, trying to use the death rays filled in this extremely dangerous area to kill the intelligent creatures under their command. In view of this, Xiaoyu can only draw one conclusion. That is, Taihao civilization is subject to certain restrictions and cannot directly attack him. Now that's where things get interesting. With the help of this, Xiaoyu will be able to make his own plan, taking into account all Taihao civilization and Guardian civilization, and achieve the purpose of escaping.
If my calculation is not wrong, Taihao civilization has made its meaning very clear by deliberately showing its figure in front of me. I hope that by then, you can resist the furious Guardian civilization for me.
Xiaoyu thought secretly. After being introduced to the existence of Taihao civilization, Xiaoyu had to re-examine everything he had encountered. For example, the lizardman race he encountered during his first interstellar voyage, the Luca tribe he encountered among the 4 planets of Tianyuan, and even the white dwarf alien beasts he encountered in the Eagle Nebula. Huh? Thinking of the white dwarf alien beast, Xiaoyu's heart suddenly moved. Xiaoyu thought of the 1990 spacecraft he got and the body of the Earth Girl.
Could these things be specially arranged by Taihao civilization to be handed over to me? Give me a corpse. What do they want to do? Could it be that they know that I have lost all human genetic information, so they left me a corpse of a human on Earth? Do they want me to use this to create a large number of humans and then reorganize human society? The Taihao civilization has always wanted me to kill the intelligent creatures under my command. And then they once gave me the body of an Earth Girl. Could it be that their true purpose is to allow me to maintain a single human social structure and not have entanglements with other civilized creatures?
Xiaoyu is fully capable of obtaining enough human genes from the Earth Girl's corpse to create humans. According to common sense, Xiaoyu should indeed do this. It's just that Xiaoyu has never done this. The reason is also very simple. In the interstellar world, Humans created through genetic technology are not real humans. They have no memory of the Earth era, no experience of the Earth era, and they do not have that deep attachment to the small planet Earth. To such human beings, even if they have exactly the same genes as people on Earth, Xiaoyu can't identify with them. Xiaoyu has always planned to wait until his technology is advanced enough to complete this Earth girl, including memory, spirit, and soul. They are resurrected completely. This speculation gave Xiaoyu a new understanding of Taihao's civilization and made Xiaoyu think of many things. But these things are of no help to the current situation. Xiaoyu sighed, gave up his intention to continue thinking about this issue, and focused his energy on the current situation. Xiaoyu has roughly determined his next plan, which is currently being perfected. In this plan, the 5 spheres obtained from this silicon-based civilization base will play a very important role. After this period of research, Xiaoyu has basically determined what these 5 balls are. They are weapons, and unquestionably powerful weapons. You know, this silicon-based civilization that has disappeared is undoubtedly a 7th-level civilization. How can the weapons they made be ordinary weapons? Just judging from the fact that these things can be preserved intact for hundreds of millions of years, Xiaoyu knows that they must be extraordinary. However, Xiaoyu still doesn't know how to detonate them, their lethality, and how they kill. This problem needs to be solved by Xiaoyu as soon as possible, because without this thing, Xiaoyu's plan will basically not be able to be implemented. In the laboratory of this city-level spacecraft, Xiaoyu used all his existing scientific and technological means to study these weird spheres. Well, I detected an extremely small amount of radiation energy. The simple bacteria and viruses that were used as test subjects died because they were affected by this radiation energy. Did they die in a way that their gene chains were damaged? Could it be that the sphere is a smaller version of this damaged neutron battle star? Inside it is a device that produces death rays specifically targeted at carbon-based civilizations? How to detonate them? Xiaoyu conducted detailed research on this thing. In the end, when Xiaoyu reached the test step of mixing high-energy magnetic field with strong radiation energy, one of the 5 spheres exploded. It is not appropriate to say it is an explosion, because its triggering process is too quiet. Under the dual effects of high-energy magnetic fields mixed with strong radiation energy, the ball suddenly cracked without any warning. After it cracked, nothing happened. Xiaoyu only saw 2 hollow hemispheres staying quietly in the laboratory with nothing inside. This behavior has nothing to do with explosions, but Xiaoyu still calls this process an explosion, because Xiaoyu detected phenomena in other places that made him almost stunned and couldn't believe it. All living things that have not entered the deep freezing equipment, including immovable plants, animals still living freely in the homeship spacecraft, and various microorganisms, all died the moment the ball cracked. At this moment, among the dozens of home spaceships under Xiaoyu's Shinzhou civilization, except for the intelligent creatures that have entered the deep freezing equipment and temporarily stopped life characteristics, the rest are all dead, and there is not a single one. Not a single bacteria or virus is left. These dozens of homeship spacecraft seem to have been cleaned by the most powerful disinfectant and became extremely clean. The way they died was also surprisingly consistent. Their organic structure was destroyed, turning from organic matter into inorganic matter, thus losing the characteristics of life. This is a big killer weapon developed against carbon-based civilization. Faced with this phenomenon, Xiaoyu was so shocked that he could hardly control himself. It's pitiful. I spent so much energy to construct such a perfect ecological structure in the homeship spacecraft. Now, everything is dead. Not even a single bacteria is left for me. The ability of wild animals and plants to fight against this death ray seems to be stronger than that of intelligent creatures. In addition, due to unknown reasons, the death ray has weakened its effect on itself. Although the broken neutron battle star has been emitting death rays, but the mortality rate of wildlife is not high. Xiaoyu also hoped that they could survive this disaster so that his future self would have less trouble. Now it's no longer okay. This exploding ball sends them all to heaven. Fortunately, Xiaoyu has already stored the genetic structure of all life forms at this stage in his database. According to Xiaoyu's current life technology, as long as he has enough energy and raw materials, Xiaoyu can create these wild creatures without limit, animals and plants. Otherwise, the animals and plants from various planets that Xiaoyu has worked so hard to collect will all become extinct. I wonder how the Guardian civilization will behave when it encounters such a powerful weapon. Xiaoyu began to look forward to it again. The weapons of the 7th level civilization must be able to bring them a big surprise. Unfortunately, in the entire base of the silicon-based civilization, I only found 5 such balls, and no other weapons. However, judging from the fact that these 5 balls have been preserved without damage until now, these 5 spheres are still quite powerful weapons even for this silicon-based 7th level civilization. Under the detection of Xiaoyu's hundreds of millions of landing robots, this base has been completely turned over by Xiaoyu. These 5 spheres, and the broken neutron battle star inherited through the inexplicable existence in the control room are all Xiaoyu's gains. One was used up in the experiment, and Xiaoyu carefully collected the remaining 4 balls, waiting to be used when needed. Now, I have mastered the use of powerful weapons, their killing effects, and their killing methods. There are no obstacles to my plan. Then, I can start to go to the Guardian civilization and accept this first step from the Shinjo civilization. Take revenge. Believe me, this is just the first time. In the future, there will be a steady stream of revenge coming. Xiaoyu smiled slightly in his heart and made this vow. Chapter 443 Messin Number. Outside this galaxy, in this endless void, a huge spaceship is on a curvature voyage, constantly changing its position. Its position changes very quickly, and its stay time at each point basically does not exceed 1,000th of a second. Because of its extremely fast sailing speed, at this moment, it looks more like it is making a legendary short-distance space jump. Its speed is even as high as nearly 100 times the speed of light, and it is obvious that it is not moving forward at full power. In other words, if necessary, its forward speed can be increased again. Extremely high sailing speed and huge volume. Just relying on these 2 points, you can guess its powerful performance. This is the Taihao civilization spacecraft that Xiaoyu has seen twice. At this moment, it is lingering around this galaxy, never wanting to leave. Just as the spacecraft continued to shift its position at the edge of the galaxy, another huge spacecraft appeared in another part of the void. This spaceship has the same size as the Taihao civilization spacecraft, but its architectural style is completely different, not even remotely similar. The spaceship of the Taihao civilization generally has a spherical appearance, while the other spacecraft has an irregular appearance, composed of a large number of prisms and curved surfaces, forming an appearance full of technology. It exudes pure white light, and a sense of holiness emanates from it all the time, as if it represents all the best things in the universe: honor, dignity, and beauty, light, and so on. With the arrival of this spaceship, some more messages began to appear in the fleet of the Guardian civilization. The Glory spaceship is in place. The Special Operations spacecraft has been deployed. The short-distance 4-dimensional jump equipment has been deployed. The data torrent has been prepared. The neutron battlestar snatching operation can be carried out at any time. Please give instructions. The Glory is responsible for fighting against the Messin spacecraft of the Taihao civilization. We cannot let it affect our snatching operation. All other combat units are on standby. For this operation, our civilization has planned for such a long time and spent such a huge amount of energy. In order to ensure the success of the plan, we even did not hesitate to dispatch the glorious spacecraft. Therefore, this plan can only succeed and cannot fail. All those who pose a threat to our plans will be crushed and killed. The arrival of the Glory spaceship obviously attracted the attention of Taihao civilization. A message was uploaded from this huge spaceship. Arriving at the Glory spaceship, our Taihao civilization is only interested in the Shinjo civilization, and the neutron battle star is of no value to us. We have clearly told you this at the early stage of the cooperation, and you will protect it. Why should we be so closely guarded against us? They even mobilized the civilization's flagship Glorious. I wonder if your Glorious spaceship has been repaired. It seems to be in the middle of a battle with the Sweeper civilization. Your Glorious spaceship, he was seriously injured. This message was quickly received by the Guardian civilization. They responded immediately to the message. Stop talking nonsense. Who doesn't know that the Taihao civilization is a group of lunatics, and their actions cannot be speculated by common sense. When the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud arrived in the galaxy and launched an attack on the Sweeper civilization, we Guardians, the civilization, has mobilized several level 6 civilizations and nearly 100 level 5 civilizations, and has mobilized almost all the high-end forces in the galaxy to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Sweepers. With such a good opportunity, if your Taihao civilization also takes action, we will at least have we are 80% sure that we can destroy the neutron battle star of the Sweepers. But you crazy people chose to stand still. Do you think that the sweeper civilization will let you go in the future? A bunch of idiots. Who knew that in this operation? Will you do anything crazy again? Tell me clearly. We cannot trust you.
The messages from the Guardian civilization are full of violence and anger. It seems that the Guardian civilization has serious resentment towards the Taihao civilization. This is indeed the case. There are 3 Taihao civilizations in the galaxy. If one more Taihao civilization participates in the war, the sweeper civilization will be more seriously damaged than it is now. If 2 Taihao civilizations participate in the war, the sweeper civilization will definitely fail. And even the neutron battle star may not be able to be saved. If 3 Taihao civilizations participate in the war, the sweeper civilization will definitely suffer annihilation, or even be exterminated. Such a good opportunity can almost be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Taihao civilization still did not participate in the war.
Alas!
In response to the Guardian civilization, Taihao civilization sighed deeply again.
It is precisely because we have experienced the failure of impacting the 7th level civilization that we will be more cautious and see more clearly. That's why we have no interest in the neutron battle star. In order not to attract its attention, we can only hide here and there like mice, and cannot even come out to deal with this Shinjo civilization in person. Guardian civilization. Our civilization will attack your civilization at level 7. The civilization is not optimistic, and your chances of success are low. Or, you may not even be able to become Taihao civilization, but simply disappear into the endless river of time. No nonsense. As long as we get this broken neutron battle star and analyze the technology contained on it, our technological level will achieve a leap. Although it is still not enough to directly compete with the sweeper civilization, it will not be able to directly compete with the sweeper civilization. As for the current situation, we have no power to fight back. For this operation, we have made complete preparations, and we even did not hesitate to dispatch the Glory spacecraft that has not yet been repaired. Taihao, I warn you.
Do not interfere with our operations. Otherwise, we will make your life worse than death. I just want to see the results I want. All the rest, I'm not interested in. Well, I hope you won't break your promise.
The 2 major civilizations fell silent again. In the void, the Meson spacecraft of the Taihao civilization was still changing positions rapidly, and the Glory spacecraft also joined in this action. Behind the Meson spacecraft, it was tightly follow it, vaguely contain it. The confrontation between these 2 major civilizations outside the galaxy did not affect Xiaoyu, who was inside the galaxy. At this moment, Xiaoyu has fully considered his plan and started to implement the first step of the plan.
Planetary engines can be manufactured now.
Xiaoyu gave the first order. Building a planetary engine is something that Xiaoyu is familiar with. Xiaoyu has had this experience many times. So, following Xiaoyu's order, tens of millions of robots started busy. They transported all kinds of machinery from the spacecraft. Among these machinery, there are collection equipment, forging equipment, and manufacturing equipment. Xiaoyu had already conducted a comprehensive geological exploration of this planet and drew a very accurate mineral distribution map. As a result, tens of millions of robots were divided into many parts. Each part occupied a mine, and the first phase of mining began using the precision and efficient mechanical equipment transported. In addition to the mineral base, a huge construction base has also begun to be built. The minerals collected in the collection base will be built into various parts in the construction base for Xiaoyu's use. Xiaoyu's computing power is now different from what it used to be. With computing power comes execution power, and it is extremely precise and efficient execution power. In the face of such execution, any complex construction task is not a problem. The same construction tasks are carried out on these 2 planets at the same time. In a very short period of time, various tall buildings sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. There are abundant resources on these 2 planets, and Xiaoyu can completely obtain various construction materials locally. This brought great convenience to Xiaoyu's construction project. A new round of construction tasks began vigorously in this strange binary star system filled with death rays. On the one hand, it is a huge construction task, and on the other hand, it is the technological analysis of this broken neutron battle star. Xiaoyu has been manipulating this neutron battle star to conduct various tests, trying to find something useful for him. The result made Xiaoyu very dissatisfied. Xiaoyu discovered that the technology used to build this neutron battle star was so advanced that he could not imagine it. Xiaoyu doesn't know what materials can support the terrifying pressure and temperature inside the neutron star and maintain the stability of the main building. He doesn't know how the energy system works inside the neutron star, let alone what kind of attack it uses. Wei Xiaoyu knew nothing about all these things. The only gain is that there have been many studies on the various scientific properties of neutron stars, which has brought Xiaoyu's understanding of neutron stars to a new level.
I am only a 5th level civilization, so I cannot analyze the technology of the neutron battle star. But the Guardian civilization is different. They have been in the 6th level civilization for tens of millions of years, and their technological background is not something I can compare with. What I can't analyze, they may not be able to analyze. If they really get this neutron battle star, even if they can't repair it, they can still get it from it. Many useful things. The benefit to them is immeasurable. However, the strength of the enemy is the weakening of oneself. Guardian civilization. How can I let you get what you want?
Xiaoyu thought about this problem calmly, and once again accelerated the construction process of the planet engine. Chapter 444, Peerless Impact. Xiaoyu has mastered how to detonate this weird ball obtained from the silicon-based civilization base, and has a general understanding of the killing method, power, and killing range of this ball. The ball that was accidentally detonated killed all living creatures in the homeship spacecraft,
except for the intelligent creatures that entered the deep freeze. Not even a single bacteria was left for Xiaoyu. By judging the way these dead creatures died and the impact they suffered, Xiaoyu can calculate the precise killing range of this weapon. This kind of ball plays a very important role in Xiaoyu's plan. During the huge planetary engine construction task, Xiaoyu also dug a large cylindrical hole on the planet. This large cave is several thousand meters deep. At the bottom of the cave, Xiaoyu completed another construction project. This is a very sophisticated underground launch system. In this system, Xiaoyu specially built an ultra-miniature spacecraft to load and detonate this kind of ball. This ultra-miniature spacecraft, after acquiring sufficient initial velocity in the underground launch system with a depth of several kilometers, was launched into space. Of course, before leaving the cave, this ultra-miniature spacecraft shut down all its engines and parts that might produce radiation, and relied entirely on inertial navigation. After a certain period of time, it will arrive at the station of the Guardian civilization fleet. Although Xiaoyu will lose contact with this ultra-miniature spacecraft after leaving Xiaoyu for a certain distance due to the special environment of this galaxy, it does not matter. Xiaoyu has already set up automation on this ultra-miniature spacecraft. Program of. After a certain period of time, it will automatically trigger and detonate. Xiaoyu was not sure that this kind of ball could completely wipe out the power of the Guardian civilization when it came here. In fact, there is a very simple truth around this galaxy. The Guardian civilization does not know how much power it has deployed. As soon as Xiaoyu knows about these hidden powers, Xiaoyu does not know where they are or how far away they are. Even with this kind of ball, Xiaoyu will destroy them all. Still just a delusion. But Xiaoyu's purpose was not here in the first place. If all the laws are eliminated, then it is still possible to severely damage part of their experience. Right? After all, this kind of round ball is a creation of the 7th level silicon-based civilization. That's enough. In Xiaoyu's calculation, this will trigger a very interesting thing. This ball just acts as a fuse to detonate the explosion. Xiaoyu's plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Under Xiaoyu's terrifying execution ability, tall planetary engines quickly began to appear on the planet. In just 3 months, Xiaoyu completed 80% of the total construction tasks. The first phase of the plan has been completed. Next, Xiaoyu began to control the neutron battle star and slowly started to move. This is a very sophisticated binary star system, with a neutron star and a white dwarf. Abnormalities in any one star will affect the other through gravity. The gravitational waves emitted by the neutron star reached the white dwarf star at the speed of light. It quickly triggered a response from the white dwarf star. As a result, the entire galaxy began to tremble.
Very good. Very good. Everything is as planned.
Xiaoyu quietly observed this phenomenon and began to take the next step. The construction tasks on the 2 planets have been completed by Xiaoyu. Under the power of the huge planetary engine, the 2 planets started completely different movements. One of the planets began to slowly accelerate during its revolution, slowly breaking free from the gravitational constraints of the white dwarf star. The other planet began to slowly decelerate, moving closer to the predetermined orbit calculated by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's plan is actually very simple. That is, manipulate this white dwarf star to crash into this broken neutron battle star. Or, manipulate this broken neutron battle star to crash into this white dwarf star.
That's right. Xiao Yu wants to destroy this neutron battle star. Xiao Yu has good reasons for doing this. This broken neutron battle star may be very important to the Guardian civilization, and has high research value. But to Xiao Yu, it is just a useless thing. Xiao Yu has always been a wandering civilization, which means that if he wants to occupy this neutron battle star, Xiao Yu's footsteps will be restricted. But a neutron battle star is too conspicuous, and Xiao Yu knows very well why it is a crime to possess a jade. Xiao Yu couldn't even imagine what it would be like after he got this neutron battle star. Even if I successfully protected it, and escaped the robbery of the Guardian civilization. So what? The poor mobility of the neutron war star will completely expose its traces, and it will become the most conspicuous target in the galaxy, attracting the attention of all advanced civilizations in the galaxy. You will be continuously harassed and attacked. Even the sweeper civilization will be attracted to itself and attack itself. If this neutron battle star has enough combat power, and can bring enough huge benefits to yourself, then forget it. Anyone who dares to invade you will be killed directly. However, this neutron battle star, just the damage was so severe that it only had the death ray as a weapon. Death ray weapons are only effective against carbon-based civilized creatures. So, how can Xiao Yu ensure that he will not be attacked by simple remote control mechanical equipment in the future? After all, signal shielding only works within this galaxy. If you leave this galaxy, God knows if there is any such thing as signal shielding. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Xiao Yu made such a decision. Give up this neutron battle star, destroy it, and use the heroic destruction of a neutron battle star to make a plan. In this layout, Xiao Yu will severely tease the Guardian civilization, teach them an unforgettable lesson, and at the same time create conditions for his smooth escape. This is Xiao Yu's entire plan. Building a planetary engine and controlling the operation of 2 planets is only the first step of the plan. This broken neutron battle star is already under Xiao Yu's control. Xiao Yu can control it and sail no more than 500 kilometers per second. But it is not possible to directly control this neutron war star to crash into a white dwarf. The entire impact process is a very complex and precise motion system. Xiao Yu wants to control all their motion trajectories in his own hands. Therefore, it is necessary to use a planet as a tool to adjust the orbit of the white dwarf. As for the other planet, Xiao Yu planned to use it as a shield to withstand the huge energy explosion caused by the collision of the remains of the 2 stars. One thing that is certain is that the collision of a white dwarf star and a neutron star will definitely cause an energy explosion more powerful than the explosion of stars in the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, and may even cause one of the most serious disasters in the universe. The horse shot violently. After the collision, the white dwarf and the neutron star will merge into one and become the most terrifying star in the universe. They will become a black hole. This kind of violent energy is not something Xiao Yu can resist. In such a situation, it is necessary to use a planet as a shield. This is Xiao Yu's fate arrangement for these 2 planets. I can't leave you what I can't get, Xiao Yu thought indifferently. Forcing me to this point. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I get out of this situation in my heart? Are you saying something bad? Don't you really want this neutron battle star? I will destroy it in front of you. What Xiao Yu said, in front of you, was not just talk. Although communication between the inside and outside of the galaxy is impossible due to the unknown signal shielding device that exists in this galaxy, optical fibers in the visible light band, as well as X-rays, gamma rays, and other bands can still propagate without hindrance. Therefore, Xiao Yu's actions inside the galaxy cannot escape the observation of outside observers. In other words, Xiao Yu's actions can be clearly seen by the Guardian civilization. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Yu went to great lengths to dig a cave several kilometers deep and launch the ultra-miniature spacecraft carrying the death ball through the underground launch system. The reason is also because he does not want the Guardian civilization to discover it. Under such circumstances, the message carrying Xiao Yu's actions was leaving the galaxy at the speed of light, and was eventually constantly observed by the Guardian civilization and the Taihao civilization hidden in the dark. The first step of Xiao Yu's plan is to control a planet to break away from the gravitational constraints of the white dwarf star and stay away from this dangerous area, so as to reduce the impact on the planet and improve his own safety. At the same time, the other planet is making precise orbital adjustments to the white dwarf star through its own continuous planned movement and its weak gravity. In conjunction with this broken neutron battle star is also constantly moving, using its own gravity to exert an influence on the white dwarf star. Everything is to achieve the ultimate goal of making this white dwarf star collide with itself. Xiaoyu believed that his movements could be clearly observed by the Guardian civilization. By analyzing its own movements and doing some simple orbit calculations, the Guardian civilization will definitely know what it wants to do. You want this neutron battle star, but I'm destroying it. You can't stop me because you can't enter this galaxy. At the same time, because of the signal shielding device, you can't even contact me. So I'm curious, what will you do? How to do it? What wonderful method do you have? Chapter 445 Four-Dimensional Jump. Xiaoyu has mastered how to detonate this weird ball obtained from the silicon-based civilization base, and has a general understanding of the killing method, power, and killing range of this ball. The ball that was accidentally detonated killed all living creatures in the homeship spacecraft, except for the intelligent creatures that entered the deep freeze. Not even a single bacteria was left for Xiaoyu. By judging the way these dead creatures died and the impact they suffered, Xiaoyu can calculate the precise killing range of this weapon. This kind of ball plays a very important role in Xiaoyu's plan. During the huge planetary engine construction task, Xiaoyu also dug a large cylindrical hole on the planet. This large cave is several thousand meters deep. At the bottom of the cave, Xiaoyu completed another construction project. This is a very sophisticated underground launch system. In this system, Xiaoyu specially built an ultra-miniature spacecraft to load and detonate this kind of ball. This ultra-miniature spacecraft, after acquiring sufficient initial velocity in the underground launch system with a depth of several kilometers, was launched into space. Of course, before leaving the cave, this ultra-miniature spacecraft shut down all its engines and parts that might produce radiation, and relied entirely on inertial navigation. After a certain period of time, it will arrive at the station of the Guardian civilization fleet. Although Xiaoyu will lose contact with this ultra-miniature spacecraft after leaving Xiaoyu for a certain distance due to the special environment of this galaxy, it does not matter. Xiaoyu has already set up automation on this ultra-miniature spacecraft. Program of. After a certain period of time, it will automatically trigger and detonate. Xiaoyu was not sure that this kind of ball could completely wipe out the power of the Guardian civilization when it came here. In fact, there is a very simple truth around this galaxy. The Guardian civilization doesn't know how much power it has deployed. Xiaoyu knows nothing about these hidden powers. Xiaoyu doesn't know where they are or how far they are from him. Even with this kind of ball, Xiaoyu will destroy them all. It's still just a delusion. But Xiaoyu's purpose was not here in the first place. We can't destroy them all, so it's still possible to severely damage some of their experience. Right? After all, this kind of round ball is a creation of the 7th level silicon-based civilization. That's enough. According to Xiaoyu's calculation, this will lead to a very interesting thing. This ball just acts as a fuse to detonate the bomb. Xiaoyu's plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Under Xiaoyu's terrifying execution ability, tall planetary engines quickly began to appear on the planet. In just 3 months, Xiaoyu completed 80% of the total construction tasks. The first phase of the plan has been completed. Next, Xiaoyu began to control the neutron battle star and slowly began to move. This is a very sophisticated binary star system, with a neutron star and a white dwarf. Abnormalities in any one star will affect the other through gravity. The gravitational waves emitted by the neutron star reached the white dwarf star at the speed of light. It quickly triggered a response from the white dwarf star. As a result, the entire galaxy began to oscillate. Very good. Very good. Everything is as planned. Xiaoyu quietly observed this phenomenon and began to take the next step. The construction tasks on the 2 planets have been completed by Xiaoyu. Under the thrust of the huge planetary engine, the 2 planets began completely different movements. One of the planets began to slowly accelerate during its revolution, slowly breaking free from the gravitational constraints of the white dwarf star. The other planet began to slowly decelerate, moving closer to the predetermined orbit calculated by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's plan is actually very simple. That is, manipulating this white dwarf star to collide with this broken neutron battle star. Or in other words, manipulating this broken neutron war star to collide with this white dwarf star. That's right. Xiaoyu wants to destroy this neutron battle star. Xiaoyu has good reasons for doing this. This broken neutron battle star may be very important to the Guardian civilization and has high research value. But to Xiaoyu, it is just a useless thing. Xiaoyu has always been a wandering civilization, which means that if he wants to occupy this neutron battle star, Xiaoyu's footsteps will be restricted. But a neutron battle star is too conspicuous, and Xiaoyu knows very well why it is a crime to possess a jade. Xiaoyu couldn't even imagine what it would be like after he got this neutron battle star. Even if I successfully protected it
and escape the robbery of the Guardian civilization. So what? The poor mobility of the neutron battlestar will completely expose its traces, and it will become the most conspicuous target in the galaxy, attracting the attention of all advanced civilizations in the galaxy. You will be constantly harassed and attacked. Even the sweeper civilization will be attracted to itself and attack itself. If this neutron battlestar has enough combat power and can bring enough huge benefits to yourself, then forget it. Anyone who dares to invade you will be killed directly. However, this neutron battlestar it was so badly damaged that it only had the death ray as a weapon. Death ray weapons are only effective against carbon-based civilized creatures. So, how can Xiao Yu ensure that he will not be attacked by simple remote control mechanical equipment in the future? After all, signal shielding only works within this galaxy. If you leave this galaxy, God knows if there is any such thing as signal shielding. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Xiao Yu made such a decision. Give up this neutron battlestar, destroy it, and use the heroic destruction of a neutron battlestar to make a plan. In this layout, Xiao Yu will severely tease the Guardian civilization, teach them an unforgettable lesson, and at the same time create conditions for his smooth escape. This is Xiao Yu's entire plan. Building a planetary engine and controlling the operation of 2 planets is only the first step of the plan. This broken neutron battlestar is already under Xiao Yu's control. Xiao Yu can control it and sail no more than 500 kilometers per second. But it is not possible to directly control this neutron war star to hit a white dwarf. The entire impact process is a very complex and precise motion system. Xiao Yu wants to control all their motion trajectories in his own hands. Therefore, it is necessary to use a planet as a tool to adjust the orbit of the white dwarf. As for the other planet, Xiao Yu planned to use it as a shield to withstand the huge energy explosion caused by the collision of the remains of the 2 stars. One thing that is certain is that the collision of a white dwarf star and a neutron star will definitely cause an energy explosion more powerful than the explosion of stars in the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, and may even cause one of the most serious disasters in the universe. Horse ray burst. After the collision, the white dwarf and the neutron star will merge into one and become the most terrifying star in the universe. They will become a black hole. This kind of violent energy is not something Xiao Yu can resist. In such a situation, it is necessary to use a planet as a shield. This is Xiao Yu's fate arrangement for these 2 planets.
I can't leave you what I can't get.
Xiao Yu thought indifferently.
You have forced me to this point. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can you get rid of the bad breath in my heart? Don't you really want this neutron battlestar? I will destroy it in front of you.
What Xiao Yu said,
in front of you,
was not just talk. Although communication between the inside and outside of the galaxy is impossible due to the unknown signal shielding device that exists in this galaxy, optical fibers in the visible light band, as well as X-rays, gamma rays, and other bands can still propagate without hindrance. Therefore, Xiao Yu's actions inside the galaxy cannot escape the observation of outside observers. In other words, Xiao Yu's actions can be clearly seen by the Guardian civilization. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Yu went to great lengths to dig a cave several kilometers deep and launch the ultra-miniature spacecraft carrying the Death Sphere through the underground launch system. The reason is also because he does not want the Guardian civilization to discover it. Under such circumstances, the message carrying Xiao Yu's actions was leaving the galaxy at the speed of light, and was eventually constantly observed by the Guardian civilization and the Taihao civilization hidden in the dark. The first step of Xiao Yu's plan is to control a planet to break away from the gravitational constraints of the white dwarf star and stay away from this dangerous area, so as to reduce the impact of the impact on the planet and improve his own safety. At the same time, the other planet is making precise orbital adjustments to the white dwarf star through its own continuous planned movement and its weak gravity. In conjunction with this broken neutron battlestar is also constantly moving, using its own gravity to exert an influence on the white dwarf star. Everything is to achieve the ultimate goal of making this white dwarf star collide with itself. Xiao Yu believed that his movements could be clearly observed by the Guardian civilization. By analyzing its own movements and doing some simple orbit calculations, the Guardian civilization will definitely know what it wants to do.
You want this neutron battlestar, but I'm destroying it. And you can't stop me because you can't enter this galaxy. At the same time, because of the signal shielding device, you can't even contact me. So I'm curious, what will you do? How to do it? What wonderful method do you have?
Chapter 446 Rules.
You carry the hopes of trillions of our people, and you must seize the neutron battlestar.
A voice in the glorious spacecraft said indifferently.
Tens of millions of years ago, Our predecessors and the Sweeper civilization joined forces to explore that extremely dangerous area. The Sweeper civilization obtained the neutron battle star, and we obtained the four-dimensional jumping technology. It is precisely by relying on the four-dimensional jumping technology that our Guardian civilization can survive in this galaxy. We will always remain standing in the middle, and the Sweeper civilization will never be able to drive us out. Now, I will use four-dimensional jumping technology to transport you to the main control room of the neutron battle star. This action is very dangerous, and it is very likely that 10,000 people will be killed. Among the people, only dozens or even a few people can successfully reach the target, and the remaining more than 9,900 people will die on the way. This is a road to death. But for the future of our Guardian civilization, I choose to let you die, because our civilization and our people are waiting for you. If our civilization wants to continue to exist, it must have its own cutting-edge combat power. Although the glorious spacecraft is powerful, compared to the neutron battle star, is still too weak. Our civilization needs a neutron battle star. As long as there is a little hope, I will not scruple any sacrifice. So warriors, go forward. Your names will always be remembered by our people. Tens of millions of years ago, our predecessors were completely defeated in the battle with the Sweeper civilization, and finally had to give up the neutron battle star to others. A neutron battle star created the powerful Sweeper civilization has also created a Guardian civilization that hides in Tibet and is in panic all day long. Now, we have a chance to make up for the shame of our predecessors. Get this neutron battle star. Even if it is broken, we still want it. Even if this neutron battle star cannot be repaired eventually, the technology contained within it will be enough to raise our technological level to a higher level and improve our situation. Warriors, move forward. Your personal protection shield can withstand the death ray for half an hour. During this half hour, you must invade the data channel to kill the death ray. Close the line. This way you will buy more time, and then cooperate with the data team to invade the main control system of the neutron battle star, and finally seize control of it. Bring it back. That's it. Our spiritual research scholars have begun to deceive the Shinjo civilization, hoping to buy enough time to facilitate your actions. All warriors, listen to my orders and prepare for special combat. Be ready to take action at any time. There was a solemn atmosphere in the Glory spaceship. At this moment, it has stopped chasing the Messin spacecraft of the Taihao civilization. It was floating quietly outside this weird binary star system, staring coldly at the neutron star in the galaxy. Of course, it has taken some measures to block all kinds of radiation it emits, so it is completely invisible to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yufan noticed the existence of the Glory spaceship, the Messin spacecraft, which is no weaker than the Glory spacecraft in size and mass, also stopped shifting positions at this moment. It stopped quietly in another place, like a sentient dwarf planet, indifferent to any changes in the outside world. However, judging from the Guardian civilization spacecraft vaguely arranged in a battle formation and facing it, it is obvious that the Guardian civilization is deeply wary of Taihao civilization. The giant flash of light kept flashing in the void, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. There seems to be a certain pattern between its light and dark transitions. It is this pattern of transitions that carries enough information and flies towards the interior of the galaxy at the speed of light. After a long time of about 30 hours, these messages reach Xiao Yu's optical observation equipment, allowing Xiao Yu to see the scene. According to our measurements, the Shinjo civilization has clearly noticed our intentions and knows our true purpose. It is not to let him join our Guardian alliance, but to try to drive him into this dangerous binary star system. Among them, we learned that our true purpose is actually this broken neutron battle star. Under such circumstances, continuing to deceive will only arouse the inner resentment of Shinjo civilization, and empty promises will only make Shinjo civilization more distrustful of us. Shinjo civilization is already wary of us enough, and it is obvious that there is a staff team within the Shinjo civilization that is no less than ours. Therefore, we cannot achieve our goal by relying solely on deception. All we can do is to delay the destruction of the neutron battle star by the Shinjo civilization, and serve your subordinates by enough time. Marshal, unfortunately, this is all we can do. Please do not place your hopes of snatching the neutron battle star on a group of liars like us. Based on these judgments and combined with the various intelligence we have obtained, you, send the following message to Shinjo civilization. Hello Shinjo civilization. We are the Guardian civilization. At this time, we don't want to talk to you about galactic peace.
unity against the sweepers, and other nonsense. Our purpose is actually very simple. That is to make a deal with you. Use some of your hands that you regard as garbage in exchange for something that might be very useful to you. Yes, we just want this broken neutron battle star. Obviously, it is of no use to you. Otherwise, you would not destroy it. Then, give it to us. In exchange, we can provide some things that you may be very interested in. For example, where is the way out for level 5 civilization? What kind of barriers exist between level 5 and level 6 civilization? Or we can directly provide you with level 6 civilization. Some specific technological details of civilization? Believe me, these things can definitely cause thousands of civilizations to go crazy in the galaxy. Using these things to exchange you for a piece of garbage you don't want is a very cost-effective deal. You may be worried that we will go back on our word and destroy you after you hand over the neutron battle star. In fact, you don't have to worry. In this universe, everything must be based on a very simple principle. Then it is interest. We know that you have hatred against the sweeper civilization. Similarly, we also have irresolvable conflicts with the sweeper civilization. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. How can we waste our energy to eliminate an existence that can become our comrade in arms? This is not in the interest of our guardian civilization. So you don't need to doubt this. Our guardian civilization has shown enough sincerity. Shinjo civilization, please respond to us and tell us your plans.
These messages, using visible light as a carrier, reached Xiaoyu's mind after a day and a half.
Well, this is a set of messages that is easy to understand. In the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, I had some direct communications with the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. Obviously, during that communication, I have mastered the dictionary I used. The message they conveyed to me this time was obviously arranged according to my habit of choosing words and making sentences. Is this expressing your sincerity?
Xiaoyu laughed coldly.
The way out for the 5th level civilization? The barrier between the 5th level civilization and the 6th level civilization? Or the specific technological details of the 6th level civilization? These things can be exchanged now. And for me, they do have very attractive. From the principle of profit first. You really have no reason to spend energy to eliminate me. But I still don't trust you. Meeting spiritual needs is also a kind of interest. And I have repeatedly offended your guardian civilization. I don't believe you will let me go. Therefore, your bewitchment has no effect on me. However, I am really interested in these things you promised.
Xiaoyu thought lightly and made his decision. There are many giant flash reserves in Xiaoyu's fleet. Although the technological content of these flashes is vastly different from those of the Guardian civilization, they are enough as a carrier of information. Xiaoyu released these flashes of light, manipulated them, and made continuous changes in light and dark. Amidst these changes in light and dark, the light carrying the message Xiaoyu wanted to express flew towards the fleet of the Guardian civilization at the speed of light.
Our Shinjo civilization is just a humble existence struggling to survive in this galaxy. We, the Shinjo civilization, really have no intention of offending your Guardian civilization. The reason is very simple. This is not in the development interests of our Shinjo civilization. So, I am very interested in your transaction proposal. However, I need you to take some actions, such as first presenting some of the information that I am very interested in, to express your sincerity.
Because the distance was too far, the exchange of these two messages took 3 days. The message from the Guardian civilization arrived again a day and a half after Xiaoyu sent the message.
This request is very reasonable, and we accept it. Then, let me give you a little hint first. It is a rule for a 5th level civilization to break through to a 6th level civilization. It is a very simple rule. You have to pay as much as you get, and it will be damaged. How much we have to make up for. This message is an expression of our sincerity. Now, I ask you to also express your sincerity. This is a piece of orbital message data. We ask you to manipulate the neutron battle star and the planet to keep them in an under such orbital operation.
Chapter 447 Breaking into the Interior.
The delaying tactics went very smoothly. We used some bait to arouse the curiosity and greed of the Shinjo civilization, and successfully slowed down his actions. The communication that can only be carried out in the visible light band has brought us certain benefits. Because of this long distance, every communication and information comes and goes. And 3 days have passed. Marshal, I wonder if you are ready to storm the neutron battle star. It will take me a while. Not long. Okay. We will delay the Shinjo civilization.
Xiaoyu didn't know that such exchanges were taking place outside the galaxy, and within the Guardian civilization. At this moment, Xiao Yu has received the message from the Guardian civilization, and is thinking about the meaning contained in this message.
Rules? You have to pay as much as you get. And you have to compensate for the amount of damage you get? What does this mean? The Guardian civilization probably doesn't know my specific experience. So it's impossible to know whether I have mastered some information about the 6th level civilization. So in order to prevent the scam from being discovered by me, what they told me should be true information. But what does this sentence mean? Doesn't the advancement from a 5th level civilization to a 6th level civilization rely on the accumulation of technology? Isn't it random? With the development of science and technology, we will gradually encounter unsolvable things and unexplainable phenomena. In the process of studying these things and phenomena, will we discover new things and then enter the category of 6th level civilization?
Xiao Yu at this stage is undoubtedly a 5th level advanced civilization. Although the complete 5th level civilization technology tree obtained from the Malian civilization has not yet been analyzed by his scientists, Xiao Yu himself relies on his powerful computing power. These things have almost been digested. Xiao Yu's eyes were no longer obsessed with the technology of the 5th level civilization, and began to explore higher level technologies. So Xiao Yu very naturally came into contact with the barrier that existed between the 5th level civilization and the 6th level civilization. Xiao Yu has no clue at all, and has no idea how to break through from the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization. After confirming the authenticity of the Guardian civilization message with 80% certainty, Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking. This message, Xiao Yu was very confused and unable to understand.
Forget it. Let's put this matter away for now, and think about it in detail later.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Now, the most important thing is to get more information from the Guardian civilization.
Huh?
What does the Guardian civilization want to do?
After seeing the orbital message sent by the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu did a little calculation and immediately understood it. The orbit of the binary star system is very precise. 1 neutron star and 1 white dwarf star. Together with the 2 planets, they form this system. During their operation, they may also be disturbed by the gravity of the surrounding stars, or even the movement of the supermassive black hole in the distant galactic center. It may also affect here. After the orbit is formed, it is very difficult to change. This process requires not only strong execution, but also precise calculations. It is not just a matter of directly controlling the neutron battle star and crashing into the white dwarf star. It is for this reason that Xiao Yu had to build a planetary engine on one of the planets to fine-tune the orbit of the white dwarf star. The orbital data of the binary star system transmitted by the Guardian civilization contains very profound meanings. After just some simple calculations, Xiao Yu discovered this. Xiao Yu discovered that if he really followed the requirements of the Guardian civilization, if I change the trajectory of this binary star system, if I want to control them to collide again, it will take at least half a year to do so. Xiao Yu felt a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart.
Does the Guardian civilization have any hidden meanings? It is unlikely that they will trade with me sincerely. But this is not important. Do they really have the confidence to use this method to remove the neutron battlestar from me? Defrauded? Do they have any hidden methods? What means will it be? This binary star system is filled with death rays everywhere. Except for me. No carbon-based creatures can survive in such an environment. What means do they want to use to achieve their goals?
What's the purpose?
On the one hand, there is a faint worry. On the other hand, there is a desire for key information about the breakthrough of the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization. This gave Xiao Yu some hesitation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the neutron battle star as a basis, Xiao Yu has such an opportunity for the first time. A chance to get information that is crucial to him. If he misses this opportunity, Xiao Yu may have to spend tens of thousands of years to find a way to advance to the 6th level civilization. He may even never be able to find it. Just like he was wiped out by the sweeper civilization. The microstar civilization just disappeared in this long galaxy. If you want to survive, strength is the only guarantee. In this dangerous galaxy, only by becoming a level 6 civilization and opening up a small universe of its own civilization can it be said that it has a certain ability to protect itself. Level 5 civilization is still not enough. Xiao Yu really has no confidence that he can safely spend tens of thousands of years in this galaxy with just the strength of his 5th level civilization and deal with various crises that may arise at any time during this long period of time. The mysterious Tai House civilization. The powerful sweeper civilization. The Guardian civilization. the 3 6th-level alien beast civilizations that have never interacted with him, and various dangerous areas are all demanding Xiaoyu. Become stronger as soon as possible. Must become stronger. If you fail to become stronger, the outcome will inevitably be death.
What should I do?
Xiaoyu thought silently.
This is a very precious opportunity. If I lose this opportunity, I don't know when I will have such an adventure. So, let's take a risk. The possible benefits are too great for me to refuse.
Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made this decision.
I agree to your request. As a party to the transaction, it is crucial to express your sincerity. I will follow your request and make the orbit of this neutron star and white dwarf star what you want to see. I complied. My promise. I hope you will also keep yours.
Xiaoyu sent this message. Of course, it is impossible for Xiaoyu to completely trust the Guardian civilization. In this process, Xiaoyu also left a little backup of his own. That's the planet. Xiaoyu is deliberately delaying his steps to change the orbit of the binary star system, and is deliberately stalling for time. During this period, if there is any change in the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu will desperately control the planet and directly hit the white dwarf, relying on the powerful kinetic energy of a planet to completely change the orbit of the white dwarf, allowing it to hit the neutron star. This is Xiaoyu's trump card and Xiaoyu's last resort.
Very well. The Shinjo civilization has not resisted the temptation of our bait. It has already begun to change the orbit of this binary star system in accordance with our requirements. What is very interesting is that the Shinjo civilization seems to have some hesitating. He seems to be deliberately stalling for time. This is good. This is what we want. Our team of spiritual research scholars has successfully completed our task. Dear Marshal, I wonder how your preparations are going. I have selected 500,000 warriors for this mission. According to probability calculation, at least 1,000 of these 500,000 warriors can successfully reach their destination. What happens next is not what I want. We can control it. After all, they are in the galaxy, and we cannot communicate with them in the galaxy. I still need 7 days. After 7 days, the preparations will be fully completed. The 4-dimensional jump operation will begin. The fate of our Guardian civilization. Whether our Guardian civilization can obtain this neutron battle star. All of this depends on the shoulders of these warriors. Good luck to our Guardian civilization. Good luck.
At this moment, Xiaoyu was still full of doubts. Although he really couldn't settle down in his heart, Xiaoyu's footsteps did not stop. Xiaoyu has made up his mind to take this gamble. The orbits of the neutron star and the white dwarf star are slowly changing. With Xiaoyu's manipulation and interference, the two stars are gradually forming a new stable orbit. In this process, time is slowly passing.
There are still 3 days before the entire project will be completed. I wonder what will greet me ahead.
Xiaoyu thought with some worry. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly discovered something unusual. The data channel of this neutron battle star has been opened to Xiaoyu. Through the communication of the data channel, Xiaoyu can clearly see the situation inside the neutron battle star. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, an astonishing scene happened. A strange creature with a dark body and a height of about 1.12 meters suddenly appeared in the inner space of the neutron battle star. It just appeared here out of thin air without any warning.
What is this?
Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and his spirit immediately became extremely tense. This kind of weird creature is still appearing, and the number is increasing. From 1 to 10, then to 100. Finally, nearly 900 of these things have appeared here. As soon as these creatures appeared here, they quickly started some actions that Xiaoyu couldn't understand. Chapter 448, Hundreds of Thousand and 900. Xiaoyu didn't know how the silicon-based civilization controlled the neutron battle star, because Xiaoyu didn't find much space inside the neutron battle star. Overall, the space inside the neutron battle star is probably not much larger than a county-level spaceship. Moreover, Xiaoyu did not find many external interfaces inside the neutron battle star. This means that inside the neutron battle star, only extremely rare intelligent creatures are controlling it. For such a powerful warship, it seems difficult to understand why there are only so few operators. The space inside the neutron battle star is relatively small. In contrast, the 900 unknown creatures that appeared out of thin air seemed very crowded. But their actions and cooperation with each other seemed very orderly. Xiaoyu saw that in one of the control rooms, an unknown creature took out a strange instrument and inserted it into the wall of the room. There were several personal computers connected to this strange instrument. After one end of this instrument was connected to the wall,
These unknown creatures immediately became busy on their respective personal computing terminals. There are also some of these creatures operating another instrument, seeming to be searching for something. This kind of thing is like a vacuum cleaner, drawing across the wall, and red dots appeared on the wall. And then the rest of the people followed immediately, installing another one on these red dots. Kind of instrument. At the data level, Xiaoyu noticed a fluctuation. This wave of fluctuations is very strange. And it seems that there is a problem with the control center of the neutron battle star. After this wave of fluctuations occurred, some instructions given by Xiaoyu to the neutron battle star through the data level were actually rejected. There is no internal defense module inside the neutron battle star. Or there is an internal defense module, but it is damaged. Anyway, Xiaoyu had no way to control the instruments inside the neutron battle star to eliminate these unknown invaders. So Xiaoyu could only watch these creatures wreaking havoc inside the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu's spirit became tense. If Xiaoyu didn't know what happened at this time, Xiaoyu wouldn't have to hang around in the galaxy.
Guardian civilization. Is this your hidden method? It turns out that you just want to delay time and gain convenience for your operation. What sincerity and what deals are all fake. It's a pity that I have been deceived by you.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly.
Is it a space teleportation method with unknown principles? I heard rumors that the Guardian civilization has extremely powerful escape capabilities. I wonder if your ability is similar to this unknown space teleportation method. Relationship? It is actually possible to directly teleport these warriors from outside the galaxy across a distance of tens of billions of kilometers to the inside of the neutron battle star? But what is the chance of success for this kind of operation? Well, successfully teleporting to the neutron battle star, there are about 900 warriors inside. So how many warriors died due to failure? This is a world dominated by death rays. The Guardian civilization cannot have the ability to withstand death rays. Otherwise, they would have completed exploring this binary star system long ago. Now, there are these Guardian civilizations that seem not to be afraid of death rays. Warriors. Then there is only one explanation. They only have the ability to resist death rays for a short period of time. I just don't know. How long is this time limit? It can't be too long. It's unlikely to be more than 5 hours. 5 hours.
Xiaoyu's detection instruments were keenly aware of many creatures similar to those inside the neutron battle star around the neutron battle star. There is no doubt that these people are warriors of the Guardian civilization. However, there was an error in their transmission. They were not transported to the interior of the neutron battle star, but came here. Here, there is emptiness. The void is filled with death rays that are very lethal to carbon-based civilizations. The personal life support equipment they are equipped with is not enough to support them to leave this galaxy in a short enough time. So the only thing waiting for them is death. Xiaoyu saw many warriors of the Guardian civilization whose transmission failed. There are probably hundreds of thousands of them. Those who can be selected to participate in the operation to seize the neutron battle star are undoubtedly the most elite warriors. However, these warriors did not have the opportunity to display their powerful combat power, and they died in vain. Except for these hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were destined to die in vain. Xiaoyu also saw more Guardian civilized warriors, about 200,000 in number. They also had errors during the transmission process, so they were not directly transmitted into the neutron battle star. They are even more unlucky than these warriors who were teleported into the void, because they are now near the neutron star, and the distance from the neutron star ranges from hundreds of thousands of kilometers to dozens of kilometers. They do not have enough initial velocity, so under the strong gravity of the neutron star, they have no other choice but to fall. They were already dead the moment they arrived, killed by the powerful gravity of the neutron star. The height of the Guardian civilization warriors is only about 1.12 meters. But even this height is enough for them to be killed by the tidal force. Their feet are closer to the neutron star than their heads, so the gravitational force on their feet will be greater. The gravitational force on the head will be smaller. Just like this tiny gravitational difference, their bodies were pulled into long strips, getting longer and longer, like a noodle, and fell onto the neutron star. The strong gravitational acceleration gives them extremely high speeds, and extremely high speeds mean strong kinetic energy. If they hit the neutron star at such a speed, each of them will release a power equivalent to a 200 million ton hydrogen bomb. A hydrogen bomb with this level of power is more powerful than the most powerful hydrogen bomb ever detonated on Earth. Such a hydrogen bomb is enough to have an impact on the global ecological and environmental system. However, the impact of 200,000 Guardian civilized warriors did not cause any movement on the neutron star. It's like a drop of water blending into the ocean. The materials that made up their bodies were quickly assimilated by the neutron star, and finally merged together and disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Xiaoyu can be sure that in addition to these more than 300,000 soldiers, there must be a considerable number of other soldiers who are even more unlucky. They were teleported directly into the neutron battle star. But it was not in the safe space opened up by the silicon-based civilization, but in the stratum of the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu can speculate on their endings, and can even reproduce their entire process from appearance to disappearance in a three-dimensional image. When they popped out of the void and reached the stratum of the neutron battle star, they died at that moment. Neutron star material is extremely dense from the atomic and even nuclear levels. The atoms of neutron star material are actually not atoms, but neutrons, because the electron is squeezed into the proton. The two charges neutralize each other, and they become neutrons. And it is certain that these substances that make up the guardian civilized warriors are still ordinary substances. Ordinary matter has very huge gaps at the molecular or atomic level. Therefore, the moment they mix with the neutron star material, the dense neutrons will fill all the gaps at the atomic and even nuclear levels in these warriors. Just like mercury poured into the human body. In this moment, they will die. There are hundreds of thousands of elite warriors. Only these 900 warriors finally succeeded in reaching the predetermined area. Guardian civilization, you have invested so much money, and your methods are ruthless and effective enough. Xiaoyu has noticed an abnormal data fluctuation. This wave of data fluctuations is rapidly occupying the control module of the neutron battle star. Places that are not under his control are being challenged. And even his control over the neutron battle star is being challenged. The computing power belonging to Xiaoyu and this external computing power started a confrontation. At the moment of the confrontation, Xiaoyu felt the power of this data. From here, Xiaoyu once again noticed the huge strength gap between the 6th level civilization and himself. Is this the power of the light computer? The computing terminals carried by hundreds of warriors who protect the civilization can actually cause me such huge troubles. Fortunately, my computing power is always stronger than yours. You don't have the ability to take away the neutron battle star in a short period of time. Xiaoyu quickly compared the strengths between the two. The conclusion is that under a data flood attack of this scale, I can probably sustain it for a few hours. In a few hours, this neutron battle star will definitely be snatched away by the guardian civilization. Computing power is only part of the data level strength. Computing power, logical components, program efficiency, etc. together constitute strength indicators. In terms of computing power, Xiaoyu is stronger than the opponent. But in terms of logic components and program efficiency, Xiaoyu is far inferior to the opponent. Therefore, as time goes by, this neutron battle star will be 100% snatched away. In this confrontation at the data level, I don't know if I can sustain them until they are killed by the death ray. I made a mistake in this confrontation. First you used things like negotiations to delay time. And then during this period of time, you paid such a huge price and let hundreds of thousands of soldiers die in vain. You finally teleported these 900 soldiers to the interior of the neutron battle star. This kind of determination and technological strength are really terrifying. Xiaoyu thought silently. Chapter 449. Let's go. Encircle and suppress the meson. A leaf can tell the autumn, and a leopard can be seen through the pipe. Just from the offensive and defensive battle at the data level, Xiaoyu truly realized the strength of the guardian civilization, and also knew the huge gap that existed between the 5th level civilization and the 6th level civilization. This is a gap that is basically insurmountable. Xiaoyu even dared not imagine what kind of strength a civilization with such powerful combat power at the data level would have in a war. Xiaoyu knew that it was like meeting the Malian civilization for the first time, relying on numerical superiority and using a huge fleet to drown the enemy's tactics. Between the 5th level and 6th level civilizations, between his own Shinjo civilization and the Guardian civilization, doesn't work. This is no longer a huge gap that can be smoothed out simply by quantity. When they first met with the Malian civilization, the strength comparison between Xiaoyu's spaceship and the Malian civilization spaceship was about 200 to 1. In other words, more than 200 Xiaoyu spaceships can fight against one the spaceship of the Merlian civilization. But what is the comparison in strength with the Guardian civilization? Xiaoyu doesn't know the specific number, but Xiaoyu estimates that this ratio will not be less than 6,000 to 1, and may even be higher. This is the conclusion reached after completely considering data such as fleet coordination and control accuracy.
If the spaceships of the Guardian civilization are just wandering around to contain or fight guerrillas, and do not directly conflict with Xiao Yu's hundreds of thousands of spaceships may not be able to defeat even one of the opponent's spaceships. Just like a biological core fighting against the Guardian ship, it looks like a civilized city-level spaceship. The gap in strength is so huge. But fortunately, what Xiao Yu is currently engaged in with the Guardian civilization is not a formal war. In this weird binary star system, Xiao Yu occupies a huge geographical advantage due to the existence of death rays. The situation is very dangerous. Xiao Yu has been keenly aware of the intensity of the death ray released by this neutron battle star at this moment. Under the attack of these 900 Guardian civilization warriors, there has been a significant decline. The data offensive of these Guardian civilization warriors has played a certain role. The decrease in the intensity of the death ray means that these warriors of the Guardian civilization can last longer. This is extremely detrimental to Xiao Yu.
It doesn't matter. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. I have been guarding against your Guardian civilization for a long time.
Xiao Yu sneered and quickly issued some instructions.
It's almost time. The ultra-miniature spaceship carrying the Ball of Death is estimated to have reached the edge of the galaxy, and has brought the garrison on the bright side of the Guardian civilization into the killing range. So, first feel what I will give you is a surprise. Well, the planet engine. Start. Planet number 2 will hit the white dwarf star. Change its orbit, and let it hit the neutron star. At the same time, planet number 1 will retreat, as far as it can retreat. All spaceships hide behind planet number 1. Prepare for the coming huge disaster. That's it. Brave warriors, I'm sorry that your efforts have been in vain once again. Goodbye.
Xiao Yu smiled and said this in his heart. It takes a certain amount of time to start the planetary engine and change the planet's orbit so that the planet can cross a distance of tens of millions of kilometers and hit the white dwarf according to its own control. During this period, Xiao Yu saw some interesting pictures. Everything went as Xiao Yu planned. Through the high-precision optical telescope, Xiao Yu saw the Guardian civilization fleet stationed at the edge of the galaxy. At this time, there was some panic. But these panics are very strange, because only some of the spacecraft had abnormal movements. These spacecrafts were like rabbits that saw tigers, or cats that were stung by bees. They jumped up at this moment and hurriedly entered the curvature navigation. They didn't know where they went. The escaped spacecraft was only a small part. The number of spaceships stationed at the edge of the galaxy is about 3,000. And the number of spaceships that escaped is probably less than 500. There were about 2,500 remaining spaceships, which stopped quietly in the void, motionless and without any movement. Xiao Yu knew very well that inside these spaceships, the warriors of the Guardian civilization who were responsible for controlling the spacecraft were all probably dead at this moment. The Death Ray is a weapon developed by the 7th-level silicon-based civilization specifically for carbon-based organisms. The power of the Death Ray cannot be resisted by the 6th-level civilization. Not even the Guardian civilization. In other words, an exploding ball of death wiped out 2,500 Guardian civilization spacecraft. This is a huge result.
Because of the distance, these scenes I saw happened about a day and a half ago. I wonder what state the Guardian civilization fleet is in at the moment.
Xiao Yu thought with interest.
Do you know where the enemy is? Who do you think of as the enemy? I'm very curious.
Time goes back to a day and a half ago. The headquarters of the Guardian civilization fleet. Inside the Glory spaceship.
Marshal, although we are unable to communicate with the soldiers who broke into the galaxy, we have discovered some very interesting phenomena through observations at the visible light level. We have found that the motion of the neutron star has some irregularities at this moment. Signs! These signs are unprecedented. We speculate that at this time, our warriors have already fought with the Shinjo civilization at the data level. At this moment, both sides are fighting for control of this neutron battle star. Based on the current progress, it will take our warriors more than a day to seize control of the neutron battle star.
A voice said seriously, reporting the current situation to a certain being in the Glory.
Well, the children did a good job. But there is one more thing. I remember that under the Death Ray, the equipment on the children could only last for half an hour. Now you tell me that they still need more than a day. How long does it take to seize control of the neutron battle star?
The voice of this response was full of coldness.
Marshal, this is the next thing I want to report to you.
Another voice said equally seriously.
According to the reports from the observation instruments, we found that the death ray intensity in this binary star system is increasing rapidly at this moment. Is declining. It is expected to completely return to zero in 5 days. At that time, we can approach it without any scruples. And based on the intensity of the death ray at this moment and the speed of its decline, our soldiers can survive 2 days. The time is not a problem at all. It's just that after 2 days, the death ray radiation has not returned to zero. At that time, I need you to use the 4-dimensional jump again. Send personnel to the interior of the neutron battlestar and completely turn off the death ray. Very good. Huh? What's going on? Teams 1, 3, and 6. Report the current situation immediately. The glorious spacecraft is still hidden in the void, completely unobservable from the visible universe. But now, with the arrival of a burst of weird energy, the glorious spacecraft suddenly burst into glory, and the overall brightness of the entire spacecraft increased by as much as 3 times. The glory spacecraft, which was originally full of sacred meaning, at this moment, was more like a star, making it impossible to look directly at it. The brightness of the glorious spacecraft at this moment can be clearly seen even by Xiao Yu from tens of billions of kilometers away. It was as if an exploding star suddenly appeared there. Xiao Yu knew exactly what this meant. It seems that the shield on this large spaceship has a certain resistance to this death ray. This sudden increase in luminosity is obviously due to the sudden increase in the power of the shield. Xiao Yu thought to himself, I wonder if this spaceship is the flagship of the Guardian civilization. The Glorious? Well, I guess even if it is not the Glorious, it is still a ship of the same level as the Glorious. Outside the galaxy, in the Glorious spacecraft, these two voices continued to talk. Marshal, we noticed something very bad. There was a very strange death ray burst around our station. The 3,000 spacecraft we stationed here suffered very serious damage. And 2005 all the soldiers on the more than 100 spaceships died. In the remaining large spaceships, because we were equipped with the most advanced 4-dimensional folding shields, the personnel were not completely wiped out, but the mortality rate was as high as 30%. How is the damage to the Glorious? The Glorious had only minor damage. Only 3 engines were damaged due to energy overload. There were no casualties. The voice replied. The Marshal's voice fell silent for a moment, and he suddenly asked, where is the Meson spacecraft of Taihao civilization? It's still 300 billion kilometers away from us. Without any movement, the Glory spaceship is launched, leading 3,000 escort spacecraft to encircle and suppress the Meson. The Marshal's voice carried a sense of decisiveness. I smell a conspiracy. I have long suspected that the motives of the Meson spacecraft are impure. The guarantee of the safety of experimental subjects and cooperation with us are all false. It seems that Taihao civilization, this guy who is neither human nor ghost, has also begun to have we made plans for our 4-dimensional jumping technology? Space technology is a feasible direction for a 6th-level civilization to break through to a 7th-level civilization. Our 4-dimensional space jumping technology is likely to play a very important role in this Taihao civilization. No wonder you are not interested in neutron battle stars. No wonder your behavior is so weird. Huh? Take out all your hidden power. Do you want to keep the glory? Just you? Listen to my order. The fleet sets off. Chapter 450, The Glory versus the Meson. After comprehensively analyzing the current situation, analyzing the strength of the Shinjo civilization, and the possible motives and strength of the Taihao civilization, and combining it with the intelligence he had received during this period, the Marshal made his own judgment very decisively and issued an order. A very clear order. Marshal, are you really sure you want to encircle and suppress Taihao civilization's Meson spacecraft? Another voice asked cautiously. Let's go. The Marshal's voice was very decisive, leaving no room for change. I suspect that this will be another conspiracy. The Shinjo civilization cannot have such an ability, so it can only be planned by the Taihao civilization. Use death rays to attack us? If we had not found a way to temporarily resist the death rays, our fleet would have been seriously damaged at this moment. What kind of experimental product? Maybe the Taihao civilization has long been with this Shinjo civilization. We have contacts among them, and jointly set up this game for us. There must be follow-up methods for this game. Now Taihao civilization has not taken the next step. We must take advantage of this time to take the initiative to disrupt their plan. Follow your orders, Marshal. Another voice answered simply. The huge Glory spacecraft shook suddenly, and disappeared the next moment, entering the curvature navigation. At the same time, thousands of other large spaceships in the curvature space, some equivalent to the size of Xiaoyu's provincial spacecraft, and some equivalent to the size of Xiaoyu city-level spacecraft. Also followed the Glory spacecraft. The distance of 300 billion kilometers is only a short distance for the Guardian civilization. After about 2.5 hours, the Glory spacecraft arrived next to the Meson spacecraft. Certainly, there is no way for the Taihao civilization to completely hide such a huge target as the Glory spaceship. The same goes for the Meson spacecraft and the Glorious spacecraft. It is certain that the Taihao civilization had already noticed the movement of the Glory spaceship the moment it started moving. But for some unknown reason, the Meson spacecraft did not avoid it. No question was asked. It just floated quietly in the void, quietly looking at the huge Glory spacecraft 50 million kilometers away, which suddenly appeared in the visible universe from the curvature navigation. There are about 3,000 other spaceships of various types following the Glory spacecraft. The two huge spaceships faced each other quietly, gradually narrowing the distance between them. A solemn, chilling atmosphere began to permeate the void. There is only one Meson spacecraft, and the Taihao civilization seems to have only come to this one spaceship without any other escort force. Because until now, the war is about to break out, and no other Taihao civilization spacecraft has appeared. The Guardian civilization side is much stronger. There is not only the Glory spaceship, which is no less inferior to the Meson spacecraft, but also thousands of other types of spaceships. Start the attack. The Marshal gave the order very calmly. We must teach the Meson spacecraft a lesson. We must drag them here. At the same time, we must strengthen the surveillance of the Shinjo civilization. According to my speculation, that kind of weird death ray burst. The Taihao civilization must cooperate with the Shinjo civilization inside the galaxy before it can be used. So here, we don't have to worry about being attacked by death rays. Besides, even if we are attacked by death rays, we are not afraid. After all, what we are facing is not the death ray released by the neutron battle star. The defense of our large spaceships is enough to withstand this level of death ray attack. Following the Marshal's order, these more than 3,000 spacecraft, together with the Glory spacecraft, the trace was lost again, and the next time it appeared, it had arrived less than 1 million kilometers in front of the Meson spacecraft. Countless space rift attacks have been released. But before these space rifts arrived, the Meson spacecraft also lost its trace. It has also entered curvature navigation. Humph. The Marshal snorted coldly. A new order was issued. All spacecraft, tachyon detection modules, and space fluctuation detection modules are all turned on. And all efforts are made to search for traces of the Meson spacecraft. Enter free attack mode. Therefore, at this moment, part of the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization also disappeared from the visible universe, and it is unknown where it went. Some of the remaining spaceships began to disperse and move forward, while the other team stayed here to guard the Glory spacecraft. The Glory spaceship was not idle either. It is surrounded by void, and there is no shadow of any enemy. It continuously launches space crack attacks against the void. Occasionally, one or two things like black curtains are released, and occasionally something like bombs appear, constantly detonating in the void. After this kind of bomb explodes, no energy burst is released, and no light appears. Once this kind of bomb explodes, a large black space will appear out of thin air, which will last for several minutes before disappearing. The attack of the Glory spaceship was not violent, and all its attacks fell into the void, as if it did not attack any target and wasted ammunition here. But all the Guardian civilized warriors are very clear about the role played by the Glory spacecraft at this moment. The biggest difference between level 6 civilizations and level 5 civilizations is that due to the introduction of space weapons and short-distance curvature navigation technology, wars between level 6 civilizations are more invisible. There are two battlefields in the war between level 6 civilizations. It can be seen that there is one battlefield in the universe and another one in the curvature space. These spaceships continue to appear alternately in the curvature space and the visible universe, as if they are moving instantaneously. The Meson spacecraft has entered the curvature space, but through the tachyon detection module and the space fluctuation detection module, the Glory spacecraft can grasp its movement and position in real time. These attacks launched by the Glory spacecraft that seemed to fall into the void were actually the foothold of the Meson spacecraft preparing to emerge from the curvature space into the visible universe. Every attack from the Glory spaceship that falls into space will force the Meson spacecraft to give up its plan to appear in the visible universe. This large area of space has become a truly dangerous place. Spaceships constantly appear and disappear out of thin air. Occasionally, a thin black line will be drawn in this space. or a large black mass of unknown things will appear out of thin air. There are not too many flashes of light. And there are no violent flashes, like the war between level 5 civilizations. The war between level 6 civilizations is quiet and calm. But the degree of danger is different. The war is unfolding simultaneously in two battlefields, the normal space and the curvature space. The Meson spacecraft is moving rapidly, followed by a large group of spaceships chasing closely, while the Glory spacecraft is sitting in the center, constantly launching long-range strikes. Occasionally, the Gloria spacecraft will briefly enter the curvature navigation to adjust its position. But this battlefield is always next to this weird binary star system, and never refuses to stay away. The Glory spaceship will not leave until it obtains the neutron battle star. And the Meson spacecraft will not leave until it achieves its goal. During this mutual confrontation, a spaceship appeared out of thin air in the void. The moment it appeared in the void, it split completely from the middle and became two halves, before it had time to explode. Another space bomb affected it. A large area of annihilated space was like a black mist, completely surrounding the spacecraft. The next moment, it lost its trace. I don't know where I ran into the turbulence of time and space. This time, there were finally casualties in the battle. The Taihao civilization does not have an escort fleet. Only one Meson spacecraft. So these damaged spacecrafts naturally belong to the Guardian civilization. This destroyed spaceship probably belonged to the category of city-level spacecraft, according to Xiaoyu's classification standards. The Guardian civilized city-class spacecraft that contained Xiaoyu's entire biological core was like a discarded tattered toy in this battlefield. And its destruction did not attract any attention. This battlefield has become a real killing place, with all kinds of dangers hidden in it. Any danger can destroy a powerful spacecraft of a 5th-level civilization. If the Xiaogua spacecraft were in such a battlefield, even if no spacecraft was targeting it, the Xiaogua spacecraft would not be able to sustain it for 10 minutes. And even 4 protective covers would be useless. The location of the battlefield was constantly changing, and it gradually came to the side of a dwarf planet. This dwarf planet has a diameter of about 2,000 kilometers, and is similar in size to the Meson spacecraft and the Glory spacecraft. It was originally rotating quietly according to its own orbit. But because the battlefield between the Taihao civilization and the Guardian civilization was approaching, it suffered a disaster. Its destruction process seems very strange. Around it, spaceships constantly appear and disappear, and thin black lines, black curtains, or black smoke appear constantly. A thin black line cuts across, and a large piece of the planet is cut off. A black curtain flashed past, and a large piece of material disappeared out of thin air. This planet is like an apple, and Taihao civilization and Guardian civilization are the ones who keep biting this apple. Under the fierce attacks of the two major civilizations, the size of this apple was rapidly decreasing, and eventually it disappeared from the visible universe out of thin air, leaving not even a trace of its remains. The disappearance of a planet did not cause any waves or attract any attention in this battlefield. It seemed so insignificant. Chapter 451 Chain Reaction. The Meson spacecraft is undoubtedly very powerful, and it still seems to be able to handle it with ease under the siege of the damaged and incompletely repaired Glory spacecraft, as well as nearly 3,000 spacecraft of other levels. Although they were at a disadvantage, they did not show any signs of defeat. The two forces are in a fierce confrontation. Under such circumstances, the destroyed Guardian civilization spacecraft didn't even have time to explode, and was pulled by the fragmented time and space to where it went. This battle outside the galaxy did not attract Xiaoyu's attention. One is because the distance is too far, and the other is because this battle is too quiet. More than a day has passed since Xiaoyu first noticed movement in the Guardian civilized fleet. In more than a day, Xiaoyu controlled the planet to a suitable orbit, and under the interference of the warriors of the Guardian civilization, he reluctantly drove the neutron battle star to the appropriate position. Now, all that's left is Xiaoyu's order. Xiaoyu issued this order. Planetary engine. Start the collision with this white dwarf star with all your strength, and merge with this white dwarf star, Xiaoyu murmured, manipulating the planet, which is about the same size as the Earth, to move closer to the white dwarf star. Tens of thousands of blue light bands appeared in this dim binary star system, as if performing a dance of death. These light bands generally have a length of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As the power decreases, and the emission direction changes, these light bands will change direction, as if they are dancing in the wind. This is the power of planetary engines. The abundant material on this planet provides powerful and sufficient energy for these planetary engines, allowing Xiaoyu to use them unscrupulously. This planet is destined to be destroyed, and Xiaoyu's purpose is to destroy it. So when starting these planetary engines, Xiaoyu showed no mercy and had no scruples about the damage these planetary engines would cause to the planet. In fact, the moment tens of thousands of planetary engines were started, the stratigraphic structure of this planet was severely damaged. This planet has a stratigraphic structure similar to that of the Earth. At this moment, under this powerful thrust, its plate structure immediately cracked, like a broken mirror. Fractured plates indicate intense geological activity. Xiaoyu saw that there were countless cracks on this planet, each of which was at least hundreds of kilometers long, depths of tens of kilometers. The sky collapsed and the earth was turned upside down. The mountains were directly flattened, and countless peaks rose abruptly above the plains. What is being done now is the adjustment work before finally entering orbit. This work was completed 2 hours ago. The planet has entered Xiaoyu's intended orbit. Now, all Xiaoyu needs to do is to start the planetary engine to maximum power and directly push it forward. The white dwarf star is still moving quietly, and it is not directly in front of the planet's current orbit. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoyu has already accurately calculated its trajectory and the influence of its gravity, and obtained the final result after this series of complex data. The planet began to move forward. Its rotation and revolution had already been offset by Xiaoyu's control of the planetary engine in the preparation stage. Now it always faces the white dwarf star with one side, as if it is locked by gravity. Behind it, tens of thousands of blue light bands rush straight into the sky, stretching into the void of space. Xiaoyu's observation equipment placed on the ground of the planet saw such a magical phenomenon. This is the side facing away from the white dwarf, so the weak light from the white dwarf cannot shine here. The nearest star here is also a few light years away, so the sky here is pitch black, without atmospheric refraction. The sky here is very black, very pure. Dots of stars dotted the dark sky, looking very beautiful. But at the next moment, this calm was broken. Tens of thousands of blue light strips suddenly lit up, like lit fireworks. At first, there was a very small amount of light. Suddenly it became so powerful that it shot straight into the sky. Hundreds of thousands of light strips turned this dark world into a jungle of light strips. This scene is very beautiful. Under the illumination of these light bands, the world here has completely turned into daytime. But this is blue daytime, and the entire world has turned blue under the illumination of these blue light bands. Hidden within this beautiful and shocking scenery is a deep murderous intention. The heads of these planetary engines built on the surface of the planet have penetrated deeply into the ground under the powerful reverse thrust. Countless small mountains of Earth have risen around the planetary engines. The planet's crust was completely destroyed. This powerful thrust followed the laws of mechanics and eventually spread to the entire planet, affecting the entire planet. This force is gradually deepening and gradually affecting the mantle and core of the Earth. Under the strong pressure, the magma inside the planet began to flow out along the fractured stratigraphic structure, and volcanoes began to erupt. But the planetary engine doesn't care about these things, and Xiaoyu doesn't think about how much damage he has caused to the planet. Xiaoyu has only one purpose: to push it and hit the white dwarf star. The planet's approximately circular structure has now begun to become flat. This is a phenomenon that will inevitably occur under huge acceleration. The speed of this planet is slowly accelerating, from 100 meters per second to 100 kilometers per second, then 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers per second. The planetary engine has been working continuously, giving the planet forward momentum. In fact, as long as these planetary engines are not damaged, they will continue to work. You know, the faster the planet travels, the greater the kinetic energy it carries, and the greater the change it can bring to the white dwarf star. After the planet advances to a certain distance, the gravity of the white dwarf star begins to play a huge role. Its gravity also began to accelerate the planet. There is the gravity of the white dwarf pulling in front, and Xiaoyu's planetary engine pushing behind. The combined force of the two makes the planet's speed rise to a higher level again. At this moment, the planet is less than 10 million kilometers away from the white dwarf. Its front finally began to bulge, which was caused by the huge gravitational influence of the white dwarf star. From the surface, it looks like countless peaks with heights of hundreds of thousands or millions of meters suddenly appeared on the flat land. Moreover, these mountains continue to increase in height. It was finally pulled into a long strip, and it was torn apart by the gravity of the white dwarf. It changed from a complete planet to a collection of asteroids. Among this group of asteroids, there are magma that still maintains high temperature, gravel with sharp edges, and huge rocks with diameters of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. These things all hit the white dwarf star like a torrent of cannonballs. The white dwarf star immediately began to grow brighter and brighter, eventually reaching the point where it was brighter than the sun. This means a luminosity increase of thousands of times. But this is just the beginning. The highlight is yet to come. Just like a hydrogen bomb requires an atomic bomb to detonate. And the atomic bomb is just a prelude to the explosion of the hydrogen bomb. The powerful energy released by this planet hitting the white dwarf is also just a prelude. Under the influence of these countless tons of matter, the entire white dwarf star was affected. Its orbit changed as Xiaoyu expected, and the distance between it and the neutron star was shortened by hundreds of millions of kilometers. In his previous actions, Xiaoyu was deliberately changing the orbits of the two stars and shortening the distance between them. This time, after their distance was once again shortened by hundreds of millions of kilometers, the distance between the two was only less than 300 million kilometers. The white dwarf star began to orbit according to Xiaoyu's preset orbit. This track is not stable. It is a track that leads to death. If we continue to move along this orbit, the distance between the white dwarf star and the neutron star will become shorter and shorter, and the speed at which they orbit each other will become faster and faster. The final result can only be a collision. On planet number 1, those planetary engines are also running at full strength, ejecting bright blue light bands, pushing the planet continuously to retreat, and then retreat. Xiaoyu has no interest in trying to withstand the impact of this terrible disaster. The best way is to avoid its edge. So far, Xiaoyu has pushed this huge shield back a billion kilometers, and is still retreating. It is expected that Xiaoyu will escape a distance of 4 billion kilometers when the impact occurs. The distance between the white dwarf and the neutron star is constantly shrinking. By this time, Xiaoyu no longer needed to push them to collide, unless the neutron dwarf star is deliberately manipulated to escape. No one can prevent the impact from happening. And obviously, Xiaoyu would not do this. The warriors who protect the civilization inside the neutron battle star do not know the situation in the outside world. And they will not do this. No one will stop the final collision from happening. As the distance between the two shortens, they rotate around each other faster and faster. The final collision is happening right in front of you. In about 30 hours, the two planets will collide and merge into a black hole. Chapter 452 Gravity Battle. The Glory spacecraft and the Meson spacecraft are still chasing each other in the void. This battle was more like a chase than a decisive battle. It can be clearly seen that neither the Glory spacecraft nor the Meson spacecraft used their full strength. The purpose of the Glory spaceship was to delay the Meson spacecraft to prevent its possible next move. And the Meson spacecraft, for some reason, silently took the blame for attacking the Guardian civilized fleet. All this was expected by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu knew that Taihao civilization would do this. Due to the asymmetry of information, the lack of understanding of the characteristics of death rays, and the lack of knowledge that deep freezing can delay or offset the effects of death rays, our action plan has failed. We will continue to look for the next opportunity. In order to prevent the Guardian civilization will eliminate Xiaoyu, and we will contain the Glory spacecraft to facilitate Xiaoyu's escape. Inside the Meson spacecraft, an inexplicable voice spoke faintly. Inside this weird binary star system, the orbit of the white dwarf star has been completely changed, and an impact is about to occur, because it took a while to control the planet to hit the white dwarf. Xiaoyu knew that the light information he used to change the planet's orbit should have been observed by the Guardian civilization at this moment. Xiaoyu believes that with the help of this information, the Guardian civilization will easily guess what will happen next. It doesn't matter. Just know it if you know it. Anyway, you can't do anything about the things inside the galaxy. The neutron battle star is right in front of you, but you can't get it. I believe this torturous feeling must be very beautiful. Right. Xiaoyu sneered slightly. Now, the mutual gravitational pull between the white dwarf star and the neutron star has accelerated the speed at which they orbit each other to a terrifying level. Within the neutron battle star, the fierce battle for control is still going on. If time continues, Xiaoyu's failure is inevitable. But it doesn't matter now. As long as Xiaoyu lasts another half hour, everything will be settled. These Guardian civilized warriors inside the neutron battle star are in completely different moods at this moment. Because of the signal shielding mechanism of this binary star system, they cannot communicate with the outside world, and naturally cannot know the external situation. They only saw that they had at most 5 hours to gain full control over the neutron battle star. But they didn't know. It doesn't take 5 hours. Just half an hour. And their catastrophe will come. The number 1 temporary formation reported that the attack on the external detection module is progressing smoothly. It is expected that in half an hour, we will obtain control authority of the external observation module. By then, we will be able to obtain external information. The number 2 temporary formation reports that the attack on the death ray control module is progressing smoothly. We can already control 30% of the intensity of the death ray emission. In half an hour, it is expected that our control authority will increase to 135 points. The number 3 temporary formation reported that the attack on the power system control module is progressing smoothly. There is a big gap between the Shinjo civilization and us in terms of program efficiency and logic control module. It is expected that in half an hour, our control authority will increase to 100%. 45. The number 4 temporary formation reported that the 4-dimensional impact control module capture operation is progressing smoothly. It is expected that in half an hour, our control authority will increase to 37%. Number 5 temporary formation report. Very good. Everyone, try harder. Our action this time is of vital importance. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fate of our entire civilization depends on us. If the action is successful, our name will forever be remembered by our people. Remember, our names will be passed down to the times. Remember those comrades who sacrificed their lives in vain because of failed transmission. They are looking at us at this moment, and we are not fighting alone. Inside the neutron battlestar, these guardian civilized warriors were all enthusiastic. But inside the Glory spacecraft, there was a completely different atmosphere. A voice quickly reported the current situation. Marshal, there is one thing I have to report to you. We observed a very bad thing. We saw that the Shinjo civilization actually started the planetary engine and controlled the planet. The planet directly impacted the white dwarf, changing the orbit of the white dwarf. According to the current situation, the final impact will occur in about a day and a half. Our researchers predict that this impact will release no less than due to the energy of the supernova explosion. The 2 planets will eventually merge into a black hole. Another thing to note is that there is a signal delay of 1.5 days between us and inside the galaxy. In other words, what we observed, these things all happened a day and a half ago. And if there are no accidents, the final impact will happen half an hour later. The marshal's voice was still calm, but behind this calmness, there was a sense of powerlessness. Where are our soldiers? Because we have lost contact with the inside of the galaxy. We have no way to inform them of the current situation. It is certain that our soldiers are still acting according to the original plan at this moment, which means that it will take more than a day for us to gain control of this neutron battle star. That means we failed. We were completely defeated. Right? We have no way to change this outcome. Right? The marshal's voice seemed very weak. Another voice was silent for a moment, and then answered cautiously. Based on the current situation, it is indeed like this. The matter has reached an irreversible point. The 2 planets merged into a black hole, and in the process, it produces very powerful energy. Although our Glory can withstand this energy, it will cause certain damage to our Glory spacecraft. What's more, there is no need for us to bear this loss in vain. So I suggest, Marshal, think about what to do next. What can we do? The Marshal said very weakly. Okay. The plan to seize the neutron battlestar failed. In this plan, we suffered huge losses. Then, we can recover from other aspects. Take a little loss. The capture force is established. After the neutron battlestar is destroyed, the death ray will completely disappear. It is impossible for the Shinjo civilization without the death ray to escape our capture. The only thing that needs to be considered is that the Taihao civilization will cover the Shinjo civilization. Then, let the Glory spaceship continue to contain the Meson and increase its attack intensity. The capture force will be composed of the most elite and advanced spacecraft. Be sure to bring me the main body of the Shinjo civilization. That's it, the Marshal said quietly. And after finishing these words, he disappeared. Inside the galaxy, the distance between white dwarfs and neutron stars had shortened to less than 500,000 kilometers. At such a distance, the rotation speed of these 2 extreme stars has reached a terrifying level. The current situation is very strange. The diameter of this white dwarf star is nearly 10,000 kilometers. Not much smaller than the Earth. While the diameter of this neutron star is only 20 kilometers. The contrast between the 2 is like a millstone and half a sesame seed. There is such a huge disparity in size between the 2. But in this battle for gravity, the one that occupies the dominant position is undoubtedly this half sesame seed. Due to their strong gravity, The surfaces of neutron stars and white dwarfs are very smooth, with basically no undulations. But at this moment, this smooth surface was broken, and an extremely obvious bulge appeared. This white dwarf star has become an ellipse due to the huge gravitational attraction of the neutron star. The side facing the neutron star is attracted and protrudes forward. The same is true for this neutron star. The side facing the white dwarf star is also attracted. Something like a hill appeared. The strong gravity also caused changes in the internal structure of these two extreme stars. During the constant deformation, squeezing, and friction of the stellar material, powerful energy was released, and the brightness of this white dwarf star further increased. At this moment, it was no less than a real star. This neutron star still had no changes in the visible light band, but on top of various radiations in other bands, Xiaoyu observed radiation that was nearly 10 times stronger than usual. Changes in the stratigraphy mean the destruction of the internal structure of the star. Xiaoyu saw that the inner space inside the neutron battle star, which was constructed by the unknown silicon-based civilization through magical technology, was finally destroyed at this moment. All the instruments inside the neutron battle star, all the spaces, and all the creatures inside the spaces, all died. Death came so suddenly. At one moment, these warriors who were guarding civilization were in high spirits and inexplicably excited. At the next moment, they lost consciousness and were squeezed to death. This scene looked like this to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that the transparent wall, which had withstood the strong pressure inside the neutron star, made a harsh creaking sound at this moment. Shocking cracks spread like venomous snakes. Finally, the wall broke, and the black neutron star material instantly destroyed these. The space is full. All the instruments and living things inside have been assimilated by the neutron star material. This neutron star finally became solid, and Xiaoyu completely lost control of this neutron battle star. Chapter 453: The Birth of a Black Hole. The internal space constructed by this unknown silicon-based civilization inside this neutron star is not very large. But you must know that the diameter of an entire neutron star is only 20 kilometers. The weird wall disappeared, and the neutron star material collapsed instantly. The speed of their collapse is extremely close to the speed of light. Their extremely large mass and extremely fast speed allow them to carry extremely large kinetic energy. After the impact, there is rebound. This is a mechanism similar to a supernova explosion. A supernova explosion occurs when the core of a star suddenly loses support, and the external stellar material collapses, impacts, and rebounds, eventually blowing up the entire star. Now, this scene is repeated on this neutron star. The force rebounded by the impact spread to the entire neutron star. But unfortunately, the force rebounded by this collision was not enough to allow the material on the neutron star to obtain an initial velocity sufficient to escape the neutron star's gravitational field. So this neutron star did not. It was blown to pieces and fell into instability. Inside the neutron star, earth-shaking changes are taking place. On the outside, the intensity of radiation in various wavebands increases again. When we were on the Earth, someone once studied a very interesting topic. That is, if we ignore the short lifespan of a micro black hole, that is, assuming that a micro black hole can exist long enough, when it encounters the Earth, in what mode will it swallow the Earth whole? The result of the research is that when the black hole encounters the Earth, since the Earth's overall gravity is stronger than the black hole's gravity, the black hole will first revolve around the Earth and then fall into the Earth, eventually settling into the Earth's core. Due to inertia, it will not stay stable at the center of the Earth. Instead, it will continue to move, and in the process of movement, it will continue to swallow the Earth's matter. It's like a mouse burrowing into the cheese, eating away the entire cheese from the inside. Of course, in reality, planet collapse and various radiation issues also need to be considered. But that's basically it. Now, during the encounter between the neutron star and the white dwarf, this scene is reproduced. White dwarfs are relatively large in size. It has a volume almost the size of the Earth. But the size of a neutron star is very small. The comparison of its size with that of a white dwarf is like the contrast between half a sesame seed and a large millstone. The density of neutron stars is much higher than that of white dwarfs. So at the moment of encounter, it drilled directly into the white dwarf, leaving a huge cave on the white dwarf. This cave, directly from the surface of the white dwarf to the center of the white dwarf, the material that originally occupied this cave. At this moment, it has been swallowed by the neutron star, and has been transformed from white dwarf star material into neutron star material. The consequence of increasing density is that the volume shrinks, So such a cave appears. The next moment, under the influence of the white dwarf's own gravity, the cave quickly disappeared, sealing off the neutron star's escape route. But the devouring action of neutron stars will not stop. It is in the core of the white dwarf, devouring the white dwarf's material and converting the white dwarf's mass into its own mass. It's like a ferocious mouse running into the center of a giant block of cheese. The quality of this cheese is constantly being chewed from the inside. This is a very intense collision process. The moment the neutron star meets the white dwarf material, the huge energy exploded by the collision completely changes the material structure here. In these few moments, a series of indescribably complex material changes occurred. Some substances have been changed directly from the atomic nucleus level, and they have become various metallic elements. Among them, there is gold, silver, platinum, radium, uranium, and mercury. At this moment, all elements on the periodic table of elements have been produced, whether they are light elements before iron or the heavy element after iron. The fusion mechanism inside a star can only fuse iron and elements before iron. After iron is fused, the end of the star will come. What will greet it will be a supernova explosion. A supernova explosion can be regarded as death, or it can be regarded as death. It is creation, because only in supernova explosions can heavy elements after iron be produced. It is for this reason that iron and previous elements are relatively abundant in the universe. This is also very obvious on Earth. Why are elements at the bottom of the periodic table less abundant? Why is the reserve of silver element so much less than that of iron element, but so much more than that of gold element? The reason is simple. Because silver is heavier than iron and lighter than gold. Because it is very easy to make iron in the universe. There is a lot of iron. Gold and silver are relatively difficult to make, so they are rare. Violent events such as the collision of a neutron star and a white dwarf star undoubtedly meet the standards for the creation of heavy elements. So in the moment of collision, all the elements were created, including those on the periodic table of elements and those that were not. And because of the huge energy brought by the collision, they gained enough initial velocity to escape this huge gravitational field. So they splashed out from the collision and flew into the universe, participating in the slowness of the universe. In the process of evolution, maybe the gold created in this collision will be taken by a creature in a primary civilization to exchange for some food it needs. And some of the gold created in this collision, uranium, will be used by some scientists of this primitive civilization to make atomic bombs. In this collision, some extremely heavy elements were produced. These extremely heavy elements cannot exist stably. So within a very short period of time after being thrown out, they lose some of the protons or neutrons that make up their atomic nuclei, and eventually decay into other elements. Accompanying the thrown matter leaving the two stars is extremely intense radiation, which is also the most terrifying disaster in the universe, the gamma-ray burst. In addition to these, there are also extremely strong bursts in the visible light band. At this moment, these two stars released light that was more intense than the explosion of the main star in the capital galaxy of the Merlian civilization. Under the light pressure of these lights, Xiaoyu saw an appalling phenomenon. The planet that he used as a shield was actually pushed out of its current orbit by light pressure and began to move backward. Fortunately, Xiaoyu reacted quickly enough and immediately controlled his fleet to follow the movement of the planet. So he was not hit directly. Xiaoyu once again witnessed the powerful power of a cosmic disaster. If it weren't for this planet as a shield, he would have died long ago. Even the 4 protective shields could not stop such a violent energy explosion. Although the energy of a gamma-ray burst is powerful, it can only last for a short time. Basically, it only lasts about 3 seconds when the impact just occurs, and then continues to rush into the void at the speed of light. During the long propagation journey, it will gradually lose its energy. But it is certain that even if it is billions of light years away from here, after the energy of this gamma-ray burst arrives, it can be clearly seen observed. The energy of gamma-ray bursts is mainly emitted along the magnetic poles at both ends of the neutron star, where the energy is the strongest. If there is a biological planet in the direction where the two magnetic poles are exactly facing, even if the distance is thousands of light years away, those creatures would be killed without any surprise. The energy of gamma-ray bursts in the direction of non-magnetic poles is smaller, but it is enough to kill any unprotected life within a distance of tens of light years. Xiaoyu naturally avoided the direction of the magnetic pole. But even so, the planet he used as a shield also received extremely serious damage. Xiaoyu cannot describe the specific mechanism of these damages in detail, because there are still many things that Xiaoyu has not yet understood about such extreme events
as the collision of white dwarfs and neutron stars. Xiao Yu only knew that the planet in front of him was being baptized by violent energy. On this planet, earthquakes occurred frequently. Magma flowed across the planet, and the intense mountain building movement almost completely changed the planet's landscape. The collision process is still not over. This neutron star has arrived inside the white dwarf star, and is eating away at the material of the white dwarf star from the inside. Without enough material support, the overall structure of the white dwarf star is collapsing, and its volume is shrinking rapidly. It's like a piece of fluffy bread being squeezed hard by a big hand. The difference is that the force that causes the bread to be squeezed comes from the outside, while the force that causes the white dwarf to shrink comes from the inside. The collapse of matter means that they will fall onto the neutron star, which means that collisions will still occur and strong energy will be released. This energy was very strong, but most of it was confined inside the star, and did not fully explode. Even so, a little bit of energy leaked out is enough to change the color of the world. Xiao Yu knew that something terrible was happening inside the white dwarf. Xiao Yu had already anticipated the outcome of this matter. Xiao Yu knew that the final creation should have been formed at this moment. If I was not wrong in my estimation, the neutron star should have disappeared by this time. Instead, it should be a black hole. A black hole is enough to swallow everything. Once it enters, it cannot come out. The most terrifying black hole in the universe is currently hiding inside the white dwarf star, and is rapidly increasing its mass. Chapter 454 Death of White Dwarf.
It is now confirmed that the neutron battlestar has been destroyed. All the warriors who sneaked into the galaxy have died. The collision between the neutron battlestar and the white dwarf will trigger a very strong energy burst. According to the current imaging data, in about 3 hours, the gamma-ray burst carrying destructive energy will reach our current location. What to do?
Please give the order as soon as possible. Marshal.
At the edge of the galaxy, the Glory spacecraft and the Messen spacecraft are still chasing each other. In the Glory, a somewhat urgent voice reported the news to the Marshal.
Well, there is no way around it. I have to admit that our operation this time has been a complete failure. So, how are the preparations of the capture team? This Shinjo civilization must have deep entanglements with Taihao civilization. Taihao civilization has in-depth research on how to break through to the 7th level civilization. As long as we capture the Shinjo civilization, we can get these relevant information and make up for our losses. The capture team has been prepared. It has been assembled in this small universe, and can be dispatched at any time. Very good. The Glorious spacecraft and other forces will continue to contain the Messen spacecraft, and use the curvature navigation method to drive the Messen spacecraft away from this binary star system to avoid being affected by gamma-ray bursts. The capture team continues to wait here. After the burst of energy here stabilizes, we will go out to capture the Shinjo civilization. Clear.
The brief exchange fell silent, and the confrontation between the two civilizations continued. However, during the confrontation, both the Glory spacecraft, the other Guardian civilization spacecraft, and the Messen spacecraft were moving away from this place intentionally or unintentionally. The spacecraft of a 6th level civilization can easily switch between curvature space and normal space. Short-distance curvature voyages are not difficult for level 6 civilization ships, so it is not difficult to leave here during the battle. At this moment, Xiao Yu is still hiding behind this planet. The 10,000-kilometer thick rock barrier provided strong protection for Xiao Yu, allowing Xiao Yu to persevere in such a violent place. But to do it intact is impossible. This time, there was an explosion of energy. It is simply too powerful. Even if there is an entire planet as protection, there is still some energy that penetrates it unyieldingly and finally reaches Xiao Yu's fleet. Xiao Yu turned on the protective shields of all spaceships to maximum power, and parked the 3 national-level spacecraft with the most powerful protection at the front. He withstood most of the burst of energy and barely kept the damage rate at within an acceptable range.
This kind of thing. It's really too dangerous. I hope I will never encounter something like this again in the future.
Xiao Yu thought with some worry, because the burst energy was too powerful. Any instrument without adequate protection would be destroyed at this distance. So Xiao Yu did not send out a detector to directly observe the collision phenomenon, but by observing the rays and energy that penetrated the entire planet and affected Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu could probably guess what was going on in the center of the explosion at this moment. Xiao Yu concluded that a black hole has been born. The gravitational pull of a neutron star is extremely strong. So strong that it forces all the electrons in the atoms of matter into the nucleus, where they combine with protons and become neutrons. But this material structure is not the end. As the neutron star combines with the white dwarf, the gravitational strength of the neutron star will further increase until the neutron degeneracy pressure can no longer support its own stable structure. At this point, continued collapse is inevitable, and the abyss of the black hole is ahead. But now there is no force that can stop it from sliding down. There is no force that can resist its own gravity. No matter how much matter there is, the volume will eventually be reduced to infinitesimal. But within the boundary of the event horizon, the gravity is infinite. This black hole is raging inside the white dwarf star. It is devouring the material of the white dwarf star. The speed at which a black hole swallows matter is not infinite. This speed is related to the mass of the black hole. Obviously, with the mass of this black hole, it cannot swallow up the white dwarf star in a very short time. Its strong gravity will pull the material of the white dwarf towards itself at an extremely high speed, and then rotate around itself. During the rotation, these white dwarf materials collide with each other, and some materials will obtain enough energy to escape the gravitational field along the poles of the black hole, forming a jet. Now, Xiaoyu saw this jet. This jet is rapidly expanding its length. At this moment, it is less than 10,000 kilometers in length, and at the next moment, it has reached 1 million kilometers. Its forward speed is not much slower than the speed of light. Xiaoyu has made calculations and concluded that the two jets will each extend about 3 light-years in length. The length of the jet is also related to the mass of the black hole. The greater the mass of the black hole, the longer the length of the jet will be when it swallows enough matter. There are some extreme black holes that, because of their powerful energy, will eject jets millions of light-years away, enough to connect the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. Such a black hole is definitely the most powerful existence in the universe. In comparison, the power of this black hole is much smaller, but its majesty is still unquestionable. No matter how small it is, the energy it bursts out at this moment is enough to make Xiaoyu hide behind the planet like a frightened quail, trembling and not daring to move. The intense burst of energy continues, and it seems that it will not subside within a few months. But Xiaoyu didn't plan to leave here until the energy explosion completely subsided. The reason was simple. After the energy explosion subsided, he couldn't leave here even if he wanted to. Xiaoyu knew that the Guardian civilization was still eyeing him. He destroyed the neutron battle star that the Guardian civilization was determined to win, and the two had such a big conflict that Xiaoyu had no hope of peaceful coexistence. In the final analysis, I am only a 5th-level civilization, and if a 6th-level civilization destroys a 5th-level civilization, I believe there will be no guilt. Just like a person stepping on an ant. Just wait for 3 more days. It is expected that after 3 days, the energy burst will be reduced to a level that I can barely accept. By that time, I will leave this galaxy and start my escape. I will maintain a curvature of twice the speed of light. The traces left by the navigation state and the curvature navigation that have been following this energy will be completely erased by these bursts of energy. In this way, the Guardian civilization will not be able to hunt me down. This is Xiaoyu's escape plan, and the reason why Xiaoyu must destroy the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu had planned all of this a long time ago. Whether it was detonating the ball, allowing the Guardian civilization and Taihouse civilization to fight, or destroying the neutron battle star, the ultimate goal was to create convenience for his escape. The powerful energy erupted from the collision between the neutron star and the white dwarf advances into the void of the universe at the speed of light. So it is very simple. As long as Xiaoyu keeps moving at the speed of light, Xiaoyu will always be with this violent energy. If the energy stays together, the traces of navigation left by Xiaoyu will be eliminated by this energy. This is Xiaoyu's only way to escape, and Xiaoyu's only hope to escape. The only flaw in this plan is the Glory spaceship. Because the Glory spacecraft is too powerful, and the performance of various instruments is too advanced. Even if he has violent energy to erase his traces, Xiaoyu is not sure that he will be hunted by the Glory spacecraft. Escape. But fortunately, with the cooperation of Taihouse civilization, Xiaoyu successfully caused a confrontation between the two civilizations. The Glory spacecraft had been restrained by the Messen spacecraft and was unable to pursue him. Then, the last obstacle to Xiaoyu's escape disappeared. All I need to do now is continue to wait for the burst energy to drop to a level I can accept. Xiaoyu thought silently and waited silently. The fierce devouring action of the black hole is still continuing. This is a completely different way of swallowing, judging from the normal way of swallowing in the universe. For example, if a black hole moves next to a star, and then slowly swallows the star while orbiting each other, it may take enough. It will take hundreds of millions of years to devour the star.
But this time things are different. This time, the black hole was born directly in the core of the white dwarf. This means that the black hole can accelerate its feeding speed as fast as possible and eat the white dwarf whole as quickly as possible. Of course, during the swallowing process, due to the existence of jets, some of the mass will be blown into space and wasted. In such a fast eating process of eating and wasting, in just 3 days, a white dwarf star with a mass equivalent to 0.6 times the Sun was completely eaten by a black hole. All that is left now are just some remnants of the white dwarf star. These debris are currently orbiting the black hole at an extremely high speed. Because of the extremely high speed of movement, extremely strong radiation of various bands is still erupting at this moment. They will serve as the dessert of this black hole, and will be gradually swallowed up over a long period of time.
The radiation levels and energy bursts have been reduced to a level that I can barely tolerate. So that's it. It's time to launch an escape plan.
Xiao Yu calmed down his somewhat excited mood and issued his order.
All spaceships, let's start moving forward. First, sail in the normal navigation mode for 3 hours to escape the gravitational influence of this black hole. After that, enter the curvature navigation.
Chapter 455, Chase. In the previous preparation stage and the collision explosion stage, Xiao Yu was already manipulating the planet to continuously retreat. It is already far away from the black hole in the center of the galaxy. But this distance is not enough to allow Xiao Yu to enter the curvature navigation without being disturbed by gravity. So, Xiao Yu still needs 3 hours of regular navigation to get away from here before he can safely enter the warp navigation. Routine navigation will emit extremely bright visible light and radiation in other bands, which is inevitable and cannot be eliminated. This will cause the sailing fleet to be easily observed by distant observers. In other words, Xiao Yu's movement trajectory will be captured by the Guardian civilization. But it doesn't matter. When the spacecraft enters curvature navigation, it will no longer release this radiation. At that time, Xiao Yu can change the direction of travel at will to escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization, getting further and further away from the planet. Xiao Yu's fleet finally broke away from the protection of the planet. Xiao Yu was mentally prepared to face the strong radiation, and the power of various protective shields was turned to the maximum. But the reality was still somewhat beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. The moment they left the shelter of the planet, hundreds of thousands of small spacecraft lost contact with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu knew that these small spacecraft were damaged by strong radiation due to insufficient protection capabilities. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of small spacecraft that lost contact, a considerable number of spacecraft were seriously damaged, and there were some malfunctions in their internal circuits, various instruments, etc. However, these damages only occurred on small and medium-sized spacecraft, and large spacecraft at the municipal level and above were not affected.
It doesn't matter. If the spaceship is gone, it can be rebuilt. If the people are gone, there is nothing. As long as you can escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization, this little damage is nothing.
Xiao Yu muttered silently while manipulating the spacecraft embarked on its journey in a regular way. After leaving the protection of the planet, and without the obstruction of the planet, Xiao Yu could finally intuitively see the situation in the center of the galaxy. What caught Xiao Yu's eyes was a very bright spot of light. Even if it is tens of billions of kilometers away from there, the light it emits is still powerful to a certain extent. But there is something weird about the existence of this light spot. It seems that its state of existence is unstable. Xiao Yu saw a very obvious phenomenon of space being bent there. The curved space also bent the light rays, causing the place to seem to be covered with a layer of fog, making it difficult to see the shadows clearly.
The brightness of this bright spot is much lower than expected. It should not be so dim. Under the gravity of the black hole, the remnants of the white dwarf star will gain extremely high speeds. When they collide with each other, they will release extremely intense light. Come on! Well, I understand. This is the phenomenon of gravitational lensing. This black hole is trying its best to hide its figure.
Black holes are such a magical celestial body. It is not as dark a mass as in movies and TV shows. In fact, it is not easy to see a black hole because of the phenomenon of gravitational lensing. Under the action of gravitational lensing, light sources directly behind the black hole can also be observed by observers directly in front of the black hole, because the light is bent. And this will lead to an obvious consequence. That is, the black hole itself will be hidden and disappear from the observer's sight. The reason why this black hole is not invisible now is because the light emitted by the white dwarf remnants around it is too strong. It is this light that highlights the existence of this black hole.
Xiao Yu could clearly see the darkness behind the strong light. The current scene was like a big black ball glowing. Xiao Yu observed this scene carefully, collecting the information he needed. Such extreme celestial phenomena are very beneficial to Xiao Yu in improving his theory. The regular navigation time has passed, and Xiao Yu has arrived at a place where he can conduct curvature navigation without being affected by gravity. So, Xiao Yu manipulated his remaining spaceships and entered the curvature navigation one by one. After entering the curvature navigation, Xiao Yu also deliberately changed his direction. There is only one purpose for doing this, which is to better hide yourself. Try your best to improve your concealment and prevent your movement trajectory from being captured by the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu kept the speed of his fleet at twice the speed of light and moved forward following the powerful energy released by the collision of stars. The current situation is very interesting. The gamma ray burst carrying the power to destroy the world is in front of Xiao Yu at this moment. Anyone who tries to intercept Xiao Yu will be baptized by the gamma ray burst first. And with a powerful energy of gamma ray bursts that can sweep away some life within dozens or hundreds of light years, Xiao Yu doesn't think there are any beings that can withstand it. The Glory spacecraft may be able to do it, but the Glory spacecraft is already contained by the Meson spacecraft. This means that Xiao Yu has the most dedicated front row guard. But now, behind Xiao Yu, there is still a steady stream of powerful energy arriving. This energy will eliminate all traces left by Xiao Yu's curvature navigation, making it impossible for the rest of existence to track Xiao Yu. This means that Xiao Yu is another most competent logistics staff. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu doesn't think there is any other existence that can catch him. Not even the fleet of the Guardian civilization. In fact, this is the reason why Xiao Yu insists on destroying this neutron battle star. But this also has a disadvantage. That is, the sailing speed is too slow. In order to make the most of natural resources, Xiao Yu must move forward at the speed of light. Neither fast nor slow. You must know that Xiao Yu's usual maximum sailing speed is about 13 times the speed of light. 500 light years is a relatively safe distance. Xiao Yu believes that if he escapes this time, he must run at least 500 light years to be considered safe. So this will be 500 years.
There is no other way. Slow down. It's better than me being captured by the Guardian civilization.
Xiao Yu thought secretly.
I can also conduct scientific research during the voyage, so it's not a waste of time.
At this moment, in a place unknown to Xiao Yu, in that mysterious small universe, thousands of spacecraft are gathering here, quietly waiting for the order to arrive. This is a place separated from the big universe. Its way of existence is basically similar to the New World, constructed by the troll civilization that Xiao Yu once entered. But it is just smaller. The energy from the large universe maintains the stability of this small universe, and being separated from the original universe allows it to not be affected at all by the collision of neutron stars and white dwarfs. This is the same way to avoid information storms. Now they are quietly waiting for the violent energy to pass, so that they can capture Xiao Yu. The new order finally arrived.
The capture team is dispatched. I have seen the light released by the Shinjo civilization fleet's regular voyage. Well,
now they have entered the curvature voyage, and the energy of the explosion has erased all traces of them. But they are close to the place where they disappeared. After that, with the help of space fluctuation detection instruments, you will be able to find traces of the Shinjo civilization. Then set out and capture the main body of the Shinjo civilization. Okay. The capture team will make sure to complete the mission.
Between this simple question and answer, the thousands of spacecraft of the capture team had broken away from the small universe, quickly entered the curvature navigation, and sailed towards the place where Xiao Yu disappeared. The fleet maintained their speed of more than 100 times the speed of light, and it only took a short time to reach the point where Xiao Yu entered the curvature navigation and disappeared from the visible universe. The space fluctuation detection equipment turns on the neutron star. The energy erupted from the collision of the white dwarf will greatly affect the detection accuracy of the space fluctuation detection equipment. However, it does not matter. The Shinjo civilization disappeared for less than 3 hours, which means that they left this place at most a distance of 3 light hours. The spatial fluctuation detection instrument can find all space bins within a range of 5 light hours. Well, very good. We have found the target. The target is currently 2.6 light hours away from us. We are expected to contact the target in 1.5 minutes. Then let's move forward. The fleet stayed for a while at the place where Xiao Yu disappeared, and then lost its trace from the visible universe again and entered the curvature navigation. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still advancing slowly at twice the speed of light. Xiao Yu now occupies a favorable location.
and Xiao Yu is confident enough to escape the pursuit of the Guardian civilization. But Xiao Yu does not take it lightly. Although the accuracy of Xiao Yu's various observation equipment has been drastically reduced due to the interference from the burst of energy, Xiao Yu is still using these equipment and trying his best to obtain surrounding intelligence. The tachyon detection equipment reported very bad news to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu saw this scene. In the curvature space, Xiao Yu saw a fleet approaching him quickly, and it was estimated that it would catch up with him in a minute and a half. This information made Xiao Yu's mind tense instantly. This is the fleet of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. My plan is so comprehensive. I have considered every point, and my voyage will not leave any traces in the universe. So, how did this fleet find me? Xiao Yu didn't have much time to think. In this minute and a half, Xiao Yu only made a few simple reasonings and determined some of his own response plans. And the fleet arrived behind Xiao Yu. Chapter 456 Harvest. Sure enough, a 6th level civilization has some detection methods that I don't know the principles of. Such methods can even ignore the impact of violent events such as the collision of neutron stars and white dwarfs. It is really unexpected. Then there is no way. All I can do is pray. And this method of prayer is also subject to certain restrictions and cannot be used without restrictions. For example, it cannot be detected beyond a certain distance. Xiao Yu thought silently, and then moved on. Arrangements were made for the action. Xiao Yu did not take the pursuing Guardian civilization fleet seriously. The power of the Death Ray sphere has been verified, and Xiao Yu is confident enough to destroy this fleet. Shinjo civilization. Give up escaping. Your position has been exposed, and you can't escape. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message from the rear pursuit fleet. Oh, really? Xiao Yu sneered secretly in his heart. Then I will kill you and continue to hide. If you can still find me, then I am unlucky. This time, Xiao Yu did not use the method of approaching the ultra-miniature spacecraft and then detonating the ball of death to attack the Guardian civilization fleet, because the ultra-miniature spacecraft could be easily destroyed, which Xiao Yu could not bear. Xiao Yu knows very well that the biggest purpose of the Guardian civilization is to catch itself. So the Guardian civilization will not directly eliminate itself before it is absolutely necessary. Then this is an opportunity. Well, when things have reached this point, it is indeed impossible for me to escape. I surrender. I hope that after I surrender, you can give me some good treatment, Xiao Yu said. Very good. You are a smart person who can see the current situation clearly. As long as you are loyal to our Guardian Alliance, you will definitely get good treatment. Now, in order to avoid misunderstanding, I hope you can lift the restrictions on your fleet. Armed, reduce the protective shield system to the most basic state that can only sustain survival. The Guardian civilization side was silent for a while, and sent this message to Xiao Yu. This request is very reasonable. I will show my sincerity, and I hope you can keep your promise, Xiao Yu said, controlling his spacecraft and reducing the power of the protective shield system to the minimum. Very good. Then next, you have to open your data channel. Let us take over your fleet. Xiao Yu saw that after the power of his spaceship's protective shield was reduced to the minimum, the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization fleet had dispersed, faintly surrounding Xiao Yu's fleet. At this moment, there are probably more than 1.5 million spaceships left in Xiao Yu's fleet. And among the Guardian civilized fleet, the number of spaceships is only a few thousand. Surrounding more than 1.5 million people with thousands of ships is definitely just a joke in normal times. But Xiao Yu knows that Guardian civilization can do it. The huge technological gap lies here. Very good. They have all entered the killing range. So, let's detonate the ball of death. Seeing that the current situation has reached his psychological expectations, Xiao Yu decisively issued a new order. In one of the humble city-level spaceships in Xiao Yu's huge fleet, in the specially made detonation equipment, strong radiation and strong magnetic field appear at the same time. Under the influence of these two external factors, some inexplicable changes occurred inside the ball that Xiao Yu could not yet understand. When this series of changes reached the final point, a strong death ray burst out, sweeping across all space within a light-time range. Xiao Yu's fleet is naturally within the killing range of the death ray. However, the death ray has no effect on Xiao Yu himself. The intelligent creatures that will be affected by the death ray are all in deep freeze at this moment. Then, the only creatures that will be killed by the death ray are these Guardian civilization creatures. Just like the last time, he was attacked by the ball of death. After the ball of death was detonated, the fleet of the Guardian civilization instantly lost its movement.
No more information is transmitted. No more tactical encirclement actions take place. Xiao Yu knew that these spacecraft had lost the control of intelligent creatures at this moment. Under the influence of automated instruments, it continues to move forward quietly, following the original trajectory.
Okay, following your will, I have opened my data channel and asked you to take over our fleet.
Xiao Yu tentatively said this sentence, and then quietly waited for the response of the Guardian civilized fleet. The result was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Xiao Yu waited for a full 5 minutes, but never received a response.
They should all be dead,
Xiao Yu thought with a little uncertainty.
Based on the past performance of the Death Ball, this is basically certain. Then take all these spaceships away. The 6th level civilization, the spaceship, is a good thing. Let it be a little compensation from your Guardian civilization.
Xiao Yu thought like this, controlled his own spacecraft, and began to approach cautiously. Xiao Yu doesn't know what kind of control methods the spacecraft of the 6th level civilization will use, and whether these spacecraft can still operate without intelligent creatures. But one thing Xiao Yu is sure of is that these spaceships cannot have automatic defense systems. This is not an insurmountable obstacle. It is unlikely that complete artificial intelligence programs will exist on these spacecrafts without the control of intelligent creatures. Xiao Yu does not think they can fight against him with these cold instruments alone. A spaceship cautiously approached a spacecraft belonging to the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization spacecraft was still quiet, without any movement. The light lingering on it, and the still bright shield system prove that its internal instruments are still functioning well at this moment. This brought up a new problem. Xiao Yu would have no way to enter the spacecraft without breaking the protective shield. But if he attacked, it would definitely cause a counterattack from the automatic defense system.
At this time, I can't give up such a good thing in front of me, and I have to take risks.
Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and first controlled the Xiagua spacecraft to lead some convoys away from here for a distance, and then controlled the remaining spaceships began to attack. Almost immediately, just when Xiao Yu's spaceship started to attack, the spacecraft of these Guardian civilizations immediately counterattacked. It seems that their judgment program determined that Xiao Yu's offensive threat was low, so their counterattack was not very fierce. At least, the terrifyingly powerful space bomb was not used. The one used was large. Some of them are space-splitting weapons. The power of these weapons is relatively low in comparison, but they still cause some trouble to Xiao Yu. At this moment, thousands of Xiao Yu's ships were destroyed by these attacks. But Xiao Yu quickly discovered the weaknesses of these attacks. They seemed to be mechanical, and they seemed to be unable to accurately judge Xiao Yu's next action intention. Moreover, there is no such thing as synergy among these thousands of spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, controlled by an automated system. They seem to only know how to fight independently, but not what cooperation is. They are controlled by automated programs, and have another obvious weakness. That is, they move clumsily and very regularly. This means that Xiao Yu can accurately judge their next action, such as where they will attack next moment, and what actions these spaceships will make in response to a certain action. All of this is predictable. The most important thing is that these ships don't seem to know how to allocate resources reasonably. This means that Xiao Yu has many loopholes to exploit. Xiao Yu quickly formulated his own action plan.
Let's use up all your energy first,
Xiao Yu thought, controlled his spaceship, and began to harass. After an attack, your own spaceship will immediately avoid the attack that is coming next according to the data you predict. In this way, you can maximize the energy consumption of the Guardian civilized fleet and reduce your own damage. That's how it works in theory. But it's much more difficult to do in practice. A 6th level civilization is a 6th level civilization after all. Although these programs are only products of automation, they are created by a 6th level civilization after all. They still have many things that Xiao Yu has not yet mastered. This battle is still full of variables. Even facing these 3,000 Guardian civilization spaceships that had lost control of intelligent creatures and could only rely on automated programs to fight, Xiao Yu invested more than 400,000 of his own spaceships to suppress these spacecrafts. A larger number means that accidents occur more frequently. Xiao Yu didn't want to destroy these spacecraft. He just wanted to capture them so that he could get the technology contained in them. But in this chaotic battlefield, there are many things that Xiao Yu cannot control. So, Xiao Yu saw the following scene with regret. Some of the spaceships of the Guardian civilization were accidentally destroyed by me in the melee. Some of the spaceships of the Guardian civilization seemed to have detected something and actually self-destructed. Most of them were from Xiao Yu's side. The ship was destroyed by the automated defense systems of these Guardian civilization ships. This melee took Xiaoyu a full 3 hours. The final result was that Xiaoyu only received less than 500 spaceships from the Guardian civilization. And most of them were small rural-level spacecraft. There were only 2 county-level spacecraft, and none at the city level.
This harvest is enough. Now the right way is to escape quickly.
Xiaoyu quickly collected the spaceships and embarked on the escape journey again. Chapter 457, Deadly World.
Maybe the fleet of the Guardian civilization has already known the news that the capture team was wiped out. I wasted here for 3 hours.
And my fleet may be on the way to recapture it,
Xiaoyu said while escaping. He was thinking secretly.
I wonder what the principle is of the detection instrument in the Guardian civilization that can ignore the impact of the collision of neutron stars and white dwarfs to a certain extent. What is the effective detection range? But if you want to catch me, you must have a lot of trouble.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
Such a small spacecraft has no ability to withstand such a powerful energy burst. Municipal-level spacecraft and provincial-level spacecraft will. Affected to a certain extent. Thinking about it, this capture fleet may have hid in this small universe before the powerful energy of the explosion arrived, and then came out after the energy of the explosion passed. In other words, if they want to dispatch now, if the troops come to arrest me, they will have to repeat this process again. And this process will definitely consume a lot of time. I hope the 3 hours I wasted here will not bring me bad luck.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly and continued to move forward at the speed of light. Xiaoyu knew very clearly how crucial the 3 hours wasted here were. At this time, 3 hours may be the interval between life and death. However, these spaceships of the Guardian civilization are too tempting. Xiaoyu's hope of breaking through the 6th level civilization and acquiring the technology of the 6th level civilization will be on these spaceships. Xiaoyu has not fully mastered these spaceships yet. He just made them consume all their energy and can no longer move. In other words, they have lost the ability to sail at this moment. But it doesn't matter. Most of these spacecraft are small spacecraft, and Xiaoyu installed them on several provincial-level spacecraft. Run away with them. It seemed that God was secretly blessing Xiaoyu, or that the containment actions of Taihao civilization were effective enough. Xiaoyu escaped for a full day, and did not see any fleet from the Guardian civilization chasing him. This basically ensures that you are safe. Xiaoyu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But it's just a sigh of relief. Danger can still happen at any time. But now the safety is higher than before. There are still 2 balls of death left, which will be Xiaoyu's ultimate weapon to save his life. Xiaoyu kept the death ball in a triggerable state at all times, preparing to use it immediately after discovering the Guardian civilization fleet. Because the ball of death will also affect his own intelligent creatures. Xiaoyu still keeps all intelligent creatures in a state of deep freeze. It didn't wake them up. The homeship spacecraft, which used to be extremely lively in the past, has now fallen into complete silence. In the huge homeship spacecraft, all the vegetation has withered, and all animals, except intelligent creatures, all died, without the help of the internal ecological cycle system. The current environment of the home node is no longer suitable for survival. In the huge homeship spacecraft, there are only a few robots moving around frequently, monitoring the status of each deep freeze concentration location. With a population of tens of billions, it is impossible to arrange a deep freezing instrument for each person. In order to deal with this situation, Xiaoyu specially developed a drug that, after taking it for every intelligent creature, will the collective freeze fell. Because of the rush of time, the success rate of this kind of deep freezing is not very high. Basically 1 person out of 100 will die due to freezing failure. This in turn means the death of hundreds of millions of intelligent creatures. But there is no way around it. It is better to have hundreds of millions of people die than to have them all die. A scientist of extremely high value to Xiaoyu, and outstanding students with potential as scientists will naturally receive special treatment. Each of them will have their own dedicated freezing equipment. So during the freezing process, none of them will die due to freezing failure. In the huge homeship spacecraft, the light emitted by the virtual sun hanging in the sky is dim and pale white. This is because the low temperature has affected the internal components. The land of the homeship spacecraft is filled with pale white color everywhere. There is a thick layer of ice and snow on the ground. The composition of this ice and snow is not entirely water, but also various other gases that have been frozen and turned into solid or liquid, such as oxygen, nitrogen, methane, hydrogen, ethane, etc. The space inside the homeship spacecraft has almost become a vacuum. because most of the gas is frozen. In this severe cold weather, the once bustling shopping malls were buried under snowflakes, and the crowded squares turned into excellent ice skating rinks. Some building materials that could not withstand the low temperature were frozen into powder. Rockeries collapsed, and high-rise buildings that fell down. And there was an aura of dilapidation everywhere in the homeship spacecraft. This is the price Xiao Yu paid to protect these intelligent creatures and leave the seeds of civilization for himself. Xiao Yu followed the violent energy traveling at the speed of light for 10 years, sailing a distance of 10 light years. During these 10 years, everything was as usual. Through tachyon detection, Xiao Yu watched with his own eyes that the radiation emitted by the black hole gradually dimmed, which meant that the process of the black hole swallowing the white dwarf star had progressed. At the end, there are probably only a few fragments of the current white dwarf left. Gamma-ray bursts last for a very short time, usually only a few seconds to tens of seconds. However, gamma-ray bursts do not just burst out. Behind them, there are X-ray afterglow and visible light afterglow. This is caused by a reduction in energy levels. In other words, after the gamma rays are completed, there are still X-rays and visible light emitted. X-ray bursts can last several weeks, and visible light bursts can generally last more than a year. Xiao Yu saw such a scene. After the radiation intensity in the remaining wavelength bands decreases, the radiation in the visible light band begins to increase significantly. In the center of that galaxy, where it has become a black hole, there seems to be an extremely powerful star, swaying its own light and heat wantonly. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has been following the violent energy that burst out. It has now escaped a distance of 10 light years. This is where the Milky Way is relatively close to the center of the Milky Way, and the density of stars is relatively dense. 7 light years away from the collision, there is a star with a rocky planet orbiting it. The rocky planet has its own atmosphere, but it's unlikely to support life. Xiao Yu witnessed with his own eyes how gamma-ray bursts can destroy a planet. Gamma rays have a very high energy level and carry very huge energy, especially gamma-ray bursts erupted by such cosmic disasters. Under the irradiation of a gamma-ray burst, the structure of the planet's atmosphere was completely changed in just a few seconds. Gamma rays have extremely strong penetrating power. At first, it was precisely because of this penetrating power that Xiao Yu's spacecraft was not able to escape completely even if it hid behind a planet, but suffered a huge blow. Loss. Now, the penetrating power of gamma rays has been demonstrated once again. Because it has extremely strong penetrating power, it can not only affect the surface of the planet, but also affect the interior of the planet. Some elements inside the planet will produce some specific reactions when exposed to extremely high-energy gamma-ray bursts. Xiao Yu is still in the curvature navigation and cannot conduct detailed observations of the planet. Therefore, he cannot determine the internal composition of the planet, nor does he know what kind of changes are produced inside it under the influence of gamma-ray bursts. In response, Xiao Yu only saw that this gamma-ray burst lasted for a few seconds, as if the planet was filled with energy for an instant, and it immediately became active. Extremely high-intensity volcanic eruptions and large-scale earthquakes completely changed the planet's landscape structure. Brilliant auroras were produced at its two poles, like silver snakes waving all over the sky, showing their figures in the night sky. Under the illumination of the aurora, the Earth's surface was turned upside down. It is conceivable that if the Earth was here, all living things on the Earth would die at this moment. The cause of the death of living things on Earth is not geological changes such as volcanoes and earthquakes, but gamma-ray bursts that directly destroy the genes of living things. Under the exposure of this energy level of gamma-ray bursts, all living things on Earth will die of cancer and various other diseases. This gamma-ray burst also appears to have affected that star. Xiao Yu observed that at this moment, the radiation intensity of the star increased by 5,000%. Xiao Yu carefully collected all the observation data and waited for future research. 10 light years is still too close. I may still be exposed beyond this distance. Continue to follow this energy. It will be safer to escape at least 100 light years. If you escape 100 light years away, if the Guardian civilization still hasn't caught up, I will unfreeze the intelligent creatures and start analyzing the complete 5th level civilization technology tree obtained from the Marian civilization. At the same time, I will start analyzing these hundreds of Guardian civilization spaceships. Look at what secrets are contained in the 6th level civilization. And look at what the Guardian civilization said. It is a rule for a 5th level civilization to break through the barrier to a 6th level civilization. It is a very simple rule. How much you get, you have to pay how much. How much damage has been done, How much must be compensated? What does this sentence mean?
The powerful energy erupted from the collision of stars is still faithfully acting as the vanguard, clearing all obstacles to Xiaoyu's progress. The subsequent energy eruption is still acting as Xiaoyu's logistics personnel, clearing away Xiaoyu's curvature. All traces left by the voyage. Chapter 458, Recovery. Time slipped away bit by bit during such a long escape journey. Xiaoyu has been maintaining alert. But it seems that Xiaoyu's escape strategy is very successful, or the containment of Taihao civilization is effective enough. In short, in the past 100 years, the Guardian civilization has never caught up. Yes, up to now, Xiaoyu has been running away for a full 100 years and escaped a distance of 100 light years. During this period of time, because the distance is too far, even the energy erupted by such a violent event as the collision of a neutron star and a white dwarf inevitably weakens to a great extent. During this period of time, gamma-ray bursts can be regarded as killing gods and Buddhas. As long as Xiaoyu directly observed it, hundreds of galaxies were affected, and thousands of planets were more or less affected. Change status. This is the power of gamma-ray bursts.
100 years have passed, and the Guardian civilization has never caught up. And they probably won't catch up either.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
Then, it's time to wake up the intelligent creatures.
This is a huge project. While in that weird binary star system, due to the influence of the ball of death, except for the intelligent creatures that were deep frozen in the home ship spacecraft, all other creatures died. Because of the extremely low freezing temperature, there was a dead silence in the home spacecraft, and it even became close to a vacuum state. Various instruments and buildings were greatly damaged in the collision of stars. Those that survived also withstood the test of extremely low temperatures, and some of them were damaged again. Such an environment is obviously not suitable for intelligent creatures to survive. As a result, Xiaoyu began a large-scale rest and reorganization work. The first thing to do is to restore the atmospheric environment inside the home spacecraft. To restore the atmospheric environment, there is a difficulty in establishing a suitable gas ratio and a suitable temperature. That is to keep the temperature of the centralized freezing location low while allowing the outside temperature to reach at least above zero. Therefore, before restoring the atmospheric environment, Xiaoyu first modified the centralized freezing location so that they could maintain their internal freezing systems despite the high temperatures outside. The huge centralized freezing location is very wide. It is at least 100 meters high and covers an area of several square kilometers. In this huge cold storage, there are instruments densely packed like display cabinets everywhere, and the display cabinets are full of drawers. There is an intelligent creature frozen in every drawer. This scene is quite similar to the charnel house in a hospital. A large number of robots are shuttling back and forth between these display cabinets, monitoring the status of the instruments in real time and performing necessary maintenance on these instruments. This is a world with low temperatures, and the air is even frozen into solid or liquid. There are many more snowflake-like things piled on the ground.
Well, the outside temperature has risen to minus 137 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the centralized freezing location has not risen yet. It is still maintained at a suitable temperature. Very good. Not bad.
Xiaoyu is gradually increasing the emission power of the virtual sun. Under the warmth brought by the virtual sun, the temperature in the home spacecraft is slowly increasing. As the temperature increases, the various solid and liquid gases accumulated on the ground gradually sublime into gases again and spread into the space. Xiaoyu's testing equipment is paying close attention to this process.
Very good. The air pressure has now risen to 0.3% of the normal atmospheric pressure. Continue to increase the power.
Xiaoyu issued a new order. This entire warming process is expected to take 3 months to complete. In 3 months' time, the home spacecraft will have different temperatures according to the different temperature requirements of intelligent creatures of different races. Drastic changes in temperature within a very short period of time will seriously damage various building materials and instruments in the spacecraft. Therefore, the temperature increase process must be very slow, which is why Xiaoyu had to spend 3 months to complete this task. There is a phenomenon that can illustrate this principle very well. While on Earth, first put a piece of glass in a snowdrift to let it cool down. Then tie a thin line soaked in gasoline to the piece of glass and light it. After the thin line goes out, gently break the glass, and the glass will very smooth break. This is why drastic temperature changes in a short period of time damage the internal structure of the glass. Xiaoyu naturally cannot allow this phenomenon to happen. Otherwise, post-disaster reconstruction work will become very troublesome. In this way, Xiaoyu slowly increased the emission power of the virtual sun and slowly increased the temperature inside the spacecraft. Under the illumination of the virtual sun, the snow and various gases accumulated on the ground inside the home spacecraft are slowly decreasing. As these things decrease, the atmospheric pressure in the home ship spacecraft is slowly increasing. During this period of slowly heating up, Xiaoyu was not idle. Xiaoyu has already restored various biological laboratories to normal conditions. In these laboratories, Xiaoyu has begun the process of restoring various wild animals and plants. During the long interstellar voyage, every creature encountered by Xiaoyu will retain their genetic sequence. So even though the ball of death killed all the wild creatures, Xiaoyu could still create them again. The development of biotechnology makes it easy for Xiaoyu to do this. As a result, the huge laboratory began to be quickly occupied by various animals and plants. Red, green, purple, blue, plants of various colors grew vigorously, and animals of various sizes, large or small, carnivorous or herbivorous, appeared again. After the scale of these creatures reached a certain level, 3 months had passed. The atmospheric pressure, atmospheric composition, temperature and other indicators in the home spacecraft finally returned to normal. At this time, if the intelligent creatures are thawed, they can already survive here. But the project has just progressed a little, and now is not the best time to resurrect them. A large part of the atmospheric circulation system, ecological circulation system, various buildings, and various instruments necessary for survival have been severely damaged. Xiaoyu must repair these things so that intelligent creatures can live here comfortably. So, the huge project began. Tens of millions of engineering robots quickly turned dozens of home spaceships into a huge construction site. The remains of buildings that had collapsed due to freezing were quickly cleared away. A large amount of brand new and intact building materials were transported here, and various buildings began to be repaired. Rockeries began to reappear, and rivers, oceans, and lakes once again appeared in the home ship spacecraft. Xiaoyu also began to try to release some animals and plants here to reconstruct the ecological cycle system. The atmospheric circulation system has also begun to repair, with a large number of robots working day and night. The damaged instruments were repaired or directly disassembled and replaced with new ones. The energy supply module began to work normally, and the atmospheric heating and humidification modules began to resume normal operation. With the cooperation of the virtual sun, the atmosphere began to experience a temperature imbalance, and under the pressure of this imbalance, wind began to appear. The oceans and lakes brought abundant water vapor, which was transported by the wind to various places on the home spacecraft. And rainfall began to appear. Wind, snow, mountains, and rivers once again appeared in the home ship spacecraft. Xiaoyu is like the god who created the world, making this dead world appear alive again. The busy work in all aspects lasted for more than 3 years. Over the past 3 years, Xiaoyu witnessed with his own eyes the first batch of released wild animals entering the mature stage and starting to reproduce the next generation. He also witnessed the death of these wild animals, and the rotting corpses were decomposed by various microorganisms. It is reconverted into various nutrients and returned to nature, turning into plant nutrients. The plants are gradually growing, while supplying food for herbivorous animals. They are also reproducing their own offspring. The seeds are floating around with the wind, and are scattered on the land. They took root again, and eventually green or purple shoots sprouted, starting their own new life. Carnivores are catching herbivores, and there will be competition between carnivores, resulting in injuries, bleeding, death, etc. Events are happening every moment. In the home ship spacecraft, a perfect and vibrant biosphere reappeared. But now, there are still no active intelligent creatures in the home ship spacecraft. There is still a little bit of work left before Xiaoyu can wake them up and let them start a new life. Xiaoyu is doing the final cleaning work. Although various buildings, municipal facilities, etc. in the current city have been repaired, various waste materials have not had time to be cleaned up. A large number of robots that had completed the rest of the tasks were all put into this work. A large amount of debris was cleaned up, and the city began to become neat and orderly. After completing all the tasks, Xiaoyu began the work of awakening the first batch of intelligent creatures. The heavy cold storage door was opened, and some personal freezing equipment was transported out to the specialized thawing equipment. After a 3-hour adaptation period, these intelligent creatures that had regained consciousness entered a normal environment. What caught their eyes was a picturesque city with tall, towering and orderly buildings, a warm virtual sun, a suitable temperature, and a gentle breeze. This beautiful scene made them unable to help but stretch out their arms, like embracing it all.
The crisis is past. Let's start enjoying a new life. People of Shinjo civilization.
Xiao Yu thought with a smile. Chapter 459, Technology Fault.
You mean? You captured nearly 500 spaceships of the Guardian civilization?
Luca 3, who had been awakened by Xiao Yu from the frozen state, asked Xiao Yu in disbelief. This is undoubtedly a huge gain. With such a huge gain, it is no wonder that Luca 3 is a little unbelievable. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded.
Yes. With the help of the Ball of Death, I took these spaceships into my own hands. You don't need to worry. Our robots have already explored the Guardian civilization spacecraft. Now, although I don't understand the principles of the instruments on the 6th level civilization spacecraft, I can still study and understand what they do. I have completely turned off any positioning instruments, and the attack on the data level has been going on.
Luca 3 breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Up to now, Xiao Yu has been sailing in curvature, advancing at the speed of light for 105 years. In the next 5 years, Xiao Yu has completely restored the ecological environment in the homeship spacecraft and awakened all the frozen intelligent creatures. The spaceship home began to become lively again. What exactly happened in that binary star system? Xiao Yu did not announce it to the public. However, Xiao Yu did not hide anything from these scientists. Xiao Yu told his experience in detail and asked these scientists to help him think together.
I myself have analyzed the complete 5th level civilization technology tree from the Marian civilization. I have also conducted some research on the spacecraft of these Guardian civilizations. I already have some insights. These things are very important for improving us. The level of science and technology is very beneficial. I will pass on this knowledge to you in the future,
Xiao Yu said.
But one thing confuses me. That is, the technology of the 6th level civilization seems to be what we expected. They are not the same.
After organizing his language, Xiao Yu continued.
In our previous years, it was natural for science and technology to achieve breakthroughs. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, breakthroughs become natural. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. And we have entered the level 5 advanced civilization follows this stage. But the level 6 civilization is different. I have confirmed that we have reached the pinnacle of the 5th level civilization. But there is no shadow of the 6th level civilization technology ahead. I don't know how to continue. By studying the technology on the 6th level civilization spacecraft, I always feel we seem to be missing something. For example, space weapons. For example, hydrogen material LS, such as higher speeds. These technologies, based on our past experience in developing science and technology, when we reach the 5th level of advanced civilization, the embryo should have appeared. But now, we have not found any signs. There seems to be a technological gap between our 5th level civilization and our 6th level civilization. This fault has hindered our further development and our comprehensive understanding of the 6th level civilization's technology. I am helpless about this phenomenon. I have no idea. Solution.
Xiao Yu explained the current situation.
Because we haven't digested the technology tree of the Mayan civilization yet, we don't have the slightest clue about these issues.
After a moment of silence, Luca 3 said,
We will talk about it after we have digested the technology tree of the Mayan civilization. Well, with the joint efforts of hundreds of thousands of scientific workers, I believe that there will be a dawn ahead. Yes, that's what I think.
Xiao Yu nodded and said,
There will inevitably be blind spots in a person's thinking, and there will inevitably be things that are ignored. So let's do it. I'll give you 5 years to go. After digesting these technologies, in 5 years, the work of deciphering the Guardian civilization spacecraft will officially begin. I hope we can find a way to advance to a 6th level civilization, and truly advance to a 6th level civilization. As long as we become a 6th level civilization, we can construct our own small universe and end this wandering life. Okay, that's it. The meeting is over,
Xiao Yu said. After all the scientists left the conference room, Xiao Yu fell into deep thought again.
What exactly is preventing me from being promoted to the 6th level civilization? What do the rules that the Guardian civilization means?
This question has always been spinning in Xiao Yu's mind, and he has never left. Becoming a level 6 civilization is the necessary key to enter the advanced existence of the galaxy. Only level 6 civilizations have the ability to protect themselves. Xiao Yu must take this step if he wants to find out the mystery of the Earth's destruction and the fog hidden behind him. The Central Academy of Sciences has once again entered a busy period of study. Up to now, Xiao Yu has nearly 100,000 scientists under his command. Now, These scientists have once again entered a busy period of study. Each of these scientists has their own personal computer terminal and can directly communicate with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu classified the 5-level civilization technology trees obtained from the Mayan civilization into detailed categories and placed them in the database. These scientists can conduct targeted learning according to the majors they are proficient in and encounter different situations. If you know something, you can also communicate with your peers on the forum, or even ask Xiaoyu directly. This learning model is very efficient, and the scientific literacy of these scientists is improving very quickly. Here, Xiaoyu once again verified the adage that there is strength in numbers. There will always be loopholes in a person's thinking, and there will always be things that are accidentally overlooked or forgotten. And even Xiaoyu is no exception. But when the number of people doing thinking reaches a certain level, the chance of omissions will be greatly reduced. During the learning process of these scientists, new and wonderful ideas based on current science and technology constantly appeared, many of which were very inspiring to Xiaoyu.
Well, according to the formula, I discovered a new law. With the help of space curvature, we can very conveniently control the forward path of light. We can even use the annular space to make the light appear to be completely stagnant in normal time and space. Come down. In this way, we will be able to add information to these rays, and at the same time let different rays of light intersect and influence each other, creating a mechanical-like collaborative mechanism. I believe this is the prototype of a light computer. I have some new ideas about curvature navigation. At our current technological stage, curvature navigation has basically reached a limit. The main reason that restricts us from further increasing the speed is that the curvature of space has a certain upper limit. Beyond this curvature, space will undergo some changes that are difficult for us to predict. But by learning this new knowledge, I thought of a new way. Perhaps, we can increase our speed by expanding the area of curved space. I have some improved ideas for material technology and protective shield theory.
During this period, nearly 100,000 scientists burst out with extremely high enthusiasm for scientific research. Every day, new scientific and technological theories were discovered. And every day, research reports were submitted to Xiaoyu, who made the final decision. Feasibility assessment. Such a scene made Xiaoyu couldn't help but have a certain sense of expectation for the future development of science and technology. These things are things that Xiaoyu accidentally missed in the process of digesting technology. Although even if these scientists do not supplement it, Xiaoyu will perfect it one by one in the long period of time in the future. But that will inevitably waste more of Xiaoyu's time and energy. This is where the necessity for the existence of intelligent creatures lies. Xiaoyu must rely on them to inspire his own thinking, find his own omissions, and ultimately achieve the goal of scientific and technological progress.
It's just the learning stage now, and there are so many discoveries. I wonder what will happen after these scientists have digested the current knowledge. Regarding the technological gap between the 5th level civilization and the 6th level civilization, what suggestions will they make for me?
Xiaoyu's fleet is still moving forward at the speed of light. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, it was another 5 years. And another long distance of 5 light years was spanned by Xiaoyu. The work of digesting science and technology is proceeding extremely smoothly. These nearly 100,000 scientists, as well as the nearly 2,000 newly added scientists in the past 5 years, have all completed the necessary accumulation of knowledge and are ready for the next stage of research.
Starting from today, our Shinjo civilization will go all out to start the technological analysis of the 6th level civilization spacecraft. During this stage of work, I hope that together with everyone, we can find out the key factors that allow our Shinjo civilization to enter the 6th level civilization level. Find a way to find out what is hindering our progress. This information was obtained by me some time ago, and it contains some of my opinions. You can use it as a reference,
Xiaoyu said, sending some information to the scientists' personal terminals, and then continued.
Let's start working hard. The sooner we become a level 6 civilization, the sooner we can settle down.
At this moment, the spaceships that protect civilization are still lying quietly inside Xiaoyu's spacecraft. They have now completely lost their energy supply. Their hatches are wide open, and countless robots are busy inside them, wantonly exploring the mysteries contained within them. These spaceships are like pirate caves filled with treasures. Xiaoyu firmly believes that these treasures will effectively support his scientific and technological development for hundreds, or even thousands of years in the future, and will eventually send him to that level 6 civilization that has countless civilizations looking up to and countless intelligent creatures marveling at. Chapter 460 Basic Science and Applied Science. In Xiaoyu's current understanding, the sixth-level civilization can be regarded as a watershed. After all, with all the seventh-level civilizations disappearing and the dragon disappearing, the sixth-level civilization represents the peak of strength at a certain stage. Becoming a sixth-level civilization means that Xiaoyu has enough strength to protect himself. Even the sweeper civilization cannot wipe itself out in a short time. Wars between level 6 civilizations usually last for millions, or even tens of millions of years. Xiaoyu knew that it took 3 million years for the sweeper civilization to eliminate the Toller civilization. It only took a short time to defeat the MSI civilization. It took nearly 5 million years to completely eliminate the MSI civilization. The sweepers and the war between the guardians has lasted for nearly 100 million years. Although they have always had the upper hand, they have never been able to completely eliminate the guardian civilization. These things are already very illustrative. Xiaoyu has already controlled the robot to completely dismantle a county-level spacecraft of the guardian civilization. These components are now scattered among the Cambodian national spacecraft, undergoing various inspections by more than 100,000 scientists. Every moment, a large amount of data is collected continuously. These scientists are analyzing in detail the energy supply methods, operating principles, composition principles, synergy mechanisms, and generation mechanisms of these instruments. What appeared in front of these scientists was a whole new world. A new door has been opened. Behind the door, there are all things that are amazing and puzzling, but are good things at first sight.
This curvature engine is enough to support navigation at up to 120 times the speed of light. But we have no way to understand its specific mechanism. It is obviously the application of space technology, but we have no way to figure out what space technology is. This computing module is very advanced. It can provide at least 500 times more computing power than ours with the same energy consumption. There is no doubt that space technology is used in this computing module, and we have no way to analyze it. The energy supply method of level 6 civilization is not much different from ours. The basic principle is still the combination of antimatter engine and elemental decay engine, but the details are much more advanced than ours. The efficiency of their engines is the same as ours, more than 5 times. It seems that level 6 civilization has not made a major breakthrough in the way of energy acquisition, but has made a new discovery in the way of energy utilization. Is this the material technology of level 6 civilization? Simply using hydrogen elements can construct materials that are superior to our best steel. Is this also applied to space technology? In a very short period of time, a large number of research reports were submitted to Xiaoyu. Among these numerous research reports, one word was mentioned invariably. That is, space technology. Among the 6th-level civilization technology currently analyzed by Xiaoyu, no matter which aspect of technology, after the research reaches a certain level, you will always encounter some inexplicable obstacles. Xiaoyu is unable to solve these obstacles. I don't know how to break through it all. This phenomenon is like giving a college mathematics textbook to an elementary school student. Let this primary school student fully understand this knowledge. There is a technological gap.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly.
The scientific and technological foundation of the 6th-level civilization is built on space technology. Without understanding space technology, it is impossible to fully analyze the mysteries contained in these creations. But how is space technology so easy to understand? How can we do it? Can we break through this technological gap?
More than 100,000 scientists are researching and thinking day and night. And Xiaoyu is also using his huge computing power to make continuous calculations. These two forces add up. It is already a huge force that can push the entire society forward. But when faced with this heavy barrier at this moment, it has no effect at all. Time has passed in this state for nearly 100 years. Xiaoyu escaped from that weird binary star system. 200 years have passed, and Xiaoyu has escaped a distance of 200 light years. The Guardian civilization still hasn't caught up, and Xiaoyu is still moving forward under the cover of the huge energy of the collision of stars. In this 100 years, Xiaoyu has not made any progress at the level of basic science. But there have been some changes in applied science and technology. Basic science determines the development potential of a civilization. Just like the theory of relativity supported the nuclear energy era, applied science and technology exist based on basic science. It is the fruit of the big tree of basic science. In nearly 100 years, Xiaoyu and the scientists under his command completely digested the technology tree of the Malian civilization, and devoted themselves to studying the spacecraft technology of the 6th-level civilization, and finally received some rewards. Although it is impossible to fully understand the secrets of the 6th-level civilization technology, and cannot obtain the progress of basic science and technology. With the inspiration of these things, some breakthroughs have been made in applied science and technology, like a more efficient and energy-saving energy supply system, a faster interstellar navigation system, a faster computing module, etc. These things are completely the rewards brought by the development of applied science and technology. At this moment, in theoretical calculations, the maximum speed of the spacecraft manufactured by Xiaoyu can reach 35 times the speed of light, and the newly manufactured computing module can reach more than 20 times the current computing speed. Of course, these are just theoretical expectations, and Xiaoyu has not yet carried out large-scale construction to fully realize these things.
After the 500-year escape journey is over, it's time to apply these latest technologies. Large-scale construction of newer, more advanced, and more powerful spaceships. Large-scale transformation of existing spaceships. And at the same time, the creation of Continental-class spaceships.
Spaceship.
This is Xiaoyu's plan. The fourth-level alien beast killed from the ruins of the Tolar civilization provided Xiaoyu with a large amount of building materials. After being concentrated, the body of the alien beast still had a mass of about 2 billion tons. Xiaoyu plans to make his first continent-level spaceship entirely from specially processed flesh and blood of alien beasts. This Continent-class spacecraft will adopt the most advanced power system, the most advanced defense system, the fastest computing module, the most efficient energy supply system, etc. It will become Xiaoyu's new flagship. This is undoubtedly another period of great development. But this time, the expected great development failed to excite Xiaoyu, because Xiaoyu knows that as long as there is no breakthrough in basic science, his path forward will become increasingly difficult. It is very likely that this big development will be the last big development in my life journey. Xiaoyu is not the only one who is worried about this problem. The scientists under Xiaoyu, whether they are scientists from the Department of Social Psychology or the Department of Science and Technology, are all aware of this problem. During this period, countless seminars were held and countless discussions were carried out, but no feasible plan was ever produced. The road for a fifth-level civilization to break through to a sixth-level civilization is bound to be difficult. Xiaoyu thought silently. When the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao from the Large Magellanic Cloud attacks the Sweeper civilization and eventually triggers a galaxy-wide war, I clearly saw that hundreds of level 5 civilizations have appeared. Along the way, the level 6 technological civilizations I have heard of are only 3 or 4. This is already very illustrative. Hundreds among all 5-level civilizations. Only 3 or 4 can be promoted to level 6. It doesn't matter. I have long been mentally prepared for the current predicament. At worst, it will take 10 to 20,000 years to slowly study it. I don't believe it. With my huge computing power and the scientists under my command, with our joint efforts, our Shinjo civilization will be hindered here. The journey has just begun. Xiaoyu thought with confidence. When Xiaoyu focused all his efforts on studying how to enter the 6th-level civilization, Luca, too, a scientist in the Department of Psychological and Social Sciences, was not idle either. Although the areas it specializes in have little to do with technology. When Xiaoyu broke through the defense circle of the capital planet of Mayan civilization and plundered the supercomputing center of Mayan civilization, because he had plenty of time. After Xiaoyu copied all the scientific and technological information, he also copied some information about social structure and finance, transportation, civil affairs, and other aspects of information. For this information, Xiaoyu did not use computing power to analyze it, but directly handed it over to Luca 2 as a reference for the scientists of the Department of Social Psychology led by Luca 2. Now Luca 2 is in the huge ocean of data, looking for what it wants bit by bit. Why did Mayan civilization open the sky blue market? In fact, from the perspective of practical interests, opening the sky blue market is a very inappropriate choice because the risk is too great. In other words, the gain outweighs the loss. The result is exactly the same. The sky blue market is still it didn't exist for long before it was completely moved away by our Shinjo civilization. The Moyan civilization entered the 5th-level civilization earlier than our Shinjo civilization. I believe that they will also have some knowledge about how to advance to the 6th-level civilization, the understanding of what is unknown. I believe that the reason why the Mayan civilization opened the sky blue market is related to how to advance to the 6th-level civilization. These clues are hidden in this vast sea of data. It is impossible to find a breakthrough to the 6th level from a scientific level civilized methods? Then try to find clues from the social psychology aspect. Hey, I have a guess. There is no way to confirm this guess yet, but I think it is worth a try.
Chapter 461, Luck and Rules.
This is my guess about how the 5th level civilization can break through to the 6th level civilization.
Luca number 2 spread his hands to the scientists and Xiaoyu present, indicating that he was finished, and then sat down. There was silence in the conference room. After a while, Xiaoyu said this with some hesitation.
It is impossible to enter the 6th level civilization by relying on the power of one civilization alone. Do we have to cooperate? It doesn't have to be collaboration.
Luca number 2 replied.
Collaboration is just a way to obtain the scientific research results of other civilizations. You can also get these things through plunder and trade. I just want to say, just relying on the research capabilities of a civilization, you cannot enter a 6th level civilization. It is for this reason that there are so many level 5 civilizations in the galaxy, but there are only a few pitiful level 6 civilizations. I believe that what we are currently encountering is not a technological gap, but a lack of technological accumulation. There is no standard model for the development of civilization, and it is not necessary to develop a certain technology at a certain stage. Take one of the most recent. A simple example is the technological development model of the Mayan civilization. Everyone must know that the computing module of the Mayan civilization still uses large-scale integrated circuits, which is a quite primitive technology. And our computing module uses the architecture of quantum computers. Is the difference in the development of civilizations. I believe that when the Marian civilization reached a certain stage of development, it must have faced the problem of insufficient computing power. But they chose a different path from us. We abandoning the development direction of large-scale integrated circuits and choosing the direction of quantum computers. The Mayan civilization did not do this. Instead, it still insisted on large-scale integrated circuits, and ultimately relied on this primitive technology. It developed a system that puts performance first, and it is not inferior to the computing module of a quantum computer. This explains the problem very much.
Luca too explained very seriously. After a pause to let the scientist digest the message he conveyed, Luca too continued.
For us, using VLSI technology to develop a technology that is not inferior to the performance of a quantum computer is a kind of accumulation. Before contacting the Merlian civilization, we obviously did not master this technology. Is the technological content of this technology higher than that of our quantum computer? Not high. But why didn't we master it? Because we think it is not necessary to study this technology. Because we already have alternatives. There is also the water droplet detector of the Guardian civilization that we have encountered. From our current perspective, the water droplet detector does not have any performance advantages. If we devote ourselves to research it so, we can also create a water droplet detector. This shows that the water droplet detector is within the technological scope of the 5th level civilization. But the Guardian civilization has developed a method of manufacturing a water droplet detector during the development process. Why do we know? Or because we don't think it's necessary. I discovered a very interesting thing. Still using these two technologies as an analogy. It is these two technologies that we think are useless, but they have shown unexpected advantages in some aspects. We have studied it together with number 3. Next, number 3 will explain.
At this point, Luca number 2 nodded to Luca number 3. Luca 3 stood up and said,
We have already done some research on low-power methods that affect tachyon communication. Quantum computers that are directly exposed to interference instruments cannot work, and the super-large scale of the Mauryan civilization integrated circuit computers can work normally. The material technology of water droplet detectors can be used to replace the reflectors of optical telescopes we currently use. If this technology is applied, it can improve the performance of optical telescopes by at least 6%. Performance. Very good.
Luca 2 waited for Luca 3 to finish and then continued.
This represents a technological achievement that is completely different from the scientific and technological thinking of our Shinjo civilization. In applying these technologies to analyze the technological faults we encounter,
I was surprised to find that some small problems that could not be solved before were successfully solved. And we successfully obtained the answers to these questions. That's why I put forward this idea. What we encountered was not a technological gap, but the accumulation of science and technology. As long as all this technology that we have ignored is known to us, we can complete the accumulation. We can successfully overcome this obstacle and enter the category of 6th level civilization. In this universe. No. In this galaxy. How many other technologies, like VLSI computers and water droplet detectors, are ignored or deemed unnecessary to study? 10,000? 100,000? Or millions? Tens of thousands of ways? With the help of millions or tens of millions of different technological thinking, I think we will definitely be able to break through the obstacles in front of us.
Xiao Yu thought for a while and said,
You mean? In the future, our scientific research strength should be focused on studying these technologies that have been ignored by us?
No. Luca number 2 rejected Xiao Yu's statement very simply.
This brings us back to the original question. Why did the Malian civilization open the sky blue market when the risks outweighed the benefits? If combined with the analysis we have conducted, can we make the conclusion that the Malian civilization already knows that the accumulation of science and technology is the key to breaking through to the 6th level civilization? And the purpose of opening the sky blue market is to collect these things that they have ignored technology? After all, each civilization has its own characteristics, and the development model of each civilization will not be exactly the same. In other words, each civilization may have a certain technology that is unique in the galaxy, and collecting these unique technologies are the key to completing the accumulation of science and technology.
Luca number 4 nodded thoughtfully.
This speculation is probably correct. However, the Marian civilization adopted a peaceful transaction method to obtain these things.
All scientists are plunged into deep thinking. This statement of Luca 2 is unprecedented and takes a new approach. From another aspect, it explains how to enter the 6th level civilization.
Your suggestion is that we should also conduct such a collection operation? Whether it is violent looting or peaceful transactions. Yes, that's what I suggest.
Luca 2 said.
This suggestion is very reasonable, and I decided to try it.
After pondering for a while, Xiao Yu finally made up his mind.
There are many ways to collect technology. If your guesses are true, then at least the Malian civilization can pass the method of opening a market to collect technology has been proven to be unfeasible. We will use other methods to complete the accumulation of this technology. Wait a minute.
Xiao Yu suddenly paused, and a strange look appeared on Xiao Yu's face. After a while, Xiao Yu said with some difficulty,
I roughly understand the meaning of what Guardian Civilization told me. What are the words?
A group of scientists asked one after another.
You have to pay as much as you gain, and you have to make up for how much you have damaged.
Xiao Yu sighed slightly.
Luck. Luck. Luck?
Luca number 2 muttered these 2 words strangely. Suddenly, he looked stunned and said bitterly,
It is indeed luck.
The performance of Luca 2 made other scientists even more confused.
What does completing the accumulation of science and technology have to do with luck? Yes. What is the relationship between luck and what the Guardian Civilization told us?
The scientists started talking one after another. Xiao Yu sighed and said,
Do you think that completing the process of technological accumulation will be peaceful? We are completing technological accumulation, and other civilizations are also completing technological accumulation. In other words, we need the unique technologies of other civilizations. Other civilizations also need the unique technology of our civilization. If we can enter the 6th level civilization by completing the accumulation of technology, then what will we do? We will try our best to preserve our own unique technology and prevent other civilizations from entering the 6th level civilization. At the same time, we will strive to obtain the unique technologies of other civilizations to help us enter the 6th level civilization. This is our code of conduct. Because we hope that we are the only civilization in this universe that has been promoted to level 6. And we do not want other civilizations to be promoted to level 6. I believe that this will be the common way of thinking of every level 5 civilization. In other words, it is not only us who think this way, but also other civilizations. Level 5 civilizations think so too. So what does this mean?
Xiao Yu paused and said a word with a heavy tone.
War. This means war. This means that the remaining 5th level civilizations must be eliminated in order to plunder their technology. And we must eliminate enough 5th level civilizations and plunder enough technologies before we can advance to the category of 6th level civilization. If we add the theory of luck, can we say that we plundered the luck of other civilizations for our own, so that we can advance to the 6th level civilization? If we add the theory of rules told to us by the Guardian Civilization, since the universe hates intelligent creatures, if we want to advance to a 6th level civilization, we must eliminate enough 5th level civilizations to maintain the balance of the universe. Our promotion to a 6th level civilization will arouse a stronger sense of disgust in the universe. Would it take enough of the rest of civilization to be wiped out to rid the universe of this extra aversion to us? Sure enough, you have to pay as much as you get, and you have to make up for how much you suffer.
Xiao Yu sighed. Chapter 462, Future Route. As Xiao Yu said, the conditions necessary for a 5th level civilization to be promoted to a 6th level civilization determine that this process cannot be peaceful. This process will inevitably be accompanied by war and killing. Xiao Yu even began to wonder whether there was some existence in this universe that deliberately formulated such rules. The purpose was to prevent civilizations from living in peace and having to fight against each other. The selfishness of civilization determines that a certain civilization is unwilling to allow other civilizations to improve their strength. And the expansion of civilization determines that this civilization will do whatever it takes to improve its own strength. This is an irresolvable contradiction. As far as Xiao Yu is concerned, Xiao Yu wants to upgrade himself to the 6th level civilization. So Xiao Yu will try to obtain the unique technologies of other civilizations. At the same time, Xiao Yu is unwilling to let other civilizations upgrade to the 6th level. So he will keep your unique technology a secret. In other words, Xiao Yu is only willing to take, but not willing to pay. When every 5th level civilization is only willing to take but not willing to pay, there is really no other way to solve the problem except war. The path forward for our Shinjo civilization must be paved with the flesh and blood of other civilizations. Only by killing enough civilizations and paving the way long enough can we follow this path and enter the category of 6th level civilization. And in this process, we may succeed, or we may fail and become a stepping stone for other civilizations to move forward. This is a journey full of blood and fire. Everyone, please be mentally prepared in advance. Luca too said quietly. The voice was full of a strange desolation. There was silence in the conference room. Everyone is thinking about this issue. We have the Ball of Death, primary space weapons, and 4-level protective cover. Even in the not-too-distant future, we will have a continent-level spacecraft made entirely of the flesh and blood of level 4 alien beasts. By analyzing the technology tree of the Merlian civilization, and by analyzing the development of applied science and technology brought about by the Guardian civilization spacecraft, our new spacecraft can travel at a speed of 35 times the speed of light. We also have a computing module that is 20 times more efficient than the current level. Among civilizations, we are invincible. And I don't think our civilization will fail. Luca 3 said, I believe that every 5th level civilization thinks this way. And every 5th level civilization will not think that it will fail. Luca number 2 said quietly, don't underestimate any 5th level civilization. Anyone has inherited countless civilizations that have lasted for thousands of years have profound foundations. This scene reminds me of an ancient legend. In the primitive era, when we were still restricted to the surface of the planet, there was a legend about raising poisonous insects in the wilderness. People would release dozens or hundreds of poisonous insects. Together, let them kill each other. And in the end, only one poisonous insect can survive. Our situation is so similar to these goo insects. Among dozens or hundreds of 5th level civilizations, only one 5th level civilization can successfully reach the 6th level civilization category. Xiao Yu sighed and said, but I don't think this fact cannot be changed. Oh, Master, do you have any other ways to achieve your goal? Luca number 2 asked. Rather than war and killing, I prefer to use peaceful transactions to obtain the unique technologies of other civilizations. Our existence is different from that of the Marian civilization. Our society as a whole is composed of spaceships, not planets. Our people are more suitable to survive on a spaceship than on a planet. We have strong mobility, and we can easily carry all our supplies, wander around the universe, and communicate with other civilizations. Xiao Yu said, a trading market with a fixed location can easily be attacked and lose all your money. We are different. We carry all our military power with us. I don't believe that any level 5 civilization can pose a threat to us. Wars have always served political purposes. As long as the political goals can be achieved, I don't care if the war happens. Then so be it. In the process of contact with other civilizations in the future, war is only a backup method and will fail when peaceful means it will only be used under certain circumstances. The Milky Way is already empty enough. Even if we can become the final winner and make this galaxy completely silent, it may not be a good thing for us. I even have a conjecture that the disappearance of the 7th level civilization is related to the 6th level civilization. What does it matter if super civilization is too rare? Xiao Yu sighed and said, but no matter what, improving one's own strength is the most important thing. Even if it is a peaceful transaction, it must be backed by its own strong strength. That's it. Continue. Analyzing these spacecraft of the Guardian civilization cannot achieve breakthroughs at the level of basic science. But it would be better to gain some gains at the level of applied science and technology. In another 300 years, we will be out of curvature navigation. And then I will look for an inconspicuous star system as our development base. After arranging all these things and setting the tone for future development. The meeting ended, and the scientists became busy again. A full 300 years were spent in this busy day after day. During this period, there has been considerable development at the level of applied science and technology. In contrast, at the level of basic science, Xiaoyu still has not made much progress. It has been the same as usual in the past 300 years. The fleet of the Guardian civilization did not pursue it again, and the Taihao civilization did not appear. This reality probably made Xiaoyu feel relieved. During these 300 years, the terrifying reproductive capabilities of intelligent creatures have been fully revealed. So far, the number of intelligent creatures under Xiaoyu's command has fully doubled, and now there are as many as 80 billion, occupying 90 home spacecraft. If the voyage continues for another 100 or 200 years, Xiaoyu's fleet will not be able to accommodate so many intelligent creatures. But Xiaoyu is not worried about this. The huge base of intelligent creatures represents an increasing number of scientists who can contribute to the development of Xinzhou civilization. After 300 years of development, the number of scientists in the Central Academy of Sciences has reached 200,000 and is still increasing rapidly. In fact, considering the population of 80 billion, the proportion of 200,000 scientists is really small. Even in the age of the Earth, among the 7 billion human beings, the number of scientific workers is more than this. It's just that due to racial integration, frequent crises, and other things, the explosive growth in the number of scientists has been suppressed. Now that everything is safe, the growth in the number of scientists has naturally exploded. The next step is to build a continental-class home ship. Don't worry. The more intelligent creatures, the better. I don't think there are too many. With this mentality, when the population just exceeded 80 billion, Xiaoyu also specially a celebration was held, at which a couple who gave birth to decuplets were specially rewarded. In contrast to the booming growth in the number of intelligent creatures, Xiaoyu's material reserves are increasingly depleting. After experiencing the war with the Malian civilization, Xiaoyu encountered the pursuit of the Guardian civilization again. Now he has experienced a long voyage of 500 years. In this span of nearly 1,000 years, Xiaoyu basically has no chance to stop. We came down to rest and recuperate. All we are consuming now are the supplies we had previously stored. But it doesn't matter. Now, no matter which aspect it is, it's time to stop and take a breath. As long as he finds a random star system, Xiaoyu will receive endless supplies of supplies. Decay engines can convert any matter into energy. And the most indispensable thing in the universe is matter. Xiaoyu controlled the huge fleet, broke away from the curvature navigation, and floated quietly in the void. The energy erupted from the collision between the neutron star and the white dwarf was still powerful even if it spanned a distance of 500 light-years. But it could no longer have a large enough impact on Xiaoyu's fleet. After taking a look at the still bright spot of light behind him, Xiaoyu took his mind back. Here, it is about 23,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way. The density of stars here is not low. There are countless stars in Xiaoyu's visible field of vision. The star closest to Xiaoyu is a subgiant that emits white light. But unfortunately, there are no planets around it. So Xiaoyu eliminated this goal. Xiaoyu's eyes continued to search the void, looking for them one by one and eliminating them one by one. This star is about 15 light-years away from us. It is a young star with about 1.7 times the mass of the Sun. There are 2 planets around it, one gaseous and one solid. Around the gas giant planet, there are dozens of satellites. In addition, it also has 2 debris belts. Very good. Very good. This star system is very suitable for our Xinzhou civilization to settle down. Then let's move forward and complete another era of great development for us in this star system. This star system will become a gas station for our Xinzhou civilization. After completing the replenishment here, we will embark on a journey to explore the Milky Way, the road to the intermediate level 5 civilization. What awaits us ahead may be a tragic war or a strange conspiracy. Before facing all this, let us take a good rest. This day is tentatively scheduled for 200 years. After 200 years, we will leave here. Under Xiaoyu's control, the huge fleet once again entered the curvature navigation. It's just that this time Xiaoyu's speed reached about 13 times the speed of light. At this speed, Xiaoyu will reach his goal in 1 year and 2 months. Chapter 463, War Among Scientists. At this moment, within the Xinzhou civilization, ordinary intelligent creatures are still living step by step, living day after day. Whether they reach a new galaxy is completely irrelevant to them. In contrast, there are more than 200,000 mood of scientists. At this moment,
Their mood was at the peak of excitement. The reason is simple. During the 500-year-long escape journey, due to the inability to obtain supplies and the dwindling supplies, Xiaoyu could not allow these scientists to conduct unscrupulous scientific experiments. Scientific experiments consume a lot of energy and materials, which Xiaoyu cannot afford. This has resulted in a backlog of many questions that can be experimentally confirmed or answered. Questions that obviously can be answered, but cannot be answered due to limitations of real conditions, are a great torment for scientists who have a crazy thirst for knowledge. Therefore, how can these scientists not feel refreshed when they learn that in a little more than a year, they will be able to study these problems without any scruples? The day of arrival came as expected, at a distance of 2.7 billion kilometers from the main star of this star system. Xiaoyu's fleet broke away from the curvature navigation and changed from superlight navigation to conventional navigation, traveling at about 160,000 kilometers per second, moving forward at speed.
Master, our Academy of Space Science has the following application. After arriving in the new galaxy, we applied to build a high-energy physics laboratory. We need to study what changes will occur in space under the action of extremely high energy. The list of equipment required for the high-energy physics laboratory is as follows.
Xiaoyu was greatly surprised by the list submitted.
Is this still a research room? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a research city. You're here to study space changes. What do you need a tachyon generator for? Well, and a large particle collider that circles stars? This one it doesn't matter. I still have the previous one and can use it directly. But you want 3? Can you use all 3 large-scale colliders around the star? Also, you have also applied to allocate an entire satellite as of the scientific research planet of the Academy of Space Sciences? A whole satellite. Can you occupy it all? No. Your demands are too exaggerated. Even with the support of new computers, it will take me at least 10 years to complete your construction requirements. In these 10 years, will other disciplines still develop?
For the requirements of a group of scientists from the Academy of Space Sciences, Xiaoyu flatly refused. A group of scientists refused to leave, but began to beg.
Master, I believe you are also well aware that as tachyon particles, tachyon generators play a very critical role in studying the characteristics of space. And large particle collider is even more critical. Only in such a high-energy environment can space itself reveal its secrets. Moreover, as the iconic technology of the 6th-level civilization, our Academy of Space Sciences is laying the foundation for the future space science system. For such an important subject, applying for one satellite is just one satellite. However, share it. Are the current construction tasks very heavy? For the sake of space science, what does it matter if the other disciplines are temporarily slowed down? I think it is correct to prioritize the construction requirements of the Academy of Space Sciences. Also, Master, don't look at the heavy construction tasks. Just reject it if it occupies a large area. These instruments are very critical to space scientific research. If one of them is missing, the research mission may be affected.
Owner. A large group of scientists spoke first, making Xiaoyu dizzy in the conference room. Xiaoyu has no doubts about the scientific research enthusiasm of these scientists, and he also knows that their scientific research results will eventually benefit him. But as a superior person, what is needed is a comprehensive consideration. As Xiaoyu said before, if the construction requirements of the Academy of Space Sciences are fully met, will other disciplines still develop?
Old guys from the Academy of Space Sciences, do you dare to say that your Academy of Space Sciences is more important than our Academy of Computing Sciences?
Xiaoyu was thinking carefully about how to delete the construction list submitted by scientists from the Academy of Space Sciences. Another group of scientists broke in. Scientists from the Academy of Computing Sciences. As soon as this group of scientists broke in, they aggressively attacked the scientists of the Academy of Space Sciences.
Not to mention that the Master's form of existence is based on a supercomputer. Controlling any spacecraft to fight or sail requires a consumption of computing power. Just take your Academy of Space Science as an example. If you don't have more advanced computing modules as support, where will you get the tools to carry out complex tasks? Analysis of spatial fluctuations? If this is nothing, then the ecological maintenance system, weather circulation system, and even the operation of the virtual sun in the home spacecraft. Which one can be separated from computational science? Even what you are asking for now, the construction task cannot be carried out without computational science. It is still a long way off for your Academy of Space Sciences to produce research results. But our Academy of Computing Sciences is different. The latest computer architecture already has a blueprint. as long as there is sufficient material support.
Within 30 years, we are confident that the current computing the module calculation speed is increased by more than 20 times. We don't need to explain the benefits then.
Right?
So, Master, computing science is the cornerstone of our entire civilization. The development of computing science will promote the development of all other disciplines. It is most correct to prioritize the development of computing science. Well, these are some of our small construction requirements. We, the School of Computing Sciences, requires the following construction tasks.
Before Xiao Yu sent the scientists from the Academy of Space Sciences away, scientists from the Academy of Computing Sciences broke in again and put forward a series of construction task requirements to Xiao Yu. This construction list made Xiao Yu even more stunned.
You? What are you talking about? Do you want to build a space-based computing science institute? Well, the space environment is indeed beneficial to the study of computing science. But your request is too exaggerated. This computing science institute, is it too big? You know, in my plan, the Continental-class spacecraft is only a few dozen kilometers in size. How dare you ask for a space-based building with a length of 160 kilometers? This is impossible. The computing power is not enough to undertake such a construction task.
Almost without thinking, Xiao Yu said the words of rejection. Unexpectedly, the scientists from the Academy of Computing Sciences were not in a hurry, but each one showed a slightly weird smile.
Master, other scientists don't know your current computing power. But we are different. We are scientists from the Academy of Computing Sciences. We know exactly what kind of performance your main computer has. In our calculations, complete this construction task. If you go all out, it will only take up to 5 years to complete. Master, please agree to our construction request. You must know that as long as you have sufficient computing power, all other developments will not be a problem.
Xiao Yu frowned slightly. The fact is that, as these scientists said, there are basically no secrets about their own computing power data in front of these scientists. You know, the central computer that Xiao Yu currently occupies was built by these scientists. When Xiao Yu was thinking about how to reject them, another group of scientists broke in.
The Academy of Space Sciences. The Academy of Computing Sciences. Is it important to have our Academy of Military Sciences? Yes. We admit that without the support of computing science, our weapons will not be effective. But without the protection of military equipment, can you settle down and concentrate on research? The most important task now is not to build the Academy of Space Sciences or the Academy of Computing Sciences. The most important task is to build the defense system of this star system. Only in this way can we have the power to fight back against enemies that invade from outside. Also, our scientists under the Academy of Military Science have some very innovative ideas on how to improve negative matter cannons and antimatter bombs. Now they are urgently needed to be tested and verified. At the same time, we are conducting research on multi-layer shield systems and modular shield systems. There have also been breakthroughs. These things need to be studied as soon as possible to enhance the strength of our Shinjo civilization. Therefore, Master, our Academy of Military Science applies for the following construction tasks. Stop messing around.
Just as the scientist representative of the Academy of Military Sciences was chattering, another group of scientists arrived. The first scientist was Luca No. 4, an authority in life sciences. As soon as Luca 4 entered the conference room, he scolded the other scientists.
Space technology? Computing technology? Military technology? Is it as important as life sciences? Without the Academy of Life Sciences, you would have been dead by now.
How many years have it passed before you can still talk nonsense here?
No one dared to challenge the authority of Luca 4. For a moment, all the scientists were silent and did not dare to look at Luca 4. What Luca 4 said is indeed the truth. It is precisely because of the hard work of scientists from the Academy of Life Sciences that the average lifespan of intelligent creatures under the Shinjo civilization has exceeded 1,000 years. And the lifespan of scientists who enjoy special treatment has exceeded the 5,000 mark. From this point of view, the contribution of the School of Life Sciences is indeed the greatest.
Master, no matter what time, the School of Life Sciences is the most important. I believe you also know this very clearly. This is the construction task list of our School of Life Sciences. Please take a look. If possible, please add the School of Life Sciences to put it first.
Luca No. 4 said respectfully, sending a list to Xiao Yu through the personal computing terminal.
Life science is the most important. Really? Number 4?
At this moment, Luca No. 3's voice came over. Chapter 464, Transforming the Planet. Luca 3 and Luca 4 both hold the position of chief scientist. But number 3 is much older than number 4. Within Luca's society, Luca 3 also precedes Luca 4. After Luca number 3 walked to the conference room, Xiaoyu saw that Luca number 4, who was still aggressive before, immediately became quiet.
The Academy of Physical Sciences is the cornerstone of all disciplines. Without progress in physics, all other disciplines will be castles in the air. Without physics, can your Academy of Life Sciences develop? Or can your Academy of Computing Sciences or the Academy of Military Sciences develop?
Luca said the sound of the trumpet is very calm. But within the calmness, there is an unquestionable majesty. In these thousands of years, Luca 3 has long since transformed from a young boy into a majestic old man. He has made countless outstanding contributions to Shinjo civilization, giving him extremely high prestige. In the Shinjo civilization, apart from Xiaoyu, Luca 3's status is second only to Luca 2.
Another one comes to ask for the construction share.
Xiaoyu thought with some headache.
How to allocate the construction share is a headache. Every subject is equally important, and every subject must be developed. You cannot favor one over the other. How? Coordinating the proportions between various disciplines still needs to be carefully considered.
Luca 3 continued.
I came here not to ask for a share of the construction from the master. I know that everyone is contributing to our Shinjo civilization, and there is a certain truth in what everyone said. But the progress of a civilization, it cannot be supported by a single discipline. All our disciplines must develop, and we cannot just focus on any one. In this regard, I believe in the overall planning ability of the master. Don't get entangled here anymore. Just do what you need to do. Whatever you do, I believe the master will come up with a fair and just distribution plan. Luca number 3 has a very overall perspective.
Xiaoyu thought with some surprise. After thinking for a while, he said,
That's it. We still have plenty of time. We have 200 years to develop. Here, I promise you all the construction tasks you request. In 50 years within a few days, I will realize it all for everyone. Now, don't argue about these things. Okay.
Luca number 4 agreed somewhat sarcastically. Seeing Luca 4's statement, other scientists could only agree.
Huh? I finally solved a headache.
Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked ahead. The planets and stars are getting closer and closer, and my mind is full of thoughts. The regular voyage lasted less than 2 days, and Xiaoyu's fleet arrived at its destination. During the period of escape, Xiaoyu's spaceships lost some more. So far, there are only less than 1 million spaceships left, and most of them are damaged. Under such circumstances, a sufficient rest is very necessary. So, after placing the fleet in a low Earth orbit around the rocky planet, a large number of robot troops set off. The Village-class spacecraft is still responsible for the task of transporting back and forth between space and the surface of the planet. 100,000 Village-level spacecraft, carrying a large amount of industrial equipment and tens of millions of robots, began to set off towards the surface of the planet. The planet has its own atmosphere. It even has its own magnetic field. But its atmosphere is too thin. Its magnetic field is too weak, and it is a bit far away from the main star. In such an environment, it is basically impossible for living things to be born. Of course, nothing is absolute, and there may be some creatures whose form Xiaoyu has not yet understood living here. In short, overall, this is a dead planet. The specific environment is probably not much different from Mars in the solar system. 1,000 meters above the surface, Xiaoyu's spacecraft captured such a picture. In the picture, there is an endless yellow land, like a desert on the Earth. Although the atmosphere on this planet is thin, but it was still windy, and quite strong at that. Xiaoyu did a little calculation, and came to the conclusion that the strongest wind here was enough to blow rocks the size of a house, and tumble them. Such wind will definitely hinder Xiaoyu's construction mission. But fortunately, such wind is generally only above the equator of the planet, and will not spread to other places. The surface of this planet is very flat, with basically no high bulges. The highest peak is only a few hundred meters high. Xiaoyu briefly measured the geological structure of the planet, and found out why such a thing happened. The answer is obvious. The geological structure on this planet has stabilized. It has no plate drift, no earthquakes, and no volcanoes. It is different from the Earth. Due to frequent geological movements, the Earth's terrain is changeable in terms of geological time. Plains may turn into mountains, and mountains may turn into plains. Even the height of the Himalayas is constantly changing.
The combination of geological movements and wind forces creates the changeable terrain on the Earth. But on this planet, there is only wind but no geological movement. In other words, no new mountains will be formed on it, and the height of the already formed peaks will not increase. Under such circumstances, the mountains on this planet will only have one ending, and that is to disappear from the planet after being blown by the wind and after tens of millions of years. At present, this process is almost complete. The hill that appeared in front of Xiao Yu might have been nearly 10,000 meters high hundreds of millions of years ago. But today when Xiao Yu arrived, it was only a few hundred meters high. Apart from these mountain peaks, the geology on this planet is really lackluster. It's too monotonous. There is basically nothing except yellow sand. No canyons, no plateaus, and no hills. But this is a good thing for Xiao Yu. The monotonous terrain will bring great convenience to Xiao Yu's mining of minerals and construction of factories. A three-dimensional structural diagram of this planet has long been compiled, and where and what kind of minerals are hidden are clearly marked on the structural diagram. 100,000 village-class spacecraft had dispersed before reaching the planet's surface, each carrying different instruments and flying towards different mining areas. This is a tin mining area. This tin mine has the highest mining value among all the tin mines in this star system. Xiao Yu plans to build a large-scale mining factory here. Nearly 1,000 country-class spacecraft landed here carrying instruments. The recoil rockets on the spacecraft blew up the dust on the surface of the planet. In this fog, a large number of robots and mechanical equipment came to the ground from the spacecraft. They first built communication equipment, and then smelting plants. While building smelting plants, large-scale mining equipment also began to build robots. The work efficiency of robots is extremely terrifying, especially when the number of such robots reaches hundreds of thousands. Under the situation of Taiwan. So, in just half a month, the construction of this base took shape. This is just a microcosm of Xiao Yu's development of this planet. Among the first batch of construction projects, Xiao Yu selected hundreds of such places in total. These hundreds of bases will support Xiao Yu's initial construction process. In the future, after the robot factory is built, the number of robots will increase at a rate of close to 10,000 units per day. In addition to large-scale construction on this planet, Xiao Yu also separated 200,000 spacecraft, carrying necessary robots and equipment, to another gaseous planet. Due to the special environment inside a gaseous planet, some extremely rare, but very important materials will be produced. These spaceships are there to mine these things. In addition to the gaseous planet, the dozen satellites around it are also Xiao Yu's targets. These satellites will also undergo surgical transformation by Xiao Yu in the days to come. The dead silence and quietness of this star system was completely broken. Under Xiao Yu's huge execution power, this star system was forced to change its appearance that it had maintained for countless billions of years, and began to undergo earth-shaking changes. A year later, Xiao Yu initially completed the establishment of the industrial system, and various mining and smelting bases and various factories began to get on track. So, Xiao Yu started the second phase of the construction task. During this stage, Xiao Yu was expanding the scale of the basic industrial system while undertaking larger-scale construction tasks. The old circumstellar large particle collider was put into use again after Xiao Yu's modification, allowing scientists from the Academy of Space Sciences to study the impact of extremely high energy on space. In this large-scale particle collider, in addition to the particle collider, there are two more that are under preparation and construction. The drawings of the Academy of Space-Based Computing have been completed, and preliminary construction has now begun and is expected to be completed in 15 years, among the satellites of the gas planet on the ground. Countless robots are busy digging the ground, trying to dig out a large pit 200 kilometers deep. The Academy of Life Sciences will be built in this large pit. In addition, there are the Academy of Military Sciences, the Academy of Social Sciences, School of Energy Sciences, School of Physical Sciences, etc. The entire Xinzhou civilization has entered a busy atmosphere. Xiao Yu's computing power has always remained at a high level of 85%, and has basically never dropped. All scientists cannot stop for a moment. They are busy with scientific research work and preparing for the new laboratory to be put into use. This star system is full of vigorous development. Chapter 465 Supergiant Shipyard. Every day is so busy. No matter how powerful Xiao Yu's computing power is, no matter how fast Xiao Yu processes data, there is always endless data waiting for Xiao Yu to process. And new data comes every time. It's happening every moment. Xiao Yu has maintained this working status for a full 30 years. At this moment, 30 years have passed since Xiao Yu came to this star system.
Xiaoyu's initial promise was to complete all construction tasks within 50 years. But during this period, there were some new changes. These changes caused Xiaoyu to complete the work 20 years ahead of schedule. One of the things that happened was a little breakthrough in the development of new computers. This breakthrough was not comprehensive. So Xiaoyu did not start building a new supercomputer. Instead, he modified and upgraded the central computer of the Xiaogua spacecraft where he was currently living, optimizing some of the hardware and algorithms. This increased Xiaoyu's computing power by about 1.7 times. The improvement of computing power naturally means the acceleration of the construction process. Another thing is a suggestion that originated from Luca 2. The proposal of Luca 2 revolves around a core. This core is very simple. To put it in a bad way, it is waste utilization. What is waste? In Luca 2's suggestions, the word waste refers to the 80 billion ordinary intelligent creatures under Xiaoyu's command who cannot become scientists.
As you can see, there is already a serious labor surplus in the homeship spacecraft at this moment. Although, Master, you have gradually withdrawn your computing power and handed over various factories related to life support. The intelligent creatures manage it themselves. But these places still cannot provide enough jobs. I know that at this moment. The Master, you are troubled by the lack of computing power that has restricted the construction process. So I have a suggestion. Why not recruit intelligent creatures to participate in the construction what about tasks? Their efficiency may not be as good as that of robots directly controlled by you, but they are better in number than enough. I did some calculations. At this stage, if launched on a large scale, we can recruit at least 10 billion laborers go and participate in the construction task. How can these 10 billion labor forces be compared to 100 million robots? And 100 million robots must take up a lot of your computing power. Right. Well, that's a good suggestion.
Xiaoyu followed the advice and accepted it happily.
That's good.
Your Academy of Social Sciences will complete the early mobilization, selection, organization and other matters. I will seize the time to create suitable wisdom, personal life support equipment, and construction tools used by the creatures. I will assign dedicated scientists to be responsible for the training.
This is a great deal. The creation of personal life support equipment and tools for use by intelligent beings can be accomplished through automated processes. These don't consume much computing power from Xiaoyu at all. In fact, Xiaoyu had thought of this matter very early, which was why he had been unable to make up his mind. Letting intelligent creatures also participate in their construction tasks is due to certain concerns. Even now, this concern in Xiaoyu's heart still exists. However, Xiaoyu plans to give it a try, or test it out, to test these intelligent creatures. Therefore, after a series of matters such as selection and training, a huge army of intelligent creatures also joined the vigorous era of construction. Luca 2 is indeed the most outstanding social psychology scientist, with a population approaching tens of billions of intelligent creatures, organized in an orderly manner by Luca 2, and constrained by various reward and punishment systems and hierarchical systems. These intelligent creatures burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm. On busy construction sites, intelligent beings wearing light personal life support equipment can be seen walking around everywhere. The communication equipment they are equipped with can always send the next work instructions to them in a very timely manner and guide them to complete the work. The large ecological circle built next to the construction site can provide them with all aspects of services including food, clothing, housing and transportation, so that they can live a comfortable life no less than that of home.
For the development of our Shinjo civilization. As a member of the Shinjo civilization, it is time to contribute our own strength. Every bit of labor we put in will become the cornerstone of our Shinjo civilization. The combination of practical interests and spiritual propaganda brought the work enthusiasm of these intelligent creatures to the peak, which even surprised Xiaoyu. Compared with them, how lazy I am in the Earth Age. Xiaoyu sighed and thought in his heart. These two things directly shortened Xiaoyu's construction period by 20 years. So far, the School of Life Sciences, School of Physical Sciences, Academy of Military Sciences, School of Computing Sciences, etc. have all been completed. The scientists came to these brand new buildings happily and began to use the complete and advanced experimental instruments here to verify their ideas and study new science. Xiaoyu entered the next period of construction tasks. Xiaoyu wants to build at least 2 super giant shipyards, at least 10 giant shipyards, and more large shipyards. The improvement of Xiaoyu's computing power is something that can be expected. The head of the scientists of the Academy of Computing Science once patted his chest and said in front of Xiaoyu
that he would ensure that he would complete the goal within 30 years, and that the computer with a new architecture would be used within 30 years. Developed? Xiao Yu has no doubt about this. Because of the research and development of a new architecture computer, Xiao Yu also participated in it and took on the most work tasks. Judging from the current progress, this matter can definitely be completed within 30 years, and it may not even take that long. Then expanding the size of the fleet has become a very important thing. By studying the complete technology tree of the Malian civilization, Xiao Yu believes that the time is ripe for him to build a continent-level spaceship. And he can start work now. Building a spaceship requires a dock. So Xiao Yu started the construction of the dock. In Xiao Yu's plan, the Continental-class spacecraft will have a length of at least 60 kilometers and a total mass of 2 billion tons. To build such a huge spaceship, the dock would have to be much larger. In fact, in Xiao Yu's plan, the length of these two supergiant shipyards will reach the order of 100 kilometers. Such a huge thing can be called an interstellar fortress. A supergiant shipyard construction task can account for almost 30% of the total construction task workload in the first 30 years. The amount of work is huge. It is conceivable. Not to mention that Xiao Yu plans to build 2 such shipyards, as well as a giant shipyard for building national-level spacecraft, and a large-scale shipyard for building provincial and municipal-level spacecraft. Luca 2. I have manufactured a large number of personal life support equipment suitable for working in space. Well, the first phase of the construction task has been completed. Now I am going to start building the dock. You go and organize it. Let these nearly 10 billion intelligent creatures join in this project. Well, a total of more than 300 docks of various types will be built. After the docks are built, the construction project of the spacecraft will be even larger. After we leave before this galaxy, it was basically impossible for the people of the Shinjo civilization to have time to spare. I believe that the people of our Shinjo civilization will be very happy to contribute to our civilization. Luca 2 replied, Master, please rest assured that after leaving approximately 50 million workers to take care of the daily maintenance of various bases, I will connect with number 3 and number 5 after completing the training for these workers. The construction troops are at your disposal at any time. Very good. One thing you need to remember is that the various supporting facilities for these workers, including housing, meals, entertainment, and other facilities, must be improved. They are contributing to our civilization, and we must not treat them poorly in these aspects. Our people. I will arrange this properly. Please rest assured. Luca number 2 bowed to Xiao Yu and cut off the contact. A continent-class spaceship built entirely from the flesh and blood of alien beasts. It integrates the most advanced technology at this stage and has the strongest maneuverability, strongest defense, and strongest attack power. I really look forward to it when I think about it. Yu sighed slightly. Come to think of it, the Continent-class spaceship is the most powerful warship that a 5th-level civilization can create. Building a planet-level spaceship is probably something that will happen after a 6th-level civilization. But it doesn't matter. The Shinjo civilization will definitely enter the category of 6th-level civilization. And the planet-level spacecraft, the Earth, and even the star-level spacecraft, the Sun, will all appear in my hands. It's really difficult to make the decision to let intelligent creatures join the Construction Legion. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. Has this deviated from my original idea? When he first came into contact with intelligent creatures, Xiao Yu actually didn't expect so much. At that time, Xiao Yu just wanted to keep these intelligent creatures in captivity and provide them with various resources without limit, hoping to cultivate scientists to contribute to his own technological development. But as things have developed now, it seems that they have deviated from Xiao Yu's original intention. A long time ago, Xiao Yu decided to withdraw his computing power from the various factories of the homeship spacecraft and return these facilities to the control of intelligent creatures. This was the first step. Later, a biological core was formed to allow intelligent creatures to participate in the military power of civilization. This was the second attempt. Now, we have agreed to Luca 2's suggestion and agreed to allow intelligent creatures to participate in various construction tasks. This is the third attempt. Xiao Yu saw that intelligent creatures are gradually becoming a force that cannot be ignored, participating in all aspects of Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu doesn't know whether this change is good or bad for him. Xiao Yu really has no way to predict the future. But Xiao Yu believes that, at least from now on, his move can still bring certain benefits to him. Of benefits, Xiao Yu thought again of the guy who claimed to be his future self. That guy said that in the future,
He would be in an extremely passive situation due to the rebellion of the intelligent creatures under his command, and would have to reverse the time of the entire galaxy to warn himself now. Xiao Yu didn't believe that this guy really came here from the future. In fact, deep down in his heart, Xiao Yu had long believed that this was caused by Taihao civilization. But now, Xiao Yu remembered another aspect.
I have never been able to determine whether Taihao civilization is kind to me or malicious. So,
does it really make sense for Taihao civilization to insist on letting me destroy these intelligent creatures under my command? If according to the current process as we go on, the influence of intelligent creatures on the entire Shinjo civilization will only become greater and greater. Perhaps one day, intelligent creatures will be so powerful that they are beyond my control, and it is not impossible to launch a rebellion to kill me.
This is a dilemma. Xiao Yu really can't decide how to choose.
At least now, I haven't found any signs of rebellion. I will carefully control the authority of intelligent creatures, and I will not give them the chance to rebel. I believe I can do this.
After a moment, Xiao Yu made a decision. Chapter 466, Continental Class Spaceship. The addition of intelligent creatures played an obvious role in promoting Xiao Yu's construction process. With the help of intelligent creatures, Xiao Yu completed the construction tasks of hundreds of shipyards in just over 20 years. Such a fast construction speed was something that Xiao Yu basically could not imagine before. You must know that the total number of robots that Xiao Yu can control is only on the order of 50 million, excluding the impact of collaboration and other aspects. Even if these 10 billion intelligent biological workers are regarded as 100 million robots, the construction capabilities of robots and intelligent creatures are also twice that of Xiao Yu. The addition of intelligent creatures saved Xiao Yu a lot of computing power. This saved computing power can be put elsewhere to carry out other tasks. It can be said that the promotion of Shinjo civilization by intelligent creatures is comprehensive. Maybe a specific technology developed by Xiao Yu was developed using the saved computing power. During the more than 20 years of building the shipyard, scientists who had new research sites frequently reported good news to Xiao Yu. During this period, at least 100,000 technological breakthroughs were made. Among them, one of the most important technological breakthroughs is computing science. The research on new computers has successfully achieved a breakthrough. The new supercomputer has been successfully developed and passed Xiao Yu's all-round acceptance test. In Xiao Yu's test, this supercomputer achieved results that surprised Xiao Yu. Tests had shown that this computer has a computing speed 20 times that of the computer Xiao Yu is using at the moment. The error rate under high load has also been reduced by more than 200 times, and the reliability has been greatly improved. Computational power has always been Xiao Yu's strongest backing. With the support of computing power, Xiao Yu has fewer constraints no matter what he does. After holding a celebration party, Xiao Yu immediately manipulated the robot to build such a computer inside the Xiaogua spacecraft, and couldn't wait to move it in. From now on, this computer will replace the previous central computer of the Xiaogua spacecraft and become the command core of the entire Shinjo civilization. At this stage, the Xiaogua spacecraft is always the safest place. Xiao Yu has no plans to leave the Xiaogua spaceship until the Asia Continental class spacecraft is built. With sufficient computing power, Xiao Yu immediately invested a greater proportion of energy in various scientific research aspects, and immediately began to expand the scale of construction in this star system. As a result, more robots appeared, more factories appeared, and more bases appeared. The construction mission of the Asia spacecraft is officially on schedule. The Asia spaceship is a unique spaceship. The most important thing is that, except for some parts with special requirements, it is all made of concentrated and refined flesh and blood of alien animals. This is definitely the first time in Xiao Yu's interstellar journey. You know, the original Hebei spacecraft only used about 50% of the flesh and blood of alien beasts. Although the quality of flesh and blood of this alien beast is not as good as that of the white dwarf alien beast, it is superior in number, which is enough to support the construction needs of a Continent-class spacecraft. There are 2 supergiant shipyards, which can be used to build Continental-class spaceships, and the rest are smaller shipyards, which can be used to build National-class,
Provincial-class spaceships. Therefore, after the dock construction was completed, Xiao Yu's construction task entered a new stage. Spaceship construction begins. Xiao Yu plans to build a total of 3 combat Continent-class spacecraft. This is not because 3 ships were built due to lack of materials or time, but the Continental-class spacecraft is only suitable as a core existence. It is more suitable for attacking fortresses rather than for field battles. Assuming that the materials used to build one Continent-class spacecraft can build 1 million village-class spacecraft. Then when encountering a field battle, 1 million village-class spacecraft can definitely play a stronger role than 1 continent-class spacecraft. Also, the new computer has increased Xiaoyu's computing power 20 times. But this does not mean that the size of Xiaoyu's fleet can be increased 20 times from its original peak, because it is obvious that the more advanced the spacecraft is, the higher the computing power it will occupy. Therefore, in Xiaoyu's plan, after this period of large-scale construction, the size of his fleet will reach about 10 million, plus the 100 to 1.5 million spacecraft left for the biological core. The total size of its own fleet will remain at about 11 million ships. For a fleet of 11 million spaceships, the number of continental spaceships suitable for it is 3. After all, Xiaoyu has to take into account both attack and field battles. He must have large spaceships, and the number of small spaceships cannot be less. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Xiaoyu set the number of continent-class spacecraft to be built at 3. Xiaoyu has also considered the naming of these 3 continental-class spaceships, namely Asia, America, and Europe. Among them, the Asia spaceship is Xiaoyu's flagship. It is made entirely of the flesh and blood of alien animals, and is the most powerful. The America spaceship is the ordinary flagship, and the Europe spacecraft is the flagship of the biological core. These 2 spaceships are both made of ordinary materials. Their names are not as good as the Asia, but they are still far beyond the national-level spaceships. After Xiaoyu determined the next construction task, the intelligent biological workers who completed the dock construction task turned around and devoted themselves to the construction of the spacecraft. At the moment, what they are participating in the construction of are some national or provincial-level spacecraft, as well as the Continental-class homeship spacecraft used for residential purposes, and the combat-type Continental-class spacecraft. Xiaoyu does not intend to let any intelligent biological workers participate. Especially it is the Asia spaceship. Xiaoyu does not intend to let intelligent creatures contaminate it at all. The entire process must be made by himself. Although Xiaoyu knew very well that even if intelligent biological workers were used to build the Asia, it was unlikely to cause any trouble. But Xiaoyu was unwilling to take any risks. Such a crucial thing, your own car, is still reliable and built by yourself. There are also the spaceships Europe and America. If you build them yourself, you can leave some backdoors according to your own wishes. In the event of an emergency, you can immediately seize command of the spacecraft. At present, Xiaoyu already has breakthroughs in new computers, new engines, more efficient protective covers, more powerful weapons, higher maneuverability, etc. Xiaoyu will apply all these new technologies to the Continental-class spacecraft. Build on it, especially during the war with the Malian civilization. When occupying the mining galaxy of the Malian civilization, Xiaoyu harvested a large amount of A-grade metals, which could be used to build space weapons. Xiaoyu has already calculated that the reserves of these A-grade metals are enough for Xiaoyu to build 6 high-power space weapons on the Asia spacecraft, and 3 space weapons on the America and Europe spacecrafts. The remaining A-level metal can also arm at least 10 national-level spacecraft. Compared to the America and Europe spacecraft, Xiaoyu paid more attention to the Asia spacecraft. As long as they are good things, Xiaoyu will use them all on the Asia spacecraft. Xiaoyu also wanted to give it a try. Xiaoyu wanted to see how the largest warship built with his current technological level and all the best resources would fare against other 5th-level civilizations. Performance? Come to think of it, even if you can't compare 1 to 10,000, you can still do it with 1 to thousands, Xiaoyu thought with anticipation. Anyway, when facing the other continent-class spacecraft of the 5th-level civilization, the Asia spacecraft can definitely suppress the opponent and even eliminate the opponent in a single confrontation. If it cannot do this, then so much advanced technology and space weapons will be wasted. Xiaoyu does not think that other level 5 civilizations will have such high speeds as their own spaceships. In Xiaoyu's plan, all new spacecraft built will have a speed of up to 35 times the speed of light. But one thing to know is that this speed was inspired by analyzing the spaceships of the Guardian civilization, and can only be achieved after technological breakthroughs. Xiaoyu does not believe that other civilizations will also have spacecraft of level 6 civilizations for him to analyze. This is one aspect. In addition, in terms of computing science, Xiaoyu also has absolute confidence that he can surpass other level 5 civilizations. What's more, the Asia spacecraft also has primary space weapons and 4 protective covers. With so much advanced equipment, if he still can't destroy the other 5-level civilization spacecraft in a single confrontation, then Xiaoyu can really die. In fact,
Even if the Asia spaceship is not dispatched, Xiaoyu is sure to completely suppress other civilized continent-level spacecraft with the America and Europe spacecraft alone. The Asia spaceship is the first combat-type Continental-class spacecraft to be built. The Continental-class homeship was built together with the Asia spacecraft. With the almost explosive growth in the population of intelligent creatures, Xiaoyu has already felt some population pressure. According to Xiaoyu's speculation, the only 100 national-level homeship spacecraft can only last for less than 200 years. Intelligent creatures are extremely valuable assets. It is impossible to say which ordinary baby born to the ordinary people of the Shinjo civilization will become a super genius scientist capable of promoting the advancement of the entire Shinjo civilization. Therefore, Xiaoyu will never do such things as population control. In comparison, Xiaoyu would rather spend time building even 100 continent-level homeship spacecraft. Time passed slowly amid such busy construction tasks. And in the blink of an eye, more than 20 years passed. Chapter 467 This is our home. When the construction of the Asia spacecraft began, the remanufacturing work of the existing spacecraft also began. The spaceships currently owned also contain many things that are very valuable to Xiaoyu at this stage, such as the flesh and blood of alien beasts from the white dwarf star, such as certain high-standard building materials. Recycling these things saves time rather than resmelting them. Of course, the rebuilding of old spaceships in the era of large-scale construction follows a one-to-one principle. That is to say, for every new spaceship built, only one old spaceship is destroyed, and the building materials are recycled. By doing this, the total size of Xiaoyu's fleet can always be maintained at a relatively large level. This can prevent Xiaoyu from being caught off guard by certain emergencies. For example, if a blind civilization breaks into this place at this moment, and Xiaoyu happens to have rebuilt all the old spaceships, and no new spaceships have been built, then the situation will be very passive, and the enemy will take the opportunity to kill him. If so, that would be too unfair. In the previous phase of construction tasks, Xiaoyu built a total of more than 300 shipyards, except for more than 50 large and medium-sized shipyards. The rest were used to build county-level, township-level, and village-level spacecraft. Dock. These small and medium-sized spacecraft are the main force in field battles. There will inevitably be a large number of such spacecraft, so the number of shipyards used to build them is also the largest. At this moment, with the cooperation of intelligent biological workers, Xiaoyu is recycling a large number of old spacecraft and building a large number of new spacecraft. After the first batch of about 300 provincial and municipal-level new spaceships were built, Xiaoyu even rebuilt 3 of the only 4 remaining national-level spaceships: the USS America, the USS Russia, and the USS Cambodia. He only left the Xiaogua spaceship as his temporary storage place. These 3 national-level spaceships are all mixed with a certain amount of flesh and blood of level 6 alien beasts. Xiaoyu collected these things without hesitation and put them all into the Asia spacecraft. Since it is Xiaoyu's flagship, it must be the best. The building materials must be the best. The various technologies must be the best. And the functions must also be the best. At this moment, in the supergiant shipyard number 2, a continent-class spacecraft is about to be completed. The longest point reaches more than 100 kilometers. The widest point reaches more than 30 kilometers. And the thickest point reaches 2 kilometers. The total area of the number 2 supergiant shipyard reaches more than 2,000 square kilometers. It is brightly lit, and shuttles are everywhere. Instruments and figures, specially made locomotives that are specially used for transportation tasks inside the dock are shuttled back and forth, accurately transporting batches of building materials to designated locations. Hoisting equipment equipped with self-propelled instruments is assembling huge pieces of building materials onto the behemoth in front of them. Above, countless figures and robots are busy laying lines and welding materials at the joints. And some internal instruments are being installed by engineers with specialized and advanced training. In this supergiant shipyard, there are at least 30,000 factories, producing various types of equipment day and night. The computing modules, energy transmission modules, lighting equipment, and even the carpets and fitting tools used inside the spacecraft can all be produced by these factories. Outside the dock, there is a transport fleet composed of 5,000 spaceships, which is transporting a large number of preliminary materials from the satellite of the gaseous planet or the surface base of the rocky planet day and night. Smelted building materials. A dock is a placenta, and the entire star system is the mother's body that provides nutrition for the placenta. The spacecraft built in the dock is the baby being conceived inside the placenta. Now,
in one of the two largest placentas in Supergiant Shipyard Number 2. The baby here is almost ready to take shape. Luca 2, Luca 3, Luca 4, Luca 5, as well as scientists from various affiliated branches of the Central Academy of Sciences, led by scientists from the Academy of Engineering Sciences, came to inspect the spacecraft. After all, this spaceship will become their residence in the future, so they can't help but be cautious. Yes, the first Continental-class spacecraft built was not the Asia, but the Continental-class home ship. This is very obvious. Combat-type spaceships and residential-type spacecraft are different. The size of the combat-type Continental-class spacecraft is smaller than that of the residential-type Continental-class spacecraft, but its mass is far greater than that of the residential-type spacecraft. Continental-class spacecraft. This is because more instruments need to be installed in the combat Continent-class spacecraft, and there is not so much space inside. In contrast, combat-type Continental-class spacecraft are also more difficult to build. Xiaoyu once made an estimate that the computing power and raw materials consumed to build a combat Continent-class spacecraft are enough to build at least 4 residential Continent-class spacecraft. Of course, Xiaoyu devoted more energy to the construction of the combat Continental-class spacecraft. So after the construction of the first Continental-class home ship is completed, in up to 10 years, the Asia ship construction is complete. Scientists from the Academy of Engineering Sciences are the leaders in building the Homeland Continental-class spacecraft. After all, only intelligent creatures themselves know best what kind of living environment they want. Now, it is time for them to submit their answer sheets to Luca Number 2, Number 3, and other leaders of the Academy of Sciences.
Sir Number 2, as you can see, the internal space of this Continental-class Home Ship 1 spacecraft is hundreds of times that of the old National-class Home Ship spacecraft. It can accommodate at least 30 billion people to live here very comfortably.
A scientist from the Academy of Engineering Sciences pointed to the Home 1 spacecraft that was about to be completed and said very proudly,
"Look here. This is the latest virtual sun. The light it emits has been improved by the latest technology. Completely eliminating ordinary light is mixed with harmful rays, and living under such light for a long time is very good for people's health." As the scientist spoke, he controlled a sightseeing spacecraft and led a group of scientists forward. At this moment, it is like a tour guide explaining the beautiful scenery in front of tourists. The home ship spacecraft has not been completely built yet. At this moment, its interior is still messy, with piled building materials everywhere, various pipes, and wiring exposed everywhere, and there are busy figures everywhere. But none of this can stop scientists from having wonderful imaginations. "Look here,"
the scientist from the Academy of Engineering Sciences said in an increasingly high-pitched voice.
"In our plan, this place will become a sea in the future. The complete underwater machinery can create an effect similar to the rising and falling tide. With the cooperation of the atmospheric circulation system, there will be waves in the sea here. Whether you want to surf, raft, or appreciate the wildness of the sea, you can be satisfied here. By the way, there is one thing that we need to explain. The weather circulation system and submarine mechanical system use some chaotic algorithms. That is to say, we cannot accurately predict what the weather will be like at a certain place on the sea at a certain moment. You know what this means."
The scientist opened his arms and said enthusiastically,
"This means that at a certain moment, there may be typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other phenomena here. This is a complete simulation of nature. The magic of nature, the harmony and vastness will be most perfectly interpreted here."
The scientists in the sightseeing spacecraft, whether they were Luca 2 or others, couldn't help but have a look of yearning on their faces. After all, intelligent creatures were born on the planet, and they will have an instinctive fascination with the scenery on the planet. Being able to recreate the wild scenery on the planet in a spaceship is undoubtedly very attractive. The sightseeing spacecraft continued to move forward, and at this moment, the spacecraft came to another place.
"This will become a mountain range. With the help of the atmospheric circulation system, the water vapor from the sea will turn into snow and fall on the top of the mountain. The heat of the virtual sun will melt them, turning them into water and flowing down. This water will turn into waterfalls and rivers, irrigate the plants living on these mountains, and provide drinking water for the animals living in these mountains. It is foreseeable that this place will become the most beautiful place in the Home 1 spacecraft, a famous tourist attraction and a paradise of beautiful scenery. Seniors, are you interested in building a villa in this mountain to relax? If you need it, please tell me, and I will fulfill your wish."
The scientist was smiling. He said with interest,
"There's just one thing I need to remind you. Because the atmospheric circulation system and climate regulation system use chaos algorithms. We don't know when a mudslide or avalanche will occur here. So there's nothing we can do about it.
Guarantee that your mountain villa will not be destroyed by mudslides or avalanches. But with the help of a personal security robot, your personal safety can absolutely be guaranteed.
The scientist's speech caused a burst of laughter. And several scientists even made requests to own a villa among the mountains and forests. The scientists from the Academy of Engineering Sciences all agreed with a smile.
This will be a grassland. Seniors, what kind of plants do you like? Tell me now, and I can plant some for you within my authority. This will be the city where we live. There will be thousands of such cities in the Home 1 spacecraft. And each city is unique. This will be a plateau. This will be a lake. This spaceship is our home.
Chapter 468, Rumors and Iron Blood. After about 3 years of internal renovations, the first Continental-class homeship spacecraft was finally completed. And now, nearly 80 years have passed since Xiaoyu arrived in this galaxy. And the population of intelligent creatures has grown to nearly 95 billion people. There are 100 national-level homeship spacecrafts with a standard carrying capacity of 100 billion people. The number of these intelligent creatures is currently close to the standard carrying capacity of these spacecrafts. Inside the city, there are bustling crowds of people everywhere, quite reminiscent of the spring festival of the Xia Kingdom in the Earth Age. The growth of population means that there will be more people to enjoy various public facilities and municipal facilities. The larger the population, the lower the comfort will be. This is something that is bound to happen. And because Xiaoyu planned to build a new homeship spacecraft, Xiaoyu no longer spent computing power to transform these old spaceships. As a result, there were some bad rumors about the population among intelligent creatures. For example, because of overpopulation, the social committee planned to clear out some aging and useless intelligent creatures. Regarding these rumors, the social committee led by Luca II did not take any relevant action to refute the rumors. As a result, these rumors became more and more intense and became more and more outrageous. Many intelligent biological workers participated in the construction process of the Continental-class homeship spacecraft. Xiaoyu did not take confidentiality measures in the construction of the Continental-class homeship spacecraft. Logically speaking, such rumors should not appear. But maybe it is because the construction period is too long. Or perhaps, the existing intelligent creatures have been fed up with the increasingly congested urban environment. In short, due to a combination of various factors, this rumor still appeared. Xiaoyu generally does not interfere with the internal affairs of intelligent creatures, except for some key points. This time too, Xiaoyu was also a little curious about how Luca II planned to deal with this incident. Think about it. It should be when the rumors are spreading most intensely. The news of the completion of the Continental-class homeship spacecraft should be released in one fell swoop. And this rumor should be shattered in one fell swoop.
Xiaoyu thought secretly.
This method is the most powerful way to deal with the rumors. Counterattack.
The facts did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. In the social system, these rumors were brewing to the point where when things like demonstrations began to happen, the social committee led by Luca II held an information conference.
As you can see, this is the Continent-class homeship spacecraft that we have completed. Its internal space is almost 100 times that of our existing homeship spacecraft. And it can carry a population 30 times that of the existing homeship spacecraft. It is also, in other words, only one such homeship spacecraft can support 30 billion people to live comfortably. Yes, it has been built, and people who are willing to move to the new homeship spacecraft can sign up at any time.
When Luca II said these words calmly, the excited people on the city streets began to become quiet. The slogans and flags flying everywhere were quietly thrown to the ground. And the neat cues began to change. It had to be lax. And even some whispers started to sound.
Have I told you before? Why would Lord Number 2 give up on us? Even if the social committee makes a decision to reduce the population, there is still a master in charge of it. How could the great master allow Master Number 2 to act like this? That's right. This is completely baseless. My friend is a worker involved in the construction of the Continental-class homeship. He told me last time that the Continental-class homeship will be completed soon.
After the rumors were easily destroyed by Luca II, reason seemed to have returned to the minds of these people. So, at this moment, many so-called smart people appeared. They used many seemingly professional words from various angles to analyze how ridiculous the rumors that had been circulated before were, and how they affected the internal affairs of society. So many ignorant people expressed their outrage and disappointment. But they forgot that just now, They were also members of the demonstration force. Luca 2's speech continued.
The new homeship spacecraft has a wider space, better public facilities, and a more beautiful environment. It is undoubtedly countless times better than the homeship spacecraft we live in now. Its standard load capacity, the power, is 30 billion people. But I do not plan to release all of this quota. The first batch of open quotas is 10 billion. As long as people have no criminal or bad records, they can sign up. By the way,
all the people who participated in this demonstration, and who played a role in fueling the spread of rumors, or who committed some extreme behaviors, all of you already have bad records. So you cannot declare the first place. The next batch of Continental-class homeship will be built in 10 years. During these 10 years, reflect carefully and wait for the next batch of quotas.
Like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves, Luca 2's words caused an uproar within society. Countless angry complaints and accusations began to sound.
I've said it a long time ago. Don't believe such unreliable things. Fortunately now, we have no chance to move to the new home spaceship. You still have the nerve to accuse me. You were clearly the one who dragged me out to participate in the parade. And you were the one who made the slogans we held. It was obviously your fault. But now you are blaming me. I strongly protest. The protest social committee did not fulfill its due responsibility to refute the rumors in the early stages of the spread. Instead, it deliberately guided and responded negatively. After the situation developed to this point, it used this as a reason to punish us. Protest. Protest strongly. This is not fair.
Luca 2 seemed to know what the people were thinking at this moment, and his voice remained calm.
There may be people who complain that the government has not fulfilled its duty to refute rumors. But I want to ask you, are you a member of the fifth level civilization? The Shinjo civilization? Is the government short of your supply of genetically modified drugs? Has there ever been any discrimination against you in education? Where has your self-analysis ability gone? In a situation where there are 10 billion workers involved in the construction of the new homeship spacecraft, and the latest information is available at every moment, what blinded your eyes and made you choose to turn a blind eye to the facts in front of you and instead believe in these empty rumors? In this incident, your performance was even worse than some first-level or even second-level civilizations. Creatures. Really smart people will be rewarded. Their reward is to live in the new homeship spacecraft in advance. Foolish people will be punished. Your punishment is to continue to stay in the old-style homeship spacecraft and reflect on yourself. Mistake? And if you really have nowhere to vent your grievances, then put your grievances on these people.
Luca number 2 said, waving his hand to the side. The camera turned and was placed on a large square. There were tens of thousands of people standing on this large square, and there were more heavily armed soldiers and security robots standing guard around it.
These people are the culprits who incited you to believe the rumors. These people, for their own benefit, deliberately create and spread rumors in an organized manner, trying to use them as bargaining chips to obtain some improper benefits. For this kind of thing, our social committee has always cracked down resolutely and without mercy. Therefore, I declare that all the more than 29,000 criminals in total will be sentenced to death. Now, I declare that the death penalty will be carried out.
Luca number 2's voice was full of cold, murderous intent. Suddenly there were thunderous shouts in the square, and there were all kinds of cries, begging for mercy, and curses. But none of this had any effect. The fierce soldiers and security robots cooperated to stuff all the criminals into small spacecrafts. Then the small spacecraft started to take off, and the camera immediately moved to the scene.
They will be thrown into space while still alive, and let the cold space purify their sins.
Luca 2 said coldly.
Execution.
Loud cries could be heard from the scene, and many prisoners were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. But the fierce soldiers and security robots show no mercy. After putting on their own life support equipment, they opened the spacecraft hatch without hesitation. The difference in air pressure between the inside and outside caused the air inside the spacecraft to flow out quickly. The flow of air formed wind, and these winds swept the prisoners out. Xiao Yu, who had been paying attention to this scene, sighed softly and connected to the message channel of Luca 2.
In our civilization, there is an old saying that the people can follow it but cannot know it. So why bother doing this? Perhaps the technological progress of our Shinjo civilization is too fast. So fast that our people have not had time to adapt to the current technology. Their performance really disappoints me. Although their IQ has improved, IQ is only one part of wisdom aspect. I hope they can become truly intelligent creatures of level 5 civilization. Only in this social environment can more scientists, who are beneficial to society be produced. For this purpose, I don't mind using some iron-blooded means to wake them up. Well, it is your responsibility to manage society. I have no interest in getting involved in this aspect. You can just do these things as you see fit. The only thing is that your loyalty to me must be absolutely guaranteed.
After saying this, shall you cut off contact with Luca number 2? Chapter 469, Death Penalty and Asian Account. It is a very interesting thing to know what would happen if a living humanoid creature came into space without protection. To be honest, Xiao Yu doesn't know much about this matter. Xiao Yu once built relevant models very accurately and calculated what would happen if he did this. However, calculations are always calculations, and calculations cannot represent the actual situation. Now, Xiao Yu finally had the opportunity to see what would happen if humanoids arrived in the cold space without protection. As we all know, there is no atmospheric pressure in space, and humanoids are suitable for being under a certain degree of atmospheric pressure. Just like the fish that live on the seabed of 10,000 meters will explode on their own when they are brought to the surface of the sea. Humanoid creatures should turn into bombs when they come into space because they cannot withstand the huge pressure in their bodies. It exploded with a bang. This calculation seems very reasonable, but it ignores another important factor, which is temperature. The temperature in space is only a few K. At such a low temperature, the human body will be frozen directly without a chance of exploding. The final observation results confirmed Xiao Yu's speculation. Xiao Yu saw that more than 20,000 humanoid creatures that were thrown directly into space lost their movement the moment they arrived in space. They were frozen like stone. Occasionally, under the influence of air currents, two humanoid creatures will collide. After the collision, very terrible things will happen. At this moment, these human bodies have turned into something like stone. So after a collision, this person's arm may fall off, while for another person, a leg or head may fall off. At extremely low temperatures, the human body's toughness has completely disappeared. This situation is not the most terrible. The most terrifying phenomenon occurred when the spacecraft transporting them moved away and the star's light shone directly on them. There is no air in space, and there is only one factor that changes the temperature here, and that is whether there is light from stars. With the star's light, the temperature can rise to above zero in a short time, even as high as several hundred degrees Celsius. Without the star's light, the temperature can quickly drop to more than 200 degrees below zero. These two situations can be switched between in a short time. Maybe one moment it was unbearably hot, and the next moment it was extremely cold because something blocked the sunlight. In the past, because the existence of the spacecraft blocked the sunlight, these humanoid creatures were directly frozen. But now, the spacecraft has moved away, and the light of the star shines directly on them with a lot of heat. As a result, the human body that had been frozen began to heat up rapidly. The increase in temperature means the expansion of gas. But due to uneven heating, these human bodies did not explode directly due to the rapidly expanding gas. But small bubbles appeared on the surface of the human body, gurgling like boiling water. From these bubbles, sublimated gas and water boiled into steam emerged like fountains. At this time, these frozen human bodies turned into small comets. In sharp contrast to the side facing the star, is the side of these human bodies facing away from the star. Without the star's light, this side of them would still be extremely cold. So this side seems to be still roughly intact as the creatures looked before they died. But this doesn't last long. Because of the recoil caused by the sublimated gas and evaporated water vapor, these human bodies cannot exist here in a fixed posture. They are constantly rolling. Rolling means that every part of their body will be illuminated by the star, like a roast duck hanging in an oven, constantly rotating. Roast duck will shed fat during roasting, and these human bodies will emit gas and water vapor when roasted by stars. Xiao Yu sighed slightly and lost interest in watching these poor people. Xiao Yu knew very well that after the gas and water vapor in their bodies evaporated due to the baking of the stars, they would become no different from cold stones. Without external influence, they would stay here forever, floating like a ghost in the dark universe. Luca 2's approach was very effective. This iron-blooded method successfully frightened some people with bad ideas within the society of intelligent creatures. And under the special guidance of Luca 2, this opportunity triggered a huge discussion within the society. Trend. Xiao Yu clearly knew Luca number 2's plan. Xiao Yu knew that Luca 2 hoped to use this incident to improve the wisdom of intelligent creatures. Wisdom is not IQ. Wisdom is a broader and more comprehensive term. Although the improvement of wisdom means the enhancement of personal presence, And after the sense of personal presence is enhanced, there will be more resistance to a detached leader like Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu still does not intend to stop it, and also plans to secretly add fuel to the flames. Xiaoyu has his own plan. Xiaoyu wanted to verify whether a stable social structure could be formed, and whether the intelligent creatures would rebel if he was the absolute leader, but treated the intelligent creatures well. This matter is very important to Xiaoyu. If the rebellion of intelligent creatures cannot be stopped, then now, while he still has absolute control, Xiaoyu will cold-bloodedly eliminate all intelligent creatures. At this moment, Xiaoyu is an observer, hiding behind the scenes, quietly observing the various changes in this intelligent biological society, and making his own decisions based on this. Under the auspices of Luca II, the relocation work was carried out on a large scale. Nearly 10 billion people of the Shinjo civilization with no criminal records or bad records were selected and moved to the new home spaceship. Luca II said that being indifferent to the rumors proved their sanity and proved that they had higher intelligence and that they deserved these better treatments. The first Continental-class homeship spacecraft left the number 2 dock a few months ago and parked in the planet's synchronous orbit. At this moment, what is being built in the number 2 dock is the second Continent-class homeship spacecraft. The commissioning of the first Continental-class homeship spacecraft left 9 older homeship spacecrafts vacant. So Xiaoyu dismantled the 9 spaceships without hesitation, recycled various materials, and put them into the second Continent-class spacecraft. The construction of the home spaceship is only one aspect of the era of great construction. In the number 1 dockyard, the Asia spaceship is still under intensive construction. The technology content of the Asia spacecraft is much higher, and Xiaoyu does not allow intelligent creatures to interfere with the Asia spacecraft. Under such circumstances, it took Xiaoyu 30 years to complete the construction of this Continent-class spacecraft. Yes, after the construction of the first Continental-class home spaceship was completed, Xiaoyu's first Continental-class combat spacecraft was finally born. At this moment, it has sailed out of the number 1 dock and was parked in Xia Kingdom. In front of the spacecraft, the Xiaogua spacecraft, which used to look huge, looked like a pitiful dwarf compared to the Asia. Contrasting with the size is the gap in combat effectiveness. The Asia spacecraft adopts an irregular shaped design, and various combat weapons are densely arranged on its surface. Its firepower is extremely powerful. Apart from the 6 high-power space weapons on it, the negative matter cannon alone, the negative matter main gun equipped on the Asia spacecraft, has reached the level of the galaxy. Xiaoyu could only rely on planets to build this kind of cannon before. Its internal energy reserve is enough to support its voyage at 32 times the speed of light for nearly 300 years. And it has maintained basic combat effectiveness during the voyage. In other words, the Asia spacecraft is enough to support a huge war spanning 10,000 light-years. The complete gravity balance system allows it to perform many incredible fast movements with such a huge body. The latest multi-layer shield system, modular shield system, and for protection shield give it unparalleled powerful defense power. After it is fully charged with energy, even if it stands still, Xiaogua will the 3 national-level spacecraft, the USS America and the USS Russia, used all weapons including space weapons to attack at will, and it would take nearly 5 hours to break through its defense system. In Xiaoyu's war deduction, if it is launched at full strength, no matter how the Xiaogua spacecraft responds or escapes, no matter what methods the Xiaogua spacecraft uses, the Asia spacecraft can defeat the enemy in less than 3 hours. Inside, blow up the Xiaogua spaceship. This is the war fortress created by Xiaoyu's most advanced technology and materials, which consumes the most energy and time from Xiaoyu. It's time to move, and the Xiaogua spacecraft should be retired. Xiaoyu thought with emotion, and manipulated the Xiaogua spacecraft to slowly approach the Asia spacecraft. After connecting with physical lines, he mobilized after at least 100,000 new spaceships were guarded outside the link to ensure absolute safety. Xiaoyu passed the data channel and spent a split second to move from the Xiaogua spaceship to the Asia ship, feeling the broader vision, more sufficient computing power, and more majestic body. Xiaoyu's heart was full of pride. Next will be the construction tasks of the European spacecraft and the America spacecraft, as well as various national and provincial spacecraft, and the Continental home spaceship. I have less than 100 years, and after 100 years, set sail! Chapter 470 Bloodblade. Xiaoyu can control tens of millions of robots at the same time. He has such a huge construction team, as well as countless kinds of machinery, and a sufficient and unlimited supply of various resources. It took Xiaoyu 30 years to build the Asia spacecraft.
It can be imagined that the amount of work required over many years was huge. But it's just the Asia spaceship. The next European and American spacecrafts will not be so troublesome. In Xiao Yu's plan, the construction of the Europe and America spaceships will take about 40 years. 40 years later, the two supergiant shipyards will be jointly involved in the task of building the Continental-class homeship spacecraft. During this period of time, technology has been advancing steadily. With the inspiration of the Guardian civilization spacecraft, and the help of the complete technology tree of the Marian civilization, technological innovations have emerged one after another. It is certain that when Xiao Yu leaves this star system, at least 100,000 new technologies will appear. However, because the Asia spacecraft has been built and cannot be easily modified, these new technologies cannot be applied to the Asia spacecraft. According to this situation, it seems that the spaceships built later have higher technological content and more powerful combat effectiveness. It seems that the spacecrafts of Europe and America should be stronger than Asia. But this is not the case. Here, there is also the issue of the period of technological upgrading. Basic technology will determine most of a battleship's combat power. Applying technology will only make the battleship's combat power slightly fluctuate based on what is determined by basic technology. These at least 100,000 new technological inventions undoubtedly belong to the category of applied technology. Even if all these 100,000 new technologies are used, the overall combat power of the Asia spacecraft will not change much. In order to improve such a small amount of combat power, it is undoubtedly not cost-effective to spend decades to modify the Asia spacecraft. It can be said that as long as there is no breakthrough in basic technology, no matter how many new technologies emerge, the spacecraft built by Xiao Yu can only be on the same level as the Asia spacecraft at most. The Asia spacecraft is the pinnacle of the existing basic scientific and technological theoretical system.
There are more than 11 million warships in total, and more than 100 billion intelligent creatures. This is my Shinjo civilization,
Xiao Yu thought with emotion.
These powers will allow me to suppress all 6-level civilizations.
Civilization below. There are also these 6-level civilization spacecraft. Although their number is not large, there is no doubt that they are the most elite force in my fleet.
Although Xiao Yu is unable to analyze these spacecraft obtained from the Guardian civilization due to insufficient technological accumulation, this does not mean that Xiao Yu cannot use them. In fact, during the process of comprehensively analyzing these spacecrafts, Xiao Yu was very careful to preserve the integrity of these spacecrafts, and selected certain areas that he could control to
modify
them a little bit. Among these modifications, the most important point is the modification of the spacecraft's main control computer. These spacecraft all use light computer technology, and light computers are a technology that Xiao Yu has not yet come into contact with. Xiao Yu will not be able to use these computers until Xiao Yu's computer theory reaches this level. Therefore, Xiao Yu removed all the light computers on these spacecrafts, saved them for future research, and installed main control modules for these spacecrafts that he could use. In other words, all of the nearly 500 Guardian civilization spacecraft now belong to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu can freely manipulate them, use their protective shields, use their terrifying maneuverability, and use the space weapons equipped on them. Although the combat effectiveness of these spacecraft has declined to a certain extent due to the replacement of computers, they are still completely superior to Xiao Yu's self-built spacecraft. Xiao Yu already has relevant plans in mind. Xiao Yu will organize these 500 spaceships into the most elite spaceship team.
Let's call you Blood Blade Team,
Xiao Yu secretly thought.
Such a special forces team will undoubtedly play many roles in future wars.
Such a spacecraft is simply perfect for carrying out special missions. For example, as long as it is a 5th-level civilization, it is impossible to conduct curvature navigation within the galaxy before mastering relevant space technology. But these spacecraft can. The spacecraft of a 5th-level civilization needs a slow acceleration process to enter curvature navigation. Depending on the level of technology, this process can take anywhere from a few days to half an hour. But these spacecraft do not need it. They can enter the curvature navigation in an instant, and then exit the curvature navigation in an instant. The unit lethality of the space weapons equipped on them far exceeds that of the space weapons equipped on the Asia spacecraft. Their maximum speed can reach 100 times the speed of light, while the upper limit of the 5th-level civilization before mastering space technology is 40 times the speed of light. Although there are only 500 such a fleet. In the war deduction, with the help of the Asia spaceship, Xiao Yu was not sure that he could kill these spaceships if both sides did not escape. You must know that most of these spaceships are only small country-level spacecraft. The largest model is only a county-level spacecraft, and there are only 2 of them. With such a small fleet, it can kill the continental spacecraft that Xiaoyu spent a lot of effort to build. Even if it cannot kill it, it can completely contain the Asia spacecraft. One can imagine the powerful strength of the 6th-level civilization. This comparison made Xiaoyu feel a sense of loss in his heart. But in an instant, this sense of loss was replaced by a strong enterprising spirit. Tens of millions of years ago, before the Sweeper civilization had a neutron battle star, the Guardian civilization and its war had already begun to use a huge fleet of hundreds of millions. These 500 spaceships. For them, for example, it's not even a hair. But it can suppress my strongest war fortress. But it doesn't matter. This strength comparison is like this for me. And it is also like this for the rest of the 5th-level civilization. As long as with enough unique technologies, I could also hope to reach the height of level 6 civilization. I am really looking forward to what kind of terrifying combat power these spaceships, the Blood Blade team, will exert in the war with other level 5 civilizations. In this star system, the Shenzhou civilization is developing prosperously. Not only Xiaoyu's construction task, but also the intelligent biological society is showing great development. Xiaoyu consciously reduced the proportion of intelligent biological workers in the construction force, selected a group of people suitable to be soldiers, and added them to the biological corps. Large-scale recruitment activities also began within society. Xiaoyu has reserved about 1.5 million battleships for the biological corps. This means that at least nearly 1 billion soldiers are needed to fully control these spacecraft and form a set of planetary landing combat forces and spacecraft landing operations. Different comprehensive corps such as troops, special operations forces, and spacecraft combat effectiveness systems. Luca too still served as the military committee. After experiencing the Marian Civilization War, the members of the military committee finally began to mature. Incidents such as talking about war on paper and talking about empty theories have been greatly reduced. In fact, Luca too has taken the lead in selecting a large number of army cadres from veterans who have experienced the Marian War, and added them to the middle and lower levels of the army. Xiaoyu believes that an army that has experienced actual combat and has been tempered with iron and blood will burst out with more terrifying combat effectiveness. Scientific development is also going quite smoothly. The number of scientists within the Shenzhou civilization has begun to show signs of explosive growth. During this period, at least 200,000 more scientists appeared and were added to the Central Academy of Sciences. Although these scientists are still quite immature now, during their work, they will gradually come into contact with the most advanced scientific knowledge and gradually improve their level. Scientific education is booming. Within the Shenzhou civilization, various scientific research groups, interest groups, and internship groups are rampant everywhere. Dock 1 and 2 receive an average of more than 30 million tourists every day. Most of these tourists are students. Under the leadership of their teachers, they visit on-site how a spacecraft is built and what technologies are used during construction. The same situation is happening around the gaseous planet, its satellites, the rocky planet, and even near the star, or in the Oort cloud, the heliosphere, and other places that exist at the edge of the galaxy. There was even one of the craziest interest groups composed of students, which drove a special spacecraft 5,000 kilometers below the atmosphere of the gaseous planet to observe on the spot how the interior of the gaseous planet operates. Regarding such behavior, Xiaoyu has always been very encouraging and provided meticulous help to these interest groups. Apply for funds, apply for spaceships, and get whatever you ask for. The special spacecraft that can dive 5,000 kilometers below the atmosphere of a gaseous planet was built by Xiaoyu after receiving the application and spending a certain amount of computing power. During the manufacturing process, a little bit of the flesh and blood of alien beasts, which is most precious to Xiaoyu, was even added. At this moment, there is an interest group active on one of the satellites of the gas planet, wearing special life support equipment. They were digging on the surface of the satellite, not knowing what they were looking for. Huh? What is this? A strange thing aroused the interest of a student. It stopped and began to observe carefully. This thing is a black stone. Chapter 471 Urgent Mission. At the same time that this interest group composed of students discovered the black stone, it was the busiest time for the development of Xiaoyu's Shenzhou civilization. Countless construction sites, various transport spaceships, construction robots, etc. are all busy at work, and the appearance of the entire star system has been changed. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyu still did not relax his surveillance of all aspects of Shenzhou civilization. In fact, this kind of surveillance is always going on and never stops. However, with the development of computing science, Xiaoyu is more likely to hand over the data brought by this kind of surveillance to automatic programs for processing. Only data with certain characteristics will reach Xiaoyu and let Xiaoyu come. Handle it yourself. This kind of surveillance goes deep into all aspects of intelligent biological society. An intelligent creature walks into the supermarket and buys a bottle of drink. These data will be aggregated into an automatic program through the data flow of the financial system. Combined with the previous actions of the intelligent creature, it will be comprehensively analyzed. Two intelligent creatures came to the square shrouded in darkness and hugged each other. There might be a hidden camera next to them watching them. Naturally, these students who went out for scientific inspections could not escape Xiaoyu's surveillance. Xiaoyu installed special monitoring instruments on their communication equipment, personal life support equipment, etc., collecting data all the time. When the students saw the black stone, Xiaoyu's monitoring equipment also saw it. This data, like usual data, was sent to the Information Processing Center for analysis. The program found some anomalies in this piece of data, so this message was not ignored like other messages. Instead, it was specially saved and sent to the upper-level processing center. Xiaoyu's definition of the second-level processing center is dedicated to processing messages with certain abnormal characteristics. The data load rate of the second-level data processing center is much lower, which means that Xiaoyu can set more detection conditions here. Messages with certain abnormal characteristics. If they also have one of the other characteristics, it means they are safe and will be ignored here. If they also have another characteristic, they will be emphatically selected and sent to go to the upper-level data processing center for processing. Such a data processing center is logically divided into 5 layers. If all 5 levels of data processing centers determine that the data is abnormal, the message will be directly submitted to Xiaoyu, who will handle it personally. In this way, Xiaoyu performed very comprehensive monitoring of the intelligent biological society while also saving a lot of computing power. This message has gone through such a process. Due to the support of advanced hardware, the program processes data very quickly. Basically at the same time that the students saw the black stone, the message had been processed by 5 layers of logical processing units and was finally presented to in front of Xiaoyu. A black stone is really not surprising. Such things are everywhere in this star system. Xiaoyu can find as many as he wants. But this black stone is different. It is roughly in the shape of an irregular oval and is completely dark. But there seems to be a little light emanating from the blackness. This ray of light is either there or not. When you look at it from the front, it will disappear. When you look at it from the corner of your eye, it will appear again. If that were the case alone, this stone would still not be enough to attract Xiaoyu's attention. But when Xiaoyu saw the black stone through the optical monitoring instrument installed on the student's personal life support equipment, Xiaoyu's heart instantly stirred up a storm. Xiaoyu is very familiar with this thing. Very familiar with it. When he was on the Earth, Xiaoyu once owned such a stone, and conducted research on it for several years. After gradually figuring out its characteristics, he even used this stone with help. He separated his soul from his body, and combined it with a computer. That stone is still kept by Xiaoyu. After every technological breakthrough, Xiaoyu would take out the stone and try to analyze the secrets contained in it. But strangely, after Xiaoyu separated his soul with the help of this black stone, the black stone lost all its weird characteristics. There is no longer any faint light emitted from it, and all kinds of weird radiation can no longer be detected from it using various instruments. Even in the past, Xiaoyu couldn't analyze what substance it was made of. After it lost all its characteristics, Xiaoyu easily analyzed its constituent substances with the help of the technology of the human era. It was carbon dioxide. Silicon is a very common substance. The results of this analysis have never changed. Whether Xiaoyu uses the technology of the human era for analysis or the technology of today's 5th-level civilization, the results are the same. Xiaoyu even conducted a detailed analysis of it from the atomic level, mastering the characteristics of each atomic nucleus inside it, but could not find any difference between it and other ordinary materials. This thing is the biggest mystery in Xiaoyu's heart. It happened by coincidence. It happened to appear on the eve of the destruction of the Earth, and it happened to have such special characteristics. There was no conspiracy behind this, so Xiaoyu didn't believe it. It can be said that the key to Xiaoyu's heroic journey into the stars is this black stone. It is precisely because this black stone is so important to Xiaoyu that the first time he saw this black stone through the surveillance equipment, Xiaoyu felt a turmoil in his heart. This stone cannot be touched by any intelligent creature. It must be in my hands.
Xiao Yu immediately made up his mind. But Xiao Yu soon discovered something difficult. Xiao Yu had no power at his disposal around the place where the interest group went on an expedition and discovered the black stone. The nearest spacecraft is tens of thousands of kilometers away in space. This satellite has a dense atmosphere. It will take at least 3 minutes for the spacecraft to get here. The nearest scientific research base here is 300 kilometers away. Even if it takes a vehicle specially developed for near-Earth space, it will take at least 10 minutes for the robot to get here. Xiao Yu only performed surveillance on these students. But Xiao Yu did not reserve special software and hardware in personal life support equipment. In other words, Xiao Yu could not control personal life support equipment by manipulating it. Stop these students from approaching. In fact, because of the different communication systems used, even if Xiao Yu wanted to warn the student directly through a message, it would take at least a minute and a half to do so.
I don't know what will happen if these intelligent creatures come into contact with this black stone. But I'm not willing to take risks. I don't want any creature to come into contact with this thing. So let's do this.
Xiao Yu made a decision in an instant decision. The link to the communication channel started immediately. And in space, 3 village-level spaceships carrying at least 100 combat robots quickly began to approach here. At this moment, the student had already bent down, picked up the black stone with his hand, and held it in front of his eyes to examine it.
Come and see. This thing is so strange. How can a stone emit light? It doesn't look like a fluorescent stone or anything like that.
Hearing the student's call, several people nearby hurriedly came over and talked about it.
Yes, this thing is really strange. Well, I think we should take it back and give it to the teacher for study.
One time. Well, maybe we will find something big, the student said,
casually putting the stone in his backpack, and continued to move forward with a large group. Obviously, although this stone is a bit weird, it did not attract much attention from this interested scientific research team. After all, a luminous stone would not attract many people's attention even in the age of the Earth, let alone these intelligent creatures under the 5-level civilized social system. Only Xiao Yu knows the value of this thing. The engines of the 3 village-class spaceships were turned on to the extreme, and their speeds climbed to tens of thousands of kilometers per second almost instantly. After sailing for a short period of time, its speed had to slow down, because there is the planet's atmosphere in front of it, at a speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per second.
There is no difference between the planet's atmosphere and the steel plate. If it hits it directly at such a speed, the spacecraft will be directly destroyed. The 3 spacecraft broke into the atmosphere at a high speed of 500 kilometers per second. Amidst the friction with the gas, the outer SHL of the spacecraft remained unchanged, but the energy consumption of the protective shield reached a terrifying level. The speed of the spacecraft is still decreasing rapidly, advancing at a speed of 500 kilometers per second in the atmosphere. The strong wind alone can create a large crater in the ground. This may cause abnormal damage to the stone, and Xiao Yu is unwilling to have such a thing happen. The link to the communication channel was finally connected. So, the student heard Xiao Yu's voice.
I am Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu's voice remained calm.
There is an urgent task that you need to perform. Now I order you to stand where you are immediately and put down everything except life support equipment. Squat on the ground and don't move.
Several students' expressions froze at the same time. After a moment, one student turned his head and asked another student,
Did you hear that? It seems that the master is talking to us personally.
Chapter 472 The Second Me. Just above this satellite, above where the scientific research interest group was standing, 3 fiery red meteors appeared. Those are 3 village-level spacecraft under Xiao Yu's control. Because they travel too fast, they collide with the atmosphere and release extremely intense heat. During this process, a series of indescribable chemical reactions occurred, causing a long fiery red tail to be dragged out behind the 3 spacecraft. Because the speed of these 3 spacecraft was too fast, their arrival disturbed all the air within this area, where these students were standing. An inexplicable wind began to appear, even blowing up the pebbles on the ground, flying sand and rocks, covering the sky and blocking the sun. These students started shouting in panic and crouched down to avoid it. One of the students started calling for support on the communication channel.
We are the Scientific Research Interest Group of University Number 91. We encountered a danger on Satellite 3. Please support us. Please support us.
At this time, they actually forgot that the highest being of the entire Shinjo civilization was talking to them, and instead began to ask for help from other forces. But it's not their fault. They were just ordinary students.
It was so unbelievable that Xiao Yu had a direct conversation with them that they subconsciously ignored it. Just like in the Earth Age, if an ordinary person suddenly received a call from the head of state, he would probably only think it was a joke. Calm down. Xiao Yu softened his tone, controlled the 3 village-level spacecraft to slow down again, and then continued. You are not in danger. Now! You must obey my order and release immediately ***, remove everything except personal life support equipment, and stay put, and do not move. Ah! Master! Master is talking to us. One of the students seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted. Master! Help me! Such a state of mind is really terrible. Xiao Yu thought helplessly. At this time, because the speed of the 3 village-class spacecraft had reduced to a certain level, the strong wind they brought had stopped. This area has returned to calm again. On the ground, several students hugged each other in shock and looked at the sky with fear on their faces. Master, what did you say? One of the students stumbled and said. Xiao Yu repeated the order again. Okay. Several students agreed nervously and started throwing things on the ground. In just this moment's delay, 3 village-level spaceships landed on the ground with a huge roar. The hatches opened, and more than 100 tall armed robots that looked like they were specially designed for war filed in. Out. These robots quickly arrived around the students and surrounded them. 3 village-level spaceships are hovering in the sky, and armed robots with live ammunition are on the ground. I am afraid these students have never seen such a scene in their lives. Their movements became more and more rapid, and under the movements of their somewhat trembling hands, various things were thrown to the ground. Xiao Yu has been paying close attention to the student who put the black stone in his backpack. Now that Xiao Yu had completely controlled the situation, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is really weird. It cannot be touched by any intelligent creature to avoid unexpected trouble. I want to get it, keep it well, and use my current technology to find out the secrets contained in it. Maybe, through this black stone, I can find some clues about the clues behind this series of events. Xiao Yu's journey to the universe started with such a black stone. So naturally, Xiao Yu thought of something from this. Xiao Yu wants to know what the destruction of the Earth has to do with this matter. Xiao Yu also thought of many things. Almost subconsciously, Xiao Yu believed that his existence should be unique. At least after wandering around the galaxy for so long, Xiao Yu has never encountered a being in the same living condition as himself. In Xiao Yu's deduction, his own form of existence is the most suitable for surviving in the universe. Due to limitations of body and energy, intelligent creatures with body cannot be able to promote the progress of the entire civilization by themselves like themselves. Nor can they have nearly infinite recovery ability like themselves. As long as there are enough raw materials and time, Xiao Yu can build a fleet no matter how large it is. In the war with Mayan civilization, Xiao Yu proved his superiority. What about an old level 5 civilization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years? Didn't he suffer a complete defeat at his own hands? Even the capital planet was captured by himself. And even the main star of the capital galaxy was detonated by himself? Infinite lifespan, infinite energy, infinite computing power. So many abilities are concentrated in Xiao Yu alone. Xiao Yu almost subconsciously believed that he was unique. But the appearance of this black stone broke Xiao Yu's understanding. You know, Xiao Yu was originally an ordinary intelligent creature with passion. He would get tired and sleepy. He would starve to death if he didn't eat. And he would die of thirst if he didn't drink water. It is precisely because of this black stone that Xiao Yu becomes what he is today. So, if there is not only one black stone like this, but many, does that mean that there are many existences like myself in this universe? And even in this galaxy? But why haven't I met any of them? Have you never heard of it in your own experience? Xiao Yu is very aware of his abilities. Logically speaking, as long as he does not die prematurely, he is almost destined to become famous in the galaxy and cannot remain unknown. Or maybe, this kind of thing is indeed very rare. And I just got 2 of them because I was very lucky. Xiao Yu didn't believe that he would have such good luck. There is a lot of fog in front of us. And this black stone is very likely to be a very crucial key. Xiao Yu must have such a thing in his own hands. In this very short period of time, many thoughts passed through Xiao Yu's mind, and he thought of many things. Several students were still throwing things down from themselves. What happened today has exceeded their imagination. As ordinary people, they have never experienced such a thing in real life. They have temporarily lost their thinking, and have become only able to follow orders. It is estimated that even if Xiao Yu asks them to turn off their personal life support equipment now, they will subconsciously obey. The situation has been controlled by Xiao Yu. Before these students knew what this black stone meant and what significance it represented, it would have been a wonderful thing to take it away and then study it by themselves. But at this moment, a change occurred. Xiao Yu could clearly see that the student who put the black stone in his backpack had removed his hand from the strap of the backpack. Xiao Yu knew that the next moment, he would take off his backpack and still be on the ground. However, the moment the student's fingers touched the strap of his backpack, his movement stopped. Xiao Yu instantly became alert. Hundreds of combat robots were ready for battle. The 3 village-level spaceships hovering in the sky also opened their attack weapons and aimed their guns at this place. Not only here, there are more spaceships on their way in space and in the atmosphere of this planet. The nearest base here has also dispatched a team composed of 500 combat robots. The mechanized troops are rapidly moving towards here. The student remained frozen there. He kept his fingers gripping the strap of his backpack, motionless, like a statue. This situation lasted for more than 3 seconds. The other students were busy with their own things and did not notice anything unusual about this student. The student suddenly fell down and fell straight to the ground, bringing up a large amount of dust. Xiao Yu's heart tightened. Xiao Yu controlled the combat robot and ran over in a few steps. He squatted down and used the instruments he carried to check the student's status. Another robot quickly tore off his backpack, opened it, and rummaged for the black stone. As soon as Xiao Yu saw the details of this student, he knew that this student was dead. He died without knowing why. And that's not the only weird thing. Another robot quickly found the black stone, and Xiao Yu's mind became tense again. This black stone. No. It is no longer black at this moment. The weird light no longer appears from it. And with the help of the instruments carried by the robot, Xiao Yu can no longer detect any weird radiation. This stone seems to be just an ordinary stone. But Xiao Yu knew that just a few minutes ago, this was not the case. Xiao Yu looked at the dead student who fell on the ground, and then looked at the black stone, his heart gradually sinking. Xiao Yu had a bad feeling. As if intuitively, Xiao Yu felt that something big was about to happen. This matter must be very extraordinary, and the impact on myself must be huge. No way! Could it be that the second me is going to appear? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, his heart fluctuating. Chapter 473, He has been here. Vicky! What's wrong with you? Vicky? Master! Master! Please! Save Vicky! After the student named Vicky fell down for a while, the other students discovered something unusual here. The relationship between them seems to be very harmonious. After seeing Vicky lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, they no longer even feared the battle robots with live ammunition. They all gathered around, and a student lifted up Vicky's upper body and prayed to Xiao Yu in a pleading voice. Why is he dead? Why is he dead? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, and a huge tide of computing power began to flow here. In this moment, the alarm sounded loudly on the entire satellite. The Academy of Military Sciences and the Academy of Life Sciences both have research institutes on this satellite. In addition to these forces, there are at least 900 mining bases and 500 smelting plants. In space, there are at least 30,000 spacecraft of various types. The moment Vicky died, Xiao Yu's huge computing power took all the above-mentioned things into his own hands. This is complete control. Rather than handing over many modules to automated programs to save your own computing power as in the past, complete control means that from now on, everything related to the computer within the scope of this satellite is under Xiao Yu's control. These things include the internal air circulation system of a spacecraft, the water purification system, and even the automatic or sorting system of a mining robot, or the personal life support system of workers working on the planet. These systems are all occupied by Xiao Yu's computing power. Today, when a large number of automated programs are used to share their own data carrying capacity, doing so is very computationally intensive. This is basically unimaginable. Doing so will neither improve efficiency nor speed up work. This is just a waste of computing power. For example, a total of 5 million monitoring detectors are installed on the machines in a forging factory to monitor the conditions of these machines, so that intelligent programs can allocate tasks to these machines in real time. The data generated by these 5 million detectors does not need to be handled by Xiao Yu himself, but can be handed over to automated programs. If Xiao Yu does it himself, Xiao Yu may not necessarily be able to do better than an automated program. Doing so has no other benefit except wasting computing power. But now, Xiao Yu just did this. Xiao Yu took over all the computing modules within this range, which caused Xiao Yu's computing power load to increase by 3 percentage points at this moment. The increase in the computing power occupied here means that the computing power occupied in other places will decrease. So, somewhere in this galaxy, the continuously roaring factory paused, and countless robots temporarily stopped their movements as if they were under a restraining spell. Xiaoyu can no longer care about these things. At this moment, Xiaoyu is searching frantically and carefully. Xiaoyu is looking for the soul of this student named Vicky. This scene was exactly the same as what he had experienced before. So Xiaoyu couldn't help but be vigilant. Back then, before the destruction of the Earth, when Xiaoyu separated his soul from his body and combined his soul with the computer, the same thing happened. After integrating with the computer, Xiaoyu could clearly see his corpse falling to the ground helplessly through the optical detection equipment, and he could clearly see the special changes caused by the black stone. At that time, when I experienced such a thing, my soul ran into the computer and merged with the computer. So what about this time? Is the soul of this student named Vicky also integrated with the computer? Where is he? Does he also have the ability to switch his existence within the computer system at will? Does he also have the ability to master huge computing power? Does he have the ability to seize control of his fleet? In what form does he exist? There are countless questions lingering in Xiaoyu's mind. But no matter what the final answer is, Xiaoyu absolutely cannot accept that there is something similar to his own form in his fleet. Not even if he means well. This is unacceptable. Just like the ancient emperors of the earth, it is impossible for an emperor to accept the life of a person who may pose a threat to him at any time, even if this person is his most loyal subordinate, his closest relative and friend. The same is true for Xiaoyu. So Xiaoyu's computing power instantly grasped everything here. What Xiaoyu had to do was very simple. That is, to determine whether Vicky's soul was combined with the computer. If it comes together, find it and destroy it. At this time, Xiaoyu was even in the mood to take care of the students next to him. What happened today is classified as a top secret. I will conduct irregular surveillance on you. I ask you not to disclose today's events to anyone. Any act of violence will be deemed by me as a crime of rebellion against civilization. I will execute you without hesitation. As compensation, after 10 years, when you graduate from university, you can enter different research institutes under the Central Academy of Sciences according to your interests and become scientists. Xiaoyu said very seriously. He said, as for Vicky, I need him to cooperate with me in launching an operation. In the future, maybe you will have a chance to meet. After saying these words, Xiaoyu controlled the combat robot, brought Vicky's body and the black stone to the spaceship, and quickly left here, leaving only the shocked students here. Under such circumstances, it would be inappropriate for Xiaoyu to kill these students who had no idea about the inside story of the incident. Besides, Xiaoyu has other things on his mind. Xiaoyu knew that these students had a very good relationship with Vicky. If Vicky really combined his soul with the computer, Vicky might come back to find these people. So these students were lucky enough to save their lives. They have become bait used by Xiaoyu to seduce Vicky. Xiaoyu's computing power is still conducting rigorous search operations within the scope of this satellite. The moment Xiaoyu's computing power completely occupied this place, countless intelligent creatures received the message broadcast by Xiaoyu. Countless workers who were busy at work, or scientists who were conducting various experiments, heard Xiaoyu's serious voice at the same time. From now on, satellite number 3 has entered an emergency state. Everyone listens to the order and immediately stops all current actions and remains stationary. No operation is allowed on any instrument. Anyone who disobeys the order will be shot immediately. Everyone looked around in confusion. They didn't understand what was happening here. But Xiaoyu's good education to them still made them choose to obey orders almost subconsciously. Xiaoyu blocked all data channels on this satellite and other places, leaving only a few channels for his own computing power, and also conducted the most stringent monitoring of these data channels. Xiaoyu believed that if Vicky's soul really chose to break out from here, he would definitely be discovered by him. Xiaoyu is very clear about his own form of existence. Xiaoyu believes that if Vicky really combines his soul with the computer, he will also be in the same form of existence as himself. Xiaoyu has many ways to eliminate such enemies within the computer system. Xiaoyu is particularly strict with Vicky's personal life support equipment, as well as the personal life support equipment of several other students, as well as the computing modules on the combat robots, and the computing modules on the 3 village-level spacecraft. Careful search. Because in Xiaoyu's speculation, if Vicky combines his soul with a computer, these computing modules closest to him should be his best targets. When he was on Earth, he combined his soul with a computer and chose the computer closest to him. Xiaoyu is confident that if he really exists in these devices,
He can definitely find him. But Xiaoyu didn't. Xiaoyu did not find any clues among the computing modules of these devices. After ensuring absolute safety, Xiaoyu allowed these computing modules to leave the satellite. Xiaoyu turned to launch a large-scale search for the rest of the equipment. Xiaoyu did not miss any corner. Any place with basic computing units. There are many devices with basic computing units. A robot may have hundreds or thousands of computing units. And a base internal vehicle may also have thousands of computing units. There are almost countless computing units on this satellite. Xiaoyu's huge computing power launched a dragnet investigation here. Xiaoyu's search is carried out at the same time. So there is no need to worry that when searching for Area A, Vicky is hiding in Area. And when searching Area, Vicky runs to Area A. Such a search method means a huge consumption of computing power. But now, Xiaoyu can no longer care about this. The search finally made some progress. Inside the base, Xiaoyu found some clues in the braking control module computing unit of an internal car. The program here was slightly changed. And Xiaoyu quickly ruled out the possibility of this change occurring naturally. If it is not changed naturally, then it can only be changed by a being like myself. This matter was not done by Xiaoyu. That leaves only one possibility.
Vici was here before, and then left.
Xiaoyu thought with a heavy heart. Chapter 474 I am Xiaoyu. This incident was a serious crisis for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will not tolerate the soul of this man named Vicky existing in his fleet. This is the bottom line. It does not matter whether this student is kind or cruel. Even if he sincerely obeys him, and is willing to, Xiaoyu will not tolerate his existence even if he contributes to Shinjo's civilization. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with what kind of person Vicky is. He has become the same or similar existence as Xiaoyu. This is his original sin. Ivory is the original sin of the elephant. And fur is the original sin of the Tibetan antelope. Being in this state of existence is Vicky's original sin. Xiaoyu will use whatever means necessary to eliminate Vicky. Xiaoyu has retrieved all the information on Wei Wei. From the time he was born to the more than 300 years since his growth. Xiaoyu carefully analyzed Vicky from all aspects such as his social experience, personal character, and environment, and prepared for his manhunt. Xiaoyu was not surprised that this black stone strangely transferred Vicky's soul to the data world. When this black stone was first obtained on the Earth, and its properties were not thoroughly studied, Xiaoyu knew that he could use it to separate his soul at any time. But Xiaoyu did not wait to do so. The research in those years was only to study the properties of this black stone and assess the risks of this operation, rather than to find a way to separate the soul. Besides, for something as weird as this, it seems like a pretty reasonable thing to have something even weirder happen around it. The search for all computing units on this satellite has been completed, and Xiaoyu confirmed that Vicky had left here. During this period, Xiaoyu also did the following work.
Shinjo civilization has entered a state of emergency from now on. All projects have been stopped, and all intelligent creatures have returned to their living quarters and are on standby. Any intelligent creature that leaves their room will be executed for the crime of rebellion against civilization. The place where you live, his needs will be ensured by robots.
This is an order issued by Xiaoyu. Facing the communication requests from Luca number 2, number 3 and other scientists, Xiaoyu rejected them all. He just said that the situation was urgent and some things needed to be handled by himself, and then sent them away. Xiaoyu does not intend to leak any information about this matter. Xiaoyu shut down most of the computing units in this star system, because in this star system, there are too many computing units that are handled by automated processing programs, and Xiaoyu does not have enough computing power to control them one by one. In order to prevent Vicky's soul from slipping through the cracks, Xiaoyu had no choice but to turn off these computing units. And a turned-off computer obviously has no chance for Vicky to parasitize it. Xiaoyu shut down all construction factories and smelting factories, leaving only some necessary equipment. The number of these devices is much smaller. With Xiaoyu's computing power, Xiaoyu is fully capable of fully mastering them. In addition to the construction factories on the planet, Xiaoyu even shut down hundreds of shipyards and the computing units on the spacecraft that were in the process of construction. Under Xiaoyu's large-scale shutdown, the busy state of this star system returned to deathly silence. In the starry sky, the transport spacecraft shuttle back and forth disappeared. Martial law was, in effect, on all homeship spacecrafts. And the bustling crowds at various ports disappeared. Various scientific expedition teams and travel teams that were out on inspections were also ordered to stay where they were, waiting for next instructions. It is not an exaggeration to describe the current situation of the Shinjo civilization as people's panic. Xiaoyu even turned off the instruments on many spacecrafts. retaining only the most basic control units, and placed them in orbit around the planet, allowing them to operate slowly. Within an hour, Xiaoyu shut down at least 99% of the computing units in the entire star system, leaving only 1% of the computing units.
If you are still alive, in this 1% computing unit, in this battlefield that has been reduced 100 times, I will find you and then eliminate you.
Xiaoyu was full of coldness, thinking meaningfully. Xiaoyu has tried his best, but Xiaoyu believes that this is still not enough. Xiaoyu would never underestimate the enemy or take such a threat lightly. So, Xiaoyu made the next move. Xiaoyu quickly upgraded the permissions of all computers in the remaining 1% of computing units. After all, these things were made by Xiaoyu himself. When it comes to familiarity with procedures, no one can surpass Xiaoyu. Privilege escalation means that from now on, the control of these computing resources and hardware, such as controlling a spacecraft to turn on the engine, or open the protective shield system, must be completed with direct instructions from Xiaoyu. This greatly eliminates the possibility of Vicky's soul entering the central computer of the spacecraft and using it to do anything. What Xiaoyu fears most is that Vicky will gain as much computing power as himself, and then compete with him for control of the battleship. Although due to the hardware structure, except for the central computer on the Asia spacecraft, the computers on the other spacecraft do not have direct control over the fleet. But Xiaoyu is not willing to take risks. Xiaoyu has used all his energy to deal with this potential threat. Xiaoyu doesn't know whether Vicky is still alive, or whether he died during his large-scale shutdown of computing units. He doesn't know what Vicky's abilities are at the moment. He doesn't know whether he has enough computing power. He doesn't know whether he has enough computing power at the moment, what mentality he has, and what actions he will take. But this does not affect Xiaoyu's next actions. Xiaoyu even left several loopholes, and set up several traps to trap him. In addition to setting traps, Xiaoyu also took the initiative. 99% of the computing units have been shut down. Among the remaining 1%, Xiaoyu launched a comprehensive investigation. The remaining 1% computing units are mainly various instruments that cannot be turned off, such as the instruments on the Asia spacecraft, the orbit maintenance instruments on various docks, the energy supply modules, and the home spacecraft, ecological maintenance system, and so on. Among these modules, Xiaoyu's computing power is pervasive and does not miss any corner. Xiaoyu even shut down most of the communication links between various modules, leaving only some key communication channels, which were completely controlled by Xiaoyu. This can effectively prevent the possibility of Vicky's soul flowing between various computing units.
Under such a dragnet, I want to know, how can you escape my pursuit?
Xiaoyu thought coldly promoting his actions. This star system has fallen into total silence. Xiaoyu's spaceships and factories are like the remains of a civilization that has lost the control of intelligent creatures. Cold and dead. But in the world of data, a thrilling hunt is underway.
Scanning progress. 37%. 38%. 39%.
As this number jumps, the huge net laid out by Xiaoyu is slowly shrinking. The larger this number is, the smaller the place where Vicky may exist, and the smaller the scope of the search. Xiaoyu used some data when he first combined it with the computer and made some calculations. Xiaoyu was thinking about what he would do if he encountered such a situation. The conclusion is that there is no way to escape capture. Therefore, Xiaoyu believed that Vicky had no way to escape his pursuit. Death can only be its only ending.
Well, I found you.
Xiaoyu's large-scale manhunt was not in vain. When the scanning progress reached 69%, Xiaoyu discovered traces of Vicky. That was on the data link of Xiaoyu's first continent-level homeship spacecraft. This is a small computing unit located in the communication interface switch room that controls the temperature in the computer room. Here, Xiaoyu discovered traces of Vicky. Vicky seemed to be making some kind of attempt. He seemed to want to break into the homeship spacecraft. However, because Xiaoyu has laid out a dragnet on each data channel and built a strong dam, Vicky's attempts have not been effective. He has been blocked here and unable to move forward.
It's good that I found it.
Xiaoyu's mind relaxed instantly, and his whole person felt relaxed. But Xiaoyu's actions were not slow. Xiaoyu quickly cut off the connection between this computing unit and all surrounding links. It was like building an impregnable prison and imprisoning Vicky here. The emergency operation that lasted for 5 hours finally got results. Now that the overall situation has been decided, Xiaoyu quickly issued the next order.
The alarm is lifted, and all people in Shenzhou civilization will start their work in 3 hours.
Xiaoyu immediately began to restore the computing units of various construction factories, smelting bases, shipyards, spaceships,
etc. Shall you reopen them? As a result, in this star system, factories continued to roar, and various spaceships began to shuttle between different planets again. The armed robots that could be seen everywhere disappeared, and the intelligent creatures walked out of their rooms with doubts on their faces. Xiao Yu did not give any explanation for this, and did not let any intelligent creature know the inside story of this matter. Now that he has fully grasped the situation, Xiao Yu sent the first message to the existence in front of him that was similar to his own. I'm Xiao Yu. Chapter 475 Unexpected Disaster. Fear comes from the unknown. For example, humans in the Earth Age are afraid of ghosts. However, if all the information about the nature, characteristics, and how to prevent and eliminate ghosts were known to humans, humans would probably not be afraid of ghosts. This is the situation Xiao Yu is in now. Before, Xiao Yu was very afraid. He was afraid that Vicky would fight for control of his fleet, that Vicky would manipulate part of the fleet to attack him, that Vicky would do something bad, and so on. But the moment Vicky was besieged here, Xiao Yu was no longer afraid, because Xiao Yu had completely and thoroughly understood Vicky's existence and knew that Vicky could not pose a threat to him. Even if he is let out, he will not be able to create waves in the Shinjo civilization. If you want to kill him, you can do it at any time. Vicky's form of existence is different from his own. He can combine with the computer at will and use the computer's huge computing power to complete his own things. He can also build a huge database to store all scientific knowledge and turn it into his own memory. But Vicky cannot. Vicky is more like a piece of code that has the ability to read. He can travel freely in the data world and has some abilities beyond ordinary people's imagination, such as breaking through some firewalls, invading some computers, etc. Put him in the human era on the Earth. He may become an omnipotent existence. But this is the Shinjo civilization. Under the suppression of Xiao Yu's terrifying strength, Vicky's ability was really nothing. The most critical point is that he cannot build a huge database to serve as his own memory bank. This means that Vicky will never reach the state where he knows every subject thoroughly. The inability to master the huge computing power means that it seems that Vicky cannot control even a village-level spaceship. So Xiao Yu put down all his worries as soon as he saw Vicky. So Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to kill Vicky, since Vicky can't pose a threat to him. What interests Xiao Yu even more is Vicky's transformation process. Xiao Yu wanted to know how Vicky felt when he came into contact with the black stone, what this feeling meant, and whether there was any secret about this black stone hidden behind it. I'm Xiao Yu, and I have some questions to ask you. Vicky, don't be nervous, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu could clearly detect that Vicky was very emotionally unstable at the moment. It can be seen from the constantly fluctuating code segments that Vicky is trapped in extreme fear and confusion at this moment. Master! Master! Save me! The message sent by Vicky was full of panic. I don't know how I became like this. I have no body. No eyes. I know what state of existence I am in now. I can feel many data streams washing away my perception. And I can feel that I am gradually getting weaker. What is going on? What is happening to me? At this moment, Vicky was completely like a child left alone in the dark, hesitant and helpless. Xiao Yu confirmed the true surname of what Vicky said. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that the code fluctuations representing Vicky's existence were gradually weakening. Although the speed was very slow, the pace was extremely firm. Xiao Yu didn't know the reason for this. Xiao Yu only knew that even he couldn't stop Vicky from weakening. If calculated at this rate, in 10 years at most, Vicky will completely lose this unique surname and become a fixed code that will never change again. At that time, it means that Vicky is really dead. Xiao Yu doesn't care about Vicky's life or death. Xiao Yu only cares about what this phenomenon means, why this phenomenon has not happened to him, and what is the difference between himself and Vicky. Senior Ghost Clan said that most intelligent creatures do not have souls. But now it seems that the understanding of the so-called soul by the Senior Ghost Clan is different from my understanding. Soul is not something in the traditional sense of Earth civilization. Here, the soul seems to represent something else. Humans have souls. But Vicky, who is the original number 7 race, has no soul. Perhaps it is precisely because of the difference in souls that this situation is caused. I can survive peacefully in the data world and continue to expand my abilities. But Vicky cannot do this and can only continue to age day by day. In this moment, Xiao Yu made many guesses. However, the field of soul is really not something Xiao Yu has access to. Among these speculations, Xiao Yu cannot confirm any of them, nor can he deny any of them. It's okay. I will help you.
Xiaoyu sighed secretly, calming Vicky's emotions with gentle words, and then asked,
Tell me, what happened to you? I don't know. I don't know,
Vicky said in a panic.
When I heard your order asking us to put down the things we were carrying, I put down the things on my body. But when I touched the strap of my backpack, I suddenly felt as if there was a suction force attracting me. I felt that my whole body had come into an inexplicable existence. In this place, there were only bizarre data. Flow. I can't feel my body. I don't know what's going on. Master, please, help me. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. My relatives, my friends, my lover is still waiting for me. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here.
What Vicky said was basically similar to Xiaoyu's original experience. The only difference is that one is active, and the other is passive. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Vicky's reaction was basically similar to Xiaoyu's inference. By analyzing all the information about Vicky from his birth to the present more than 300 years ago, Xiaoyu has completely grasped the character of Vicky. Under such circumstances, such a reaction was not at all beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. But the reality is very cruel.
Vicky, I'm sorry. I don't have the ability to save you,
Xiaoyu said slowly.
I already understand your state of existence. According to my speculation, you only have 10 years left. 10 years after that, you will completely lose your consciousness. So, in these 10 years, I will give you certain conveniences for action. You can use your own abilities to complete some things that you could not do before.
After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Vicky unexpectedly calmed down.
Is there really no other way?
Xiaoyu was keenly aware of the bitterness in the message said by Vicky.
Can I only end my life like this? Okay. Master, you say, what are my abilities? What I couldn't do before. What abilities do I have now? You have many abilities now,
Xiaoyu said.
For example, you can invade the banking and financial systems within society and add a lot of deposits to your or your friends' or relatives' accounts. Or you can hack into the social maintenance system and change your or your friends' accounts, credit records of relatives, and so on. As long as it is not excessive, I will let you do this. You only have 10 years. And after 10 years, you will disappear completely. So cherish this time.
After confirming that Vicky posed no threat to him, some kind thoughts began to emerge in Xiaoyu's heart. After all, Vicky is also a poor person who suffered such an unreasonable disaster for no reason. As the saying goes, the rabbit dies and the fox is sad. If Vicky is given some special care before he dies, Xiaoyu will feel better. Xiaoyu has another reason for doing this. That is, Xiaoyu is still full of curiosity about this life that is similar to his own existence. During this period of time, Xiaoyu will conduct research on him after confirming his safety. These studies may be of some use to me in the future.
Really? Is it really only 10 years? Thank you. Thank you, Master.
Vicky murmured and left this place. Xiaoyu has opened the data channel for him to go to the Continental Home spaceship. Now Vicky can leave here safely. Of course, Xiaoyu will not give up monitoring him. In fact, Xiaoyu had no intention of letting go of such good experimental observation materials. Xiaoyu has allocated at least 1/10,000th of his computing power to conduct a long-term observation of Vicky. This part of Xiaoyu's computing power followed Vicky all the way to City University number 69 on the homeship spacecraft. Xiaoyu watched the data fluctuations representing Vicky move forward until they reached a personal computing terminal. Xiaoyu quickly called up all the data on this personal computing terminal. Information shows that this personal computing terminal belongs to an intelligent creature of the 7th race named Tyr. She is also a student at City University number 69. According to Vicky's past information, it seems that Vicky has been maintaining some kind of close relationship with Teal. Xiaoyu originally thought that Vicky was planning to communicate with Tel, but Vicky did not do so. Xiaoyu saw that Vicky stayed quietly in Tyr's personal computing terminal. Through the changes in Vicky's code segment, Xiaoyu noticed that Vicky was quietly watching the female intelligent creature named Tyr through various external devices. Just watching quietly without any communication.
It's also a seed of infatuation.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Chapter 476 Vicky's Choice. The alarm has been lifted, and the current Shinjo civilization has once again returned to the hustle and bustle of the past. Various foundries, smelting bases, various shipyards, etc. have once again begun busy work. And robots and intelligent biological workers are busy together. In space, there are countless spacecrafts of various types shuttled back and forth. These 5 hours of warning time left the intelligent creatures with endless doubts. But it was just confusion. As time passed slowly, this incident was gradually forgotten. No one knows what kind of thrilling story happened behind this incident. Xiao Yu is deliberately downplaying the impact of this incident. But for some people, this incident can never be eliminated. Just like for this female intelligent creature named Tyr. Just like for Vicky's classmates. Xiao Yu has been paying attention to Vicky's movements with 1/10,000th of his calculation power. A year has passed. And Vicky has been staying here. Staying in Tyr's personal computing terminal. In the current Shinjo civilization, the survival of intelligent creatures is inseparable from personal computing terminals. Whether it is shopping, acquiring knowledge, or even communication, everything can be carried out through personal computing terminals. Mastering a person's personal computing terminal is equivalent to mastering all the information about that person. There is no doubt that Vicky has all the information about Tel. During this year, Xiao Yu and Vicky watched Tyr's every move. Watched Tyr in a daze at Vicky's photo. And watched Tyr feeling sad alone by the small lake. Tyr was crying silently alone in the dark night.
We encountered an accident when we were conducting scientific research on Satellite 3. A hot spring suddenly erupted, and the scalding underground water damaged Vicky's personal life support equipment. Vicky died like this.
This is what happened. What several classmates said to Teal. Teal does not doubt the veracity of this passage, because Teal also found relevant records from the accident rescue department, which confirmed that Vicky was indeed dead.
Teal, you still have your own life, and Vicky is just a passerby in your life. You are only over 300 years old this year. You are still very young, and you still have a long way to go in the future. Forget Vicky. There are many people and many things waiting for you to experience.
This is what Tyr's relative said to her. Taylor thought this sentence made sense, but for some reason, she could never do it. As a very outstanding student, Teal entered the scientific research department after graduation, and becoming a scientist was almost a certainty. Such an outstanding figure will naturally have many suitors. There are also outstanding young talents among these suitors, and some even got the opportunity to intern at various research institutes under the Central Academy of Sciences while still studying. But Tyr couldn't be tempted by these people. Since Vicky's death, Tel's life has fallen into gray. For this, Xiao Yu knew it very well. And Vicky, who had been lurking in Tyr's personal computing terminal, also knew it very well. A year has passed, and the intensity of Vicky's fluctuations has dropped considerably. He has already gone through 1/10 of his life. And during this 1/10 of his life, he has done nothing. He just quietly watched and watched everything about Tyr. Same. Xiao Yu, who has 1/10,000th of his computing power, has been watching Tyr here for a year. If Tyr knew that the supreme ruler of the Shinjo civilization had been watching her, I don't know what she would be thinking. After a year passed, Vicky finally made a move. In fact, if the code fluctuations that represented Vicky's life had not always existed, Xiao Yu would have simply thought that Vicky was dead. Xiao Yu is very curious. What kind of actions will Vicky take after a year of silence?
Master, who is the most outstanding young man among our race, number 7?
To Xiao Yu's expectation, Vicky's first action was to ask himself a question. This question is easy to answer. Xiao Yu searched his database for a while, and found this person's data.
The most outstanding person is him.
Xiao Yu sent this person's information to Vicky and said,
in only the 8th year of his college career, he has already obtained the opportunity to enter the Decay Institute of the Academy of Energy Sciences for an internship. Opportunity. In the 10th year, he assisted his mentor and achieved the first scientific and technological achievement. And until now, this year is the 23rd year of his university life. He has already made more than 10 scientific discoveries.
Vicky was silent for a while, and then said,
what if personal character is included? Who is the most outstanding person?
Xiao Yu knew very well the hidden meaning behind Vicky's move. Xiao Yu didn't say much. After another search, Xiao Yu sent another person's information to Vicky.
This person is good. He is very loyal to his partner.
Stable and responsible. Although at a scientific level not as good as the first one, but still outstanding. The only thing is that he already has a female partner.
Vicky was silent for a moment and said,
it doesn't matter. I want all the information on this man, and all the information on his female partners.
Xiao Yu satisfied Vicky's request. The information Xiao Yu gave to Vicky was very detailed. Information such as family, age, address, and social relationships were only the most basic. In addition to this information, Xiao Yu even handed over some information that only he could master to Vicky. This information included all of this person's consumption records, travel records, every word published using a personal computing terminal, etc. Even when Xiao Yu conducted his own internal evaluation, his comments, potential estimates, and other data were also handed over to Vicky. After obtaining this information, Vicky left Till's personal computing terminal. Xiao Yu's computing power of 1/10,000th also followed Vicky's footsteps and stepped into the vast world of data. Xiao Yu watched Vicky come to the lottery center. Yes, gambling is always a desire hidden deep in the minds of intelligent creatures. Even fifth-level civilized creatures cannot escape the temptation of gambling. Lottery is also a type of gambling. So there is also such a thing in the home ship spacecraft.
That person's female partner bought a lottery ticket today.
Vicky said to Xiao Yu.
I plan to let her win. This shouldn't violate the rules you set for me. Right? You can do whatever you want. You don't have to ask me for advice on such a small matter.
Xiao Yu said.
That's great. Now it's time to draw the lottery.
Vicky said. And he got into the core program of the lottery center. Here, some actions were quietly performed. 5 minutes later, Vicky left. Here, back to Xiao Yu.
Okay. I have changed the randomly generated sequence and changed the winning number to the number bought by his female partner. The highest prize is a full 500 billion general currency.
Xiao Yu knew that the highest prize had not appeared for many years, because it was too difficult to completely match the combination of hundreds of letters, symbols, and numbers in the randomly generated sequence. The wealth of 500 billion in common currency can probably make an intelligent creature as rich as the richest man in a province in the Earth era.
Very good. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't disrupt social order and cause bad influence. You can do whatever you want.
Xiao Yu said.
Thank you, Master.
Vicky said. At this moment, in City 72 of the home ship spacecraft, a young female intelligent creature was sitting in the living room, watching the live lottery draw on TV. In the kitchen of this suite, there is an equally young male intelligent creature who is busy. As he moved, the aroma of food was constantly wafting out. At this moment, this female intelligent creature was staring closely at the TV-like communication tool, and her hands were unconsciously grasping it. After seeing the lottery ticket whose last number matched hers, she collapsed on the sofa, dripping with sweat, as if she had experienced a life and death catastrophe. There was an expression of uncontrollable ecstasy emerging from her face. She checked the lottery numbers carefully, as if she couldn't believe it. After confirming again and again, she finally couldn't help but jump up from the sofa.
I've had enough. Let's just do this. Goodbye.
She walked to the kitchen door, looked at the male intelligent creature who was busy preparing dinner, and said this coldly. The male intelligent creature was stunned for a moment, turned his head, looked at her with some confusion, and asked,
What did you say? I said.
She stared straight at the male intelligent creature and said word by word.
I said, I want to separate from you. I have never loved you. And I am only with you because of your identity. There is also wealth. But now, I don't need it anymore. I already have enough money. And I don't need to rely on you to support me anymore. It's over between us. And you don't need to bother me anymore. That's it.
She finished. After saying this, he turned around and left here, closing the door with a bang. After the door was closed, another sentence floated over.
I don't want what I left here. It belongs to you.
So what if you can become a scientist? I don't like a busy life all day long. I like leisure and fun. And you can't have enough time to accompany me. I already have enough money, which is enough for me. I'm going to pursue the life I want. So, you have no value to me.
The male intelligent creature swayed, and his face turned pale. He leaned weakly against the door frame, and the spoon in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chapter 477 The Last Gift.
I comprehensively analyzed this person's character, and I confirmed that he is the most suitable for Tyr. With him, Tyr will be happy.
Vicky said.
Master, please help me. Yes.
Xiao Yu replied.
You can make any request, as long as it's not too much. I will agree to it. Okay then. Tyr is at City University number 69, and this man is at City University number 72. You can issue an order to transfer him to City number 69. Okay.
Xiao Yu replied briefly and issued an order. 3 days later, the man carried his suitcase, took one last sad look at his house, turned around and left. 3 days ago, for some unknown reason, his superior suddenly decided to transfer him to City number 69 for further study. All procedures had been completed, and he was required to report to City number 69 University within 3 days. He could not refuse orders from his superiors, and could only choose to obey them.
It's okay to leave. It's okay to leave. If you leave here, maybe you can forget about her. Just go out and relax.
The male intelligent creature murmured to himself, and got into the special car specially designed to greet him.
Very good. Now that he has arrived at City University number 69, then I will design the most beautiful encounter. I hope that you, Master, can assist me,
said Vicky.
Okay,
Xiao Yu said, and sent a message to Vicky.
This is a beautiful encounter narrated from all the love stories I have collected from more than 100 intelligent races. You can choose one among them. I will help you achieve it.
Vicky browsed through it briefly, and sent a message.
The fifth one. I think, with Tyre's personality and hobbies, she would like this kind of encounter. Very good. In 5 days, I will realize this scene,
Xiao Yu said. City number 69 has always had a warm spring-like climate. This temperature is specially set according to the most livable temperature for the intelligent creatures of the number 7 race. Under this temperature, all the plants favored by race 7 can grow lushly. There is no doubt that this city is a beautiful city for race 7.
Master, according to your schedule, you should go out and relax now,
this man's security robot said to him respectfully.
Oh, is it time? Great. Do you have any scenic spots for me?
The man asked.
Yes,
the security robot said.
There is a small lake in the City University. The scenery here is always good, according to your current state of mind and physical condition. I suggest you go here for a half-hour walk. Okay,
the man agreed, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the door. At the same time, in another room at City University, Teal's security robot was also saying something to Teal.
Master, you can't stay in the room any longer. You should go out and relax. The weather is very good today. I know a place that is perfect for you to relax, and I think you should go there and see it. Okay.
Taylor responded lightly and stood up.
Before departure, you should tidy up your appearance,
the security robot said.
You have a perfect face. Such a face. It should not be buried by you. Leave this matter to me, and I will do it for you. You took care of it.
What Tyre didn't know was that at this time, the security robot had been directly controlled by Xiao Yu. In Xiao Yu's database, with all the information about that man, Xiao Yu knows that man's personality, hobbies, and aesthetic vision. After comprehensive analysis, Xiao Yu controlled the security robot and dressed up Tail according to the best plan.
I wish you a happy day.
After finishing dressing up, the security robot bowed to Teal, and then respectfully opened the door for Teal. Taylor nodded slightly and walked out. Taylor didn't pay attention to the scenery around him. She lowered her head slightly and walked slowly until she reached the small lake, and then sat down on a stone chair. Next to this stone chair is a plant similar to a weeping willow, its long branches slowly fluttering in the breeze. This location happened to face the small lake. The sun was setting at this moment. The light of the virtual sun had turned into a moving red at this moment, and the afterglow reflected a beautiful shadow on the lake. Tyr held his chin like this, and stared at the lake in trance. What Tyr didn't notice was that at some point, all the stone chairs beside the small lake disappeared except for the one she was sitting on. Not only that, this is the time when the scenery of this small lake is the most beautiful. But there is no one else here except her. 5 minutes later, the man came over with a book under his ribs. He seemed to be mesmerized by the scenery in front of him, and took a deep breath with some intoxication. Then he discovered that there were no other stone chairs here, and there was a beautiful woman sitting on the only stone chair. From his perspective, this woman was indeed very beautiful. I don't know why, but this woman's dress is so in line with his aesthetics. Every line and every movement on her body attracts his attention inadvertently.
Hello, is there anyone here?
He walked over and asked very politely. Tyr, who was awakened from his meditation, raised his head, glanced at the man for a moment, and then withdrew his gaze.
There is no one. You can sit here.
So, the two people sat side by side on this stone chair. Tyr was holding his chin and thinking about something, while the man opened the book and looked at it seriously. Two beautiful insects that could not be seen to be made by machinery were flying slowly in the air and successfully attracted Tyr's attention. Tyr's eyes followed the two insects until one of them landed on the man's shoulder. Another insect landed on Tyr's shoulder. These two insects, one is red and the other is cyan. The cyan one fell on the man, and the red one fell on her. The insect landing on his shoulder did not attract the man's attention at all. He was still looking at the book in his hand seriously. The red sunset glow shone on his body, outlining a beautiful line. Beside are beautiful insects flying. The two insects stopped for a while, then flew up again, constantly entangled in the air, like a pair of intimate lovers. After a while, the two insects landed on their shoulders again.
At this time, it should snow,
Vicky said.
Okay.
Xiaoyu replied and issued a command to the weather control system of the homeship spacecraft. Then, a very strange phenomenon happened. The virtual sun has turned red at this moment, and is radiating light on the horizon. The sky is very clear, but I don't know why the snowflakes fell. The snowflakes are not big, and they don't bring the slightest chill. The red virtual sun, the willow branches swaying in the wind, the rippled surface of the small lake, and the entangled and intertwined beautiful insects. The fluttering snowflakes intertwined together to form a moving picture. The man finally raised his head, looked at the sky. Then he smiled at Tyr next to him. Tyr responded with a faint smile. A strange atmosphere was spreading among them. Although it was snowing in the sky, neither of them had any intention of leaving. The man put down his book, stood up, took off a piece of clothing from himself, and covered Tyr. Tyr was still smiling slightly. No rejection. No words. Everything was natural.
Master, I'm so sorry,
Vicky said.
Although I no longer have a body, I can still really feel that feeling. I am very sad. Didn't all this happen under your deliberate arrangement? Things are going smoothly. You should be happy,
Xiaoyu responded. Vicky fell silent. This snowstorm lasted for more than 10 minutes, and then slowly stopped. The man also stood up, with a smile on his face, and said to Tell.
Hello. My name is... May I know your name and contact information?
Teal also stood up and said.
My name is Teal, and I am a student of this university. This is my contact information. I hope I can meet you again next time. Beautiful Miss Tell.
The man smiled and said.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
This is how Vicky chose to meet. There is no doubt that this deliberately arranged encounter has left a deep enough impression on each other in the hearts of this man and Tyr. So what happened next became logical. Under Vicky's deliberate actions, coincidences kept happening between the two. For example, they happened to meet each other on the way to class. On a rainy night when Ty was waiting for the bus on the platform, this man would happen to drive by, such as some funny or embarrassing things caused by various misunderstandings. These things themselves are not important. The important point is that Vicky knows that the continuous occurrence of such incidents will cause a wonderful emotional change in the hearts of the two people. Xiaoyu also knew very clearly. The relationship between Tyr and this man is heating up rapidly. Although neither of them has revealed the secret of their relationship, the harmonious relationship is an indisputable fact. Xiaoyu also knew that the more this happened, the more painful it would be in Vicky's heart. But Vicky's determination has not diminished at all, and he is still firmly moving the development of this matter. Xiaoyu arranged a vacation for the city university and exerted some subtle influence on the two of them through the security robot, which finally led to something happening. The two decided to take advantage of this vacation to go boating together on the sea. There is also a sea in the homeship spacecraft. Although from the perspective of the planetary era, the sea here can only be regarded as a lake. But with the support of advanced technology, the sea here has all the characteristics of a real sea. So it is normal for the boat that Tyr and this man were on to encounter a storm here. The two did not let the security robot take action. In this stormy sky and heavy rain, the two of them were steering the boat in perfect harmony, fighting against the wind and waves. The storm finally passed, and the two looked at each other, sweat, and smiled happily. The storm comes and goes quickly. The sky soon cleared up. The sea quickly calmed down. The sky was cloudy, and the breeze carried a slight amount of heat on the two of them. The scenery now was beautiful.
Huh? What is this?
Tyr suddenly found a strange-looking aquatic creature at his feet and asked curiously. The man showed a happy smile.
This must have accidentally fallen on the boat during the wind and waves. Tyr, do you know? We are so lucky. This is not an ordinary fish. Its number is extremely rare.
But the meat is extremely delicious. In the city, the price of such a fish can support an ordinary family for a year.
Yeah. Taylor opened his mouth in surprise.
There is something even more fortunate.
The man smiled mysteriously and continued.
Just in front of you, there is a person who is very good at cooking this kind of fish. Yes, it's me. Tell. Wait. Let's have a big meal.
With a happy smile, the fish that Xiaoyu manipulated to deliberately jump onto the boat turned into a fragrant delicacy. During the eating process, the two of them didn't know what to do. They snuggled together unconsciously,
My heart felt like it was being stabbed with a knife.
Vicky said.
I was very sad.
Xiaoyu responded with silence to Vicky's words. Xiaoyu and Vicky just watched Tyre and this man clinging to each other and kissing each other. Finally, they slept together. Until now. It has been 2 years since Vicky launched his operation. During these 2 years, the relationship between Tell and this man has developed to the point where they are inseparable. Tyre smiles every day, and the haggard look he had before can no longer be seen. She is more beautiful now than before. Vicky still hasn't stopped planning. Time. Another year has passed.
They are getting married.
Vicky said to Xiaoyu.
Our mission is almost completed.
Yes. Xiaoyu responded with some emotion.
Seeing them finally come together. It's like I have experienced something like this myself. It's a pity. It's a pity.
Vicky didn't know what Xiaoyu meant by pity. And Vicky didn't ask. Tyre's wedding to this man went ahead as scheduled. On top of the wedding, Tyre was beautiful. Too beautiful to be a mere mortal. Vicky and Xiaoyu watched the whole process of the wedding together. Watching Tyre, who was like a blooming flower, walk on the red carpet accompanied by a graceful man. Xiaoyu and Vicky watched them hugging and kissing together, and watched the visitors send their most sincere blessings to the newlyweds.
She should have forgotten me,
Vicky said. No matter what, I feel relieved to see that she is doing well. I am already dead, and a dead person should not be tied up again. Her heart. Half of my life has been completed. It would be nice to spend the last half of my life watching her all the time.
Teal and this man eventually both entered the research institute under the Central Academy of Sciences. The two of them have common interests and hobbies, have harmonious personalities, and have a heart that understands and considers each other. Xiaoyu knows that now these two people are living a very happy life. In a hurry, another 3 years passed. Xiaoyu and Wei Wei watched this couple together for another 3 years. They planned to raise their offspring. Teal lost his slim figure and began to gain weight. Xiaoyu knew that it was because new life was gestating inside. 2 more years passed. Vicky's lifespan has come to an end, and Xiaoyu can clearly feel that the code fluctuations that represent Vicky still alive have been reduced to the point of being imperceptible. But Vicky held on and refused to leave.
I want to see the descendants of Tyr come into this world with my own eyes,
Vicky said.
Then I will leave. Okay. Then come with me,
Xiaoyu said, leading Vicky, who had lost the ability to navigate the data world, to the delivery room of the hospital. Vicky is here, preparing to give birth to her next generation. The man was waiting anxiously outside the delivery room. In fact, with Xiaoyu's current technology, it is basically impossible for an accident to happen to his offspring. Perhaps this man is just anxious to see what his offspring will look like.
Master, I suddenly had an idea,
Vicky said.
While following you, I have gained some understanding of various technologies. According to the research results of life sciences, in newborn babies, it is entirely possible to implant a code segment in the mind. So, Master, can you implant my code segment into the brain of this baby born in Tyr? In this way, when this baby is just born, he will have a level of knowledge equivalent to the 17th grade of college. Because I am dead, these things will be completely accepted by him and will not be given to him. Cause any bad influence. I can also transform him into the best brain at the cost of my life. My departure has caused Tyr pain for a whole year. Before I leave and disappear completely, I want to give them a gift as compensation for Tyr. If you agree to my request, this baby is destined to be a genius, and giving them a genius as a gift, I think, is more than enough to make up for it.
Xiaoyu thought for a moment. According to Vicky, with Xiaoyu's current technological strength and understanding of Vicky's existence, Xiaoyu can definitely do it. Xiaoyu was thinking about whether doing so might have a bad impact on himself. The result of Xiaoyu's thinking is that there is no bad impact. Being a genius scientist is also very beneficial to oneself. So Xiaoyu agreed.
Okay, I will handle it according to your wishes. Now is the most suitable time to do this. So Vicky, goodbye,
Xiaoyu said.
Goodbye,
Vicky responded.
I have accomplished many things in the past 10 years following you. Here, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Goodbye.
This separation will be an eternal farewell. Xiaoyu still remembered the black stone he had just discovered. His panic after the black stone was used by Vicky, and the feeling of relaxation after finally capturing Vicky and understanding Vicky's state of existence. Xiaoyu has been with Vicky for 10 years. In more than 10,000 years. This was the first time that Xiaoyu got along with the intelligent creatures under his command with an equal attitude. This kind of mentality has never been experienced even by Luca number 2, Luca number 3 and others. Because Vicky has this qualification. Because Vicky's existence form is similar to his own. After implanting the code segment representing Vicky into the baby's brain, Xiaoyu noticed that the code fluctuations representing Vicky was still alive completely disappeared. And a faint sadness arose in Xiaoyu's heart. Meaning,
Vicky is dead. But I am still alive. I will start my journey in this vast universe. What does my existence mean? What is the Black Stone? And what secrets are hidden behind it? These things.
Vicky can't get the answer. But I will definitely find out the answer.
A clear cry came from the delivery room. Xiaoyu knew that the offspring nurtured by Tai Air and this man were finally born. This is no ordinary baby. As Vicky's last gift to Tyr, he is destined to be extraordinary. While the other babies were still in chaos, without any memory or logical thinking ability, this baby already had a knowledge reserve equivalent to that of a 17th grade college student. After his brain was transformed by Vicky at the cost of his life, has become no longer ordinary. He is destined to be a genius. Even in the future, he may grow to the level of Luca number 3 or number 4. It is possible to surpass them.
Is it finally born? Is it finally born?
The man rubbed his hands excitedly and quickly rushed to the delivery room under the guidance of the doctor. Looking at Tyr's face, which was pale and covered with sweat, he held Tyr's hand very affectionately and kissed Tyr's forehead. After doing this, he turned his head and looked at the baby next to him. He picked up the baby very carefully, his face showing the love of a father.
My child. You are my child. I will protect you and let you grow up safely. Teal, please name our child Su Junpo. I looked up the classics of our number 7 race and pondered for many days before I came up with this name. I think this name is very good. According to our tradition,
this name contains many beautiful meanings,
the man said. The weak Tyr showed a smile.
I listen to you. Just give our child this name.
Chapter 478 Growth. Xiaoyu's eyes have been watching here. Xiaoyu witnessed the whole process of Tyr giving birth to offspring, and also heard what the man said.
Let's name our child Su Junpo.
This was a very common sentence. But when Xiaoyu heard it, it turned into a thunderbolt. At this moment, the computing load rate of the Asia spacecraft's central computer suddenly increased by 30%. The reason why it rose so much was not because of any new calculation tasks, but because Xiaoyu's mood suddenly fluctuated. Like a stormy sea, this momentary fluctuation in computing load rate damaged many hardware. In the main control room of the Asia spacecraft, the crackling energy flow was like silver snakes flying around. But Xiaoyu can't care about this. Xiaoyu's mind has completely stayed here, staying on this seemingly ordinary name.
Su Junpo! Su Junpo! Su Junpo!
Xiaoyu murmured the name, and his whole spirit became tense.
The code segment representing Vicky was implanted, and he had quite a lot of power at birth. With more than 17th grade college knowledge, and through the brain modification carried out by Vicky at the cost of his life, this baby who is destined to become a genius scientist is actually named Su Junpo. How could this happen? How could this happen?
Xiaoyu still remembers what the guy who claimed to be his future self told him.
You have to understand that there are certain laws in the development of history, and the tasks of history will be completed by outstanding people. The intelligent creature who deprived you of the right to command the fleet has a name from the Earth era. His name is Su Junpo.
The guy told Xiaoyu that Xiaoyu would encounter rebellion from intelligent creatures in the future and suffer heavy losses. The leader of the rebels is a guy named Su Junpo. This baby has the conditions and potential to become the leader of the rebels, because he is good enough. From the moment he was born, he possessed a higher power than other intelligent creatures. If there is really an intelligent creature that is outstanding enough to trample him under his feet, Xiaoyu believes that this person will definitely be this baby. In fact, Xiaoyu had no idea to what extent Vicky had modified the baby's brain. In other words, Xiaoyu did not get an accurate assessment of the baby's intelligence. Xiaoyu didn't know how far this baby would grow in the future. Is it reaching the level of Luca 3 and 4? Or is it far beyond Luca 3, number 4? Even to the point where he can compete with himself? Xiaoyu doesn't know. At this moment, Xiaoyu even had murderous intentions. Xiaoyu had the urge to immediately mobilize armed robots to kill all the creatures in the hospital. But Xiaoyu finally suppressed his thoughts.
He's just a baby.
He's just a baby.
Xiaoyu murmured to himself, slowly relaxing his emotions.
Even if his future achievements are limitless, he has no ability to resist me now. Does this mean that I can hold him in my own hands? I am very curious. He was such a name. Is it just a coincidence? Or has that guy's prediction come true? Or is all this the fault of Taihao civilization?
Xiao Yu could not rule out this possibility. This may indeed be the work of Taihao civilization, as an existence similar to a 6th-level civilization. The civilization's main ship is a powerful existence that can compete with the glorious spacecraft. Unknowingly, he bypassed Xiao Yu's surveillance and exerted influence on this man's head through some unknown means. It didn't seem to be difficult for him to give the baby a name like
Su Junpo.
That was full of the atmosphere of the Earth's age. But similarly, Xiao Yu could not confirm this possibility. There was so much mystery hidden behind this matter that Xiao Yu really couldn't figure out what was going on. But no matter what happened, time will keep passing. This means that Xiao Yu must make a decision as soon as possible. Should you kill this guy just in case? Or should you choose to monitor him since childhood? Take him into your own hands and see what kind of things he will do in the years to come. Xiao Yu was thinking quickly about the impact this incident would have on him and how he should deal with it. After a moment, Xiao Yu made a decision.
As for the rebellion of intelligent creatures, I have not told anyone because I am too sensitive. Luca too and others do not know about it, let alone the specialness of the name, Su Junpo. Only I know this matter. Then keep this baby. This 1/10,000th of the computing power will not be taken back. Just stay here and monitor this baby.
Xiao Yu made a decision. After all, Xiao Yu is quite confident in his wisdom and control, as well as his current strength. Xiao Yu didn't believe that he could cause him such huge trouble again after he knew the specialness of this baby in advance. Xiao Yu always believed that he could control this baby.
So Su Junpo, I'm looking forward to your performance in the future. With such a genius brain, if you can't bring some benefits to my technological breakthroughs, then you will be a huge disappointment to me.
After making this determination, Xiao Yu's 1/10,000 calculation power quietly lurked next to the baby. If there are no accidents, this 1/10,000th of the computing power will accompany the baby throughout his life until he dies. Tyre, who had just given birth to a baby, was still very weak. In the hospital, she received very meticulous and thoughtful care. She stayed in the hospital with this man for a month before leaving the hospital. The relationship between this couple is still very harmonious and their life is quite happy. Adding a new family member brings them even more fun. Teal even took a 5-year sabbatical to stay at home and take care of their children full-time. What they didn't know was that Xiao Yu's attention was haunting them like a ghost and never left. Xiao Yu just watched Tyre take care of their child and watched the baby grow up day by day. The entire Shenzhou civilization is still in development, and the huge star system has become a real factory, with spacecraft being manufactured every moment. As of now, less than 80 years before Xiao Yu's scheduled departure time, Xiao Yu's fleet has expanded to 5 million ships. 2 Continental-class spacecraft have been built, namely Asia and America. The Euro ship is still under construction. 4 Continental-class home ships have been built, and all intelligent creatures have moved to live in the Continental-class home ships. All the national-level home ship spacecraft were dismantled and turned into raw materials for Xiao Yu to build new spacecraft. The construction task of the combat-type Continental-class spacecraft is 3, and the construction task of the residential-type home-class spacecraft is 20. Xiao Yu does not have many opportunities to experience such a large-scale construction era. So now Xiao Yu must cherish this opportunity and try his best to prepare more sufficient space to welcome more intelligent creatures that may arrive in the future. Time is passing slowly, and with every passing moment, Xiao Yu's fleet becomes larger. As time passed, Xiao Yu watched the child of race number 7 named Su Junpo gradually grow up. Watching him learn to crawl, walk, and speak, he has shown characteristics that are different from other children since he was a child. Xiao Yu found that he was always quiet. Even when he learned to speak, he always spoke very little. He didn't even know how to cry. At least, after Xiao Yu confirmed that he had his own mind, Xiao Yu never saw him cry again. The rest of the children will cry when they are thirsty, cry when they are hungry, cry when they fall down, and cry when they cannot get their favorite toys. But he won't. If he is thirsty, he will go to Tel and ask Tel to give him water to drink. If he is hungry, he will ask Tel to feed him. Fall down? Then get up. Toy. What is a toy? Taylor bought him many toys, but he never played with them. At most, he would take them apart and look at the internal structure of the toys. This situation caused Teal considerable concern. After discussing with her husband, the couple took him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination.
The result was that everything was normal, and the couple gradually felt relieved. Sometimes, he would sit there quietly alone, as if thinking about something. He is always silent, but very methodical in doing things. And he even has strong self-control. Xiaoyu discovered that he loves sweets. So Xiaoyu deliberately played a documentary about the dangers of sweets and let him watch it. So Xiaoyu noticed that Su Junpo, a child who was less than 5 years old until now, had never eaten sweets in the following years. The development of life science and technology has greatly extended the lifespan of intelligent creatures. And another consequence is that the growth time of intelligent creatures has also been greatly increased. The gestation time of intelligent creatures in the mother's body has reached an average of 3 years. And the brain will not stop developing until they are in their 50s. As for a child under 5 years old, all aspects of his body are in the initial stages of development. And he really shouldn't have such weird behavior.
I'm becoming more and more interested in you.
Looking at Su Junpo, who was sitting there looking at the sky and meditating, Xiaoyu secretly thought,
what kind of things will you bring to me?
Chapter 479 Conspiracy. With Xiaoyu's current technology, Xiaoyu still cannot directly detect what is thinking in the brains of intelligent creatures. So Xiaoyu has no way of knowing what Su Junpo is thinking now. However, according to the intelligence analysis obtained by Xiaoyu's monitoring, Xiaoyu thought that at this moment, he was probably thinking about how to take revenge. Su Junpo was already in school, but another classmate bullied him at school. So, under Xiaoyu's surveillance, Su Junpo started some actions that seemed strange to Xiaoyu. The school spirit in the school has always been very good, so even the principal's office does not have many monitoring measures. But this is for intelligent creatures, and Xiaoyu has not let this place go. So, Xiaoyu saw the sneaky Su Junpo exploring here for several days. Finally one day, he opened the door of the principal's office, took away the principal of this elementary school, and left it here. Of a book. In the Shinjo civilization where science and technology are highly developed, books have become a kind of decoration or luxury product. This book is a book that the principal loves very much. The principal who lost the book was furious, so the security forces intervened. Unsurprisingly, they found the book in the backpack of the student who had bullied Su Junpo. As a result, rumors of a thief in the school spread instantly. In this day and age, being a thief is a very serious crime that can basically ruin a person's credibility for life. The student cried loudly and tried his best to distinguish, but in the face of conclusive evidence, any of his excuses were ignored. The angry principal wanted to expel him. His parents looked like they were sighing, and there was even a little bit of disgust in their eyes when they looked at him. All his friends distanced themselves from him. Su Junpo did this matter very secretly and carefully. He completed it with a sophistication that was not commensurate with his age. He was even so thoughtful that before leaving the principal's office, he assembled it by himself. The instrument completely eliminated the traces left by him, leaving traces of the student in the principal's office, when all the adverse evidence pointed to the student, and when his guilt was unshakable. He collapsed. Xiaoyu has been watching this matter with cold eyes. Except for some subtle movements, Xiaoyu did not make any intervention.
Your brain has not yet fully developed, and you can only receive primary education. You have such ability to move. You are indeed extraordinary. But according to your character, this should be just the beginning of your revenge plan. I am somewhat looking forward to it. You are still what kind of follow-up actions will there be?
Su Junpo really lived up to Xiaoyu's hopes. When things progressed to this point, he took the next step. He took the initiative to approach this student who was alienated by everyone. When Yen comforted him, accompanied him to school and after school together, and even when he had something delicious, he would not forget to give him a share. Under this situation, Su Junpo and this student quickly became best friends. The student sincerely apologized to Su Junpo for the past incident, but Su Junpo smiled generously.
It doesn't matter.
But Xiaoyu knew that something strange was happening between the two people.
I know you were wrongly accused, and someone framed you for this matter,
Su Junpo said in a very sincere tone.
As your best friend, I believe in your character. But what can I do?
The student said sadly.
I don't know why. All the evidence will point to me. Everyone has alienated me. My classmates hate me. The teacher hates me. Su Junpo, thank you for considering me a friend at this time. You should find a way to clear yourself of the crime and clear your name.
Su Junpo shook his head and said,
You were wronged in the first place, and you shouldn't bear the bad reputation of being a thief. How to do it?
The student's eyes immediately became hot.
I have a way,
Su Junpo said very calmly.
It depends on whether you are willing to do it. I will do it. I will do it. As long as it can restore my innocence. I will do anything,
the student said eagerly.
Do you know? During this time, I just wanted to die. When I got home, my parents have become much colder towards me. And I even feel that even the way my security robot looks at me is sarcastic. I've had enough. Tell me, what should I do? That's right. I want you to die,
Su Junpo said. What? The student was stunned for a moment, then became furious.
Are you even mocking me now? I'm not mocking you.
Su Junpo shook his head and said,
Now that life is so precious, no one will doubt a person who is willing to use his own life to prove his innocence. Therefore, you must die once. Even if you can't die, you must prove your determination through this kind of behavior. When the time comes, others will say that you must have been wronged.
The student calmed down, but his hands were shaking.
What should I do? What should I do? Look.
Su Junpo pointed to a building next to them.
This building is only 6 stories high. Tomorrow, you can jump off the building. Of course, you will not fall directly to the ground. On the 3rd floor, there is an anti-fall net. When you fall, you will fall on the net. In this way, you cannot die, but your grievances can be washed away.
The student looked up, and sure enough, everything was just as Su Junpo said.
Okay.
He gritted his teeth and agreed with Su Junpo's proposal with a trembling voice. He even went to the field to test it several times when there was no one on campus. The result made him very satisfied. Everything was as expected. Every time he jumped, he would be caught by the net.
My friend, thank you so much. When I wash away my grievances, I will thank you very much.
Looking at the classmate who left with a face filled with ecstasy, Su Junpo's face revealed a strange expression smile. He did not leave, but quietly took out a rusty anti-fall net with no toughness at all, and replaced the intact anti-fall net on the building.
I was wrong. I didn't steal the principal's book. You don't believe me. You don't believe me.
The student yelled crazily on the roof of the building, and below were the students who were crowding around. Several teachers were trying their best to admonish him, but to no avail. The principal went somewhere, and the head of the security team didn't come either. The student finally jumped off. When jumping down, he even secretly gave a victory gesture to Su Junpo, who was hiding in the corner. Su Junpo smiled back. He fell to his death. The rusty anti-fall net failed to slow down his fall even for a moment. He fell directly to the ground and died. The crowd of onlookers burst into loud exclamations, and some timid students even covered their faces and ran away. Several teachers looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They had called the police a long time ago, but for some reason, the police never came.
Perhaps it's not certain that he was really wronged,
a teacher said with some regret.
But there is no need to use his life to prove it. Hey, he was a good student. What a pity.
Hearing this discussion, Su Junpo slowly walked out of the crowd with a smile on his face.
I deliberately damaged the principal's vehicle, so at this time, he should be in the repair shop. The security robot at the security team leader's home was damaged by my attack at the data level. At this time, he should be working with the police. Investigate the crazy security robots. I also hacked into their personal computing terminals and blocked all messages from the school. Now when life is so precious, as the directly responsible persons, neither of you are present. So, accept the punishment for dereliction of duty. You deserve this punishment.
Xiaoyu didn't know what Su Junpo was thinking at this moment, but Xiaoyu knew that he must be very proud at this moment.
After all, you are still a little childish.
Xiaoyu secretly thought.
If I hadn't helped you solve some minor problems, do you think you could have escaped the police's hands? However, you showed such behavior at a young age with strong action ability and careful thinking. It seems that Vicky has indeed left you a very valuable asset. I really look forward to it. You happened to be born at the critical moment when I was about to advance from the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization. I want to see, look, what contribution will you make to promoting my technological progress?
Xiaoyu looked forward to Su Junpo's superb abilities since he was a child. Xiaoyu absolutely does not believe that an intelligent creature that has been growing up under the surveillance of 1/10,000th of his own computing power will have the ability to rebel against himself and imprison himself, regardless of whether it was a conspiracy arranged by Taihao civilization or not. Xiaoyu planned to take advantage of it. This man is very dangerous, and Xiaoyu intends to kill him. But before killing him, Xiaoyu intends to squeeze out all his available value.
There is a huge gap from the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization. With the current scientific research power, I do not have the confidence to cross it. So, Su Junpo, perform well. After continuing to leave part of his computing power to monitor Su Junpo, Xiao Yu once again devoted his energy to the huge construction tasks in the galaxy. More than 180 years have passed since Xiao Yu arrived in this star system. In another 20 years, Xiao Yu's huge fleet will set sail and embark on a new journey. Chapter 480 Taihao Alliance. Just when Xiao Yu's preparation work was about to be completed in the last 20 years, and he was about to set out to find the remaining 5th level civilizations in the galaxy and communicate with them. In a certain corner of the vast galaxy, there were 3 inexplicable beings gathered together, discussing something. The environment here is quite weird and quite harsh. At least Xiao Yu would not dare to approach such a place. Next to them is the most terrifying existence in the universe, which is a black hole. Surrounding this black hole is infinite interstellar gas. Interstellar gas is like an ocean, and black holes hidden in interstellar gas are like ferocious sharks in the ocean. At this moment, the shark was violently devouring these things. The mass of the black hole in the center of the gas mass is at least 500 times that of the sun, which is considered a medium-sized black hole. The total mass of this mass of gas and dust is at least 10 times that of the sun. While this cloud of gas and dust was orbiting the center of the Milky Way, it unfortunately encountered the black hole and was captured by the black hole's gravitational field. The only outcome was to be swallowed up. The gravity of the black hole accelerates these gases to extremely terrifying high speeds, causing them to rotate around themselves, swallowing them up bit by bit during the rotation. But this will bring about a problem. That is, because the external gas rotates around the black hole too fast, and it has not crossed the black hole's event horizon boundary. The escape speed here has not exceeded the speed of light. In other words, as long as the gas fast enough, they can still escape the black hole's gravitational field. As a result, some crazy gases that were accelerated to extremely close to the speed of light gained sufficient escape velocity under the high-speed collision with each other, and they escaped from the gravitational field of the black hole with great difficulty. Under the influence of the black hole's magnetic field, they follow the poles of the black hole. Being sprayed straight out, they were like lasers, with basically no scattering. They maintained this concentrated state. Like a sharp sword, it cut through the dark universe, and spread out over dozens of light years in this universe. During this process, extremely bright gamma rays are produced. Radiation such as X-rays is emitted. The environment here is extremely harsh. Even if Xiao Yu's Asia spacecraft comes here, it may not be able to escape unscathed. In such a harsh environment, these 3 existences seem to be in a calm star system, completely turning a blind eye. I am Technology Taihao. The blocking operation has failed, and Su Junpo has been successfully born. In this struggle with the sweeper civilization, our Taihao alliance has failed. I tried to stop Su Junpo's appearance by asking Xiao Yu to destroy all the intelligent creatures under his command. But my plan was seen through by Xiao Yu, and I did not receive the expected effect. However, I have already killed Su Junpo. The concept that Junpo is the leader of the rebels was implanted in Xiao Yu's mind. And when the sweeper civilization was making plans, it affected the brain of the male intelligent creature through our most secretive means. Laying the groundwork for the sweeper civilization, the chess piece was named this. In the future, I believe that Xiao Yu will be wary enough of this baby, which means that we still have room for change. This message was sent from a spaceship that was as bright as the moon. If Xiao Yu were here, Xiao Yu would quickly recognize that this spaceship was the flagship of Taihao civilization, the Messin spacecraft. I am the alien beast Taihao. The attention from it is getting closer and closer. As an existence that has attracted the attention of it once, our life is not easy now. This is our only chance. It is the only chance to get rid of the current situation and enter the 7th level civilization. If we fail this time, we will completely disappear from this universe. Only by wiping out the sweeper civilization can we advance to the 7th level civilization. Xiao Yu carries our hope against the neutron battle star. We extremely hope that Xiao Yu will become stronger as soon as possible. But due to rules restrictions, we cannot directly come forward to help Xiao Yu. We have been trying our best to fight against the sweeper civilization, but we still let the sweeper civilization take advantage of the loopholes, which led to the birth of Su Junpo and buried a chess piece in Xiao Yu's Shinjo civilization. What should we do next? Or, do we take action directly, risk violating the rules, and directly eliminate all intelligent creatures in the Shinjo civilization? After all, It is useless to eliminate Su Junpo alone. We must prevent the sweeper civilization from continuing to make mistakes in the future. With such an arrangement, it is safest to eliminate them all.
This message was sent from a giant beast. Although this giant beast is also a strange beast. Taihao. Its existence form is obviously different from the semi-four-dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud. It is physical, and its body is quite large. It just curled up in the endless interstellar dust. Quietly. Without any movement. But even if it curls up, its body is still as huge as a star. A rough estimate shows that its body is even larger than the alien beast trapped on the white dwarf star.
I am Ghost Taihao. The previous battle between our Taihao Alliance and the Sweeper Civilization has always been carried out at a level permitted by the rules. If we interfere directly and destroy all intelligent creatures and violate the rules, this will bring us great consequences. It will cause a lot of trouble, and it will be disadvantageous for us. If we really take action directly, I believe that the crazy Sweeper Civilization will no longer worry about the obstruction of our Taihao Alliance and directly kill Xiaoyu at the risk of serious damage. When this happens, things are irreversible. Since the Sweeper Civilization did not violate the rules, we do not have to violate the rules. The Sweeper Civilization hoped to enter the 7th level civilization by eliminating Xiaoyu. But because of the obstruction of our Taihao Alliance, we could not take action directly. So we arranged for Su Junpo as a chess piece. We hope that Xiaoyu will become stronger and use Xiaoyu's power to eliminate the Sweeper Civilization, so that we can enter the category of 7th level civilization. This is a very chaotic situation. At least judging from the current situation. The chess piece Su Junpo cannot be lost. Not only can we not destroy it, but we even have to prevent Xiaoyu from destroying it. It took so much effort to make such a plan. I am convinced that if Su Junpo dies, the Sweeper Civilization will take the risk of losing all its conventional power and kill our Taihao Alliance. And then kill Xiaoyu. In other words, even if Su Junpo is going to die, and must die after the Sweeper Civilization is wiped out. Now it seems that the situation is not bad. Xiaoyu seems to have no intention of destroying Su Junpo, but intends to keep him and observe slowly. Things have not reached the worst situation yet. At least, Xiaoyu now has complete control over Su Junpo. Su Junpo is destined not to die, so our hope is completely tied to Xiaoyu. Look at the fight between Xiaoyu and Su Junpo. Who wins? And see whether Su Junpo's method is better or Xiaoyu's method is better.
This message came from the void. This guy who claimed to be the Ghost Taihao was very similar to the aging Ghost clan Xiaoyu had encountered. If Xiaoyu were here, Xiaoyu could clearly confirm that this guy is not similar to the aging Ghost clan he encountered at all. They are basically the same existence.
When the rules were not so strict, I took advantage of the loopholes, and at the risk of being punished by the rules and losing 30% of my strength, I personally taught Xiaoyu, and left my ghost heart to guide Xiaoyu, in order to eliminate the neutron battle star. Our Taihao Alliance has put in so much effort. I hope Xiaoyu will not let us down.
There was a slight sadness in Ghost Taihao's tone.
Ghost, I remember you said that the next generation of ghosts cannot be born while the previous generation of ghosts is still alive. Is this true?
Technology Taihao asked.
This sentence is of course true.
Ghost Taihao replied.
After my main civilization was wiped out by the sweepers, I tried to attack the 7th level civilization while escaping in a panic, but failed because of a strange combination of circumstances. I mistakenly became the Ghost Taihao. Only then did I realize that as Taihao, I was no longer subject to the vague restrictions. I was Taihao first, and then the Ghost Clan. My existence? And there is no conflict with the next generation. I told Xiaoyu this just to make Xiaoyu pay attention not to let his accompanying Ghost Clan be harmed, causing himself to suffer setbacks.
Between this question and answer, the three Taihao fell silent. After a while, the technology Taihao and the Messin spacecraft sighed faintly.
The situation has progressed to this point, and we must come up with countermeasures. We can't interfere with Su Junpo. We can only leave it to Xiaoyu to deal with it himself. As for the rest, I think we should still do something. Yes, we have to do something.
Alien Beast Taihao replied.
Okay,
Ghost Taihao said.
I'll go find the sweeper.
Technology Taihao said.
I'm going to find the guardian.
The Alien Beast Taihao said.
I heard that the crocodile tribe among the 3 6th level alien beasts seems to be very restless recently. It seems that it also has plans to get involved with Xiaoyu. They are also alien beasts. So here, the crocodile tribe, it would be good for me to come forward and teach him a lesson so that he can be more honest.